All right, from YouTube to my live Facebook at the same time. Usually, I'm just streaming to YouTube. And before I continue, can you guys hear me well? Because I know my music was not
All right,
heard
from
well.
YouTube. All right, from
I
YouTube
think I
to
plugged my
my live.
headphones in. I don't know why, but hit the number five. Number five, if you can hear me well, so I can continue and go on. So when I see some number fives, Stephen A on Facebook said loud, and Stephen W. Wood on Facebook say loud and clear. Okay, and he hit the number five. Everybody hit the number five. Thank you. I
Yes.
appreciate your participation. Right? So be mindful. This is a discussion in the presentation I've been wanting to do for the last 2 years. Right? And when I bring the topic up, black Americans get pissed off.
Oh yeah. Don't
Right?
get losing though.
And before
Don't
I
in
get started,
denial.
I'm reading comments
All the
on
D words.
Facebook
They
and I'm reading comments on YouTube here
condemn
because I got my
themselves.
tablet and my
They
phone set
become
aside.
devils.
And people are already in
And they
denial.
become funny as Duval.
People are already making
All the
excuses.
D's. And their dogs.
People are already blaming white folk
Oh yeah.
for what black folk is
Oh
doing
yeah.
in 2022.
Victim. Victimhood. That's
Let me
what.
tell you something, family.
That's
Breathe.
what a lot of women and these movements do. They in forever victimhood. You know, the women movement has taken on the same complaints and talking points of the blackology movement. It's always big bag, somebody else's fault. I'm forever a victim. I can't do anything. Leave me alone for me.
Go roll a joint, smoke a joint, and relax. Let your defense down, let your guard down. Chief X is not here to jive you. I'm not here to lie to you. We're doing simple math and stats. Niggas lie, math don't lie. Okay? Breathe. Okay? There's no, listen to what I'm telling you. There's no white man making a black man rape somebody. Stop the cap. Let's just stop. Nobody is forcing black folk to rape people. That is his decision that a man did, and he chose to do that, and he has to pay the consequences. No one made him rape anyone. No one is making me or you or your homie commit a violent crime. Stop. Black folk have to learn to accept and have responsibility, accept responsibility for their actions and their behavior. We're going to make it plain today. Okay? Now, I done this video because people kept asking me when was I going to do the video on the stats and shit. When are you going to prove that shit, Chief X? And I had some 2019 stats, but now I have some 2020 stats. FBI releases all these stats. And law enforcement agencies across the country, because we're just worried about the United States of America, report the different types of crimes to the feds, and the feds compile a list in the stats. Okay? Breathe today, people. The problem is, this is the big problem. Numero uno. We had the transatlantic slave trade, and slavery went down. All peoples. Wait a minute, y'all like my shirt? Right? all peoples, whether white, Arab, Berber, Native American, Africans on the continent, what have you, practiced slavery, engaged in slavery, invaded neighbors, kidnapped all peoples around the world in the ancient world practiced that. So black Americans are mad at white folks for it. They're not mad at continental Africans for participating in slavery and help building slave dungeons in Ghana and them chiefs selling us to white folk. Right? They're not mad at all the brutality across Africa, because when I was in Ghana, a Ghanaian told me Africans are brutal to other Africans. And since he told me that 2.5, 3 years ago, I had to think about this. And I said, you know what? He's right. In Nzinga, the Dahomey tribe, the Asante tribe, all through West and Central Africa, these people practiced slavery on a large scale and invaded neighbors, kidnapped girls, used them as slave labor, mining gold labor. They all done this. If the West and Central Africans had ships, they would have sailed them ships to other lands and invaded other lands and captured people for slavery, just like whites did, just like Arabs did, just like the entire ancient world did. They would have all done it and all did do it. Nobody is morally better than the other person. We are all humans, 99.9% alike. You're not morally better than white folk. White folk ain't morally better than you. Personally, I judge people on an individual basis. Individual basis. That's how a human being should be treated. You don't want to go on a court case and they judge you by all kind of ignorant motherfuckers who's been around you. You're an individual. Don't judge you by this fuck shit that's been going on. Judge you by your merit. You would want somebody to judge you that way. So that's how you're supposed to look at the world. Right? Now, what it is black folk have been in competition with white folk in America for who's better morally. They've been in this moral competition with white folk forever. This is why groups like the Nation of Islam used to say the white man's the devil and the black man is God. The white man's the devil, but the black man is God. Religious nonsense. But it's all a ploy and a tactic to knock someone else's shine, to uplift themselves. Knock them to make self look better and more grandeur or more moral. This has been going on. This dichotomy has been going on. When a crime goes down between a white and a black, all you see around the world is this victimhood mentality and black folks saying, see, the white man is evil. See, we told you. He hates us. We told you. And they get to crying and boo-hooing. The white man, see, I told him, pointing a finger. That's to make them feel like they're morally better and that only the white man is doing evil and bad. But no, not us. This is all psychological. We're going to break this down, but math don't lie, niggas lie. Okay? So, they do this pointing of the finger thing because subconsciously, a lot of people know they're fucked up. You're pointing the finger at this one white man or white police who had an incident with a black and shot a black and it's a sketchy situation, and you niggas is blowing that up like, yeah, that's just the holy grail. Look, the white man, they shot us. They shot, they done that, they doing it. And ignore.
Yeah, peace, no man, B Money, and whoever's listening. Yeah, so B Money, like that's what makes us human and unbiased. You know, we become biased when we act like we agree with everything somebody said. There's some things, no man and myself, be on, you know, on point. Sometimes I say some things she disagree with slightly. Some things I say some stuff she vehemently disagree with. You dig? And she call in, and this black man don't agree with anything I say. You know, so, but yeah, man, like that's what makes us human and unbiased and make us fair. When we admit, yo, you a cool person, or you a decent person, or I don't like you, but I agree with some things you're saying. Like the man pointed out, she said, I don't gotta like you to agree. Like, look at how I listen to Tariq Nasheed. Like, I probably agree with 50% of the things he says, and 50% I disagree with. You know, I don't disagree with everything Polite says, but he is disgusting to me. He is very disgusting. Umar Johnson, I can't really say I agree with a lot of what he says. Like, I think Rizza Islam is like, I think I'm 100% in disagreement with Rizza Islam. And I think, who I just said? I said Polite. I think Polite disgusting. Yeah, I think Umar is close to Rizza Islam. Like, I think Rizza Islam, I don't think I agree with anything he ever says. And Umar Johnson, I'm probably close to that point too. So yeah, I would agree with more with Polite than even Inky than Umar and Rizza Islam. Like, those are just, I believe they're just wrong all the time. Okay, but yeah, so it's human to not agree with everything somebody says, even if you like them. It's human to just you know, yeah, I like this what you said, but that I dislike. That's just a fair thing to do.
Or all that bullshit and murder and tragedy going on in Chicago with youth killing each other. Ignore all this fuckery.
And guess what? There are going to be some people you agree with more often than other people. And those people are probably going to be invited to your inner circle. But that does not mean you can do business with them. You might do more business and better business with the people you disagree with, as far as their personal viewpoints. That's how that works. You might be anti, you know, the homosexuality thing, but a gay person will probably be your best business partner. And that's how things works.
And fuck shit going on in the world of hip hop. You ignore 20 murders to focus on this one murder because it's between a white man and a black. See? And you ignore.
Yeah, that's my problem right there. And that's what I call black allergy and black delusion. And you see, you have the white extremists, same way. You know, they believe everything is harming the white race.
And all that fuckery. Just so you can be in a moral competition with white folk. Oh, we're going to kill this bullshit notion. Let me not say it that way. We're going to expose the reality here. Let me just read
Making fried whitey. The baby had his first tape yesterday.
Comments before I continue.
I forgot the name, man. Oh my God.
1 second. You see, the Council of Nicaea, Council of Nicaea, Council of Nicaea. Booker T called these types problem profiteers. That victimhood mentality, which brings out problem profiteers. That's true.
And I'm saying a lot of women do that victimhood stuff too. The male boogeyman.
Leo Sadler says FBI
Boogeyman.
statistics will clearly show you that white Americans create the most violent crimes in America. Source up. That's the point of this video, Leo Sadler. I'm sourcing up. And I'm going to need you to bend the knee when I finish. Okay? Now, the point in the context of this video is citizens and people of America. You guys like to try to change the narrative and make some fake narrative and consider a agency of people. Nope, we're not doing that today. You guys won't be able to hide behind government agencies and call a government agency white people. Nope. Because today you have black mayors running cities. You have black police chiefs running cities. You just had a black president. You got a black vice president today. Obama administration, you had a black attorney general. The top cop in America was a black person. Top cop in California was a black lady.
Yeah, you like it. I didn't season it. This one I'm going to season. I bumped heads.
My daddy was a...
So specifically, let me go back. Tim's piece. According to the FBI, African Americans accounted for 39.6% of all homicide offenders in 2019, with white 29.1. Interesting. Well, my son was removed from the teacher's class. Admin said her behavior was inappropriate and not in alignment with their policy or value. Wow. Okay, so I'm battling with local activists and some black politicians with some of these very things. Yep. Specifically, they view her behavior as microaggressions that will be addressed. Good. That's right. I bump heads with local black activists and some local black politics because they on that mindset that we are always victims, but ignore exactly perpetrated. We gotta stop that bullshit. My issue with Chief X is he make these liberal versus conservative dichotomies, but he benefits from liberal policy, which is marijuana legalization. Hey, that's why if you want, you gotta, when Chief X, pop up, call in. Like that's what Stu Pease does. Stu Pease, you feel like he gotta address Chief X on some things. And then this black man do it to me. When I go live, he wants to call in and G-check me on some things I said. That's the best time, call in. And if you believe he's doing that, you get receipts, you challenge him on his talking points, and you have a good dialogue. Or what you can do is you can email me. So I got a couple emails, cwisdom3@yahoo.com. That's cwisdom, that's C, wisdom spelled with a Z, not an S. So CWIZDOM@yahoo.com. Or the easiest email to remember is blackthinktank@yahoo.com. blackthinktank@yahoo.com, and you can put your YouTube name as the subject and lay out the points, and I'll read it. I'll read it for Chief X. Let me hop on. I called him out on this video. He's going to mention my name. I have called him out on this video. Okay, so what would be your problem with this video?
Federal employee.
I never watched my first
for
time
50 years.
I know.
A federal employee can be anyone working for the United States government. They get all the same benefits. My daddy got the same benefits as a senator gets. So the government, the feds, is comprised of multiracial people. The government or a police department, all agency departments are comprised of whites, blacks, Mexicans, Russians, Samoans, immigrants, all kind of people are employed for the government.
Huh. Didn't we just hear that from Dr. Claude Anderson and Paranomics just now? That's funny.
So we're talking about individuals committing crime in America and what people are violent. Or we're debunking that Everybody's claiming that white folk is the most violent. Oh, but we're so somehow good and have good morals, but not white folk. So this presentation has been a long time coming. Leo Sadler, you don't have to debate nobody in the chat, Leo Sadler. Just sit back. Chief X got you covered. I'm gonna prove. Okay? So we got 4,500 people listening. 4,500 people listening to old Chief X run his mouth. I appreciate you for sharing the video. Hey, like button this video, god damn it, and share the damn video. One thing people need to know, and this is very important to understand. This is very important to understand. In order for a person to heal themselves, for a people to heal themselves, it's the same thing, and I always make this analogy. It's in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous. When you go to these meetings, a 12-step program. They say for you to get help or to heal or to recover from your addiction or from your problem, you first have to admit that you have a problem.
Liberal leaning.
Off the rip.
Oh my God.
You first have to admit you have a problem.
Yeah.
If a person who's an alcoholic or a drug addict don't think they have a problem, they can't get clean and they can't recover because they think they can handle it. They think, hey, I'm not no addict. I'm not addicted. I can handle it. I can still get high. I can still drink and do this shit and have a normal life. So in the rooms, they say, hey, first you have to admit you have a problem. They say, hey, I'm Chief X and I'm an alcoholic. Here, I'm Chief X and I'm an addict. I'm admitting a problem so I can get help.
That's right.
If I'm in denial, or let's flip it now, if black folk are in denial about their behavior in America, they can never heal or recover or progress.
Like what happens without admitting.
Understand that. If black folk are to progress and heal and recover from all this debauchery and bullshit and this craziness in hip hop, we have to first admit, nigga, we got a problem. We fucking up. And then once you admit you got a problem, once you admit you fucking up, then you can move forward and recover and seek help and address the issues because everybody is on the same on board, understanding we fucking up. So when we go, when this topic comes up, all this denial, all this blaming it on white folk, all this shit, you can't move forward like that. Get your mindset out of competing for morality with white folk and realize you need to turn in on yourself and compete with yourself. You don't know, you don't need to preach to the choir and tell everybody what white folk did during slavery in America and this shit like this. Everybody's clear on that. This is why I don't even get into what white folk. I don't need to preach to the choir no more. You guys are clear. I need to worry about my people. I'm worried about black power, empowering black folk, which doesn't mean you have to be racist. I'm not a racist. I don't hate white folk. I'm about empowering black folk, which doesn't require hating anyone. But I can't empower black folk focused on other folk. You get what I'm saying? Okay, so let me address, we're going to get into these stats, and I'm going to show you the stats, right? And then first, let me address music and art. Music and art, as you know, I've took art history in college when I was in college at LA Trade Tech. I know that music and art is an expression of the people, expression of the people's culture, an expression of how someone is feeling and thinking at a time. If I'm going through some hell in my life, I might sit down and write a song about what I'm going through and put that out there. My artwork and my drawing and my illustrations may portray what is in my mind and what I'm thinking. It may portray the culture. Now, let's talk about hip hop. Is black folk terrorizing America? Is black folk in America the most violent race in America? I've bent the knee and stopped this fake shit, and I have to admit, yes, we are fucking up, and we are the most violent in America. We far surpass white folk in violence.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, no.
And we're going to get into it. So let's just first tap on music before we get to the stats.
Because if you say no, then you got to pull up some counter stats to show white folks are
Music
and more violent.
is an
Black
expression.
folks.
In hip hop, they're going fucking crazy and nuts in rap. Hip hop is black American, Latino American, however you want, culture. We have to stop blaming white folk for the music we put out. We put out some fuck shit and the people act accordingly, and here we are blaming white folk all of a sudden. It's supply and demand. It's what you demand, what the supply is.
Yeah.
You see the music I play.
Thanks, plan.
I still represent popping, breakdancing. You'll see me popping and breakdancing, the good old days.
Chief X, that ain't popping.
While every other grown folks sold out.
You be twitching. You ain't popping.
In the age of, I still represent funk music.
I like funk.
Y'all hear me playing neo soul and good music. You hear me playing rap music. But I keep it real. They are not acting a fool in rock, country music. It's only hip hop. All these murders. Let's talk about it. We're gonna get out of denial today.
Yeah, this chat shouldn't be in denial because I played enough.
Hold on, let me close some of these pop-ups I'm getting. 1 second. All right. So let me share my screen. Sharing my screen. Bam. Bam. Okay, let me make it a little bigger. All right. So let's just first talk about rap real quick. Okay. This was an article that came out, right? I know it's a delay. Let me make sure my screen is sharing. Let me look at my tablet. Bam. Okay, we good. Okay. So the world knows this. It's just black Americans who be in denial about this shit. Is rap America's deadliest profession? They didn't say country music. They didn't say rock and roll. They didn't say pop music. Is rap music America's deadly profession? Why rap? It's filled with niggas doing some bullshit and saying some bullshit on a regular basis, influencing the youth. We don't have to lie. You know all these deaths then went down. Suge Knight, Death Row Records. Okay, come on, let's stop playing. He's locked up. Nipsey hustled and died. PNB Rock recently got shot up. Papa Smoke, Young Dolph. I can go on and on and on, but I might make this video too long just talking about fuckery and rap. We'll be here for a fucking hour talking about fuckery and rap before I even get to the stats. But you guys know, let's get out of denial. Hold on. Okay. Now, when I scroll down, this article says in 2020, more than a dozen prominent rappers lost their lives, most to gun violence. That compares to what the government ranks as the deadliest professions. Loggers with 56 deaths and roofers with 96 deaths.
Dang.
I mean, god damn. Y'all.
I ain't gonna be a roofer.
2015 study found jazz and blues singers have the longest lifespans into their 60s, while male rap and hip-hop artists have the shortest life expectancy, under 30. When it comes to death, more than 50% of the deaths in hip-hop artists and rappers were due to homicide, compared to 6% for heavy metal, country, blues, and jazz artists. If music and art is an expression of the people, just on that strength, y'all are fucking up more than anyone else in America. Period. Do we are you guys in denial about that?
Say no man, periods.
God damn, it says in 2020, more than a dozen prominent rappers lost their lives. Why? Because you niggas is wild up out here. What other reason? The profession of a rapper is dangerous, I was saying. And no other music category compares to the violence in hip hop.
I don't know.
So you guys' expression in art and music has been foul and caused death and violence. Can you guys admit that? God damn. All right. Moving on. We're going to talk about the FBI release of 2019 crime stats.
When you're a victim, you can't admit things. Victims don't admit shit.
In 2020, more so crime stats. And we're going to focus on violent crimes. Okay? First of all, what is a violent crime?
I don't know, but we need another violent crime bill.
Violent crime, let's define that. A violent crime, in a violent crime, a victim is harmed or threatened with violence. Violent crimes include rape and sexual assault, robbery, assault, and murder. Those are violent crimes. Rape, sexual assault, robbery, assault, and murder. We have other crimes that we're going to be talking about, but let's just define violent crimes, okay? And we're going to see who's committing these crimes the most, right? So, the FBI releases these crime stats, right? And they call it the UCR, which is the Uniform Code of Reporting. What is it? Let me get the correct name. Okay, Uniform Crime Reporting Program. Uniform Crime Reporting Program. The UCR program collects information on crimes reported by law enforcement agencies regarding the violent crimes of murder in non-negligent manslaughter, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, as well as property crimes of burglary, larceny, theft, motor vehicle theft, arson. Okay? The FBI classifies arson as a property crime but does not estimate arson data. Okay? Of the 18,667 federal, state, county, city, university, college, and tribal agencies eligible to participate, 16,554 agencies submitted data in 2019. A high-level summary of these statistics submitted, as well as estimates for these agencies that did not report, follows. Okay, so let's just talk about this real quick. This is what you have to understand.
B Money said Black Ops is going to bring up World War I, World War II, colonialism, and imperialism. Yeah. Like, listen. I'm sure Dr. Umar Johnson can tie that in there somewhere for the reason why the violence, is there. I'm sure you can go to the root of slavery. I'm sure you can draw a connection. And it won't be an indigenous Black man connection. It might be a thorough connection. Okay. And that may be true. Okay. But in order to solve what's happening, well, not even solve, in order to put a dent in the violence right now, we can't be studying what happened, we can't be studying for 20 years why we're like this. We got to put a dent in it now, a net around the fish now. Okay. And then we'll, like Miss Hillary said, and then we'll go and address the root cause. But right now, we got to put a net around it. Okay? One of those Bill Gates malaria nets. Okay?
The population here in America is white, 60% white, 18% Hispanic. Here they have 12.2% Black, right? Or African American, right? Now, some stats will vary. Some stats will say 13.4. Some stats will say 12. So they're saying, just say between 12 and 14. Okay, who gives a damn the exact number? It's not big of a difference. Okay? So there we go there.
But Tariq Nasheed thinks there's about 35 to 40% Black people here in this country. He thinks the numbers are skewed, and it's a conspiracy theory to make Black folks feel like they're a super minority in this country.
Of, 335 million folk in the world. Okay? So, let me make sure I get this. Population stats, right? Oh, I forgot to read this. They're talking about right here the criminalization of rap music. There is particularly troubling aspect of the connection between hip hop and mass incarceration. A situation where rap music documenting mass incarceration moves to
yeah, bigger your school to prison pipeline. Indigenous no man. Is it really school or is it rap? Especially not just the listeners, the people who participate as rappers, be employed as rappers. That's the prison to pipeline. That's a true one. That's more stronger than some ADD diagnosis, some misdiagnosis of ADD.
Rap music facilitating mass incarceration. Rap music facilitating mass incarceration. As far back as the early 90s, police and prosecutors nationwide have been using rap lyrics as criminal evidence to investigate, convict, and sentence young Black and Latino men. Because niggas run their mouth in rap music and their rap songs, and agencies have used the lyrics to investigate murders and violent crimes and shit, right? Let me move off that. And let me just explain what the UCR is
Mhm.
before I get into the stats. The UCR, excuse me, Uniform Crime Reports, the Uniform Crime Reporting Program compiles official data
Throw the bottle
on
down,
crime in
down.
the United States, published by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, a nationwide cooperative statistical effort of nearly 18,000 city, university, and college, county, state, tribal. Okay, anyway,
Bounce,
it's
bounce,
basically
bounce, bounce, bounce,
16,000 out of
bounce, bounce,
18,000 agencies report all their crime to the feds, to the FBI, and the FBI compiles these things, right? The UCR program started in 1920s, right? To create a uniform national set of crime statistics reliable for
Who is this
analysis,
calling?
right? So criminal
Hello?
justice students and they just keep these stats, and it's a good thing to keep these stats on crimes and how crimes were committed. Were they committed by a gun? Were they committed by a knife? And it's great to keep these stats, right? Um, Black folk, we're only 12% of the population. 12 to 13 to 14% of the population. Going down here, it says in 2020, whites are 60%, blacks 12.5, Hispanic 8.7, Asian 5.8, multiple races they have 2.3, and others is like 1%. Okay? So just understand, and you have to understand this when we go over the stats, that we're only 12 to 13% of the population. No way in the world should we come close to what whites are doing, which is 60% of the population. So, for instance, if whites committed 100,000 murders and blacks committed 80,000 murders, by percentage, black people commit more murders than white folk if we're only 12% of the population. Do you get what I'm saying? Okay, now let's go ahead and get with the stats. Here we have the FBI, what they call Crime Data Explorer. Hold on, let me just look at a couple comments. Y'all can relax. Y'all sitting here arguing with it in the chat. I'm about to break it all down to you, right? So they have location. Let me blow this up so everyone can see. They have the location. I have in here United States. I can choose a state, but I want to do nationwide, so I have United States. And they have a year. I selected 2020 because they just came out with 2020 stats. They don't yet have compiled stats for 2021, and we're currently in 2020. So they're always a year and a half behind the FBI and the crime stats, okay? So I chose United States so you guys can see the year 2020, right? And it says crime data for the nation are derived from summary reporting system and national incident-based reporting system. Reports voluntarily submitted to the FBI. In 2020, the FBI estimate crime statistics for nation are based on data received from 15,000, basically 16,000 out of 18,000 law enforcement agencies send their data in. Basically, the vast majority of all law enforcement agencies around the country send their data in for the crime stats to the FBI. Here we go. Resources about the data. Hold on. Make this smaller so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, so I went over this already. Let me go back to the Crime Explorer. Okay, we're back here where we're talking about the United States in the year 2020, right? And they have a trend of violent crime for 2010 to 2020. And this is a chart right here that's showing you by population how many individuals by population. That's not what I want to speak about, but there's good information to know. Now, you have right here, let me blow it up. National Incident-Based Reporting System, details reporting in the United States. Now, right here I have the crime select. It says all violent crime. When I hit the tab, it goes down to nonviolent crime, homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, property crimes list, all property crimes, and arson. Right? So we're just going to discuss these violent crimes, which is homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, property crimes, arson, and shit of that nature. Because other than that, I'll be here all day. We lead in all stats. Let me tell you that. Black Americans lead in all crime stats in America. Okay, so I have it on violent crime 2020 in the year 2020. You can click on age. You're talking about demographics. Violent crime offender versus victim demographics. Okay? You can check the age, the sex, the race, and ethnicity. So we're on violent crimes right now. All violent crimes, total. It's just saying all violent crimes, the totality. And then we're going to get into the individual ones. Let's click on race. What race are these people that commit all violent crimes overall? Here we go. Black or African American, 273,000. White folk, 270,000. Overall, of all the violent crimes combined, black folk lead. Whites. And we're only, at best, 14% of the population. Yeah, you niggas is acting a goddamn fool in America. The Democrats just don't let you think that, and liberals, because they want your vote. They want you to keep this victimhood mentality and play it off like this shit ain't real. Like you niggas ain't killing each other and acting a goddamn fool in rap music, just in your neighborhoods and all over the place. Right? You guys lead in all stats. So, the victim's race, they even have the victim's race category. The victim's race is more whites at 367,000. Black or African Americans, 245,000. Okay? So y'all lead. Math don't lie. Niggas lie. Okay. What's the next one? Homicide. Year 2020. Homicide, offender versus victim. We got it under the race category. Homicides. Black or African American, 5,832. Whites, 391. You guys lead, and you're only 13% of the population. Let's click on rape. How many is doing all this rape? We got it on race. Now white people lead in rape by numbers. White people, it says, committed rape 39,470. Blacks, 18,000. But when you do the percentage thing, since we're only 14 to 12% and white folk are 60%, by percentage we lead. Although it's showing whites had more rapes overall, but they have more rapes because they're 60% of the population and you guys are only 14%. So basically you guys committed half the rapes of whites, but You're less than half of the population. I mean, like, what can I say? The victims, 49,000 whites were raped, and 13,500 blacks. Okay, let's continue. Robbery. Robbery by race. I can check a race by sex, by age, but we're checking a race. Robberies in America. Blacks in 2020. 85,000 robberies. Whites, 42,000 robberies. We're talking about individuals and people doing dirt in America. And black folk are by far the most violent in America. But you guys, see, what you call it wanted to debate me on this. What's his name? Um, the 5% brother in New York. Rob Bourne tried to challenge me on this talk. I would have tore his ass up. I asked to somebody to debate me on this topic. Because I got a whole bunch of other sources and shit. But I'm trying to keep it simple for today. Nobody wanted to debate me on it because they're not comfortable. They know deep in their heart we fucking up. But they don't want to admit it in public because they think it makes them sound like a coon if they say certain shit in public or this be too real in public. But deep inside, they know black folk fucking up royally. And if anybody had tried to take this debate with me, I would have tore their ass up. They wouldn't have had a leg to stand on. Because math don't lie, niggas lie. So y'all are robbing more? Let's see what aggravated assaults by race. Whites have more aggravated assaults, 184,000, compared to blacks, 163,000. But wait, you're only 13% of the population. Why is y'all stats so fucking close to whites? Meaning black folk lead in assaults in America by percentage. It is what it is. And black folk need to accept and take their charge and admit they're wrong so then they can recover and clean this shit up. Then they can start focusing on help and why and what the fuck is going on that we acting the goddamn fool in America. Okay? What are we going to next? Let's go to all property crime. By race. Whites, 96,000. Blacks, 700,000 basically. 900,000 whites. Blacks, no, I'm sorry, I'm tripping. Blacks, 521,000. So 900,000 whites, 500,000 blacks. But we're only 13% of the population. So by percentage, we lead in property crimes. Most of the victims of property crime are white. Let's go to arson. Who's committing the most arsons in America? You have whites at 8,000 damn near, and blacks at 3,400. So by percentage, if we're only 13%, we're leading in that crime stat also. I thought whites were leading in that crime stat, but I'm wrong. Black folk is leading in the crime stats of arson. I don't need to make nothing up. I'm showing you the data from a reputable source, FBI. These are what these are what law enforcement agencies report. Like if 77th Station Police Department out here in LA, over here is, what's that, on Vermont or Hoover? I forget. 77th Precinct. Of all the crimes that they arrest people of today, September 26th, they report each crime. Say they arrest somebody for a shooting, they report that shooting to the feds. Say they arrest somebody for burning up a building and shit caught on fire, they report that crime as arson to the feds. And this is how this stuff has come to. So what is this we're on right now? Arson? Yeah, arson, 8,000 white, 3,400 black. We lead. I'm sorry. Because when I said we lead in all crime stats, people start having a heart attack. No, Chief X, you tripping. Oh, hell no, Chief. That's bullshit. It's not bullshit. It's not. You guys just in denial because of your want to be in competition with white folk. Let's look at burglary. Burglary, whites, 145,000. Black folk, 76,000. More whites committed burglary, but by percentage, we shouldn't be at 76,000. That's like half of what whites. I can see if we were 30% of the population, but we're not. We're only 14. So by percentage, black folk lead in burglaries. I'm sorry. Let's continue on. We're almost done. Larceny and theft. Let me blow it up so you can see. Larceny, theft, 2020 in America by race. Whites, 670,000. Black folk, 388,000. We lead by percentage. Motor vehicle theft we're on now. Who leads in motor vehicle theft? Carjackings and shit. White folk have 102,000 motor vehicle thefts, and black folk have 53,000 motor vehicle thefts. Thefts, yeah. So by percentage, we lead. So those are violent crime and property crimes. We lead in all of them. According to FBI stats, black Americans, by percentage, lead in all crime stats that are under violent crimes or property crimes. The more we're in denial about that, the more we'll never heal or recover or change. You have to admit you're an addict before you can recover and change. If you're in denial about it, you'll never recover and change. You'll always look for excuses. And you'll always point the finger at everybody else in the world except yourself. Except take your charge for what the fuck you did. Hold on, y'all. I haven't even looked and seen what was going on YouTube, excuse me, on Facebook. But y'all can share this video if you care about black folk healing. Black folk first need to understand this dynamic of crime and how we're fucking up in America and realize it's true and let your other people know so then everybody can say, you know what, damn, we fucking up. We need to change. Then you guys can stop pointing the finger and looking for excuses at everybody. You can turn in on yourself and focus on healing instead of deflecting blame to another fucking race. Instead of trying to compete with white folk morally, compete with yourself. Let me see what YouTube talking about. Hold on. Excuse me, on Facebook. We're going to do some damn questions and answers. All right. I've never streamed to Facebook as well as YouTube, but I kind of like it. The message could hit more people. Hey, if anyone's listening to me, hit the subscribe button and click all and click the bell for hit all notifications. Ain't nobody doing no better presentations than me. I may have low viewership. That's because I'm kicking that raw truth that people don't really want to hear. And I'm not going to change it. I'll stay having low viewership before I sell out. Right? So this is the channel you come to when you want that raw truth. It may hurt your feelings, but Chief X ain't never lied to you. That's why you can't go through my content and find me spewing any misinformation. Anything I spew has been verified and proven. So, earlier, Leo Sadler was saying whites by far. What do you got to say now, Leo? I'm not trying to be. Let's just be honest. I showed and proved. All people can do now is search for an excuse to say that shit ain't right. Something wrong. People in their mind right now, they're doing mental gymnastics, trying to deflect this reality and trying to falsify it some kind of way. In their mind, they're trying to make this shit go away. That's what they're doing. People are in their mind right now are tricking themselves, lying to themselves because they don't want this real narrative to be out there. You're going to get this real narrative. The rest of the world knows it. So black folk actually think they tricking white folk, or Mexican folk, and the other people. They actually think they're tricking people by always pointing at white folk. An incident go down between a white man and a black and the killing, black folk in an uproar pointing their finger and shit. And black folk actually think they are tricking the rest of the world into thinking we're just doing so well. No. You just look at everybody, the whole entire on the world stage, everyone knows black folk is in denial. You're not tricking nobody. People who do research see these stats. People who are just honestly living and looking at the news see hip hop music community going berserk. You guys are berserk in the hip hop culture. Murders, deaths, crimes, and this is music expressing itself. This is a people, this is a culture expressing itself in their music and art. You guys have the most foul and violent music on the planet. Just keep that shit real. You know this Nipsey Hussle shit, this Young Dolph shit, this Papa Smoke, P&B Rock. I mean, Suge Knight in prison, him running cars over niggas. I mean, get Tupac out here raping and shit. He go to prison for rape. If he didn't do it, he shouldn't have let his homeboys do it. He should have protected the woman. Niggas don't give a fuck. Tupac on wax talking about, yeah, nigga, I fucked your wife. Oh. Niggas on wax talking about, yeah, nigga, I fucked your wife. And this is who niggas praise. Tupac is like a prophet. And he got a rape case, violent crimes cases. And all they do is bring up them 3 goddamn songs, Dear Mama. They say, fuck all that thug life shit he represented. Fuck all that thug life hardcore shit he was repping. He made a song called Dear Mama. Shit. We love you. WAP, Cardi B, twerking all over the goddamn place. And you can't even go to a goddamn. They said some of these entertainment spots in these restaurants, they got these women twerking and the owner's pissed off. They don't want all this foul shit up in their restaurant. And here y'all is arguing so you can twerk in restaurants. I mean, wild. B Money say he ain't in no denial. See, us real ones, we don't be in denial about it. It is what it is. Per capita can't be dismissed. It can't be dismissed. If we're 14% of the population, there's no way we should be close in stats to whites when there's 60% of the population in crimes. Rob Bourne, I know you probably watching this. Bro, if you had took that debate, I would have brought this shit on your ass and embarrassed you. I told you I'm the wrong one to debate. I don't take no debates unless I'm sure I gotta win. If I think I might or there's a chance of me losing a debate, I'm not taking no debate like that. I ain't got no kind of time for that. I just say, hey, a lot of that shit these motherfuckers believe is true. But no, on this topic, I'm 100% right. Because at the time, we were talking about 2019 unarmed police shootings. And the stat was like 25 of them in 2019. No, sorry. What was the stat? Unarmed police shootings, 25 of them of white folk victims, and there were 13 black folk victims of unarmed shootings. Right? So I was arguing like this is some rare shit. You mean only 12 unarmed black men were shot in 2019? 25 unarmed white men were shot in 2019? I'm like, only 12? And of that 12, not all of the shootings were wrong. Only maybe half. So 6 foul unarmed shootings of black men in 2019? 6? So when I say that's rare, if we have 45 million black folk and 6 got shot unarmed in a foul way where the police are wrong, that's called rare. Imagine this. You got to think about it on this scale like this. 6 people shot unarmed in a foul way where the police were actually literally wrong. 6 people. There's 50 states. So that means every 7 states, one black man in that year in 7 whole states may get shot unarmed unjustly. 6 out of 45 million is rare. So if I say the Democratic Party is pumping up and exaggerating victimhood shit and victimhood crimes, that's exactly what the fuck they've been doing for your vote. And here you are acting like police is just rampantly shooting unarmed black people, and they're not. That's Democrats lying to you and exaggerating for your vote. Democrats pumping up all this shit. We got you covered. We're going to protect you. We got you. We're going to give you welfare. We're going to give you food stamps. We're going to got you. Don't have no guns, though. Don't carry no guns to protect yourself. Just wait for the police to come and run as fast as you can if somebody's coming at you. We don't want you to have no motherfucking guns in your rough neighborhood. You're victims. Just lie down and be docile. We got you covered. Vote for us. And here y'all is, yeah, white folks trying to do us. Yeah, you got our back, Democrats, yeah. And here y'all is, 90% voting Democrat. You're in a cult. You're in a liberal cult. And you believe this crime bullshit because you're in a liberal cult. I would have told Rob Barnes' ass up on that police brutality debate also. Because math don't lie, niggas lie. B Money said, I'm liberal. B Money, you may vote liberal, but you're conservative. I can tell by the way you talk. You have conservative values. You have those old school Bible Belt values. That's conservative. B Money, you don't believe men should marry men. You're conservative, but you just vote liberal. You see what I'm saying? See, this is what black folk do. Black folk are conservative in their thinking and shit, but they vote liberal and Democrat. So like I say, I'm a 2A guy. I represent. I love guns, titties in America. I do, goddammit. I love titties. And I love guns. And I rep a black American. I'm an African American. That's my motherfucking tribe. Black American to the core. That's my tribe. That's my culture. So whether I leave off the black and just say American, it's the same goddamn thing. I represent my tribe and what we accomplished here and what we helped build here. B Money say you're conservative, but you don't support white nationalists. True. Because conservatism doesn't equate to racism, like the Liberal Party makes people believe. Conservatism is an ideology. It's about how a person feels about their morals and their values. So when people label, just because someone is Republican or conservative, the Liberal Party and the whole world labels them or attaches them with white nationalists or white nationalism or white supremacy. That's an erroneous attachment. Right? So that's why a lot of people think that, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know who Mark J is talking to. If he's talking to someone in the chat or me, but just looking at this, and if he's talking to me, you're lying. There's no such thing as flat blackness. You're including anyone. I have no clue what that means because he's not communicating right. He's not typing and writing right unless he's talking to someone in the chat. There's no such thing as flat blackness. What is flat blackness? You're including anyone black. I don't know what that means. I forget about you, Banu. You're a hardcore Democrat. Nope. I see. I have to vote my values, right? See, in California, the liberals, Democrats run California. We've always been blue, but Democrats and liberals don't want me to have a five-shot revolver. Democrats and liberals don't want me to be able to protect my own life out here in California. They want me to call the police if somebody's chasing me down the street with an axe. They want me to call the police and run fast as I can and wait. If I shoot this person that's trying to kill me, then I might get a murder charge because I don't have a conceal and carry permit. I can't have people controlling my life, so I vote conservative for my personal reasons, right? And plus, I have this mentality of do for self. I've been self-employed for 18 years now. No, what is it, 15? No, 17 years. I've been self-employed doing for self. So I have this conservative ideology. The same ideology the Nation of Islam has. Do for self. That's a conservative ideology. See, I don't believe in, because I know it's harmful, lifetime welfare. I don't believe in that. And I think that is harmful to minorities to be on lifetime welfare because it makes a person comfortable. Like, for instance, my daughter was on welfare. She can't progress and get her own apartment or anything getting welfare because welfare doesn't give her enough money to pay rent for a one-bedroom apartment in California. So she'll always have to live with someone being on welfare. She can't progress above $600 a month because that free money you get comfortable with. So it affects you mentally. I don't want to get a job because I'm getting this free money. Therefore, I'm not going to seek employment and seek progress because I want to keep these welfare benefits. So the welfare benefits are keeping me stagnant in life. I jumped in her shit one day. We fell out. We haven't talked since. But guess what? As soon as she left living with me after we fell out, she ended up getting a job and off welfare. And now she got her own apartment because she can work a full-time job now, making 3 times as much as she did on welfare. And now she can afford a one-bedroom apartment. You get what I'm saying? So I'm for welfare for a fixed period of time, maybe 5 years, and then they need to force these people to get off welfare. If they don't, and we don't have a do for self attitude, psychologically, as a whole, we will stay below. We will stay stagnant. So I understand what a conservative ideology is. I don't get caught up in who the president is. Because people get caught up on personalities instead of principles. And that's not me. Fuck the personality. I'm dealing with the principle. Fuck Trump. Fuck Biden. Fuck both of them. What are the ideologies that I stand for and stand on? Conservative ideologies or liberal ideologies? I don't like anything goes liberal ideologies. That's just me. I wouldn't have voted for men marrying men. I wouldn't be Cardi B and WAP and Biden. I'm more for Kanye West and Trump than Cardi B and Biden. Kanye West and Trump is business. Progress, business. Kanye West, Trump. Cardi B, Biden. This is what was represented in the debate in the Democrats and Republicans before the election. Cardi B, WAP, twerk, anything goes, liberalism. Then we have the money men. Hey, I'm sorry, I'm with Trump and Kanye. Uh, they would say policies over personality, yep, or principles over personalities. Yeah, so I was trying to tell people, fuck Trump, fuck Biden, vote your values. You'll always win. People will always win when they vote their values. I mean, if somebody wanted to do that, like same sex wanted to marry each other, fine. But I don't think you should be changed. You don't have to change the laws for that. Um, People can do what they want, but just changing the laws to bastardize certain meanings, and I mean, to me, it's just going a little too extreme, right? You know what I mean? Everything gets extreme as time goes on. We have to sometimes run a check on ourselves, and just slow down. What's up, information man? This is just what I'm on. Marriage is a man and a woman. I have nothing against anyone gay or men marrying men. That's their thing. You've never seen me bash gay people. You never seen me calling out somebody because they're homosexual, or I don't give a fuck about none of that. You know what I mean? So I'm not that kind of pro black. People can do what the hell they want to do. I've gotten to the point where I don't even care about interracial relationships no more. And what made me think that way is my son had told something to me one time. Like my son know how I used to feel about, hey, bring home a black girl, keep that chocolate in the family. I used to say, right, and then so my son was in a suburb school. My son was like prom king, right, and his girlfriend was prom queen, right. My son was a stud in high school football, right. So he had a black girlfriend, the blackest girls in the all white school, which I made me happy, right. But then this black girlfriend cheated on my son. And my son's a disciplined guy. He doesn't cheat. He's like my dad. Still disciplined. I'm a cheater. My son is way more disciplined than me. This black chick cheated on him, and anyway, he ran into this Latino chick, and he was describing how the Latino chick was treating him and would bring him pizza and shit and do nice things for him and go out her way to, treat him nice and do things. And it was a different dichotomy than the sister. So since it was my son, I had to sit back and take a look and think. I said I would prefer that my son is happy and comfortable and not going through drama in a relationship. So I said to myself, whatever makes my son happy, I know his intent was righteous. If it didn't work out, hell. But whatever makes my son happy, that's what he should go for. And if it was a Latino girl, then hell. If she was treating him nice and spoiling him and doing things when the other girl wasn't, what can I say? I mean, that was just the reality. That was just his reality. So I stopped tripping on interracial relationships. People can do what the fuck they want to do. Although he's back with her now. But it was just an issue he went through at a point. When somebody say Giants is dominating, I got the football game on, but I don't watch football a lot unless my son is playing or until we get to the Super Bowl or playoffs. But I'm on more basketball and combat sports. I don't miss no UFC fights at all. Okay, so let's just have a review, right? Got 60 people listening. Let me share my screen again. We went over the FBI, and they released their 2019, but actually 2020 crime stats, right? They released it, and it's all compiled in the Crime Data Explorer, right? FBI Crime Data Explorer, and you can see the crimes, the type of crimes, the age of the person, the demographics, the sex, the race, the ethnicity, what type of crime, the numbers. You can see all that. And blacks commit the most crime. We've went through. It's 60% whites, four, at most 13% blacks, 18% Hispanics. Right? It's more Hispanics in America than black folk. Right? We went over the. Yeah, here we go. Right here, 60% white. It says 12.5% black, 18%, 7% Hispanic. We went over what a violent crime is. It includes rape, sexual assault, robbery, assault, murder. We went and showed the numbers on that that's reported from the law enforcement agencies. Uh, we broke down what the UCR is, which is the Uniform Crime Reports. Um, oh, right here, I don't know if I showed this, but let me go and highlight it now since we're right here. Yeah. A Uniform Federal Crime Reporting Act of 1988 notes that it's required uh, feds participate. Hold on, let me make it smaller because it's cutting off some of the writing. Which requires federal law enforcement participation in the UCR program and directs the Attorney General to collect crime statistics. So the Attorney General was directed to collect crime stats from law enforcement agencies, um, from all federal agencies, including Department of Defense that routinely investigates complaints of criminal activity. Okay. We went over criminalization in rap music. We went over rap music, hip hop music compared to other forms of music, and they have full blown articles telling you that the participation or the people in hip hop is a dangerous profession. A lot of homicides and deaths and robberies and all kind of foul shit going on, which doesn't go on with jazz artists, metal artists, country artists. Okay. Um, there was a video I was going to play where people had literally sat down. People literally sat down and done a live stream about why hip hop music and the culture is so violent. But it was an hour long, and I didn't want to bore you guys. I did an hour and a half by myself. It would have been here 2.5 hours. But I just wanted to show those stats. A lot of people have been in denial about it. Um, about who's been violent in America, but the stats show different. Um, and it's something we got to work on. People have to understand this. We have to stop pointing the finger at white folk. I read a post the other day, and somebody talking about Jeffrey Dahmer is representative of 95% of white folk. Just stupid shit, you know. And they love Jeffrey Dahmer because they behave and want to act the same way. Just stupid shit. It's just niggas in the hood trying to make white folk look bad so they can look better or appear to look better. And these same people saying that their sons and daughters is in prison and dead and all kind of shit for doing crime, robberies and such. And mad at me because I tell the truth. We can't continually intellectually jacking each other off with all these smoke screens. and deflections about Black American behavior in America. The more we're in denial about it, the more it continues. You have to take your charge today and admit we have a problem so then we can go ahead and solve this problem. It is what it is. Um, Let me just tell you something. When Trump was in office, I made great money. I mean, soon Biden came in office, my income cut in half. Yeah, I'm sometimes, so it'd be some months I'm damn near doing some struggling these days. The stats say, forget what people say, but the stats say black businesses thrived more during Trump administration than in any time in history. This is a fact nobody can get past. So if black businesses done better that period he was in, that's huge to me. That means I would lean.
My bad. I had a phone call. Okay, so let's look at this. No, ma'am. Yeah, no system is bulletproof, so I can't deny that. The mayor's office in each city submits to the governor's office, and we can all get state data from them. So why doesn't he then? So why then doesn't the FBI use this data that's available to all? Yeah, the FBI. The FBI, a little sus, man. I got some stuff for you. If I didn't get that phone call, I was gonna address some of it. Yeah, how the hell does this computer get all this stuff on? Yeah, for the FBI, you know, they're definitely flaky. Let me read up. The disdain always shines. So I'm reading backwards. I should read. Yeah, I'm doing it wrong. Let me start from the top down. Okay, so let me look at some of these comments. There's a lot of comments. Okay, all right, cool. Math does lie, but okay. In statistics, your output is only as good as your input. If 90% of reporting organizations come from predominantly black area and only 10% come from predominantly white areas, what will be the output? Does he know the areas that provide data to the FBI for analysis? National stats can be unreliable, but state crime stats aren't. The highest homicide rates in PA will come from Philly, which is mostly black. Same applies to Illinois and Chicago. Do all states require organizations to report? And if not, they absolutely can be unreliable. They don't have to report to the FBI, but state crime stats can be obtained without FBI data. Yeah, because FBI pretty much when they want to investigate something, like they'll go through your books. Like think about it, when you owe taxes, you ain't pay the IRS audit you, like because you withheld information from them. So they'll go to your books and to build a case, they gotta read what you documented, right? About yourself, about your company. But are they? Car insurance rates are based on the same local police data. FBI has no involvement. True. Chief Ed's got every respect to be angry at this. Shit, I'm probably the most angriest. I asked my question, do all states have a consistent process for reporting crime statistics from the local level? Reason FBI reporting unreliable because all states don't report. I'm saying local state crime data has zero to do with FBI reporting. Limitations. Local police crime stats are public. I'm glad Chief Ed's calling out black on black crime. Doesn't answer my question. If there are inconsistent processes on the local level, it skews the state level. If it's skewed at the state level, it can be skewed on the national level by not reporting and or inaccurate or inconsistent methods of reporting. These niggas are savages. So you're saying even local police departments aren't releasing crime stats accurately? So yes, numbers can lie and do lie. Well, there are definitely inaccuracies, that's without question, but how egregious the inaccuracies are is not clear. You have the crime itself, victim of said crime, and perpetrator of said crime. Even with that skepticism, lower income black neighborhoods have a specific criminal profile and type of crime usually committed. There is no white city equivalent to inner city Chicago. Wow, this man is saying what many people think internationally about America. The implosion is real. The question is how much pain will it take to stop the rot? Where is the pride? Blacks are very violent, like transatlantic slave trade violent. Statistics prove it. Violent crimes in a poor white town don't mirror those in a poor black one because we have different level of gang violence and drug market in black cities. Blacks are killing more blacks these days than the KKK did in the heights of its conception. Yeah. Build America with one hand, take it down with the other. Would you agree that kidnapping is a crime that's historically more frequent in white areas and that many are unresolved? Perpetrators remain unknown. Inception, not conception. Philly and Baltimore still have 1980s crack era type crime and open air drug markets. That's black people. No, ma'am, I would agree. They say I will agree. The name "No Man," I forgot. I read it off like he's saying "No Man," like "No Man." You just tagging the name. If a perpetrator remains unknown, how does that affect statistics? We can play that unknown, unreported crime game with all types of crime. Though even blacks get away with crime. So what's your point? Yeah, a lot of people ain't locked up in Chicago. All robberies or shootings are reported to police. Yeah. So and actually, yeah, I think black crime might be more underreported than white crime because calling the cops for us is taboo. And in some cases, it'll get you hurt. Yeah, so I would speculate that black crime would be more underreported than somebody else because we got the don't involve the beast, don't involve the white man type attitude. I even got jumped and robbed once and never reported it. Yeah. So Tim, that's absolute fact. Black folks, a lot of stuff happened to us. Car get vandalized, broken into, and we just don't call the cops. It might be for insurance purposes. I know we would get rear-ended. I got rear-ended in Newark. It didn't do any cosmetic damage, but later on, it was some internal damage unbeknownst to me, and it revealed later. I'm like, oh shit. So yeah, and that was not reported. Yeah, so yeah, definitely a lot of, I want to say a lot of our crimes are underreported, especially, that's a great point, Tim. There's so many jumps, robberies, all type of shit, threats that we just don't report. And yeah, so Tim, that's a great point. If we reported all the crimes, yeah, it'll be way worse. Yeah, I would agree with that. It'd be worse if we reported the robberies, the jumps, the threats, all type of shit. Gambling, it's legal now, but illegal gambling that resulted into a fight, dice game, whatever, that's a crime. You're illegally gambling. And that's what brought about the fight, but nobody reported the fight, nobody reported the gambling. Two crimes never mentioned. Stupees, LOL, I agree, Tim's, which is why the FBI cautions those who use them to look beyond just the stats themselves so they can understand the limitations and implications. If all the crimes blacks get away with were reported, yeah, I agree with Savage. It'll go crazy. Democratic demo test, nothing about it is real. Savage, yeah, so we're not in a real democracy, Poetic Empress. We are, it's called a Republic Constitution, something like that. It's called a Republic Constitution, something like that. That's our society. Savage, I'm refraining from engaging with you. You're a little too biased in your perspective for me to engage. Dude is a joke. I don't know what two people saying. No man, FBI reported limitations have been exposed before. I have an article saying 2,700 agencies don't report. I'm still surmising we commit more violent crimes due to inner city lifestyle. 38 shots, 7 fatally this week in Chicago, but it's the white man's fault, huh? Chicago's like a war zone, hood part of the city, at least. St. Louis is wild. Why did the ex-girl cheat? What was it the son doing? Oh, he's black with BW, black women. Oh, he's back with black women. Tim's, what population makes up 27 agencies that don't report? What do their demographic look like? Why does Chief cheat? Why does Chief cheat? It saddens me. If it's the children of the baby mamas making babies outside of wedlock with the Pookies and Ray Rays responsible for most crime, cheater X. No man, the reporting flaws only apply to FBI national stats, not local crime data that we all can get from each state directly. Yes. So organizations, when organizations do the crime rates, like they just gather public record. Yeah. Okay, phone ring. All right. Give me a second.
Towards that administration. Black folk had the lowest unemployment rate since the civil rights era under the Trump administration. This is just a fact I can prove that nobody can get around. But people always make excuses during presidencies and say that was because of what Obama did before him. And when Obama was in office, they always said it was because of what the president before him done. And it goes on down the line. Every election, any accomplishment of that administration, it never fails. They always credit the previous administration for putting something in effect so the current administration can look good. These are always the excuses. I had to stop doing that. I had to just tell myself, under whatever administration this is happening, that's who's getting the credit. Because we can go on with trying to credit the administration before this administration. It happens too fucking much. So just so I won't be unbiased, under Trump administration, black unemployment was the lowest since civil rights era. Black businesses did better. So I have to go with that administration. I didn't want to go backwards. And I see now we went backwards with Biden. We did. As far as what benefits black folk, is my point. You can talk about personality and what somebody said and he say, she say, and that shit is personalities before principles. I don't give a fuck. What you say? Bring up. Matter of fact, you say bring up them stats. Let me see if I have it still. Hold on. Hold on. I'm just looking at this one. I'm just bringing up one thing real quick. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let me just show the stat. I just pulled up one. I'm not like people can call this confirmation bias, but hell, let's just look. I'm not making it up. Um, let's go to this stat right here. It gets complicated, but here it goes. Fact check. Trump touts low unemployment rates for African Americans and Hispanics. It was fucking true. Um, the claim: Black and Hispanic unemployment are at near record lows. All right. Trump's numbers are right, but it's generally a stretch for presidents to take credit for job creation. So a lot of people want to give credit to the person before you. The long answer: Trump is right. African American unemployment hit a record low in December. The unemployment rate for black Americans is currently 6.8%, the lowest level record recorded since the government started keeping track in 1972. Based off that alone, people can make excuses and say it's such and such. It had to do with Obama before him. People can say all that shit they want to. But the fact remains that our unemployment rate was low under his administration. Since, not where did I say, civil rights era? This says since 1972. Okay? It is what it is. Dr. Banoob said Chief X daughter is lesbian. He's acting a hypocrite. He's mad that I like. He's mad I prefer Trump. One of my daughters is lesbian. This is what you call being honesty, and I love her to death. But it doesn't mean I'm selling out my values. That's just her and what she is. Okay? I'm not for gay marriage, regardless if my daughter's a lesbian or not. She knows this, but she also knows I support her and love her. Okay, so Eve, wait a minute. My Facebook family chiming in. Eve say Trump all day. All right, what else did I want to share? I think I've completed it all. So, from now on, it's like we have to start admitting that we're fucking up in America. Yes, I prove without a shower of a doubt, black Americans are the most violent in America. When we're talking about individuals and citizens behavior, what y'all have done was group people into a government agency, and you use a government agency to be considered white folk. Nope, 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 nope. That's that bullshit. A government agency is filled with all kinds of races and people making decisions for that agency. Hey, we go to school now. It's 2022. You got Asians in charge. You got black folk in charge. You got Mexican folk in charge. You got Latinos in charge now in certain things. You know what I mean? Everything ain't ran by white folk. Newsflash. Hey, Information Man says, "Can I get a link? Let me drop a link. Hold on. Anybody else want to come on too and discuss this? I copied the link because really I'm bored and I don't want to get off. Bam. I put the link in the chat. Where did Leo go? Leo was mad. Them stats didn't agree with him. The stats didn't say white folk is leading in all crimes. Now you got to face reality. Told you, when you come to this channel, you got to face reality. This ain't the channel where you come get this revised fake history, this romanticized history. This ain't the feel good channel. This is the tell the truth channel. There go OG Mr. Information Man. How you doing, bro? Maybe you getting your mic together. Oh, you getting your devices together. It says devices not connected. Yeah, it said it needs to connect your mic and I guess your visual in order to be connected to the live stream.
Now I'm connected.
There
now.
we go. OG Information
What's
Man.
up, man?
What's happening with you?
I want to ask you a little question because you bring up a very interesting topic tonight. Are black people the more violent? Can I just give you a little pushback?
Yes.
Well, take it as it is. We are leading. When I look at the FBI statistics, the most recent, which is between 2019 2020, we lead in murder and manslaughter at 51.2% in comparison to white people at 45.8%.
You said
Now,
murder and manslaughter?
Yeah, for murder and manslaughter, meaning homicide. We're harming each other
Right.
completely across the board. We're effing up. Now, just so you know, according to their data, I didn't make this up. When you look at total crime, I know that they are the biggest white people have the largest population, at least that's what we think they and that we're 13% of the population. That's what they tell us we are, what we think we are. Because people can make the argument, well, because there's more white people, this is why it would come out to this level. Well, white people lead in all total crime in the country, according to their data, at 69.4%. Black Americans or African Americans are at around 26.6% in overall total crime. However, we are disproportionate. We lead too much in harming each other. Now, I don't like using this word, so I'm going to say the R word. You know what the R word is?
Rape.
White men lead, or white people lead, at 69.8% when it comes to the R word. 26.7% for black folks. Still, we shouldn't be doing that.
Hey, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Where I'm getting this from, this is
No.
This is right off of their website.
No, I was going to ask, were you here when I showed the stats initially?
No, because I was on another panel and
okay.
I came in late, so I don't want to be disrespectful because you probably did go over that. So I don't want to repeat anything that you've already said.
Well, like you're saying, I agree because I showed that those violent crimes, which the R word is under violent crimes, we lead, and you just kind of co-signed and said we lead in murder and
Yeah, because I'm not going to set up here, Chief X. I got too much respect for you, and try to like dangle those numbers. No, we lead in all the crime statistics. Black people lead the highest in committing murder on each other, and it's usually we're harming each other. White people lead in things like harm of their family, domestic violence towards a wife or a child, and the R word, and molestation of children, and commercial burglary and things of that. There's a lot of things that they lead in that we don't even lead in, but we lead in taking each other out of this third dimension. That's a problem.
Okay, so
that does not negate your points tonight, because we have a problem with killing each other.
right. So what I did was, let me just show this real quick. What I did was this Crime Data Explorer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And wait a second. Here it go. Okay, here it go. For violent crime and property crimes. So my presentation was just specifically speaking on the crimes of homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, arson, burglary, larceny, theft, and motor vehicle theft.
Okay.
And in these 8 categories, we lead in all of them. In these specific categories.
Now,
according to the FBI statistics.
Okay. Now, this is from year 2020, right?
Correct.
Okay. According to the FBI statistics that I have right up, I have their actual website up on my computer right now. According to them, when it comes to robbery, you're right. Black people are leading in robbery at 52.7%, white people at 44.7%, according to FBI statistics. But in terms of burglary, and maybe some things have changed, Chief X, they had white people, white society, at 68.2%, black people at 28.8% in terms of burglary.
Say that again?
I'm going to say it again. According to their statistics, they had black people at 68.2. No, white people are at 68.2%, where black people are at 28.8% in terms of burglary. Now, maybe this has changed Okay, maybe something has changed. They also have white
Well, here,
people.
here it goes
Okay,
right here. I don't
I'll
know if you
stop
can
it
see.
there.
I don't know if you can
Let me
see
look
my.
at your screen.
Can you
Okay.
see it? Okay, this is for burglary. So they
Okay.
have it as the total number. They said in 2020, whites
Okay.
had 332,000 burglaries. Blacks, it says 91,000.
Okay.
So
Now,
but when you say those percentages, you may be right.
well,
But
what?
just say, for instance, you what do you call it? Round it off.
Well,
Say
let me
white.
just say, this, Chief X. I want to be more specific so that I'm making sense here. Under it's called Table 43A under FBI. So this is based on offensive charges, and this is based on total arrests. I got to be more specific here. Total arrests by race, percentages distribution, and then let me just I want to shrink something on my screen. Do it once more again because I can't see this other part right here. Then it has the total. So this is based on total arrests by
Right.
offenses according to the FBI statistics.
Yeah, so I
Nothing
think
that I made up, brother.
right. So I think it's what it's saying is, yeah, whites have more. What are we talking about, burglary right now?
Right,
Yeah, whites have way more burglaries at 300,000, and we have 100,000.
right. And
So, but if there's 60% of the population, and we're just say 15%,
yes, sir.
by percentage, it seems that we're committing more burglaries.
Right. Now, yes. But guess what? Where are we committing the burglaries, Chief X?
Well,
What
here
are
they
we
have
doing?
they have
In
also
pen?
they also
Okay.
have right here the victims of the crime,
Right.
and it tells you who and where. Most of it's always committed inside of a residence or a home.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But they'll give you the race of the victims too.
Well, can I say this, my dear brother?
Yes, sir.
And I know you've heard this before, and I'm not saying this to be smart or anything like that, but it is a reality that when people live in close proximity to each other, and I know you've heard this already, that people tend to commit crime on people who look like them. So if you look at white people and the crimes that they do, overwhelmingly white people prey on white people. Where I live at in California, Northern California, we have they have actually an Asian gang task force. And you notice, Chief X, every time they talk about gangs, they always tend to focus on Latinos and blacks, as if Asians don't have gangs, as if Asians are free of all crime, right? Well, up where I live at, the Asian gangs prey on who? Other Asian people, particularly the elderly, because they tend to keep money in the house because they know the cultural, norms of their people, right? But you hardly ever hear of Asian gangs members preying on black people as we walk down the street. They tend to go at each other. Now, I'm not saying that to make any excuses for the niggery behavior that black people engage in with harming ourselves, but we got to be fair here and be honest about the fact that every ethnic group preys on one another. So is it actually that it's a problem? Is it that it's because we're black that we do this? Or is it simply a human trait that all humans have, the ability to harm one another, specifically their own race? Because if you look at history and you go back to Europe and you are a student of history, white people were killing each other in Europe before they brought their ass over here to North America. They were killing each other up, and Africans were killing each other up over there in the continent. Am I right or wrong?
Correct.
That's all I wanted to say. I'm not trying to deny your
Nah.
analysis tonight.
That's
but I
fine.
just wanted to I just wanted to add that perspective. That's all.
Right. So what they call them, I don't know if you said it, but they call it what? Crimes of proximity, right?
Yes, sir.
Crimes of proximity. So you're usually going to commit a crime. So all these crimes listed on my stats
Yes, sir.
are not, they're basically that's implemented already. They're
Right.
letting you know the proximity about all that.
Right.
So it's all on the equal footing still.
Right. But let me also let you know something. And then maybe you know this about me, maybe you don't. So I know a little bit of something about crimes and gangs, seeing that I work in mental health within the prison system in California. I see every gang. I've talked to these guys. I'm around them. I counsel them. what have you. I've been doing this for years. And I can say without a shadow of a doubt to you, Chief X, that I also have access to seeing what we call the C files, the criminal files. And it is very clear, and this is the truth, that most of the crimes when it comes to murder, killing, and mayhem, the brothers that I deal with that are in the pen, their crimes are usually against somebody that looks like me and you. But wait a minute now, the white boys, the Asians, the Latinos, when they come in and you look at their C files, their crime was normally against someone that looked like them in the neighborhoods that they grow up in. I'm not saying this from looking at some statistics on the page here. I'm saying this from looking at the data in California, where we incarcerate more people than a little bit. And I've been doing that work for over 20 years now.
Yeah, I think everybody pretty much agrees with that. I agree with that. I agree with crimes of proximity.
Right. But that's still no excuse for black folks to be doing these things to each other just because we can say other people do it too. Why can't we be better than that?
Real talk. Real talk. We got to do better. I'm just reading some comments right now. Well, crimes of proximity. Yeah, what you guys said. Well, crimes of proximity also include domestic crime. Yep.
Okay. But Chief
Yeah.
X, let me throw this one at you, because I've been hearing this and I don't know if this is just.
All right, I'm back with these long ass phone calls I've been getting. All right, let's see. So let me catch up on the chitty chat. Tim, I'm sure the state also blah 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 blah. Do you agree with his fine? I haven't even seen the fight. I mean, I haven't watched the video, so I missed. So okay, let me say this. All along, the video was playing and I was totally silent. I missed everything. So when I hear you guys talking about the CompuBox stats, I'm joking, that's boxing stats. I'm like, oh, I guess some stats was produced, because I see No Man and Savage and Tim's disputing that. So Stu Peas, it wouldn't make sense to me to dispute his findings, because I don't even know the findings. So I gotta, some point later today, watch let's go ahead and listen to his findings, and then we can dispute, because otherwise I'll just be taking your side, you dig? And I wouldn't even know if Chief X said that or not, what context or what link, I wouldn't know. So I'm straight in the dark on the findings. So I was just gonna just bring it back to this. Like, since I'm not in the loop on the findings, Decent Peace, Stu Peas, and Indigenous. So enemy, what enemy? The enemy seems to be black folks. But anyway,
He's running hard as hell.
So anyway, so I was gonna bring it back. Since I don't know about the findings, I want to bring it back to this, right? So forget about that direction right now. So later on today, we can play that back, and y'all can, we can go over it with the panel, and y'all can tell me which I disagree with, no problem. Look like y'all questioning some of the stats the organizations gather. And I guess I'm guessing the argument is, when these private organizations gather the stats, the crime stats within a local city, I'm guessing you're saying when the FBI get the stats from that was gathered by the private organization, the FBI cherry picks the stats. I'm guessing that's the conversation what's going on here. I do want to say the FBI do be on some SHIT. They definitely, like, their negative history definitely precedes them, and it follows them into 2022. not saying that their findings are wrong. I'm just saying like they are the dark horse. You know, if y'all want to say a devil or and this one have an argument, you can start with the FBI. You dig? And that won't be a conspiracy theory. They are, you know, they're still a dirty organization. You know, today it's still a really dirty organization. Is all of it 100% dirty? No, but largely there's a lot of it that's still dirty and untrustworthy. Okay, but does that mean all their stats are bull? No. You know, you got to prove that it's bull, and Stu Peace wants to do that, and we're gonna do it. See, I got a funeral, so basically, I got a funeral. Those long phone calls was like funeral arrangement. It's a wake. It's a wake. Funeral's tomorrow. I don't go to funerals, but I will attend a wake here and there. So I'm going to a wake, and you know, we'll just had to cancel some classes to make it. So when I come back, that's when we'll go live. I would try my best to go live by 9 o'clock, 9:30, not 10. If I do go at 10, then you guys gotta hop on, oh man, Stu Peas, and just take it away. Like, don't even rely on me, because you know I'm gonna go to sleep. So if you guys wanna hop on, if I go on late, you guys gotta just take it away. Okay. So I wanted to swing it to this. So I know where the argument, I'm guessing where the argument went to. Thank you, no man. So basically, an uncle was on life support for a long time. You know, like his children didn't want to pull the plug. Right? Like they felt like there's some activity. They felt like, you know, he'd come out the coma or whatever. But most of the adults, like myself, my brothers, and his siblings, pronounced him dead at the time he was on life support, you know, because those type of occurrences you don't come back from. So most of us are not, you know, the sadden is gone because we accepted it way 10 years ago. So it's finally official, you know. So, you know, so it's one of those crazy situations. But so I'm here, like I said, I'm hearing different arguments. But the main argument was, so I guess it was the comparison, were Black Americans more violent than white Americans? So that was the first, or actually, are Black Americans the most violent criminals in America? All right, and that was the question. Then he went on with his information. So there you go. And I would invite Chief on here, but I don't think y'all respond to Chief X too well. I think it gets too sloppy and nasty too fast. You know. So I think it's, you know, I think it's sometimes more than the information. It becomes personal disgust. Yeah, so it gets too tacky and sloppy. And then, you know, eventually he's going to blow up, and then nothing's going to get done. Okay. So it's not even like it won't even be an honest dialogue or honest panel discussion. He's an agitator. I mean, well, he might say the same thing about you, because I know it's mutual. I know, like, whatever feelings he has for you and Stu Peas, I know you guys share the same feelings on him, and whatever feelings you have for him, he probably shared with you guys. I know it's probably mutual, you know, and that's where we're at, you know, because it becomes a matter of just opinion, right? No different when Unc and Chief X get into it. Unc's gonna blame Chief, Chief's gonna blame Unc, and there's no convincing each other otherwise, and that's just the way the story gonna end. I fuck with Chief X. I think he rubs people the wrong way. How he responds to some people, Chief, cool. He just tries to act like he's fine everyone. Okay, so you believe like he talks down to people, and you don't like that. I mean, these are fair, you know, concerns. And again, if you have an opinion, it doesn't make it, you know, false, right? It doesn't make it non-valid. It's a, you know, we know each other for years. So if you form an opinion on me, Chief, no ma'am, it's a valid opinion because we talked to each other enough times to form a valid opinion. Doesn't mean it's facts, but it's justified, in other words. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not the most laid back, yes, like Farrakhan type of talking Negro. So I understand people ain't gonna like my style either. I'm like kind of aggressive, and I'll be wrong sometimes, and I'll be talking loud and screaming. You know, so that's gonna always drive people the wrong way, rub people the wrong way, drive them away. He said, Ramon says, yes, he talks down to people. I'm always honest. He's biased and obnoxious. Indigenous said, Chief X on this BS is too easy to debunk his talking points. So I don't know if Indigenous was around when I was playing the Chief X video. He apologized to me the day after Amber and I lit his BS up a few shows ago. Yeah, so you say BS, like which BS? Because Chief X talks about numerous different things, right? So which BS did you debunk? I know you don't believe everything he says is wrong. I know you can't believe that because he touched on so many different topics. So I know you're not that crazy to say all of his talking points are wrong. But he's definitely not wrong about Black Egypt. Yeah, give me that. Stay out the trash. Stay out the trash. Why you in the trash? Let me tie this trash. You keep going into this trash can. You want to tie it up? Yeah, so so basically, let me say this. All right, you know what? Let me create a poll to see, because let me kind of feel the atmosphere in the chat. I'm gonna create a poll. And it's gonna be based upon the video Chief X presented. Okay. And you guys let me know how you feel about some of these questions. All right. So hold on. Let me first sit right there. Okay. So here's the first poll. So I want to feel the temperature of the chat. So nobody leaves right now. Let's first fill out this poll. So I'm gonna ask the initial question. Are Black Americans the most violent criminals in America? Okay, so that's the first question. So there's a poll right there. Everybody, answer, are Black Americans the most violent criminals in America? Okay, so there you go. So please fill out that poll, click yes or no, and let's feel the temperature of the room, and then I can go to the next question. So I can kind of narrow down where we are. And I would eventually because I didn't hear anything about the FBI findings, local findings, nothing. I was absent. I was on the phone that whole time. What you want, Googie? So fill out the poll, please. Let me know how y'all feeling about the initial question. Cookie. We got food. Tomato.
You said tomato. Little strawberries.
Tongue out.
Tongue out. Yeah.
It's still out.
Yeah. I like that. Why you do that now, bro? I can't even do all I see his tongue.
Hungry, hungry.
Yeah. No, bro. Like what about?
Yeah, you like a little.
Oh, you do?
Give me that. Can't go eat. There we go. Something big. Here we go. Can't use that knife. I cut the fish with that knife. All right, use this knife right here.
Yeah, that's beast.
Let's see react with the poll. Poll. Did anybody answer the poll? Oh, I didn't even submit it. Oops, sorry. There we go. There's the poll. I thought I submitted it. Wait, did I? Oh, it might be a violation. Maybe I had a word difference. Or black. Okay. All right. So let me reword it. Are the Black Americans the most? Okay, I'm gonna put dot dot dot. Okay, let me switch. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I put the dot dot dot. It won't let me ask it like that. So okay, now it's there. It won't let me. That's crazy. It won't let me ask it the way I asked it. Well, while we on that, let's talk about feeding black babies to alligators. Who did that, Frosted Man? Well, let's not stop there. Let's talk about slavery altogether. There you go. Okay, so let's go here. I am currently involved, blah, 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 for babies ever used as bait. It isn't really a question of whether African babies were used as alligator bait, but the question is how frequent was the practice, right? So there you go, Rasta Man. The question, he said the question isn't really of whether African babies were used as alligator bait, but the question is how frequent was the practice? During slavery and the Jim Crow era in the United States, African Americans were brutalized and mistreated in almost every way imaginable. If there was a way to kill, maim, oppress, or use African American or use an African American for any reason, it more than likely happened. If the skin from African American might be used for leather, shoes, or handbags, then pretty much all the atrocities were possible and probable. Man. African American babies used as alligator bait really happened, and it happened to real people. It doesn't seem to be a widespread practice, but it did happen. So yeah, so basically it's a one-off. Like they did a lot of terrible things to black people, right? But that doesn't mean it wasn't a practice, it wasn't a ritual. Like he said, one white person used black folks' skin as leather. That's a one-off. Another white person maybe ate somebody's head, had black head soup, you know, but yeah. So I think the extremism and the shocking facts, we start to act like this was a practice that 2, 3, 4, 5, 100 white folks were doing. Yeah, so one piece of trash white person could have killed a black baby because he hated black people so much and decided to feed it to alligators for alligator bait. That's possible, but was it a practice? No. There you go. So we talked about it. Now we're done. We're over it. Okay. So now crimes of proximity is a social reality you're more likely to offend and or be target of the people you interact with day to day. Okay, so let me see the poll. Can y'all fill out the poll real fast so I can do another one? Because like I said, I have no idea what arguments Chief X brought up other than the main one, which was about are blacks more violent, are black criminals more violent than any other criminal in America. He used, you know, rat and things like that, but that's all I heard. I didn't hear any findings, FBI findings. Savage, Queen Ninja ate a baby and Idi Amin drank blood. Yes, so yes, that's another thing. I mean, if we really start cherry picking, Rasta man, we're gonna find, because you know, black people cut off arms of other black people, you know, in Africa. So if we really start to look what happened in Rwanda, it did all those refugees that survived the massacre, the genocide, they were led to a foreign land, you know, foreign country, foreign place, and the people of that society could not feed them. They said they were so packed in numbers, they used to fall asleep standing up. Like they were so condensed like sardines that you could fall asleep standing up. And then they started to drink the water, and that's when they got, I think, the Zika virus. They started drinking that water, and a lot of them died, got sick from the water. So that was all as a result of what happened in Rwanda. They survived, chased out, and died another way. You know, so when we start comparing like heinous crimes, to me that's just not really. That's like nitpicking. Well, hanging is worse than just flat out shooting them in the head. It's like, dude, they are both heinous crimes. Yeah, so fill out the form so we can move forward. So whoever just chimed in, there's a poll, click the poll so we can like properly frame the argument, right? Because it makes no sense for me to assume that you're saying this or misrepresent even Chief X. Let's just put it in plain English. Do you believe that African American criminals, don't forget, you might want to change your answer on this. The poll is not talking about African Americans as a whole. The poll is saying criminals, right? You got white, see, some of you are not criminals. All right. So don't view yourself or your uncle or your daughter, your son, your grandmother. No, the question is criminals. Are black criminals, are they on average more violent than white? Let's just make it black and white, real simple. Are black criminals more often violent than white criminals, right? So we make it real clear. So we're not doing the race disparity thing. We just saying when you actually commit a crime, is white people crime more violent? Because he defined violent. That was rape, assault, and what was the other one? Rape, assault, and what's the third one? Okay, so that's what violent means. So when black people commit crimes and white people commit crimes, are our crimes more violent? Will we become wait, what's the term? I'm losing all my damn senses. Okay, first time offense. Okay, right, I got it. So is our first time offense often violent or more violent than whites' first time offense? Because that's what it comes down to. Your first time committing a crime, is it often, when a black person commits a crime, their first crime, is it often something petty or violent? Or non-violent or violent? I don't want to say petty. When white people commit their first crime, is it often violent or non-violent? Okay, I don't know. So let me look up violence right now. Okay, so violence using or involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone. Okay, cool. So is Black people first criminal offense more to hurt, damage, or kill someone than white people? Okay, Blacks' first criminal offense, their first charge, is it often to hurt, damage, or kill somebody over white? So the watcher said, so everybody fill out the poll so I can, once it's completed, I can ask the next question. So the watcher said, so let's just ask it, are Blacks inherently more violent by nature and or nurture? Okay. All right. I would say Black criminals are disproportionately higher than other racial criminal groups. Some of this bleeds into economic class crimes. Right. But Tim, that's working backwards. Okay, that's working backwards. But let's just work right what's in front of us, right? Because when an individual kills another individual, via homicide, we're not worried about his psychological or her psychological disposition. Lock her ass up right now. We'll figure that shit out later. So the reasons why, we'll deal with that later. That's not for today. We're dealing with the actuality, right? What's actually going on. Because if there's a murderer loose, a mass shooter loose in my community, I don't care what led them to that. I want that person found and arrested. So the threat is gone. The imminent threat is gone. The violent threat is gone. We want to be safe when we leave our house or in the house, because mass shooters can shoot your damn house up. So we want the person. So I don't want to deal with the how and when and why. That's later. Let's deal with what's actual. So Rastaman said, how come there is never a poll or a study about if white people are more violent? Is because we already know the answer. I think you would say which time frame, because I don't think Black folks was always viewed as the most violent in this country. I think this is relatively new. Prior to Black folks being the most violent, and just as recent, the last 30 years, I would say white folks had that on lock. It was their trophy. Heck nah, Blacks are not the most violent group in America, nor the world for that. No, Gullah, we're talking about America. I can't speak for what happens in Australia, Zimbabwe, Russia, China, don't care. We're dealing with America only. Okay, America only. And yes, when we say Black people in America, we're not talking about FBA. We're talking about Africa. If you are Black and you live in America, you fall into that category. So we're talking about Africans of all the continent. We're talking about Haitians, Jamaicans, St. Croix, whoever, Guyanese, they all fall under Black. If you go under Black in this country, all right, this applies to you. So that means any crime that violent crime Jamaicans has done, they are grouped up in it as well. If Haitians done something, all the Somalian gangs in Minnesota, they are grouped up, and as far as I'm concerned, they're grouped up in this Black violent thing, okay? Now, we're not doing that, Gullah, America, United States. You pick it. I'm not doing that game. Tim's, which is why it's disingenuous, hard to agree with half the story, have reason. The problem is that we don't care about why, how, because the symptoms are being, well, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. The symptoms are later. When somebody commits a crime, you want the person arrested, and you'll find out things later. Okay, so that and plus to address it right now, for anybody to solve, right, to provide a solution to Black violence. Okay, now, not 40 years from now. We can't wait on a study from no man. We got to deal with law and order right now. Okay, that's how you put a dent in it. So you neutralize it right now. We don't try to look for the psychological reasons. That's another topic. Okay, again, we only care about now, because I'm sure white folks, same thing. When they do a mass shooting, we can look at the reasons why, but y'all don't like that. When y'all find out they were off their meds and they had this issue, that issue, y'all get mad and you act like it's a poor excuse. Well, same energy. So we're not doing that, because I believe every murderer has some traumatic past experiences. You dig? Unless y'all saying some people are inherently born violent. That's a whole different discussion. Okay, so Baby Bias got an opinion. Okay. Yeah, so again, we're just dealing with what's current. All right. I'm not interested in the history right now. We could wait on Dr. Umar's school for the history, since y'all believe history, and history is most needed in Black communities, which is goofy, because we'll never agree on any history with Black folks. Okay, but we always want to prioritize the shit that's really relevant, the most relevant. But history is not the reason why we're behind in this country. It's not history. There's other things like STEM. Okay, so anyway, all right, so next poll is this. So that was Chief X's question. Are Black criminals often more violent than white criminals, right? So this is my question, kind of like on the same thing. I'm just trying to narrow it down. All right, just trying to narrow it down to something. Okay, so I gotta close that one out, I guess. Okay, I'm in poll. So 60% says no, 40% says yes. Okay, so next poll. Are whites more okay. Okay, I can't I can't all right, let me spell this differently then. YouTube like, nah. Ask it differently. Okay. No, this shit go ahead and auto correction. I'm trying to get rid of the literal spelling so I won't, this dumb thing auto corrects me, whereas it'll get flagged. Okay. All right, so here's the new poll. Fill that one out. I just want to see what type of chat I'm dealing with, and fill it out honestly. So it is, so it's basically saying, are white people more violent criminals, especially first offense? Okay, indigenous, every time you talk, we believe you're special ed, my boy. Okay, every time you talk, you have never read a source correctly on this panel. Everybody got to help you with your sources. After you read it in plain English, we got to help you what it's saying. Okay, you embarrass yourself more than anybody, more than Polite ever could on a live stream. Okay, Marcus Sharp, why will history be irrelevant? Because it's subjective, Marcus Sharp. Can you tell us the case in point? Marcus Sharp, is Christianity, this is for Marcus Sharp. Is Christianity an African religion or a white religion? That's for Marcus Sharp. So I'm gonna give you a case in point about history, how it's subjective, especially in regards to Black America. Marcus Sharp, this is for you only. Is Christianity a Black religion or a white religion originally? So that's for Marcus Sharp. Yeah, violence is definitely human nature. So I want Marcus Sharp just to answer that one question. Is Christianity, did it originate with Black people or white people? When I say Black, that could be African, however you want to do it, or anybody from the European Caucasian descent. That's for Marcus Sharp. Everybody else, fill out the poll. So I just want to get a temperature check of the chat. So we got 40% to 60% that says Blacks are no more violent criminals than whites. Black guys went so far in the poll. Yeah, so I just want a temperature check of how you feel. You know, just everybody just filled the poll honestly. So we did. It was a 40% said Black folks are not more violent when it comes to criminal activity than whites, and now we got it on. Okay, now B Money. This is for Marcus Sharp because he said why is history irrelevant, and I'm going to tell you how it wastes time. We would just be debating amongst each other. It'll never go anywhere. Once you start doing history bullshit, we won't go anywhere. So I'm asking Marcus Sharp, did Christianity originate with Black people or white people? Because this is a real debate in the community. Okay? And not just the community. I heard actual Christians debate this. Now, of course, these Christians have reached out to the community for their resources and their references. You dig? So that's for Marcus Sharp. Marcus Sharp, I need to know is Christianity a Black invention or a white invention? And then after you give your answer, good luck with teaching that in the Black community, okay? Any side you take, it's a lose waste of time side. If you say Black folks invented it, good luck with trying to teach that in the Black community. There's too much resistance from Black people that's false. And go ahead and say white folks invented it. It's too much resistance from Black folks saying that's false. See, it wastes time. You debate too long before any real work can be done. That's why I say it's irrelevant. And it's not a priority. Priority is STEM. Being able to read and comprehend, being able to write the language you're going to speak, being able to count on a low level to a high level, being able to use the sciences and understand science. So Marcus says it originated in the Levant. Now he told me where it was originated. He did not tell me who it came from. You see? So there you go. I asked him a flat out basic question and I didn't get an answer. That's why, Marcus Sharp, that's why we can't talk about history like that, because that right there, we can't have an honest discussion. So anyway, are we done with the poll? So please, 40 more seconds. Well, 1 minute left on the polls. Please. 1 minute left on the polls. 1 minute left, so I can close that because I have another question because we're going to get to the bottom line. White folks kill each other in mass, Asians and mass Blacks and mass Native Americans and mass savage as mofos. Yeah. White, and look, decent. That would debunk the Blackologists who act like white folks is this big white snowball. I'm like, yo, and I need Stu Pease for this one. Yo, when did white folks all get along? Yo, they always been warring. You look at white people history, they always been warring with each other. When do they get along? When do they ever just get along? They never trust each other. The French don't all out trust this white person. The Italians don't have full trust in the French. No. They never fully trust. Yo, America let Japan destroy Russia. When Japan was trying to be a superpower in 40 to 50 years, America turned a blind eye and let Japan whoop Russia's ass in China. Because America didn't want Russia, having that much control in China. So they turned a blind eye and they let Japan in. They probably assisted Japan with weapons and all type of ammo to kick Russia ass. Yeah, that's called the Russo-Japanese War. Yeah, America turned a blind eye and let Japan kick Russia ass and take over China. Okay, so B Money rephrase the question for you, Marcus Sharp. Marcus, did Negroid phenotype or Mediterranean type start Christianity? There you go. Okay. So Marcus Sharp, I didn't mean to get on you too hard, but I was just saying that's why history is irrelevant. I know, dude. I don't know you that well. You could be a blackologist. I don't know, but history to blackologists. That's all we like. We act like that shit can we act like history can resurrect the black nation and we'll be a superpower in 30 years. We just know history. No. Again, this is why you guys are called blackologists. You only know black history. So when you look at other people as an example of, being down and coming out of like their dark ages, you'll see history wasn't a big factor. We need to get to our roots and the ancestors. No, they got industrialized. They got with technology. They needed money. They needed, some upfront money to help them get started. Okay. Negro kings with exotic Mediterranean queens started early passport brothers. I didn't say black history. I said history. Yeah, but look. Marcus, history to a large degree or to some degree is subjective, and that should not. So I'm not saying it's totally useless. I'm saying if a people want to galvanize and do everything Dr. Claude Anderson said, as far as having start small, a black community, history will not be the focal point to get that started. It's going to be tangibles, like he said. It's going to be it's a language, it's a code of ethics, it's a community standard, willing participant, volunteers. It's going to take teachers of all sorts. You dig? It's not going to be history. Everybody painting each other's face and doing a rain dance. That's not going to do it. It never has, and that's why black folks can't get out of our wretched condition, because we keep thinking we got to be Egyptian. We got to practice voodoo. We got to go to this history bullshit to get us out of our condition. We keep thinking that, and then we become anti-science and anti-everything, and we want to be the Flintstones all over again and reinvent the wheel and start from scratch. Some of us want a separate state where we just grass, right? Just land, fertile soil, and just still everywhere. We just gonna start from scratch. Hey, where's your bottle? Where's your bottle? Where's your bottle? You laughing at? Thank Woody Woodpecker. All right. Yes, here's your bottle. All right, let me get you your swag. Okay, I'm letting you out. Here. Ay. Who that? Gonna get it, my crew. All right, so the poll should be done, all right? Okay. So let me get this bottle together and we'll go to the next SWAT team. Okay, so let's close this poll out. Let's close this poll out. So this poll said white people, and we're talking about, you guys, I hope you guys know that we're talking about 2022, right? So 78% said that whites are more violent criminals than black. All right. Okay, so 70% of the poll said whites are more violent criminals than black. I should say blacks. All right. Okay. Okay, so now I see why some of you disagree with Chief X. It makes sense why. Okay, but if I do get Chief X on, if he's free, it ain't going to be one-sided. Okay. So Stu Peace is not going to be that way. Chief X is going to have a chance to poke back, because if you guys said white people in 2022 commit more violent criminal acts than black people, then guess what? You got to source up, and we're going to question your information. Remember, you question the FBI, which is questionable. You're supposed to question. But now we want to know where your stats come from, and are they worthy of another look as well? Okay. So next question. So let me close that one out. So 22% said no. Oh my God. Okay. So and yeah, please everybody vote. Anyway. Next one. So next question is this. I gotta change the language, all right? Because it won't let me submit it. Okay, so here's the next one. Okay, shit. Okay, the new poll is, do blacks murder blacks more often? I put that, you'll excuse the typo. Excuse the typo. Do blacks murder blacks more often than whites murder whites? So that's the real question. Okay, because I'm trying to show you guys the mirror. Because when you answer it like this and everything's put in context, you'll see how it all's gonna make sense or not make sense. Each question, I'm gonna get more specific and more detailed, and we're gonna build it. We're gonna have a story before you know it. Look up Ukraine. What, as far as what, Rastaman violence? The Russians in Ukraine. The best place for doctors and nurses to get experience in treating violent trauma patients are the hospitals in the hood, and that's a fact. Yeah. I mean, to some, but that's why I don't want to impose my opinion on anybody. I'm just asking the questions. I'm letting you guys answer, and I'm going to show all of the results, okay, to you, right? And read the results. So let me screenshot some of these. I forgot the bottle. All right. So I don't want to impose my opinion as though it means anything. Remember, what we don't want to do is be the victim, because victims are delusional. They tend to be delusional. They tend to be in denial. Okay, they don't admit shit. White on white crime. Yeah. I never said it didn't exist, but that's being spearheaded by a president or whatever, emperor, whatever the hell he is. Rastaman. That war, that's called a war, bro. That's an official war. That's a president calling troops to go invade somewhere. Yeah, come on, man. I know you ain't calling. Look, all right, let's not compare war to senseless murders. Come on, bro. Ross, man, you better than that. You are better than that to compare actual war with senseless murders. That's baseless. Okay, so let me get this bottle together so I can. So fill out the poll, please. Thank you. It's showing 12 to 17 people in the chat, and only 9 to 10 people are filling out the poll. Listen, when you fill out the poll, it's 100% anonymous. Nobody knows who said what, okay? All right. All right. Because Rasta, man, if you're pulling that game, then I'm gonna go to the African countries who are warring with each other. I'm gonna pull up Haiti, who's warring with each other, and I'm gonna pull up Jamaica, and I'm gonna pull up right now Minnesota with the Somalian gangs. So, these are just gangs. This is not an army. There's nothing political about that shit, and it's senseless. When we debated the Ukraine-Russia thing, it made sense, right? Some people sided with Ukraine, some people sided with Russia because we felt like each side had a point and had a stance. This black on black crime, there's no logical stance in that shit. That's called black allergy, by the way. Get the Swazi. Get the Swazi. Get the Swazi. Get the Swazi. Get it. Get the Swazi. All right. Let's look at this poll. Okay. and disingenuous black man, the stupid nigga. It was your boy who brought up Ukraine, okay? I know you seen that, you dumb nigga. I'm sticking with America, but it was your boy who brought up Ukraine, so I entertained it. I didn't bring up Ukraine. It was your boy. I said America. You heard what I said. Okay, and even Chief X video says Black Americans, okay? Yeah, Ross, man, when you're comparing Russia armies versus Ukraine's army, which is bigger than both of us, there's a lot of politics there. And again, Russia don't want its adversaries to set up shop in Ukraine right next to them. That makes sense why they would wage war. That just makes absolute sense. Like, why would they want their enemies to set up shop right next to them? Yes, anybody would say you can't do that. Any African country that has an army will not let the ops set up shop right next to them. Okay, whoever allows the ops to basically get closer to another African country, they're going to see them also as an enemy and a threat. Okay, that's just common sense anywhere. All right, they fighting for land and resources, right? Yeah, these guys are just goofy. All right, so anyway, do black murders, yes, 56. And again, like some of these questions are just don't have anything to do with anything. I just want to see if some of us are going to be honest about some things. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, so that's Russian propaganda. All right, Rasta, man, can you prove that Russian propaganda? I mean, of course, Ukrainians say that shit. You know. By the way, I've been to a client's house that was Russian, right? When we was doing a real estate thing, and he had that shit in his language, and it had captions. So the Russians were saying the same shit about America and Ukraine, that it's all cap. They're exaggerating. It ain't that bad, you know. So yeah, sure. Both are going to say propaganda on both sides. Okay, so anyway, the next so St. Louis, MO, Missouri, Baltimore, Maryland, New Orleans, LA, Detroit, Michigan, Cleveland are top 5 murder. I mean, that's why I don't want to provide my opinion or any facts that I think I have. I'm just going to ask a question. Okay, so Chief X read that 50% of rappers die of homicide, right? And he said, you know, it's less than 10% country songwriters and metalheads and that die of homicide. You know, I mean, like we're just in this unique situation. Okay, I can show you propaganda. Actually, I really don't care because I mean, Rasta man, what you gonna do? You gonna show me a link? Because I'm gonna do what no man did. I'm gonna criticize. I'm gonna scrutinize the link and say, "Oh, how you know this? How you know that? How you know that?" You dig? And when you do that, nobody's gonna be correct because it shows that inaccuracies can be in all data. To what degree is it significant inaccuracies or is it insignificant inaccuracies? That remains to be the question. But so you guys definitely said that blacks murder each other more often than whites murder whites. Okay. So do I have another question? Okay. Here we go. Here's the question right here. Here's the question. This is probably what Chief X should have said. Now, I'm misspelling on purpose, okay? And it keep autocorrecting me. So mind you, I'm misspelling on purpose so it can keep the poll. Okay, I know how to spell violence and violence, okay? This is Junior's Black Man is a funny ass name. All right, so here's a new poll. Okay, so go ahead and so when can we trust or agree on exactly? It gets too crazy. Black Haze. So a blackologist is just an apologist for black related socioeconomic issues. No, actually not. A blackologist is somebody who's in denial, okay, and then oftentimes delude themselves about actuality. So a blackologist is not an activist or somebody who wants to see social reform or justice or reparations. That is not a blackologist. That is a concerned black person who wants to do the right thing in their heart. A blackologist sees the world in the exact way a whiteologist sees the world. So a blackologist is our community, you know, it's like an inside community name that we came up with, right? Our community for really black races, right? So it's just a nice term. Because you say black races, you know, you'll be in type of all problems with YouTube and other social platforms. So when we say blackologist, we're really talking about black races. Right? Let's just be real. Somebody's no different than a white nationalist, a white racist. They got the same talking points, they just spin it in the black way. Case in point, you got white people who believe that they can drive in this country without a state issued motor vehicle license, that they don't need to register their car. Sorry, they don't need to register their car, and they don't need car insurance to drive their automobile, because the government is lying to you and tricked you of your alienable right to travel, right? That's white folks. Black folks say the same thing. Black folks in this country believe you do not need to drive. You don't need you don't need a motor vehicle issue license to drive. You don't need to register your car, and you don't need car insurance to drive or travel in an automobile, because they too also, word for word, believe that it's the government trying to trick you and oppress you and take away your inalienable rights to travel. So how is it possible that one extreme group of white folks can believe that, and then an extreme group of black folks can believe that, and they have no relations? They're actually ops to each other. How can they both borrow the same doctrine? How's that possible? Nah, Black Case, I just explained what a blackologist actually is. A blackologist actually is. You just didn't want to listen. I just gave you a case in point. Okay, so Black Haze, since you put yourself in the pot, I got a question for you, Black Haze. Black Haze, do you believe that black on black crime is a serious problem that black people need to resolve? So this is for Black Haze. Do you believe that black on black crime is a serious problem that black people need to resolve? So I'm gonna pin that so Black Haze can't say he didn't see it. So Black Haze, that question is for you. Okay, so let me end the poll. So are blacks more violent on blacks than whites? So y'all say yes. Okay, cool. All right. I mean, so it sounds like double talk to me, because we agree on obvious shit, but then we act like white folk are the devil somehow. Okay. So Black Haze, you got your question. Okay. Yeah, very confusing stuff. Is black on black crime is a real thing? Okay, so back to you, Black Hayes. I said yes, Black Hayes. Do you believe black on black crime is a real thing? Okay, so that's the new answer. Okay, matter of fact, I'll give it to the polls. Is black on black crime a real thing? There you go. I'll bring it back to you guys. Okay. When we had Haskell on the panel, we see foot shoveling. We don't want to admit shit. Black men can have babies. We hear it all. The Bilderbergers, Margaret Sanger, when they exterminate black folks, like we hear all type of shit on these lives. And that's part of blackology. That's part of why black folks can't get shit done. It's the denial of your current condition. Shit. I'm trying to cancel class. I forgot how many students do I have today, or not how many. I forgot which students have class today. This is the first time he went to sleep this early. Well, normally I'm at the gym, so that's probably why. Nah, this is actually right. Okay, those stats are extremely inaccurate. Marcus Sharp, do you have any accurate stats, by the way? Your question contains unfounded assumption. I don't know if black on black crime is a real thing. Don't people kill each other in close proximity with each other? Okay, so now this is a guy who's definitely a blackologist. Yes, Black Hayes, people do that. Yeah, okay. Wait, matter of fact, this is for, nobody click the link. Nobody click this link. Okay, when people start acting like I have a comprehension problem, okay, that's a challenge to me. Here you go. This is for Black Hayes right here. Okay, so I feel like you challenged me just now. I want the smoke. I'll take the free smoke. Okay, here you go. I'll put the phone number too. All right, so that's the link only for Black Hayes. All right, and here's the phone number. Okay, when you start acting like I'm the stupid nigga, that's a challenge to me. I accept it. Okay. All right. Here you go, Black Hayes. I put the link, the Zoom link to click the link, and you have the phone number. Okay, so you can call in or you can click the Zoom link. All right. When you want to challenge me on my logic and some talking points or opinions I have, click the link and let's figure out if black on black crime a real problem in Black society. My boy, click the link or call the number. Okay. All right. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought so. Now, and there's nothing wrong with asking a question, but you just said, I don't critically think about what I say. I just accept the narrative, something like that. When you want to talk like that, my boy, when you think you're a better critical thinker than I am, you got better comprehension, you know what's going on in Black society. I don't, I'm just lost, born white supremacist points. Click the link or call in and challenge me. That's all. When you start talking like that, I accept the challenge. You're asking questions, so am I. I got a poll. I'm just asking questions. I haven't really gave you a complete opinion, a complete thought. I'm asking questions. I'm talking because it is a live stream. I got to talk. So I'm talking, I'm reading your comments, But when y'all start saying, I don't critically think as though you do, okay, so let's question my logic. Let's question your logic. Let's question my research and my conclusions. Let's question yours also. That's all. Who remembers the rapper Black Hayes, fake ass Tupac? I don't, yo, you got me with that. I don't know Black Hayes. Wow. And I'm a Tupac fan. I know most of the Tupac fake guys. I never heard of Black Hayes. I'm gonna click it right now. Let me see. Rapper. Okay, because we're not going to. Okay. No, ma'am. You could click the link too. You know me, I'm the can man. Anybody can get it. Africans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Americans, you can, he can, she can, grandma can. Anybody can get it.
You know what I'm saying, baby? You know what I'm saying? Black Hayes represent, you know what I'm saying? You
But he
wanna
sounds
ride?
just like Tupac, yo.
We can ride. Cause I am the realest. I am the realest, baby. You wanna ride? Check me out. Ain't too many motherfucking bad as us. You mad at us? You wonder what we had to bust? You got love for my shit.
Oh
That's
yeah,
bad.
yo, he's worse than Lil Zane. This dude is worse than Lil Zane. He sounds, not only does he sound like Tupac, Lil Zane stole Tupac's flow. He didn't sound like him, and maybe the image. This guy sounds like Tupac and stole his flow. I mean, yo, I swear, if you guys would have said this is a lost song from Tupac, right? His collection, I would have believed you. As a Tupac fan, I would have believed you.
Grabbing us. All these hoes keep grabbing us. What's your name? Where you from? Do you plan on giving me some? If you won't, I won't fight. Never know, maybe your girlfriend might.
Wow. Yeah, he is definitely a Tupac fanatic. Let me fast forward a little bit.
Hit up in the back, where you at? Watch me lay my game down
Oh
flat.
yeah. Damn. Yeah, how you hear about this guy, Haskell? This guy stole. Oh my God. Yeah, he should never came out as an artist. All right, no man. What's your problem?
Oh, there's no problem. I just knew it was only a matter of time before you proved me right.
What's that?
I said that you perceive a blackologist as someone who disagrees with any point that you make. When you take a stance on something, if someone challenges it or asks a question, then they become a blackologist.
No.
And I was right. As
No.
soon as he said, I'm not sure if black on black crime is a real thing because don't all races commit crimes of proximity? You flipped your lid.
Well, okay. Every black activist that I know agrees that black on black crime exists. They're not in denial. They're not questioning it. That's something a deluded black person would question, and that believes the white man's the devil. That's their talking.
Well, first off, that's anecdotal. Okay. So what we're saying is not that black on black crime doesn't exist, i.e., a black person that offends and commits a crime against another black person. However, the terminology black on black crime, that is propaganda because you don't hear about white on white crime or Asian on Asian crime. That is propaganda. The fact that there is a terminology for it that most people know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay.
So that is propaganda.
I got you. There's a reason why it's highlighted as black on black crime. Because white people in America, their crime, their violent crime was historically directed at black people. Okay, so their violent crime is normally white on black. You know, do you know a case in America where white on white crime in this country was like crazy, where it had to be addressed nationally? So
well, I think we're seeing that now. We're seeing that now, but they still don't talk about it as white on white crime. They still call them their mass shooter, lone shooter, like.
Right, but that's what they are, though.
But again, that's what they are, and they're targeting whites.
Yeah, but,
a lot of times.
Yeah,
but they're not. but they're not posing it as white on white crime.
Because it's
They're
not.
posing them, but what you mean because they're not?
It's not. No, I said it's not. The crime, it's not. It's actually a mass shooting. It's the right label. And the culprit is a lone wolf. That's exactly what he is.
Okay, so do you think it's fair then that gang violence is captured under the banner of black on black crime? At what point do you distinguish if you're going to say that a white male that is mass shooting and the predominant target is other whites, but that's not white on white crime, that's a lone shooter or mass shooter, then why is gang violence automatically under the banner of black on black crime and not gang violence? Why isn't that a separate distinction? And why is it you don't get these type of nuances and these distinctions when it comes to black crime? It's all under the banner of black on black crime, regardless of whether it's gang violence, lone shooter, domestic, whatever. They all throw it under the banner of black on black crime because it fits a narrative. Whereas you only get them parceling different crimes out when you look at other groups and races of people.
Okay, well, look. I don't know what rabbit hole y'all want to go into, but I'm not going to that rabbit hole. I'm going to stick to the narrative, okay, which is black, senseless, violent crimes in black communities against black people, where it spills over to straight bullets killing innocent people. It spills over to an actual culture, and it even spills over to the music. Now, I don't know a white society like that.
But here's the thing. Nobody is disputing that black people commit crimes against other black people and at high rates. As a matter of fact, I dropped a link in the chat because my issue is not that these things, they don't happen. Like, I have a problem when people tell half the story. You can't tell half the story and then be like, see, black people just fucked up and black people just violent and they more violent and this, that, and like, that is where I have the issue because now you're being disingenuous. Now you're only telling half the story.
No. Don't talk to me. That's not my stance. That's Chief X's stance. Chief X asked the question, are black, he made a comparison. I never done that. I say flat out, black people in this country are going crazy. And then I say that if some of us have become not just regular predators, we become super robot cop predators. Like, we just crazy as fuck with it. And we're starting off at early ages from 13 to 22, and it might be extended to 25. So Chief X made the comparison. You can talk to him. Are blacks more violent? Are black?
But my question to you is, do you believe that there is an impact on the psyche and the psychology of black people that directly affects how, one, they perceive and value other black people and how they value themselves? Do you believe that?
I believe that anybody committing a crime is impacted some type of way, negatively, especially a violent crime. I think we can cycle.
But we're not talking about anyone. We're talking about the root of why we typically see these peaks in the black community, because and that's the problem that I have, because we're willing to talk about the violence, right? But we're not willing to talk about all the factors that account for why we're likely seeing an influx in violence.
All right, so tell us some of these factors and what can be done to minimize them.
Some of the factors are, as we've talked about before, them having opportunity. So poverty is a factor that's linked to crime. Trauma, the psychology, the psychological development of kids in these privileged and impoverished communities, that is a factor. How their attitudes of how they're perceived in the world, their chances of being productive citizens, that is a factor. Like, all of these things factor in. This ain't what I'm saying. It ain't my opinion.
Okay, so
This is
so now,
this is stuff
okay,
that has been thoroughly researched.
I got you. So now we got the problem. The solution usually follows after. Okay, so what solution, what measures have been done to combat this?
I don't think there's a whole lot of measures that have been done to combat it because we have to, one, convince people that Black people aren't just inherently violent.
Wait, we got to convince who?
We have to convince people with means that can actually make change.
Okay, so and how do we go about convincing white people that Black people are
Or
not
well-to-do Black people.
okay? How are so now? What is the? How do we do that?
By telling the full story.
Who?
What do you mean who?
Who?
Like, if the people that want to speak on it and
No.
want to.
We have video after video after video after video telling the quote unquote full story. Oh, I just showed you. I didn't brought you back to Paranormals with Dr. Claude Anderson earlier today. I brought you back to that. So he touched all that shit.
I didn't see that earlier today.
Oh, yeah. So I take on right. So in the midst of my Spanish lesson, I did a commercial break and I played some of Paranormals. Okay. So hey, look, my channel itself, the other Unbiased Sports, when I start playing videos from over there, I got Sister Soldier in there. I played Dr. Khaled. I played so many people. I played Reparations from the Islands. I played so much stuff. So Sinetta, the early part of Sinetta was basically just that. Like people just started to the debates got people away from talking about those things, but that was pretty much all of Sinetta's DVDs and platforms. On, you got Dr. Joyce Gruce, who did the post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Right, but we're talking about years and years and years, like hundreds of years and decades of propaganda aimed at presenting Black people in a certain way. We're just now getting to a point
we deal
where
with that.
people.
And matter of fact, some of that is in the book that I'm going to read next, because I was trying to read Slavery by Another Name. People were not. So listen, I actually was reading some of what you're talking about in a book called Slavery by Another Name that people were not interested in learning. So I actually attempted to read how this shit started. And people were not interested. I said, all right, I'll read it another time. You know what I mean? I started reading it. I have Medical Apartheid, which deals a lot about scientific racism. A lot of it, how the South portrayed Black folks, all that's in there. But Black folks don't like to hear that. They like to hear Rizza Islam is charged with rope.
But here's my thing though. And again, I definitely understand what you're saying. There's a lot of people that they aren't open to the information. They're not open to learning new things or learning about history or really kind of trying to understand, because there's a lot of people that think they know or they have a narrative that they want to believe, right? It's the same thing with why there's so much pushback on getting some Caucasian people to see that there are areas where they're entitled or there's microaggressions that they may not perceive as being issues or racist. In their mind, I'm not racist, but they don't understand how these things can, how certain views and attitudes or beliefs that they hold can permeate when they're interacting with people of color. However, that doesn't stop you from telling the story. Like, we didn't get into this situation overnight, and we're not going to get out of it overnight. It is a process. I'm just saying, like, for me personally, if we're going to talk about it, you have to talk about it in its fullness and its entirety. You can't take snippets or cherry pick and say, see, Black people need to get their shit together, which is true to a degree,
are you saying I'm cherry picking?
but Black people can't get their shit together in a vacuum. It's just not possible.
Yeah, but wait. Okay. I don't give a damn about Black people getting their shit together in a vacuum. It starts with individuals. So I hold individuals. I'm not holding, there's no Black people nothing, doing nothing as a collective. Never had, never will. Okay, so it starts off as individuals and we click up. You know, either religion or some type of sports thing we have in common, whatever it is. But we usually click up, right? So it's never some black thing. We work as individuals, and those individuals make up the collective, right? And that's how we view nationally and globally. So I start off with individuals, right? So, but for me, the history part is somebody else's job for right now. I started off doing that, and that's that. I'm moving on to immediate, like the jazz.
What? No,
Hold on.
I'm not saying go back and try to teach people the history. I'm not saying that, but like there are certain conversations like this one where you can't just negate history and be like, well, we dealing with it now. Like it's not a simple.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when you're bleeding, right, and where it needs to be patched immediately, okay, how you started bleeding is irrelevant at that point. We got to stop the bleeding. Okay, what happened to this person is irrelevant. So I'm dealing with the emergency. I'm saying, I don't know where you guys are at and what you guys watch and experience every day, but I'm saying that Black people are killing each other more easily than ever, and in broad daylight, social media and everything. So for me, that's an emergency. So I want to deal with that. That's more important than anything else. How do we address that, stop that, influence that, discourage that? How do we, but it first got to be made aware, because the minute you point out some heinous shit that Black people do, you get apologetics. Nah, it ain't that bad. What about white folks? It's like, so we don't even believe this type of carnage is going on. So you got to first consistently point out, like, hey, I told you. So now people are starting to get it. I did so many videos, people are like, yeah, it's there. Okay, so now what are we going to do about it? Because we see the ages. It's 13 to 22, primarily. Right? So now I always say, go talk to them about some of that you just said. You might get shot, beat down with a bat, or something heinous happened to you. So they are the ones that need this history talk the most. But they're not ready to receive it. They're not ready to receive any type of conversation, really. You could even offer to sell them drugs, and they ain't even they ain't really trying to do nothing with you, because you're not part of their gang, their clique. Anything you offer is pretty much putting your life at risk. All right, so first what I gotta do is, for me, I want to first show that this is a real problem, because people sometimes delude themselves, act like this shit doesn't even happen, or it's not as extreme as it is. And clearly we see it's extremely extreme. Okay, so from there, I want to go into the conversation, like what are some possible solutions? But we first had to see it and admit that it.
You breaking up.
Really?
You was breaking up, son. I ain't hear that part.
That's crazy, because I'm actually on the computer. Yeah, and I was basically saying that, people have to accept that these heinous crimes are happening, right? These senseless murders, this senseless acts of violence are happening in Black communities, right? We got to first admit that, because I found resistance to just acknowledging that. So this is why.
But I don't think that it's people that's resistant to it. Like, I think it's people that's resistant because of the tone, especially in this community.
Wait. I got you. But I was always taught and I always understood that there is never one tone to teach somebody. People gonna find fault in whatever tone you bring. If a woman teaches, she's too passive, it sounds too girly, too squeaky. If a guy teaches it and it's too hard, it's too manly, he sounds like you know everything. And if I talk slower, I'm talking too slow like Mace. If I talk fast, I'm talking like Dr. Clark Anderson. It's gonna all somebody's.
I'm not saying that there's one tone, but
right. So
what I will say is that I think that sometimes people have a hard time adjusting. Right, like if I present it this way and there's pushback, maybe I need to readjust my approach to it.
No. Okay, wait. I mean, but that's not how life works. Like, even in school, if you're learning math, science from a teacher, and if you're having trouble with their teaching style, that's pretty much the way it's going to be unless you change your class. So like that's not even like realistic for like because people are who they are. You know, if you're a soft-spoken person like Michelle's that singer, you're gonna be just that. And somebody say, speak up. You can try, but no matter how loud you speak, it's just not loud enough. So like I'm 44, like this, I'm comfortable with the style that I use. Not that's the actual style, but it's the way I talk, and I know that it's not palatable for everybody. This is why some people or more people are over here or there, here. You know,
I don't think that the goal is to get 100% of the people because that's unrealistic. But I have to disagree that teachers don't revise their strategies as to how they approach certain information. I think a good teacher would be wise to.
But
If
why
I
would
have
they?
a classroom full of 20 students and I'm teaching this material, they take a test and everybody fails. Did the students just not get it, or was there something wrong with the way I taught it and presented it?
Got you.
I need to
Got you.
revise and review.
Right, I got you. And I'm an actual teacher who had about 100 students per week, and I had no problem delivering the lessons, and it was received. They got trophies, right? They received. So I have a way where I can deliver a lesson and it's received. And matter of fact, on this live, I think even with the jab, I think whatever I presented, whether it's the jab, the Constitution, I think people got it. The police pullovers, the sobriety test, what you can do, can't. I think people got it. I think people don't get it when they disagree with me. I think that's when the learning.
Here's what I'm saying. Like, not that there's a problem. Like some things that I talk about, I know I'm probably more passionate about, and whereas I can clearly communicate and give it an even tone in certain situations and not be too passionate or too abrasive when it comes to certain topics that I'm personally passionate about, I don't even realize that my tone changes. The way I'm presenting the information changes. My trigger points are more easily triggered than something that I'm just maybe a part of the conversation, but I'm not that emotionally invested in. I think that sometimes we have to be able to see that, okay, maybe I'm not presenting this in a way that I present everything else because I'm a little more emotionally invested in this thing, and that might be coming across to the audience. Again, I'm not saying that people don't, to be perfectly honest, I think for the most part, people on this channel tend to agree that, hey, there's issues in the Black community. Like, I don't think nobody that's typically over here has a problem with that. So I'm not even really sure on the pushback that you're talking about regarding, issues in the Black community. But I'm just saying in general, when sometimes people present the issue, not necessarily you, but anyone, sometimes they can present it from a standpoint that is kind of abrasive or aggressive or accusatory, as if it's just something is wrong with Black people and y'all need to get y'all shit together. And that to someone who is Black, whose kids are Black, whose, family, they're like, hold on, what you mean? Like, you're trying to make me feel like I'm fucked up, or I have some type of problem with me or defect, and you gonna just negate everything else around the Black experience. Like, no, that's not fair. I don't think, and even that's not fair, I don't think is that they're pointing to other things. Some things are a reasonable, like, yeah, you have to factor that in. Like, you can't just look at it like, oh, well, it's just Black violence and we just gonna view Black violence and what's the problem here? No, some things deserve to be a part of the conversation.
Yeah. Again, everything I speak on, I'm invested in emotionally. Everything. Matter of fact, I don't speak on anything unless I'm emotionally invested. Okay. I read it. And matter of fact, you see me check out so many conversations when I don't give a shit about it. I just fall back completely. When I'm on Pseudo Killers, they go to Egypt, I'm totally out. So I really only speak on things I'm mostly invested in. Really. So that's almost everything I talk on. I really put a significant amount of research in it, effort to learn something about it, enough about it, where I believe I could give it back to the people in a way that they can understand what I'm trying to say. So I'm emotionally invested in everything, even in Spanish. Like I said, I've had this stuff for 10 years. I did all that stuff myself, the tabling, did everything, and a lot of the pronunciation is a little off because I haven't read it, in a long while. but I'm even emotionally invested in the Spanish stuff. So it's everything I talk about pretty much because I do a good amount of research. I put enough time in it in a short span of time sometimes, because I like to binge watch stuff. And I'm subscribed. Like if I see my email on the other Spanish stuff, like I'm still subscribed to Spanish stuff I didn't even check out in the last 10 years, but I never unscribed from it. I let it keep coming. I knew that interest would come back at some point. So anyway, well, when I'm saying like, so I'm going to be passionate, I'm going to sound like that on everything I talk about because I'm always emotionally invested in everything I speak about. That's just how I communicate. I don't like it all the time, but I try to be clear. I try to make sense, and I'm open to feedback and criticism and all that good stuff. Okay, and we have that here. If I'm saying something, pronounce something wrong, I get corrected. If I'm misleading, misrepresent some information, they correct me, and then we move on from there. But uh, but the angle I choose to use to communicate some Black issues, I know it's an uncomfortable angle, and some people can't take it. But other people, so some people in the chat be mad and can't take it, and it might be confusing and think I'm confusing. But some people you can see know exactly what I'm saying and agree 100%. So that's why I say I think I'm doing pretty good. I just think some people just disagree, and no matter how I say it, they're going to reject it. It's the angle I'm coming from. I put the blame back on Black people for our current condition, our current oppression, our current violent state, our hip hop relationships. Black relationships are very toxic, both sided.
So
It's all Black.
so why then, if hip hop is such a bad issue and it's so because people love to go to the music,
Yeah.
why aren't white people engaging in these same?
No. You missed what I'm saying. I look at hip hop as a no. You missed what I'm saying right there. I believe music is like the movies. That's how I do it. That's why I can listen to music and don't be influenced at all. I can listen to all this young bullshit and don't be influenced 1 ounce to swallow a Molly or sell a drug or kill somebody, run up on somebody, kill somebody. So no. So that's not my angle at all. I'm saying that the people who often the rappers themselves, not the listening audience, the rappers themselves use that as motivation and ammunition to further their criminal activity. That's their. So when you have cheerleaders at a football game, go, win. I think, and it motivates the opponents. I mean, the team, the home team, to play harder. I think that's how hip hop is used negatively as a weapon. It's for the actual culprits themselves. It's to motivate them to continue and go harder in this whole violent wave.
But if they were in a different environment, then it wouldn't serve the same purpose. It would just be music.
Yeah. And then guess what? This is when people who got answers need to implement these answers, have an organization, get these young guys involved, young girls involved. And matter of fact, did you hear it? So I just heard something just now. So Black, what's the name? Asian Black. Y'all heard about Asian Black? Asian Black. So apparently some young woman.
I haven't.
Okay, so apparently I know these Negroes in the chat had. So apparently some young woman said, I have no idea how she looked, never heard of her. My cousin just told me on the phone that some young chick had went on social media and said that she don't want a man unless he got 2 bodies on him. And they said the Twitter comments was like, "Hey man, girl, like this was like just again, this conversation is not being had other than the Black community." She said, "I don't want a man with less than 2 bodies." And she was getting high five retweets and guys commenting, "Yo, mom, what about me? I got 2, 3 bodies." This is our society. And we refuse to look at that. We refuse to address it. And we just want to shift the blame and psychoanalyze. Let's just deal with what's in front of us. And I'm saying law and order. That's going to neutralize that shit quick. Identify these red zones exactly what Fannie Willis is doing in Atlanta with the RICO charge. They got so many other guys on notice, like, oh shit, we need to fall back. So she told me the name. Okay, let me try to type it this way. And you better not pee on me. Just take his pamper off. Okay, so Asia, I think her name is Asia Black.
If I saw myself relegated to the hood and someone like in like Chicago, the black areas, to a war zone, right? If I saw myself relegated to that place for the rest of my life, I probably would want a nigga with a couple bodies too. Because in my mind, that's the only way I'm gonna survive out here.
Now, I can't relate to that type of crazy shit.
I mean, you don't live in a war zone, do you?
They do killings where I live at. A friend of mine, little young brother, just died from a fight. The extended swearing, he just got shot, and he's dead there. So yeah, it ain't like Newark, but Newark is a war zone. And Newark ain't too far. As a matter of fact, a lot of our people are influenced by Newark. Like the Newark OGs pretty much got the gangs in order in my city.
Like Minneapolis, it's a high crime area. However, the area I live in ain't as high crime as some other areas. So if I was relegated to living over north, yeah, I probably would definitely like, oh, I definitely need the hood is hood, nigga, because that's the only way you're gonna survive. Gang violence and gun violence is very prominent on that side of town, like very prominent. But where I'm at, it's a little quieter. It's not as much, they have like carjackings and shit like that. Robberies, but typically if you kind of mind where you at in the time of day, you're good.
Yeah, I'm not making sense out of anybody, woman or man, saying that they want a significant other who has two bodies, two murders, and those murders are going to be other Black people. Okay, if anybody's chanting that type of stuff, they need to be canceled for one, and that needs to be rebuked. Gloria,
yeah, I definitely don't think you have much experience living in high violent areas.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm not doing that with you today, but I do. I'm gonna stand my ground. So what that does is a guy who has no bodies on him, who squash some beasts, can be influenced to, you know what, shit, so I can't date certain chicks because they high-fiving and retweeting. Well, shit, I'm gonna be single for a long time in this environment. So now the beefs that I resolved and nixed off and let pass, fuck that. I'm gonna go ahead and get a body. And I'm gonna make it known and get another body so I could be in this dating pool. Like, that's some sick shit.
So
that's some sick shit.
No. So a woman, first off, a woman saying that I need, because men are the protectors and providers, right? Nah. So if I'm in a highly violent area and I don't see a way to protect myself, I would definitely want an alpha man in this environment to protect me. Now, if that is the case, I don't see that being the same as a man saying, well, I've been the nice guy, and because I can't get a woman, let me go out and catch a body so I can get a woman. See, again, we talk about accountability,
yeah.
But when it comes down to it, you just implied that the woman would be responsible for a man wanting to go out and catch a body.
I said, yeah. I said she can possibly influence, and therefore, and I don't agree that Black women see men as protectors. I don't agree with that narrative. I do not believe that they believe that.
I personally don't, but
I believe they see themselves as protectors, and they're gonna call the cops, whatever they gotta do to resolve any issue. So I don't go with that narrative, but I do know if that's the mindset of our youth, that I gotta kill two people to get a girlfriend, or I need my man to have 2 bodies on his resume before I can date him, I believe, you know, we just fucked up. And just get ready for this new violent crime act. Which is gonna be that conspiracy shit. They're gonna lock all them niggas up. One shot. That's what's happening over here in the Bronx. They're locking all these niggas up. One shot, conspiracy. Fuck a RICO. We're gonna do conspiracy. RICO takes 10 years minimum. Conspiracy, I don't think conspiracy gotta be 10 years. Yeah, but if that's the mindset, there's no hope for you. That's some sick shit. If a dude said shit like that, he'll be canceled. He would be all over the goddamn. He'd be trending right now.
If a dude says something like what? I missed it.
Okay, I ain't gonna date a woman unless she got 2 bodies. And when he says that, the 2 bodies are gonna be 2 black women. That nigga be canceled.
I wouldn't say all of that.
What do you think?
Niggas say all the time that they want a woman that's loyal and down, and a lot of times that means somebody that's willing to take a charge for them.
Yeah, but what kind of charge? That could be a drug charge. That could be
drug charge. But I mean, either way,
no. When you're going
that's acceptable.
No. Wait. Now we know the worst crime you can do in this country is murder. Okay, you can't get worse than murder.
Some would say grape.
No. It's definitely no, because you can live in
or
no, because
child rape.
No, but they still have a chance. They're living. They still can. Some people overcome their experience and they do well in life, right? They have a family. When you're dead, you're dead.
Nah, for sure.
I do believe, I kind of agree with Haskell to a degree. Like we think about it in these, murder is the worst, but I think plenty of people make the argument that morally there are worse things that you could be guilty of. Personally, it is what it is.
Yeah, but you're talking about the suspect. I'm talking about the victim. Okay, I'm talking about for the victim. The worst thing that can be done to the victim is murder.
I think
right, but some people will argue that the victim only lives that murder once. People, when they are sexually assaulted, they relive that and have to deal with that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, like you hear people say all the time, there are things worse than death. I think it's along those lines.
But all right, I mean that's just whatever. But
by the way, I don't actually agree with you on
lawfully. The worst you can do it as far as legally and lawfully.
I agree with you. I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. But I think that's because we're dudes. You know, we look at things more in terms of black and white.
Yeah, because you know the whole
murder is it's so definite. You know, there's no rehabilitation. There's no
nothing.
So if I have to ask you guys, if a man held you at gunpoint and said, "Give me that booty," y'all would rather them sexually assault you than kill you, or are you just gonna say you're gonna have to kill me? Like, which would you rather? Honestly.
So let's go with a real situation. So now let's go to a real situation. Because in prison,
that's a fucked up ass question though. But you got to answer the question. But
I don't do hypotheticals that could make.
Nah, you dancing, you shuffling, bro.
I don't do that. But I will say this though. I will say in prisons, there are men faced with that, decision. They got to decide: do I just die, or do I fight, live another day? And as you can see, they be living.
But you're not going to answer the question? I mean, she's asking you. She's not asking me.
But
I'm asking you.
But for me, that's not realistic.
Nah, you ain't asking me.
Why is it not realistic?
Because that's never the case in society.
It's never the case. So you don't believe that it's possible for a man
get
to
raped at gunpoint. I'm sure it's happened.
Nah. Can I get me? Stop. I get the point, but that's the whole.
Because you don't want to admit that you probably rather die than live with another man.
No, that's goofy. Because that was a talking point what we did with Michael Jackson. Yo, would you? I ain't gay, but would you screw Michael Jackson $1 million? Like, come on, like that just that is a goofy.
But this is relative to the conversation we're having. In your mind, do you perceive dying as being the worst outcome?
No.
Living with the fact that you were sexually
you're
assaulted?
not going to recycle. and you know goddamn well ain't no heterosexual man. Stop trying to play to that point. You know, no heterosexual man is going to sit here on any secret, private, public and say, I will and admit to some type of homosexual act. And no man going to do that, whether they would or not. They're not going to sit there and do that. No heterosexual man going to do that. No black man.
So you're saying that you would rather death?
I'm not saying shit. That's you saying it. I'm saying that's a stereotypical woman.
What about you, Haskell?
Yeah, I'm too much of a real nigga,
man. A question for that woman, ask a man.
That shit don't apply to me.
Y'all too much of a real nigga.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna take the weapon and turn it on him, huh?
Unbiased got it. I don't know what unbiased.
Y'all too real.
At all.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying I'm too real.
Interesting.
Me personally, I'm a die. I'm gonna go out on my shield.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on my shield.
But
do you think, Amber, that me going out on my I could still believe murder is worse and still go out on my shield? Because really, me going out on my shield is really an ego and pride thing. You get what I'm saying? So it doesn't take away for me, it doesn't take away from murder being worse. It's kind of like, you ever heard like dudes say they'll die over their jewelry? It's dumb as fuck. You know what I'm saying, Amber?
I totally agree, which is why I don't necessarily try to decide that murder is worse or rape, because it's all comes down to the person.
That's why I said legally and lawfully. In the eyes of law enforcement, they look at murder.
And I can agree. I stated that. So I mean,
only I said murder for those people is the worst crime you can do in this country. And I said, for one, anybody that got their butt taken, their jewelry taken, their innocence taken, these people have been proven to come back to society and be productive, have a family, and live great. Okay, and be an example to other victims. But when you're dead, you're dead. Ain't none of that.
Yeah, that's how I see it too. That's how I see it too. But that's why I said the grape thing, because I think women in particular, like in a lot of ways, they're more likely to look at grape as being worse than murder or deletion, I should say, than a man. Like a man typically is. Men are typically gonna look at deletion.
So Haskell, let me ask you this way. So if a woman, a mother, if a mother's daughter was great, right? Do you think she would rather her daughter was dead afterwards or alive?
Oh, no, I think she'd definitely rather her alive. I'm speaking from the victim's point of view. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying every woman believes that grape is the worst thing. I'm saying you're much more likely to find women who believe that than men. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like I feel I don't have no stats on this, but I feel like men are more likely to say murder. Like, or
on the flip side, you got some men that maybe survived a robbery of their jewelry, but would have rather died. You dig? But but like they could feel the same way. Like, man, I can't live. You know, he got that shit off. I can't live with myself.
Right. That's just a pride thing. It's really all it is. It's a pride thing, you know. It's a guy thing. You know. Hey, but I wanted to ask you, man, going back to when Amber first came on here, the whole black on black crime thing. Do you look at other ethnicities committing crimes against other ethnicities?
No, I don't
Do
care.
you? No, I'm saying, do you? Not if you don't care, but do you categorize it as white on white or Hispanic on Hispanic?
I don't. Again, like, you might be mixing my argument with Chief X. That's Chief X argument. He made a comparison with black violent criminals with white. I don't do that. I just talk about the sense.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking
Yeah,
you.
no,
though.
I don't. I don't look into Hispanic on Hispanic crime. I don't look into white. I don't care, no interest. I'm only concerned about black people.
I got that point, but does white on white crime exist?
I'm sure it does.
I'm saying, do you title it that? Do you look at it in that? You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Okay. So what is it?
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm a little confused. You're sure it does, but you tore a new lining into Black Hayes for saying he wasn't sure if black on black crime existed. You said it obviously exists, and that he was a blackologist because he didn't want to own up to that obvious fact. But you're not sure if white on white crime exists.
440.
It probably does.
442. 442. Yeah, I'm playing the same card as your boy.
Okay. Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah, I'm playing the same game as your boy. I don't know. It might exist. It might not. I don't know. What is it?
Has a European ever deleted another European?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that white on white crime?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I could rock with that. You keeping it, even all across the board. But I will say that the people who came up with the terminology, they never apply it to any other group.
Well,
You know
who came up with the terminology? Who came up with it?
I don't know.
Because what if it was somebody black? What if it was black activists that said that first?
That's possible, but who perpetuates
That
it?
would make sense.
It could, but all right. So let me rephrase then. The people who most propagate the concept, which would be the media, which is mostly white, right?
So let me ask you a question.
Hold on. It's mostly the media who you'll hear always propagate the idea of black on black violence.
Well, obviously,
right? But
obviously, media is white.
Right. But what I'm saying is they'll never use that terminology when it comes to other ethnicities. Like I've never heard the term.
But this is why I was going to ask,
violence.
And then I was going to say, well, maybe it's because when maybe black on black crime got popular, that term got popular during the crack era, and maybe it was how black people were dying and being killed by the blacks because of drugs and crack. Something different than white society. Like, so if a white person shooting another white person over a car accident or something, that's my girlfriend, like that's almost considered like normal. That's like a normal type of homicide. But
normal type of homicide.
No, dude. When I say normal, my boy, I'm saying that's around the world. I'm saying killing somebody with crack is not around the world. So when we look at the crack epidemic, we talk about history. We talk about that's when the gangs, the killings in cities went crazy.
Because they were fighting over territory and money. That is normal. That's as old as time.
No. My boy. The gangs started fighting each other once crack got introduced.
What were they fighting over?
Crack.
Just the drug itself.
Yeah, the drug. Yeah, to sell it, to compete. So
right.
Okay, but listen, what I'm saying.
So,
No. But let me finish my thought though. For one, I'm saying that these two people would have never fought each other. That's normal. This is my boy. He's part of my gang. I'm down for him. He's down for me. Now that crack got introduced, that's not introduced in other people's neighborhoods. This created another incentive to kill each other. That would have never been there. So maybe the black on black crime term got popularized when the crack epidemic was surging, because maybe that was the catalyst to spark these deaths, these homicides that would have never normally occurred. That's what I mean by normal.
All right, so how about the Italians then?
What about them?
How come we never got the terminology with them? They're
Well, no, you do though, because see what you did was you did some blackology. You said Italians. You're talking about the mafia, right?
what?
You're talking about the mafia, right? Or Italians? Which one?
Right. Well, you know what I'm talking about, man.
No. You said Italians, and I might know what you're saying, but somebody in chat, Goofy Nate, Indigenous Black Man, could be thinking all Italians. You dig? So we got to be very clear. So the mafia, right? So but the mafia is separate from. They're called the mob.
Right. And you can
Right.
say the same with the black folks, especially when it comes to the drug dealers and the gangbangers. They're separate from
not necessarily, because the mafia was a full it was a full commitment, right? It was all in a lot before the gangs, because gangs, you know, this blood shit in New Jersey is relatively new. We had street gangs. So there was like really no loyalty. There's really no membership. You just lived, you was born there, you lived or was raised there, hung around there, and that's your street gang. There was no really commitment, no sworn in testimony, none of that shit. But the mafia had that. There was no really allegiance to the street.
shit.
Ah, okay.
You probably talking about them East Coast.
You're okay. We're more condensed than you. So you can be in one block, and you talk to X or Rob Bourne, they'll tell you, you can be in one block over here with let's say the fifth, we got numbers. You might be down to 18th game, okay? Then for whatever reason, you can move to 3rd Street. And now you're down with 3rd Street, just like that. You know, you're now 18th gang to use I.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how it works over here. So there's really no allegiance like that. Like the mafia, they have the commitments, and now this blood Crip stuff, they have more of allegiance because you're actually swearing into something. So I'm saying the street gangs, there was really no swearing. You just was hanging around there, or you lived there for that moment, and by proxy, by default, that's your gang. But once you move, ain't your gang no more necessarily. That's like suicide to rep that gang living on 3rd Street.
Yeah, but that whole black on black thing, that's just that's pretty much like that's another way how
you guys make great points with that, with the black on black crime, white on white crime. You're right. It's one-sided when whites or Hispanics or Chinese murder each other senselessly or whatever the reason is. It is not considered their ethnicity versus their ethnicity. Yeah, that's pretty much reserved for black people, black Americans.
Right, I appreciate that. Because you even see it with the whole war on drugs and the war on drugs. Because now they have or the crack epidemic, even the term crack baby.
Welfare mom.
When you look at like what's going on, now with particularly with white folks, like on the Bible Belt and the opioid epidemic, you never get these kind of disparaging, insensitive terms. You know what I'm saying? Like you never hear a white person refer to a white baby as a heroin baby, and like it will never become a popularized term, or they'll never prosecute a war against opium, a war again. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's called the opioid crisis, not the war.
Right. That's a crisis, not a war. You get what I'm saying?
When I get a chance, okay. So what happens is that it's called a crisis now because America sometimes, it's not always, scripted, but sometimes they can say, okay, this sentence saying on, addicted people to drugs or the person selling it, maybe that, because we seen that was the wrong move during the crack epidemic. So why repeat history and do the same thing in the opiate crisis? So let's not call it a war no more, because that didn't work out. So sometimes that can happen too. They feel like, okay, we thought this was the best angle, this war stuff. We thought hard sentences. We thought, law and order would be a deterrent for people to engage in this lifestyle. 20, 30 years later, no dent. It didn't work. So why? So now we see this epidemic from another place. Why repeat the same strategy when we know it's a failure strategy? So this is why I think some of the reason why they become more softer on how they handle it.
Well, I tell you, man, you're awfully you give a lot of latitude, boy. Because
okay, so why would they repeat the same thing? Like if they know that doesn't work, it just.
But why isn't that then whiteology? Why are you not a whiteologist for that perspective? But if we say that there's a narrative around Blacks regarding crime, that we're Blackologists. Like
I never said no. It's what see, it's when people describe the narrative. When they say the Bilderbergers, the Margaret Sanger, and they do all that shit, that's a Blackologist. But if they actually, because there is, and I said the other day, I said if this is, he always pulls up on a show that's not tailor-made for him. The other day, we was doing something that was the predator shit. We was doing child trafficking. We was doing something perfect for him. And I said, this is when he's not going to call him. His talking points. So I was saying that, remember, I said this stuff he's saying is actually happening. He's just on the extreme side of it, right? Like you say, he's not telling the full story and he's not keeping the dots where he's supposed to be. He's trying to connect dots as an unprofessional.
Hey,
with the
Amber, how you could tell like the media, and I'm gonna say the white media, like they're hyper aware of exactly what they're doing.
Uh-huh.
The term mass shooting, right? For years, it's always been applied to like random acts of violence, right? A Kroger getting shot up or a school or something. It was always limited to a very, very, very specific happening, right? Now, recently, what have you noticed, Amber, without me saying it, insofar as who that term and how it's, is being applied lately? All of a sudden, I don't know if you peep or not.
What you talking about, the lone white male with mental issues?
Nah, what I was saying is that once upon a time, the only thing that was called a mass shooting in the media was like Columbine situations, the shit that happened in Vegas, the Kroger getting shot up, a random act where a sole guy shoots up a whole bunch of people. But lately,
when it's perpetrated against Black people solely and specifically?
No. Previously, mass shootings were about typically is usually a sole white male or a group, just randomly. That's the thing that was like the common denominator in what we, the media used to call mass shootings. That's how the term has always been applied.
Oh, now they're applying it to other people that aren't white?
Right. Specifically, stuff like drive-bys. Shit that's been going on since like the 70s and 80s. You know what I'm saying?
But I also noticed too that like no matter who the culprit is or who the assailant is or what evidence comes out. So like earlier, Bias made the point like, oh, well, they are lone mass shooters. And to me, I think that that's questionable because we know that there have been these pockets of people that have been emboldened under Trump to become extremely right-wing extremists, white nationalist groups. So while they might not be coordinated efforts as in, this person, they do know that a lot of these people are coming from the same creek, so to speak.
Same type of thought pattern.
Same type of thought, same type of groups, or
hang out on the same websites, same ideologies.
Exactly. Yet they're still identified as lone wolf shooters. And they even go so far as to avoid calling them what they are, which are hate crimes. You know, they'll throw it under the mass shooting, but it's a white male and all the victims are minorities. You know, but they won't call it a hate crime. It's under
Right.
investigation.
That's another thing too. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing too. I mean, listen, we both know that there are Black people who are extreme when it comes to being like, you know, Black folks are not responsible for anything, and it's because of the white man. And so I think me and you both know the sentiment that Bias is speaking to, but I think you can go too far.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm saying.
I believe Bias is gone.
I'm right on the X.
No, I definitely understand what you're saying. Like, and I agree. I'm not gonna say like, oh, all white people is the devil, and all Black people is angels and gods, and you know, like there's nothing wrong. Like there absolutely is, but I think we get dangerous when we start taking stuff out the story, omitting facts because it suits our narrative. Like that don't make you no better.
Who does that?
Huh?
Who does that?
Yeah, it's a overcorrection.
Right. It's an overcorrection. So for me, that's my problem. Now, while I don't feel like unbiased intentionally does it, you do be kind of extreme. So like, to me, you don't see it, but when you say, you know, it's these Black, you know, these niggas is out here doing this and they turn into super predators and this, that, and the third, like, and I understand that you are centered around the Black experience, and that's where your concern is. However, there are other communities and races out there where they are perpetrating heinous crimes, heinous acts. It may not be of concern or value to you.
No, but it doesn't directly affect. But no, here's the thing. The reason why I highlight Black people crimes because it directly affects me. So if I was living like indigenous Black man amongst white people, I would be concerned with those crimes. You dig? So like over there, it'd be trafficking, child trafficking. It'd be like you said, domestic. Like the thing you just said, kidnapping, child trafficking, like that's what goes on in white society. And if I lived in that society, I would be speaking to that because it would directly affect me or potentially, you know what I mean? If you got kids, if you got a girlfriend, like those things can affect you one day. So I'm just speaking to the almost inevitable, like what can affect me one day. I want to hurry up and address that and potentially be a solution in neutralizing it before somebody, myself or somebody in my direct family, you know, fall victim to some of the senseless killings. But believe me, if I lived around child trafficking with this little baby, I will be speaking to that. I'll be highlighting that more than anything.
Okay.
Yeah, so if y'all notice, man, let's pay attention to the news reports, man, and just peep how what used to be called drive-by shootings are now called mass shootings.
Yeah.
You know, because it's one thing about white folks, they understand the importance of language. No, I'm serious.
I'm laughing at the chat. Decent, so I can't see it.
Yeah, they you know, this peep how they pay attention to language. They understand how important it is.
I said the same thing though, Haskell. I said that you might have not been on one of my Super Predator shows, but I said the same thing. I said if you really look at what's going on in Black society, I said we could call that a mass shooting. Like this dude just shot up the block, and where they went. Like
right, that's how they play it, because you know there's always gray area you can exploit, right? So from a technical standpoint, yeah, you're absolutely correct, and that's how, you know, someone who's disingenuous can kind of exploit words.
Right. They're trying to disconnect and detach from the idea that
right. They don't want it to become kind
Yeah.
of cemented in the psyche of the public that this particular crime is a pathology of our group, or our group has this pathology that is unique or more prevalent to our group, right? It's very strategic and it's disingenuous. Now, from you unbiased, I don't think that's your angle when you say, well, if a gang member pulls up and uses an automatic weapon to shoot 20 people, technically, absolutely, you could classify it as a mass because it's a mass number of people, and a shooting because it was a shooting. But, you know, when you see media never having used that terminology for years and years, and then all of us, you know, it's always been applied to a particular, a very specific type of scenario. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden they're expanding it. It becomes very apparent what's going on. Like there's an obvious agenda there. You know, it's just like the serial deleters. You know, the first thing that pops into your head, far as like demographic wise.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing that pops into your mind. But I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, they start calling people like King Von a serial killer.
That's what the hell he was.
No, actually, no, he wasn't.
Shit.
You see, you won't. All right, hold on. I'm gonna source up on your ass. I'm gonna source up on your ass and show you why. And show you why just killing a bunch of people doesn't make you.
Edition 14 called Von a fucking serial killer. Nigga just
But not
killing
only that, and I'll go ahead and credit technology a little bit, and you know, updates and changes. But why do you think that they have so quickly and efficiently been able to track as government in Georgia have been so quickly and efficiently able to track? Is it Young Thug? Wait, what's the guy's name?
Young Thug.
The one who recently got on the RICO charge in Georgia?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Young Thug.
His entire organization. However, many organizations were around and thrived for years, years, decades before anyone, quote unquote, caught wind of what they were doing.
So were those organizations responsible for 80% of the murders in that city? 80%.
I'm pretty sure they were responsible for a significant amount of murders.
I gotta go on mute real fast. I gotta go on mute. Got a phone call.
What's up?
Hold on. Let me source up on by.
I doubt it. Hold on. Hey, y'all in the chat, let me read some comments while Unbiased is busy and Peter Bag Juice has left.
What's up, y'all?
Damn, yo, I don't know how I dropped off.
Well, I might not want to read these comments. They going in.
What they talking about?
Never
You can read
mind.
it. You can read it. Go ahead.
They also said you're a
They going in on biased ass, huh? Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My son is telling me about his day.
They going in on bias. Hold on, let me see what they saying.
Hello. Yeah. So let's see the comments. So let me go back up. Let me see. I'm trying to see where we left off. Oh, okay. That was around the time we left off. Centavo said the victim don't know they murdered. Shaking my effing head. Living with trauma is far worse. Death is ultimate, but not the worst. Victims live with trauma. Commit suicide. Killing yourself is far worse for a victim than being murdered by someone, in my opinion.
Who said that? Decent?
Decent said that. Indigenous Black man said, ask the victim, not her mama, ninja. Centavo said some victims will think of death and suicide as a solution to their pain and trauma. So I would say living with trauma is worse than death. If Black on Black exists, then white on white does also. Case closed. So IBM said, pickaninny arguments, shaking my head. Bias is about to start hollering out, mammy, 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 shaking my head, laughing like shit. He also said crack placed in the hoods around the world by your great white government. Haskell Gidding. It was money they were fighting over. This is DeCentavo. Slim opportunity in desperate places creates chaos. I agree. He said violence is a tool, not just an out of control behavior. I agree. So I said that part, Centavo, a tool to maintain control and power. So Watcher said valid, decent. IBM said on crack, they create a problem, then offer a solution by jailing us. So Centavo said the mafia was and still is mad violent, even with structure and management. IBM said, what the F is Unbiased talking about? Watcher said, deplorable. Centavo said right now they sick, not criminals and drug addicts. Unbiased really is biased. Cracking the fuck up. So IBM said crack was brung into our communities, creating the problem, making us criminals.
Making us criminals? You might want to look at the 70s. All right, Black on Black crime was high as fuck in the 70s, but anyway, go ahead.
IBM said, then the motherfuckers want to jail us using propaganda. You tell a lie long enough, people start to believe it. We know you a liar. You asked me to come on. I did. You butthurt over Chief X.
No, because actually Chief X could defend himself. He always have. What I do when you have a disagreement with Chief X, I invite him. I don't defend Chief X. He is able to. I don't defend no ma'am. I say no ma'am. Listen, they said this about you. She comes on Haskell, same thing. I don't got to defend anybody. Okay, you guys are all ready and able to defend yourselves, including Chief X.
All right, so look, right? I sourced up on you, Unbiased.
Okay, I see it right there. Go ahead.
All right, so it says a serial killer is typically a person who murders 3 or more people, usually in the service of abnormal psychological gratification, right? I could click on that and go into that, but we won't. With the murders taking place over more than a month and including a significant period of time between them. While most authorities set a threshold of 3 murders, others extend it to 4 or lessen it to 2. Psychological gratification is the usual motive for serial killing, and many serial killings involve sexual contact with the victim. The FBI states the motives for serial killers can include anger, thrill seeking, financial gain, and attention seeking, and killings may be executed as such. The victims may have something in common, for example, demographic profile, appearance, gender, or race. Often, the FBI will focus on a particular pattern serial killers follow. Based on this pattern, this will give key clues into finding the killer along with their motives. Although a serial killer is a distinct classification that differs from that of a mass murderer, a spree killer, or a contract killer, there exists conceptual overlaps between them. That is the most important part in everything that I just read right there. So going back to King Von, a gang member simply just by having a number of bodies, that in and of itself doesn't qualify him to be a serial killer. As you see, there's some, as you'll see, huh?
He was murdering for about a month or more.
Right, no, it says they take place over more than a month.
Yeah, this dude
And
been killing for
include,
a month.
hold on, and include a significant period of time between them. But those aren't the only qualifiers, right? It says usually in the service of abnormal psychological gratification.
Yeah, the one dude told a story. A dude that was, look, check this out. Like I said, I be in these spaces. A dude that used to smoke with King Von and chill in Chicago, that moved out of Chicago. He said that they were in like 7 a.m. playing video games. And King Von was like, yo, let's go twerk. And he was like, he thought this nigga just like tripping. He's like, what? And like, this is a guy who was rolling with them. He said, yo, what? Yeah, nah, let's go. And he's getting dressed, putting on book bags, acting like he's a student and everything. He's like, yo, you serious, yo? Yeah, I can find you the clip. The dude said he was gearing up to act like a student, just go shoot ops and shit. No motivation, nobody talking shit about him. They say he was on go. That nigga was on go.
Yeah, but you know those guys are in a protracted war, like of reprisal killings, right?
Yeah, but you know they be killing siblings and children, you know, the dude's son and big mom and grandmother, they ain't got shit to do with this war. And they go after the brothers and
yeah, but they do that stuff when they can't get like their, they target, and they do it to hurt, people who they're in war. All right. So the main takeaway I want you to have was the abnormal psychological gratification, right? We're gonna go ahead and get into that because you shuffling, right? So abnormal psychology is the branch of psychology that studies unusual patterns of behavior, emotion, or thought, which could be understood as a mental disorder. So really and truly, what they're getting at really is just that the deleting is done just for the sake of it. And there is some common denominator in the killings, some psychological denominator where the person is doing it to derive some sort of pleasure out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like there's like, with King Von, there's one dude beat him up on a bus, like they jumped him. He went back and did something to that guy. The one girl who they said he's alleged to have killed, who they claim she herself was like I'm talking about, right?
Bronx, yeah, she was the fucking
right. They were going back and forth, and they were in opposing. What I'm saying is, those were all in that particular context. Like, it wouldn't a psychologist wouldn't define it as
okay. So in other words, a serial killer is somebody like deranged and clinically crazy.
I mean, you could say that about Von, but that's not the only thing, though. Like,
so give me a mass shooter.
It's not the only thing. Like, the gratification is a lot of times sexual. Like, even if they don't necessarily penetrate, they are sexually gratified by torturing and bringing pain or murdering someone else. Like that's their getting off.
And the
That's
victims are pretty much always along a very, very exact type of profile. You know, like everyone murdered has like, you know, they were like a prostitute or they were an activist or, you know what I'm saying? It's very, very
or
you can-
brown
now-
hair between the height of 5'7" and 5'9".
Right.
Like it's very specific.
If you notice, Bias, again, this is why I said this was the most important part of what I read is it says, although a serial killer is a distinct classification that differs from mass murderer, spree killer, or contract killer, there exists conceptual overlaps. So, of course, speaking of King Von, there are going to be things in his psychological profile that you can point to that would fit within certain things that, you know, that apply to serial killers, right? Because there are conceptual overlaps. But a psychologist wouldn't put him in that category because a serial killer is a very, very, they'd put him more probably in a spree killer or a contract killer. They probably
That sounds like
put
that
him,
black on black crime, white on white crime issue, which I was saying earlier.
what you mean?
I was saying maybe the reason why I was saying maybe that there's this, like the same way you said there's things that has to qualify to be a serial killer. Well, maybe there are things that need to qualify for it to be a something or something crime, like black on black crime.
Well, what the qualifier is in the title, black on black. But
well,
there's white on white.
Let's Google it. Let's Google the reason why it's called that.
Oh,
right,
please
hold on,
Google
I'll
it so
do
you
it.
can find out that it's a myth. Lies.
Hold on, I'm gonna Google it right now.
Wait, not well. The black on black crime cannot be a myth if everybody's doing it.
No, it is a myth because it's not used cohesively with all races. That's why.
Okay. Let me ask you this: are there active 2022 white activists that are not white nationalists that's claiming that white people are killing white people and it needs to stop anywhere in this country? So there you go. But you actually have black activists all throughout the country saying there's an issue with black people killing black people, and that's why there's a black on black crime and there's no white on white.
No, the black on black crime narrative existed before the activists. So we clear.
I'm just simply asking: are there any white people, activists, that's saying white on white crime needs to stop? It's an epidemic.
No, because they're not.
There's no media purporting that there's a white on white crime crisis. What are we talking about?
Wait. Hold on. You don't need media to. Newark is going crazy. You don't need media to cover that. There's people who live there. They don't want to live amongst that stuff, and they report it themselves. They go to law enforcement. They go to legislators. They go to politics.
But it's easy for you to say that after the narrative has already been put out there. See, you're saying that we see the crime is definitely an issue, but again, you wasn't thinking that it was this big issue until the media told you it was a big issue.
What happens though, the media didn't make the shit up. What happens is the media shows the people in Newark, it ain't just you, it's also Detroit. Like, oh shit, and they show Detroit, it ain't just you, it's Chicago. Oh, you thought it was just you? No, that's also in Maryland. Oh, that's also over here, Minneapolis. Oh, that's also in Florida. And black people say, oh shit, it's an epidemic.
So why aren't they calling it urban crime? Because these are urban areas that you're talking about.
Well,
these are large.
Well, when you say urban, that could be anybody. When you say black, that's exactly who you're talking to. And again, black people feel like
right, but urban would more lend to the totality of what's going on.
Yeah, but urban would give a false sense of who.
A false sense of what?
Who is actually impacted by it.
Can I add to that? Can I say something?
Yeah.
I am in total disagreement with Chief X, and if your conversation is similar to Chief X's one, I'll be in total disagreement with you. There's nothing wrong with us not being in agreement. The crime statistics have been skewed in this country for many years because it's not every state report as they should. Some police station report that they want to report. And if in some cases, like let's look at black on black crime. Let's look at even marijuana possession 10 years ago. Data show that white people smoke as much weed as black people. Yet still black people were stopped and searched for weed in a disproportionate amount. Sorry if I didn't pronounce that word properly. So if you search more black people, if you search 100 black people and 10 white people, if 50% of them smoke weed, you're most likely going to find weed amongst black people. Now, if we're going to talk about shooting and gangs, I'm not saying that we don't have a problem with gangs. We have a problem with gangs. If we're going to talk about break-ins, white people have a large amount of break-ins, so much so they couldn't even hide it anymore. With the fentanyl and drug problem that facing the white community, you have a large amount of break-ins. But they're not reporting those. They're not reporting those. Because
wait. Who's not reporting them? What do you mean?
The police stations, the cities.
Oh, wait. So, please, are you telling me that white people are calling the cops and saying, "Hey, there's a break-in," and that's not being reported?
It's not centrally reported. Yes, it's not.
Wait. You still wording there. I'm saying the white person called the cops. Hello, there's a break-in, and then the dispatcher. Okay, I'll send a police officer. Are you telling me
they'll purposely not book them officially? Is what he's saying.
No, yeah, but no.
What he's saying is,
but it's not reported in the FBI report. It's not.
What he's saying is they don't have a process to congregate all the data for their arrests,
right,
and reports made to submit to the state, for the state to submit to the FBI. And even if the state was compiling it, the information is incomplete, is what he's saying.
From what I understand is that private organizations like you and I, we can each separate organization, and then we can go and extract these reports from police stations and build a crime report for that particular city. So the FBI don't necessarily have to come to us if they don't want to for our statistics.
So question: who makes those reports readily available now? But the reports that private people put together. Who are they readily available to?
And this is why I don't know. And this is why instead of the questions, let's just get the information so we can all be clear on how it works. And then we can question.
But the information is going to be skewed because not all information is readily available.
So if we're playing that game, then nobody has anything to dispute, to debunk anybody. So when I ask the question, do white people commit more violent crimes than black people? They say yes. Well, what numbers are they using? What vital stats are they using? You say 70% of white folks commit more violent acts than black people. They just made that shit up, obviously, because they can't use those same numbers because they're skewed. They're corrupt.
But even the FBI website says that the data is skewed. Like they give that as a caution that not all organizations, like it's not a requirement to report. People report by choice.
I know that. So but what we do have is this. Okay. What we do have is this. We have actual police officers that are in cities, that work in cities with high crime, and they are aware of the call.
That is so lie. Not you.
So they are aware of the call. So what happens is somebody can't say to active police officers, "Oh, ain't no crime going on there." When they are listening to the calls, they are responding to the calls, and it's day in, day out, right? So there's no way somebody can tell that officer, that's some bullshit. That's fake.
Unbiased, let me tell you this. If you walk around with a hammer, everything, after a while, everything you're going to see is going to look like a nail. Let me explain what I just said to you. In America, these police officers that I see on a day-to-day basis are the most equipped police officers anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world, there's no police officer that is as equipped as an American police officer, right? But yet still, if a young man have a pen knife, that officer say he's in fear for his life. In India, if a young man have a cutlass, the police officer have a baton, and he's not in fear for his life. And he's not in fear for his life. So when a police officer telling you about all I see around me is crime, this man walk around with a hammer every day. He's the most equipped police officer in the world. I have seen Jamaican police officers without body vests, with a stupid little Smith & Wesson 45, holding down the piece. Now, Askell 45 is in here, and he can tell you that. So when these officers tell you that they're in fear for their life, and I said, this man, he has a baton on him, he has pepper spray, he has a stun gun, he has a Glock 19, he has armor, he has body, what do you call it, bulletproof vest, he has headphone, he has a car, and he has backup that is not even 5 minutes away. And he's in fear for his life. For a young man who has a pen knife, who was shot down in the middle of the street. Right? So when these people tell you about crime, you have to automatically adjust and say, what are you talking about? I'm not saying that there is no murder of black gang members or shooting in Chicago from gang members. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that that's an urban situation. Go into the rural situation.
Wait. No. Hey, it's 2 P's. If you're trying to make a comparison that white people are senselessly, outright, publicly killing each other like black folks, that's not true.
If it wasn't for gang crimes, if it wasn't for gang murders, if it wasn't for this large amount of gang murders in our community,
oh yeah, I agree.
Our murder rate
I agree.
Be significantly lower.
I agree.
Than any murder rate in any white community.
I agree.
Right? So take that out of the argument. I realize that the gang issue is a different issue to discuss.
Yeah. I think it would be just as normal as anywhere else. It'd be. That's why I say the hassle. It'd be normal. It would be normal. When I say normal, it'd be like you'll see it across the board the reasons why they killed certain people. Like you know how you watch ID channel, I killed them because for money or insurance money. Yeah. Like you'll see that or he sucked my wife. You'll see those type of things. Yeah. You won't see, oh, this guy is repping this and he disrespecting me. Like you're not gonna see that as the cause for murder in other societies in this country.
Right. Our murder rate would be far less than anybody murder rate if it wasn't for gang violence.
But so my question though, because I mean I don't know, but where are they getting these weapons?
Yes, so you know, like there's been talk. You got people, you know, white people selling it to black people, you know, because you can legally sell your. Okay, so a certain person can't go buy a gun because they don't have the requirements from a gun store, but they don't need the requirements to buy it for no man. So no man could sell her gun to a guy who could not buy a gun in a gun shop.
No, but even the argument.
But we agree that the main issues in our community is around gun violence and drugs. Yet we do not have control of really any major cartels or any weapons cartels. So again, I ask,
well, we know that to answer that question, we know that there is a white body who has, I showed it on my channel today, who believes the problem in America are Jews or blacks and whoever else, okay? And we know they have a lot in common with certain black groups in America. Elijah Muhammad met with the KKK. Marcus Garvey met with the KKK. You know, they kind of get along all the time. You know, the extreme black groups get along with the extreme white groups. They have a lot in common. And when they actually talk to each other, correspond, they actually start to get along a little bit. Farrakhan had that nigga, the Kool-Aid guy over the rostrum, you know, teaching. You know, they see a lot of shit in common when they finally talk. So I'm sure that if they really got it, I'm sure if they really got it for black folk, then they are trying to be the vessel to sell guns and whatever else they think black society needs. You dig? Like trying to be the plug. Oh, y'all looking for guns? All right, we got you. Looking for drugs? Yeah, we sell that too. We got you. And that's a possibility.
But I would use
purposely funneling, these things in black society to keep it going.
no. I wouldn't use that excuse. The white people funneling drugs and guns into our community, because
a certain body of white folks. I was saying the white mass.
Okay. Because I am saying that this is what I stupid is saying. Is that listen? We have seen the crack epidemic. It has been 40 years old. 1985, almost 40 years since the crack epidemic started the destruction of our community.
Look at that bottle.
And if we as a people have not learned anything from the crack epidemic, if we're still playing the same game, we have a problem. But the problem that we have is a cultural problem now, is that certain behaviors have been ingrained in our community, as is we do not talk to the police, we do not inform, we do not call the police. So a black person will look through the window and see a crime taking place. And what they do, they lock the windows, pull down the shutters if they have shutters, and close the curtains. And they say, that's none of my business. But a white person will see a black person selling water, and they will call the police. Right? So that is one of our things in our communities, is that criminals are protected because of cultural behavior. Nobody calls the police. Crime taking place, nobody calls the police. The crack dealer in the corner, nobody calls the police. Nobody complains to the congressman. They complain to the church leaders who went and complained to Bill Clinton, and that's why you had the crime act. Because really and truly, crack dealers need to be sent away for life. If somebody sells drugs in the community, they need to go to prison for the rest of their life. No, that being said, we have to be sure that this person who's going away for life was the drug dealer and not an innocent person that was framed. But if you catch somebody selling drugs, if that same person lived in Singapore and was selling crack, the system would have killed them. They would have been executed because you're destroying the community. Our destruction is coming from within because of social norm. But
see, I disagree with that.
You disagree with that? Why I go to jail for life?
I disagree with that because it's easy to say that, but when you deprive certain people from opportunity, and then the only opportunity you provide is dealing drugs or dealing weapons to your own people, then you're obviously going to see people take advantage of that. Like, you're just going to. So to me, it's kind of crazy where we get caught up in this black on black crime narrative, but we are the people with the least amount of resources. So there's no way we're able to provide our own communities with these large sums of drugs and guns. Someone is profiting off of this. Someone is. So if we truly want a resolution, you would attack the people that are actually making it possible for these things to enter the community, making it possible for the drug dealer to destroy his community, making it possible for the gang member to reach all types of havoc. Otherwise, you're just taking pawns off the table, but the board will be reset because the machine is still going. So it'll be someone else to take the opportunity to sell drugs or to sell guns or weapons or to partake in gang violence. Like, all you're gonna do is replace the players. You're not changing anything of any real substance.
And I beg to disagree with that. Pawns, people look at pawns and say underrated pawns. Right? But sometimes the pawns, if you play chess, are the most essential piece on the board. They act as buffers. They prevent certain moves from occurring. And in our community, pawns sometimes turn into bigger pieces. They sometimes make it to the 8th square. And while they might not become queens or rooks, sometimes they turn bishops and knights. And they even create more damage to the community. And I would, as a son of a crackhead, I will say this: anybody who sell crack should be shot in the head. No excuses, no nothing. There's other things that you can do. Because if you go into the black community and you count 100 people, it's only one of them sell crack. It's not 90 of them sell crack. The average black person going to work, postman, working at Burger King, KFC. They're not selling crack. They're not selling crack. Average black person is not a pimp. So if you choose to be a crack dealer and destroy your community, why should I have sympathy for you? Why should I have sympathy? You shouldn't know. You don't have no sympathy. A crack dealer don't have any sympathy.
Why'd you sell crack? Because I had to at Tupac shit. Why you sell crack? Because I had to.
No, you never have to. Post office always highlight. The post office always highlight.
Yeah, I will say this, man. I'll say both of you are right to an extent, right? So if you have a cancer and it's spreading through the body, you know, if the cancer gets to a point where you either need to decapitate a limb or amputate a limb to save the patient, then that's what you need to do. However, you're still gonna need to do something in order to completely obliterate the cancer if possible. You know, you have to do both. So in other words, there are going to be people who are so hardened and they're so far gone, there is no rehabilitating them. And you have to go to drastic measures like,
You sound like Dr. Umar.
right, for good. You know what I'm saying? Some people, they too far gone. But as a long-term strategy, shooting people in the head, that's not gonna work.
Listen,
And what I would say is, you know, take a look at the people who are the most successful, the ones who are in charge right now, which would be white people, and look at how they're handling their crisis right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And really, if you look at it, we look at it and kind of take offense because they're like, wait a minute, why they didn't, you know, treat us like that? It's because they don't have a fraternal type of bond with us like that, right? So when they see their people going through these things, yeah, it's reprehensible. I'm sure there have been people who have been locked up, but ultimately they understand that there's some deep-seated cultural deficiency that's going to need to be rectified on a deep level to correct this problem on a macro level. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you're going to have to go to extreme measures like what Stu P said in the short term, but in the long term to actually resolve the issue, it's going to take, you know what I'm saying? You're going to need to do some deep psychological work and crisis management and, you know, working with the kids and, you know, so I think y'all are both right, man.
Look, Askel, have an extra loop.
Resources with the kids as well as actual opportunity. Like you can do all of that, but if you don't bring any opportunity to these areas,
I don't know. All right, because look at this, Amber, right? There's a YouTuber I listen to a lot. He's a Jamaican YouTuber, and he makes a point all the time that, you know, in Jamaica, a lot of these gang members, they'll come into millions of dollars, and what do? They don't change their life. They just buy more guns, more weaponry. So, you know, it's kind of nuanced because there is some sort of correlation between lack of resources and crime. I don't believe that there's zero connection. The
No,
particular
I'm not talking about once people are old and set, and I'm talking about like for young kids, like the crisis management, the therapy, and programs with actual opportunities that they can see that they believe are tangible for them. Versus,
hey, but check this out though. How come in places like India and Rwanda and places like that, way poorer than America? Because most of these people in America, when they say they don't have resources,
Thank you.
you know, they you know, you don't see this type of crime. Now, there are some major differences, right?
Now, decent.
The proximity to weapons is one, and then two, living, seeing abject wealth all around you, tantalizing,
exactly,
right?
Exactly.
So I won't act as if we're weighing necessarily apples and apples. That's why I say it's not completely one thing or completely the other. You know what I'm saying? It's a mix, because there's plenty dudes in the hood who they had two parents, they had all the clothes they wanted, and it'd be a lot of them that jump into the game. Why? Because they want more. They want to be the big dude on the block. They want to get all the chicks, and you know what I'm saying? So and then there are
they are the minority in their area. They're not the norm.
I don't know about that one.
A lot.
Oh no.
I've come across people that have come from the 2-parent home, middle class family, but they're in a predominantly poor area. So while they're the exception, all of their friends aren't. So it's kind of like
Amber, I have never seen a Black American kid walking barefoot to school. I have never seen a Black American kid having on a tear-up batty pants. You know what a tear-up batty pants is? Explain what a tear-up batty pants is. A pants that have been worn so much that the crotches tear. I have never seen that.
But now we're finna get into the poverty Olympics.
Of course, because we're going to go into poverty. We have to get into it.
Well, no. So like Haskell said, and again, this has been researched. It's more than just people being poor. It's a difference when you can see tangible wealth around you, or on your television, or it's a part of quote unquote society, and you're perceived as those people on the margin of it. Like, it's a different thing than coming from somewhere that's predominantly poor and wealth is, kind of that's the exception, versus someone who is in a society where wealth, or at least some type of stability, is the norm, and they're the exception because they're poor. They're perceived as the lower class.
Let's have a comparison, Amber. Let's compare white trash poor to black poor.
Yes, sir.
Let's compare white trash poor. People up in the what a mountain name? The Black Hills, poor. White trash poor that live in trailer park and have outside toilet.
That's right.
That don't have a Jordan on. Why them not mass murdering each other up in the Black Hills? Why we don't have that happening? And yet the rich people around them. Because we can't compare white trash poor.
Well, here's the thing, and Bias has gone over this on previous shows, and he's actually been highlighting it recently. Their crime looks a lot different in their areas. So while they might not be mass murdering or on killing sprees because of gang violence, they are online talking to underage children. They're more of the predator. They're more of the one. They're more likely to kidnap a child, and maybe their crime is going to be different, but they still engage in violent crime.
The stick-up kid and a gang member have won a $300 Jordan. Any gang member you catch, if I could write over the 94 crime bill, anybody who say them blood or crip and them on the gang register, 10 extra years. So if them going to a gas station and steal a candy, if the normal thing to steal a candy is 6 months, you get 10 years and 6 months. We need to stop this foolishness. We don't have the excuses, need to put to an end.
Yeah, you know what I would point to, Stoopies, more than the poverty or anything like that, but particularly when it comes to those who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, is the disruption in the family dynamic, the dysfunction. I think us and Black Americans, we share that in common. Particularly Jamaicans, right? And what makes us such a violent people compared to continental Africans. You know, for the most part, of course, colonialism was in a lot of ways just as bad as slavery, but they still had a continuity in culture in most cases, and a cultural cohesiveness, as far as the family structures and that sort of stuff. So it's harder for you to exact violence upon somebody who you feel an affinity towards. Whereas in our societies, it's very easy because, it takes a lot for you to kill somebody. You really have to, it's hard for you to love somebody. So that's the thing I would point to more than anything.
That's good. I'll make this point.
Because look, even something like, all right, I know America is not as bad as us, but when we were growing up, Stoopies, I'm 40. I don't know how old you are, but we used to get beatings in school. Our parents used to beat us. Now, my mom used to beat me very viciously.
I used to get a beating every day. Every day I get a beating. Come on,
right. Now, as much as I used to get beat and, get beat with high heel shoes and,
extension cords
and switches off of cherry trees and all of this sort of stuff. When my grandmother would tell me how their parents used to beat them, it was even a higher level than that. They tie their kids up to trees and literally beat them all day with ropes, That's insane stuff. So, and I hear it in Black American culture too. That sort of violence becomes so
ingrained.
Right, it becomes so ingrained, so normalized. And I think that's like the biggest distinction compared to other poor places like India and Rwanda and stuff like that. Cause look at Rwanda. They had a civil war. How many people died in that?
1.1 million.
Right. And now you probably hardly anybody gets murdered in Rwanda.
Yeah, the murder rate is almost zero.
Yeah, it's next to zero.
All right. I'm going to tell you something, Askel. I don't tell people this. Last week I went and did my swearing in. At one point I said I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to become that. And I went and swear in. And when I realized that adults have a problem with immigrants, and when I'm there, I count, there was about 150 people there. I was counting at my swearing in.
Yeah.
They took them in 3 batches. Of the 150, how many you think were Black? Askel, give me an estimate.
Oh, it's going to be what, 3%?
No, tell me, how much do you think was Black? Give me a number.
Out of how many you said?
Give me the question again. What's the question?
150 people. I'm going to say 3% would work out to what, 4.5 people.
What's the question?
I'm going to say less than 10 people.
11 people was there was Black. 11.
Yeah. 11.
Just missed it.
Sound about right. And that's the point that I make all the while. But guess what? People like Tariq, they know that, man.
What's the
No,
question? I feel left
No,
out.
I'm telling you, I went into Sweden for my citizenship. And in my Sweden ceremony, there was 150 people, and about 11 of them was black.
Of what?
Of people
Swearing in
swearing
for
in to become
citizenship.
American.
Swearing for his
okay.
citizenship.
Okay, I got you. Wait. So you said people are applying for citizenship? Where?
No, in Florida. In Florida.
Was
I had
it
100
in Hialeah, Stupid?
Yeah.
I'm so-
150 people was there, and 11 of them was black.
Okay.
Black
Yeah,
people
the
is not
point
the
he's
problem
making
here.
that, like, when you hear these ADOS and talk about black immigrants, like, we're such a small number, like, and we actually had this discussion last night, Stoopies. You know, we're such a small number. We don't have any impact on black Americans like that, man. Like,
No,
but guess what,
listen.
Stoopies? People like Tariq Nash, they know that, man.
Listen,
Tariq knows what he's
No.
doing, bro. Trust me.
I said that to say this. Spanish people is going to start to move into Detroit and Chicago. And that problem we won't have it. Because guess what? The last time I went onto 125th Street in Harlem, I see two white ladies walking dogs, walking poodles on Martin Luther King Boulevard. That's 125th. I saw Starbucks. I saw the other latte place, a pumpkin spice place.
Yeah, if you get a Starbucks, you already know. A Starbucks or Whole Foods.
So when we have a problem and we're not willing to fix it as black people, to say, listen, I need to cut out these people out of our community. Them need to go to prison or them need to hang. Because them don't make any sense. Other people
Oh,
is
yeah,
going to come in
definitely,
and
man.
push us out from the community.
Some of them, they, like, you know, Umar said it, man. Umar said it. We're going to have to put them to sleep permanently.
For good. Because if you don't do that,
Hey, but man, when you talk about Umar and the Stoopies, that's Amber people.
No, I like Umar. Nobody's 100% straight.
Man, Umar,
Thank you, Soupies.
I like Umar. Umar's intentions over the last 30 years have always been the same. Listen, how much money do you think Umar get? Let's say Umar get $2 million.
he got at least 2 million.
When you give $2 million, let's be honest. When you watch those adverts, when you're up late at night and can't sleep, I turn on the TV. I see advertisement from the people I'm talking about the dog. Oh, 25 cents a month can go to, or the people I'm in Africa advertisement, 30 cents, only $1 a day can help to feed a sick child. What percentage of that money you think actually go to dogs or children?
I'm gonna say 15-20%. I'm guessing.
15-20%. If Umar even take 50% of the money and call it operational costs, what was it? Him not supposed to spend $1? Him not supposed to eat?
Hold on. So you telling me because Sally Struthers was finessing, then we supposed to be okay with this nigga finessing?
No, it's called administrative costs. All it's 100% of the donation can't go to the
He ain't got no administrators.
He is head cook and buckle washer.
Right.
He's the secretary, you have to pay the secretary. He's a typist, you have to pay the typist. He's the CEO, you have to pay the CEO.
Hey, if he's performing those duties in high school, you gotta pay him.
Oh my
He
God.
want too much hats, so you have to pay him.
Got on every
He's
hat.
the chauffeur, he's the driver.
He always ever had.
Yeah.
I mean, he got the school, so as far as I'm concerned,
It's a win.
yeah, he got it. Now,
Haskell only person hating at this point.
I hear what Haskell is saying. Like, I can kind of understand his position. Like, okay, he made all of these grand claims of what he was gonna do, but when he had that GoFundMe or whatever set up, what was outlined as the purpose for collecting the funds? That's what's really the important part. Never mind, once I get to school, we're gonna have this. If they were raising money for the building, he got the building.
No, man. The objective was always to educate black kids and get them out of the white.
I understand that was the
education.
objective, but did he raise money to get the building?
No, he raised money to save our black boys. That was the selling point. It wasn't just about no building.
So let's say he does everything that he said he was going to do. He has the curriculum centered around Blackness and Pan-Africanism. It's an all-boys school and this, that, and the third. Let's say he do all that and he still don't save our boys. Is he still scamming?
Listen,
No,
he's not scamming. Scamming is not scamming. Asker out of order for him scamming. Order in the court, Asker. Explain how I'm scamming, Asker.
Stupid.
You know why I say I'm not scamming? It's $2 million.
I told you.
Let me tell you why I'm not scamming. It's $2 million. If I give you $2 million, no Asker, I'll say, make a beautiful life out of this $2 million. You still have to live. You still have to go to work. You know that, right? Because if with $2 million, if you buy a house down here now, a 3-bedroom house in Merrimara, Pembroke Pines, you're spending $550,000 to the $2 million just for a house. If you buy a car, that's another $50,000. Insurance, so day one, almost.
Yeah, Haskell is hating at this point.
Almost day one. He's going to get a school. Black people expect that if you give them $20, he can buy them a suit of clothes. And if you give them $20 to go and buy a suit of clothes, they look funny. You give the man $2 million, expect to build school. Which school can build for $2 million? We live in Florida. Every day they're fixing the highway. Every day the politician fixing the highway. Even the highway they don't fix. And when you look at the budget,
that's everywhere.
30 million.
I hate that shit, man. That's everywhere. So, Haskell, what was your answer to No Man?
About what?
If he did all those things and he still was not able to save black boys, would that be a scam?
Nah, he'd be legit. Like if he had actually opened a school and enrolled students and because obviously you can't educate every single black boy in America.
Right.
But he's done none of it. Like, so he's done none of it.
So listen to my problem with him. I don't doubt, like I'm being serious. I don't doubt when he got to school. I don't doubt it'll be functional at some point where he's gonna actually have real students. I believe he got a following. I believe that certain people are following him and they are really on board. You dig? I think a significant amount of money. I mean, not money. A significant amount of people to run a school. I think he'll have enough people there. The thousands, maybe not, but a couple hundred, I think easily. Okay, I just don't think it's going to be ran. I think it'll be dysfunctional. It'll be chaotic. It'll be violent. I just think it's going to be a shithole. Okay, because it was never needed. That's just my opinion. It was never needed. He started some shit. He scared people about, oh, white man trying to kill you. That type of talking point. They want your boys in prison and jail, pipeline. He scared folks to buy into his agenda, right? The bullshit he trying to build. It was never needed. Black folks never called for this shit. The same way we never called for a museum, okay? This is some shit people incept in our brain and then sell it and then scare us, and then we go with it.
Yeah, personally, I think it would have been more effective for him to, crowdfund to create an organization that could partner with schools to ensure that, like a supplemental program or after school program or somebody that actually partner with existing institutions.
Yeah, exactly. And after school type of school, further education, all that trading, metal shop, wood shop, those things are very important. The do-it-yourself shit is very important. Something like that, I would be 100% in agreement with the guy. But to start all over, and black people love their sports, so you have. I didn't hear it. Well, he had a basketball gym, but that's another thing, because when it comes to sports, it's more political. Like, black people are gonna want to go to the school where they get the most attention, right? For lack of better words. Then I'm gonna start at the SDMG, right? Especially if this black kid got hella talent. Like, that's the disservice. Like, you kind of gonna ruin that dude's career. His hopes of ever being a professional athlete. The school thing to compete with white folks, to me, I think this is the ego shit. This is something in his heart, not really in the hearts of black folks. And he's going to fail miserably. And if he's successful, I don't know how, because his doctrine, his history is already, questionable and best controversial. Like, the shit he believes in, as far as black history is controversial. So I just don't know, like, what can he teach there that's going to be able to compete with schools that's, pretty good at, having like high graduate, rates and education, because, like, kids got to get tested. HSPT and all the other great shits, SAT. And what happens when his kids do the SAT, get an SAT on average a low SAT score, like maybe the highest one is like 800 and shit, like,
unbiased,
like black folks backwards.
Unbiased, you're being unfair. When chartered school just came into our neighborhoods and our communities, we didn't have a problem. We didn't go through this rigorous treatment of these chartered schools. Of these schools where these white people set up, because 99% of chartered school is white people. Is that come grab it? What's Trump's Secretary of Education? What's her name again?
Who's that? Who's that, you say?
He went on mute. He went on mute. Hey, did you listen to that? I still ain't listened to it yet. I'm biased. That Umar on the Paul show.
Oh, nah, man, I forgot. Put the link in now so I can click it.
Look here, Umar is a good dude. Umar very vocal. Umar, nobody in here can say Umar don't have the best interest of black people in
Hell
when
no.
Talk.
Umar is a narcissist, bro.
Yeah,
Umar don't have the best interest of black people. Umar don't have the best interest of black people. Put a 2 in the crowd. Let me ask the people in watching. Put a 1 in the crowd if you believe that Umar has the best interest of black people.
All right, so let me answer first.
I think we're the only ones, and I actually agree that he's a narcissist. I mean,
It can be all of that. I still have the best interest of black people.
No, you can't.
I don't think he has the best interest of black people. I think he has the best interest of what is good for his ego. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's two pieces. I like him, Rizza Islam, Elijah Muhammad, like those guys. They are Tariq Nasheed. They appear to have the best interest, but they really don't. It's all about themselves. Look, do you know Tariq is now arguing within the FBA group now?
What is he arguing about now within the FBA group?
I just watched him shit today. Like, he got his latest video. Like, they're infighting now. Like, his shit he started, not ADUS, none of that shit. FBA, group.
Give me a synopsis. Give me a quick.
Okay, so he's not giving them credit. So he's basically ignoring the other work that people. So I'm working emphasis. Like, I don't believe none of that shit work. But the work that they call work, right? He's not acknowledging people by name, right? Because he wants all the credit. So people must be putting in equivalent work as himself, or if not more. Like signal boosting the FBA bullshit. So they're not, when Tariq Nasheed has this chance to talk, and not just him, the other Tariq Nasheed followers, the wannabes that also have platforms. None of them give these other people any shout outs. The younger Tariq Nasheed acknowledged as a younger crew, 20-year-olds. But then he lies to these people and say, I don't want to name you guys because I don't want you to be on the FBI profile list. See, I'm protecting you.
No, but my question
like they got
to
me
you,
on it.
my question to you is, why should you worry about being on the getting shout out? Why should you worry? Think about it. If you're doing the work and you're doing the work for the betterment of all the people, why do you need to be acknowledged?
Right. Okay. Super. No, I get some of that. But check this out. So and they made that argument. Like so some diehard fanatics of Tariq Nasheed made that argument. But listen to Tariq's argument. He didn't say that. He said, I'm protecting you from being put on the FBI list. That was his reason. And I was gonna play it first when I went live. I was gonna play that shit first. He's protecting them from being targeted by the dominant society.
Of course,
yeah, and I don't buy that. Even if he made that his argument, like the person that's so, if that's the case, then the hidden colors and all of that shit, why didn't he just credit that to somebody else if he don't care about getting the acknowledgement for it? Like, it's easy to say, why do you care that you don't get the acknowledgement? But whenever you put in work, you want the acknowledgement for the work that you did. If that's the case, then you should be doing all of this shit anonymous.
Right. Yeah, because he could have. Yeah, you're right. Because he could have played the background of Hidden Colors, and it would still did what it did. You know, just a pure director.
Listen, why they don't? Why listen? It is his organization. He taught them how to do it. They need to go out there now and form mini branches.
Supies, he goes out of his way to disavow any kind of thing about it being his organization. It's a lineage. It's not a group. It's not an organization. The code is the leader, right? So I think that's what's getting to these guys because he's double speaking, right? What he's doing is when he disavows any leadership, he can't be held to task for anything, right? But at the same time, it's his face you're seeing all the time, so he gets all the benefits, the being on TV, the donations and all of that.
Right.
But he got to bear none of the actual responsibility. You know what I'm saying?
Is there an organization? Is there an organization? Do they have offices?
Right, but
do they have a secretary?
No.
But
then
what
what's the purpose of sending money then? What's the purpose of donation?
So he could go to Hawaii. What you mean?
No. All right, let me. When the
honestly, to me, that makes it even more weird and double talking. If you're saying that it's not an organization, it's a lineage. But then me wanting acknowledgement for what I do in my lineage, then you saying, well, no, that ain't even important. That's not important. Why you want the credit? No, I want to be credited with my lineage because this is about lineage and not an organization, right? So now you're saying identify as this, but don't care about the identity to where you want to identify yourself in it. It's a little weird.
Yeah. So now let me say this, please, because this is how I thought about everything you're saying, everybody's saying, and I said, okay. So now listen. Remember, he said is leaderless, but he's the vocal for this. He's the representative of this shit, right? And every time a politician try to like steer it, he takes the steering wheel and say, no, I disagree with that. So he became the voice of his shit. So Supies, he can never give credit to somebody else because then that somebody else has been empowered to now speak on behalf of SBA. And that could cause a controversial problem with Tariq later down the line. See, he wants to be the sole, because you think about it, anything he disagrees with, that's just the SBA direction now. There's no argument. That's where they're going now.
The question I'm asking you, and it might sound like a silly question, right? When Tariq speaks and he get the money, does he get the money as an individual or organization?
I don't know.
Is Tariq an individual or organization? Who is people donating to? You understand what I'm saying to you? Why are you donating?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't know.
More than likely is to his direct Cash App, but I do know. I
Oh
looked up.
yes. He does plug his Cash App. Haskell. He does plug his King Flex, whatever. He does plug that.
No, but that makes you a criminal. If we want, we're not going to call him a steal. We're not going to call him a steal. I'm going to call him a criminal because his intentions are not genuine. Because why are you collecting money if you don't have an organization?
Well, look. Technically, he doesn't collect money under the auspices of FBA, right? Remember, Tariq been in this game for 20 years. He started off doing the kind of like relationship help type deal, teaching guys game, writing books. You know, then he converted to he recently converted to the Pan-African thing. And now, because I don't know if you noticed or not, Stoopies, for years he promoted Pan-Africanism. He used to sell Julius Malema t-shirts, right? He was planning on building,
Yeah, he was a Julius Malema from South Africa fan.
Right. He was selling or he was planning on building houses in Haiti, right? He did the Haiti documentary. Of course, you know, the Hidden Colors documentaries and all that stuff. It's only recently now he's come with this FBA thing. So Tariq is very clever. If he puts his Cash App out there during a broadcast, it's not under the auspices of, oh, we're collecting this for F. No, he's not gonna do that. You know, he does his 1.5, 2-hour show. He talks about issues in the media, things about reparations and da-da-da. And he'll say, hey, this is my Cash App. But he talks about other topics too. You get what I'm saying, Stoopy? So if somebody decides to contribute to his Cash App, he could easily say, no, this is not for FBA, because for one, there is no organization. And he goes out of his way to repeat that over and over. He has a perfect setup.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's perfect. And it's funny, he learned the building hustle from your boy, from Amber Boy.
It's pretty much a ghost organization. Like it exists in concept, but not really.
Right. I mean, he got a flag. I'm sure that's got to be trademarked, copyrighted or something. And I do know at one point I had looked it up online and it showed that there was a pending trademark request on the FBA term. I don't know if that never went through, and it had his name on it. And this was while he was claiming, oh, it's not an organization. So in other words, he knows how to have one foot on one side, one foot on the other, and he just vacillate back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Like he played he's never been sincere, really, bro. Tariq is a hustler, bro.
No, there's no sincerity in anything that he's doing. The man lacks sincerity. Let us be honest. The man lacks sincerity. He goes about and he talks his shit, and he tell you that he is this, and he's foundational Black American, and you ask him, what the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? He can't tell you. It don't mean shit to him. Foundational Black American.
He could tell you. He could tell you. But it's something. He wasn't talking like that until Yvette told him.
No, he hijacked that argument.
And that's what I was getting ready to say. Didn't this come about as a split because they was infighting in that group? Didn't they?
He was never part of their group.
Okay.
He saw a wave. Cause this is what Tariq do. If he see a wave that he sees that it has value in it, he gonna jump on it. And it dovetails with, you know, what he's been doing. You know, because prior to that, it was always about, you know, white supremacy, and, you know, the white supremacists did this. And, you know, if you watch his Hidden Colors documentaries, you know, he used to talk about the Moors and Egypt, and, you know, he was on that. He was on that type of tilt. You know what I'm saying?
Originally, he was on the super black. The black man is Superman. Superman black, super black. I'm super black. He was on with pit music playing in the background. Oh, he's super bad. He was on that kind of talk in the beginning.
But guess what? After, everything gets old, so you gotta always reinvent yourself. People will get burnt out. And when this Event and Tone came with this new thing,
he stole from Sarnetta. He stole
Yeah.
Sarnetta originally. And then after he stole and got the Hidden Colors, people to crowdfund the Hidden Colors documentary, then he shifted to something else. Then all of a sudden now he was signed a check. And tomorrow morning he's going to be other things because he's telling that he's constantly growing and evolving. He was a pimp at one time. Listen, and when Kevin Samuel started to burst, he was almost going back in that direction, if you remember. Go back to early Kevin Samuels. He was having shows talking about that. The interaction between men and women. Although he was talking about FB at the same time, because anything that is hot, he's like the Wish. You ever buy anything off Wish? That's a website. There's a Chinese, Wish sells you a laptop. It looks like a laptop. It feels like a laptop. But when you plug it in, that thing is bullshit. Right? Wish.com.
Yeah,
He's
that's
a
it.
Wish.com version of anything.
But so is his following really that easily duped? Because didn't he start out as like poking at the ADOS movement?
Yes, he did. And then he shifted over. Because you have to remember this in Amber. 30% of black men don't have a girlfriend, Never have sex, 30% of black men never had sex or have a girlfriend. So that's a nice audience to get, If you can get into that audience, how much people is that? Roughly, you have
About 5 million.
5 million people. If you can get into that 5 million people, you're set for life, Those people hero worship, people who don't have a girlfriend,
That's what I was telling them last night, Stoopies. I was telling Amber that. I said, well, was it Amber or Watcher? I was saying like, yo, you don't even need that much, man. If you get 200,000 following strong, man, you good.
Yeah. Those people set you for life. Listen, you have this lawyer, the lead attorney. He has about 150,000 followers. And when you look at the amount of cash app he gets on a day when he goes on a show, and he tells you how much he makes like $20,000-$30,000 a month off just going on, and he doesn't have 1 million followers. So if you have loyal followers, you don't have to do shit more than talk like Terry. And those black people have a tradition. We will give away our ass and shit through our ribs. If you never hear that saying before.
Hey, where is Ogun from? What
Ogun?
West African
it's either Ghana or Nigeria.
Huh? What, say that again, Soupies?
It's either Ghana or Nigeria.
All right, it's so funny, right? Because at one point in time, I don't know if he still does, but do you know he used to sell Ogun pepper spray?
Ogun juice. Ogun
He
juice.
used to call it Ogun juice. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Right? So it's just the irony is just you can't even wrap your mind around just the irony of it, right? Here he is in 2022 calling continental Africans is particularly Nigerians, right? With the whole Okada stuff and tether this and tether that. And just about 15 months ago, he was plugging Ogun juice. And like you said, his followers don't see they don't look at that and see the hypocrisy. Like, what is going on here? Like, they don't see it.
No, they don't care.
Ogun juice.
They don't care. They don't care. Listen. When you drop on that boat and you find those people, life is beautiful after that,
Hey,
life
and
is
Stupid,
beautiful.
I guarantee you, right? All he did was got some pepper spray from some nondescript company and just slapped the name Ogun on it.
That's what aspirin does, though.
and marked it up.
Look,
That's what
your-
aspirin does.
No, but your boy on here saying that
Aspirin or any other pharmaceutical drug. It's the same shit that anybody can
Right.
produce. Right. They slap their name on it and say, buy it because I'm offering it and you can trust me. I'm your boy.
so,
I
so
need
he did the
10% on the back end.
he did the same thing that the NOI did.
Yeah.
With the medication. With the garbage medication.
Yeah. Yeah, can you imagine how much that? So wait. So how did you get the pepper spray? Was it like? Didn't it come with a package? Like it's Mac's package deal, something like that?
Yeah. It came with some other stuff too.
And I was never impressed with any Mac's package deal. They was all like bullshit to me.
Yeah, you get like a T-shirt, some dollars, some corner store shades.
And then the DVD you already own. Like so he'll throw you the DVD you already own.
Yeah.
He's
so
like,
the-
and you get
the
Hit Club 5. Like I already own that shit.
The Macish package.
Nah,
Yo,
yeah.
dog, that
I would've
nigga's
respected
a
it.
cold. He's a cold hustler, man. How you collect
It-
money
it
from
has-
me, make a movie,
But-
and then sell me back the movie you made with the money you
Now look,
produced?
now look, guys, and women. I played Powernomics, some of it earlier today. So he was calling black people something other than some Adolf shit before Adolf, because Dr. Claude Anderson is the one who pretty much started to name black people in America a different term, and like he called us native something. I forgot what it was, native indigenous, but he was the first notable guy to trend with a different name for black Americans, right? To get it popping. Now he wasn't the first ever, but he got it popping because
Right.
he became very, very popular, but Powernomics, he gave a lot of game, and I was really talking about his strategies as far as small business. Like Dr. Clark got some good strategies, but Tariq Nasheed, all of his strategies he's exercising what he learned from Dr. Clark. That's really what he's doing. So and I did that too, by the way. So the idea is that the idea is this: if you can sell a service to a client, try to get them to buy something else and something else and something else. And that's just business. You're just good if you can do that. So with me, with the Spanish thing, I'm trying to see if I can learn enough to offer that to my kids also. So I'm always trying to offer something else to the same clientele. Like, hey, I'm doing this too. Hey, I got one. So right now I do group settings. But at one point I was doing Sunday settings, which was one-on-ones. And guess what? Those same parents who pay for the group settings during the week, they also pay for the Sunday setting, the one-on-one shit. And I learned that for Dr. Claude, by the way. Try to get the same client to keep spending on different services. So he's doing the same thing. So that's the Dr. Claude Powernomics 101.
Yeah,
Listen.
I don't have no problem with that. That's just business. Like buying something and reselling it, there ain't no problem.
Ask him.
Just when you.
Yeah,
when
but
you,
hold on. But the main thing is this, though, Asko. So I want the chat to understand that it's not about buying and reselling to new people. Fuck new people. Buy and resell it to the same people.
No, but listen, this is back in the day. I'll tell you something. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
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 All right. Back in the day, I'm going to skill man can understand this.
Nah, still you breaking up.
Especially when was the PlayStation came out with the video system. All right. Can you hear me now? Let me fix it.
No, we cannot now. No, we can't hear you.
Buy 10 television and charge these kids by the half hour. It wasn't much for half hour. But these kids now will come home from school, come to the arcade shop, like at 3, and be there until 7. So they spend like 4 hours just playing the video games, playing the video games, playing the video games. And after 6 months, I realized that this thing was like crack. And these children not getting shit for their money. So you know what I did? I sold those fucking video games to individual people, sell some TV and devices. I am not going to aid in the destruction of my people. Not for profit. I am not going to have poor people's children not eat lunch with a little lunch money so that they could come to a place and play video games. What Tommy Nasheed is doing, he is raping his own people. It might be him not giving them a service. Take some from somebody and don't give them a service. What you call that?
But by definition, that's a scammer.
That's a thief. We have all different kind of name for it. Fundamentally, it is a thief. What service is he giving to the people when him ask for donation?
Who we talking about?
Sorry, that's you.
He talking about the crowdfunding.
Hey, well, listen, man. I don't see how you can say Tariq is a schemer or a scammer and not Umar, because Tariq, at least what he promises or what he says he's gonna deliver, he delivers the product.
But he
says,
sells
hey,
the product. No. He does not deliver the product. Tariq asks you to finance the product, then sells you the product. If you give Tariq $50 to one product.
But if you know that going in the deal, then you're not getting scammed.
Right. Yeah. Well informed of the ins and outs. Right. There's no doubt. Like, you know what you're getting into. Yeah, that's a great point.
The only time there have been times when he collected money and didn't deliver, like when he was gonna do like his version of
the More Us.
Yeah, he was trying to do his version of Facebook, right? So you know what he was calling it? Stoopies?
What he was calling?
It wasn't FBA, okay?
It wasn't FBA. It was gonna be our version. You hear me, Stoopies? Our version of Facebook. And the name was gonna be Morus. More, like the Moors.
Yeah,
More us.
Yeah, I'm right. He's right.
So he's a Moor, FBA.
Oh, Native American.
Oh yeah, indigenous. Yeah, he pushed the indigenous stuff too. Him and Dane Calloway got into it.
Yeah, because he started Dane Calloway was getting people. So he jumped on that too. So now the FBA covers a lot of its branches, because you can be Moorish and still be FBA. You can be Moorish and still be FBA and still be Native American. You can be FBA and still be conscious. You can be FBA and still be everything. So it covers all his branches. So he's going to be FBA until the life. But then guess what? He's going to be an inclusive FBA in the next 6 months, where he's including everybody. And all that rhetoric that he was talking about other people don't matter. Don't pay that any mind. Because he moves. He moves with the weight.
Yeah, so look.
You see how he took Omar Building Hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a museum. It's a museum.
So look, so let me say this. So some of the also infighting is because some of the FBA people, you know, black people who don't mind, you know, the flag and the identity, they don't fuck with Tariq like that. Like, I'm sorry my language, but like they really believe like you guys. Like they believe everything you're saying, that's how they believe. Like they believe he's just a gimmick, like he's in the way, and that's some of it. That's some of the infighting too. Like they don't trust him. They want him out the way. All they want is his platform to signal boost them. okay? But they don't rock with him like that because all the inconsistencies. Like he's all over the place, and you know, at the very least, he's a conspiracy theorist. And that's my problem with the guy.
No, but he's never going to get. They'll never get his platform. He'll never get his platform. Before they get it, he will burn FBA and ADOS to the ground. He's that kind of dude. Trust me. He will burn it to the ground. He was saying that he's trying to save them.
Hey, unbiased. You see what you see what Jason Black did, right? Like Professor Black Truth, I noticed. He'll big up Tyreek too, but not like Jason. Jason Black be on his nuts, right? Jason Black.
My God! He's little Tyreek.
Yeah, Jason Black played it smart. He played it smart. He got up under Tyreek.
Wait, but Professor Truth, you talking about?
Nah, not Professor Truth. Jason Black, Black Authority.
So, okay, so Black Authority. I got you. So what he's doing?
No, I'm saying from what he been doing, cause like he made it clear from the beginning. He like, oh, Tyreek is the big dog in this game, and you know what I'm saying? He made sure that he kissed the ring, bro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
He's selling the same bullshit. Him and Professor Black Truth too. They're selling the same bullshit. They're blaming immigrants for all of the problems.
Once I got removed from Blackology, like, cause I used to listen to Tyreek, I used to listen to Professor Truth and Black Authority, all of them, like one by one. But once I got healed, once I got cured from Blackology, I just found zero interest in Professor Truth and Black Authority. So I haven't listened to them guys in years because they just pure Blackology. I just can't do it.
But yo, unbiased. The internet is such a funny place, man, especially YouTube, bro. Cause I'm looking at Black Truth, right? Baby by his side, all that goddamn talking. He's like, man, talk to me, goddamn it. Who the hell is
Where's
these
your
people?
bottle? Where's your bottle? He's supposed to be asleep though. Like this is his nap time right now. It's 5 o'clock.
He don't care about that damn bottle.
Is he teething?
Huh? Yeah, he got a tooth growing in right now. Yeah, we got one person.
Yeah, that's a teething cry. Anytime you hear a baby cry like that, that's a teething cry.
You're right, because he got one tooth growing in.
Yeah, you need to get the thing I put on his gum. The Bonjela. Bonjela is the name? I put on his gum to relieve him. He's teething.
Wait, you got it. How you spell it?
Just go to the pharmacy and ask the pharmacist for the gel that you can put on the baby gum when they are teething.
Okay.
It will ease the pain. You need to get that gel.
Okay. Yeah, because there's one lady said, all right, because one lady said Origin. Like, I don't know about that shit. Origin.
Nah.
There's a gel that special for baby that have teething. Anytime you hear that cry, that it's teething cry. Just two pieces more.
Okay.
I listen to everything. Yeah.
Did you get him a teething ring though, or like some teething biscuits?
Okay, so here's the thing. Like, I didn't know I was supposed to. Like, I don't recall the instructions saying freeze this shit. So I didn't know that. So I'm just giving it to him, like the way I bought it.
No, freeze.
And he's throwing that shit like.
Yeah, freeze it.
He's throwing like, what is this? He's throwing.
Or like Nutter Butter cookies or something like that. Like that's cool for him to gnaw on. He just needs kind of something to help it break through. Like.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I got a cookie right here. I give him. Hold on. I got some. There you go.
Now, if you driving, you know I'm a hypochondriac. If you driving, I don't like that because you can't watch them.
Okay. Well, you suggested the shit.
I'm saying like if y'all at home, but if you out, like a teething ring or something.
Yeah, you need to get the teething ring and you need to get the gel. So let's go to the pharmacy and ask her, is there a gel you can put on the baby teeth when he's teething? And the pharmacist will show you which one. They cost like $10. But you. Yeah. But trust me, back to the conversation.
Yeah, you'll probably see him chewing on something like his shirt or something because it's the closest thing to him.
Okay.
So what's saying now, Haskell?
Yeah, what were we saying, man? I forgot where we left off at.
We were at Tariq Nasheed. We know we're talking about YouTube. And
Oh yeah, I was saying it's so funny because the guy Jason Black, right? Black Authority. When Kevin Samuels blew up, he would always, because he has an alternate channel where he speaks about male-female interaction. I don't know if you know that or not.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Nah, I didn't know that.
Do you know that, Stoopies?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's called The Business, right? So he was going on and on about how when Kevin Samuels had his meteoric rise, he was like, Kevin Samuels steals all my stuff, and
no, but it's true. It's true. Kevin Samuels is a swiper. If you watch a lot of YouTube, you realize that the first person Kevin Samuels swiped was Patrice O'Neal.
Patrice O'Neal?
Yeah. Patrice O'Neal talking points. If you listen to Patrice O'Neal, and you listen to Patrice O'Neal on the Obie and Anthony show, because I used to listen to a lot of Patrice O'Neal, I realized that this dude is a swiper. Kevin Samuels was a swiper.
But you know what, Stoopies, none of those talking points are new. None of that stuff is new.
But none of that was new. But Patrice O'Neal was one of the first dudes who was on it, although he died. And then
Kevin that other white guy used to be on it. What is his name? Tom Likas.
Yeah.
But what I was getting at was, he's like, Kevin Samuels steal all my. He said all the black guys in the manosphere, his show is the one they listen to get their talking points and all of this stuff, all this self-aggrandizement, right?
Yeah.
So Kevin Samuels dies. What you say, Amber?
I said he was the IBM of this shit.
Basically. So Kevin Samuels dies, right?
Right.
The next thing I know, all of a sudden he's interviewing women on his show. Then, the women are cammed up.
Yeah. But the thing about what Kevin Samuels did, when I watched Kevin Samuels, I said, you are a savvy motherfucker. That's what I said about Kevin Samuels. The first thing Kevin Samuels did was portray an image. A lot of people don't like to come on YouTube
dressed up. Yeah, you breaking up, Stu.
Kevin created a set that was good to look at. No other person was doing that. Black people wasn't doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Black people came on YouTube look like they just came out of the gym.
Right.
Kevin
smoking weed and all kind of stuff.
Kevin came up. The only other person did it. There's this black fat dude that married to this white woman. He after a while started getting dressed up. What's his name?
You're talking about the African diaspora. I forgot his name.
Yes. He was doing it before Kevin because he changed his look. He started wearing suits, right? And Kevin took that from him. And Kevin looked better in a suit than he did.
I think you cut out again. But yeah, it's funny now seeing that the Jason Black guy, man. He's having these women come on. These young women, of course, they're saying these ridiculous stuff. Women tend to say, I want a guy who's 6'5", make $150,000.
So he looked like that.
He dressed like that. Yeah, you cut out, Stoopies. Yeah, you had cut out for that whole time. But I want a 6'5" gangbanger with a neurology degree, and you know what I'm saying. So he doing that now. You'll have like 2 women on the screen. I'm just looking at it like this nigga here, bro.
Yeah.
So Kevin didn't invent the wheel, but I will say this: that thing where you have women cammed up, right? The women are on camera, and they're going back and forth, and you're asking them like, where, how much you rate yourself and how much you weigh and what type of dude do you think you deserve, and like that's him. You could give that to Kevin.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I'm
Kevin.
saying?
That's Kevin all day.
Yeah, that's him all day. And this guy sat here and disparaged him and said, "Oh, he took all my stuff, and everybody in the manosphere take all my stuff." And then he turned around. I'm just like, what? Like these dudes don't have no shame. And then the worst part, his entire like followers, they be parroting what he says. Like, oh yeah, they be taking all your stuff. And then when you point out to them, like, yo, don't you see he's literally doing Kevin shit? They act like they don't even see it, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. He's a Keenan Peele. Keenan Peele took something to show. What's his name show?
Chappelle?
Yeah. All right. Then they the show. But let's be honest. But Chappelle wasn't the first one doing a show like that. I remember watching Carol Burnett show. So everybody bites at everybody. But Kevin put the whole package together. He came on, he looked smooth, his nails was always done, his shirt iron, his suit pristine, the glasses, right? He bought the right stuff. He said, you want a dude who look like me after you had a dude who look like Pookie and Ray Ray. Well, dudes who look like me don't want you. We turn ourselves into this. Because Kevin, if you look at Kevin earlier pictures, Kevin was a darky looking dude.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Kevin was a dude who wasn't getting pussy. We don't have to ask that. But he found out why and he fixed it. Right? Kevin stole from Sinful the P. If you watch Sinful the P, he stole from Sinful the P. Sinful the P has been online for years. Sinful is a pimp. And sometimes he comes on camera and he's well dressed.
Mm-hmm.
Suited and booted. And how he articulates, how he talks. Sometimes he give it the pimp. He talks like a pimp, and sometimes he talks, but Kevin ripped that part from him. So Kevin went about the internet and said, listen, I'm going to take the best of these 20, 30 people, put it in a pot, and boil it, and create my own concussion. We can't run him.
Yeah, everybody does that. It's nothing created in a created in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah, you being too hard, Suki. Yeah, like we all remix information, like, cause no man was telling me like some of my talking points are probably not that bad. I just gotta deliver it different. You dig? And if somebody come behind me with the same talking point that I use, but deliver it differently and better and more acceptable, I can't get mad.
Yeah. Because your show should have at least 100 people watching each time you're on. Right? But it is what it is. It is what it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, but remember, he stopped for a little while. Like, you know, the YouTube thing, you got to commit to it, man. If
You have to be on it every week, every day.
Yeah, you got to be on. You got to treat it like a job.
Because I remember you was on it. I came on it, and then you came off for about 6 months if you stop.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't do it. You have to be on it constantly. People have to know, right? But trust me, I don't have a problem with Kevin Samuels. I don't have a problem with Kevin Samuels calling Sweetie average at best enough. Because let's be honest. Black men choose ugly women because they think it's easier. Until they find out that ugly women is just as difficult as pretty women. And that's all Kevin was showing, that you don't have to choose an ugly girl. Right. You can't get a pretty girl. Just get your game up.
Right.
And this is what you need to do. This is what you need to do. Get your money up, get your looks up. Go to the barber, trim, shave. Go to the store, buy 2 good clothes. Buy these nice shoes. Buy a suit. When you're taking her out on a date for the first date, carry her someplace that, right? You don't carry her to the Waffle House.
But Stoopies, you know, I don't get how the Sinful the P guy, he's one of the most curious characters on YouTube, because I can't figure, well, I do know why, but considering that he impregnated a 14-year-old, and I'm assuming most people know that.
Right.
How? Huh?
Yeah, most people know that. But because
I
he's
don't
a pimp,
understand how is he able to survive.
how is he able to survive on YouTube?
Once I found it out, you're done. I don't
Yeah,
want to hear
because
anything from you.
no, but how old was he at the time?
I think he was like 24.
He was 24 at the time. I don't think he was. He was younger than that, but he was
No,
never.
man.
Oh,
No, man. Look, the court case is the court case is on YouTube, you know, the court proceedings.
right.
So they had it. They were recording inside the courtroom,
Yes.
and it was a young girl that he was pimping, right? And I know for with 100% certainty that he was in his 20s.
But
right?
he was not. He does not sex
Huh?
offender to you. He does not sex offender to you.
He's not what?
He doesn't have sex offender. He does not have to be registered as a sex
You say he's
offender.
not registered as a sex offender?
No, he's not.
Well, I don't know that, but I do know. I do know for a fact he impregnated a 14-year-old. A 14-year-old that was one of his prostitutes. So for me, I wonder, because I see him come on Sonetta, and I wonder to myself, does Sonetta know that? I'm pretty sure he has to know.
Everybody knows Sinful the Peace story. He's talked about it. And if you call him, he'll talk about it. He'll talk about it.
So for me, and I'm not like this, I'm not like this big do-gooder or, you know, this extreme hyper moralist. But if you're, matter of fact, I'm gonna look it up while we're talking. If you're 24 and you get a 14, you prostitute a 14-year-old, and then on top of that you impregnate her. I don't want to hear anything you have to say. You can't tell me nothing.
The thing about why Sinful is this way is that Sinful is honest with his bullshit. He's
I don't
honest with
care
his
how
bullshit.
honest you are.
No.
If you impregnated a 14-year-old, in your 20s, I don't want to hear. You know what's so stupid? You're not on a chat. You don't have no chat. Me don't want to hear nothing from you. Nothing. Go away.
I understand where you're coming from. I might not 100% agree with it. And someday I might agree with it, someday I might not agree with it. But one thing I like about him is that he's honest in what he is.
Hey, I'm biased.
He is.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to send you the link, man. I think you could play it because it's not, they encourage you to play it, matter of fact. So I'm going to look it up.
I can't play. I'm on the phone. I can't play it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can share it. Because when they asked him, when the judge asked him, she was like, yo, you didn't know that she was 14 and that. Well, Your Honor, she tricked me. The fuck? You mean you a pimp? Your whole existence is about understanding women. So you mean to tell me you've been pimping on a woman for months? A 14-year-old, you had no idea she was a little girl? Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Like I said, a guy like that, you don't have anything.
No, but the question is, what would you want to hear from a pimp? That's the true question. Even if he didn't impregnate a 14-year-old, what positive attribute is a pimp to society?
Right. Yeah. So look, so to Soupy's point,
that is the girl is 14 you know.
Yeah, and Haskell, to Soupy's, hey, look, to Soupy's, like from my perspective, I don't find that shocking, Haskell, because he's a pimp. I'm like, yeah, like that's what they do.
Nah, that's not shocking. Like I said, what's shocking is that people know that, and he's still so broadly supported in Black YouTube.
Yeah. I don't know how we can support a pimp. Like an actual, like if he confesses being a pimp, I don't know how we can like, you know, see. But then we
don't
become
have a
Tariq Nasheed.
problem. See, I disagree with that though, because look,
Yeah.
if two adults are engaged in an enterprise and they have a meet,
No.
what do you mean? No.
Nah,
So what you
no.
call OnlyFans? Is OnlyFans pimping?
Okay.
No.
No, wait. No. It might be prostitution, legal prostitution. See, prostitution is a little different than pimping. Okay, pimping, you are like everything we were talking about as far as the serial killer, the master, the psychological, like that goes to pimping. That's not in prostitution. Prostitution is more a man meets a woman, they both agree, and they move on afterwards. Pimping is a dude taking sole advantage of a woman, promising her all this shit and taking advantage of her and other women, and sometimes abusing them, right? Because that comes to pimping also. The domestic violence. So pimping is ugly, no different than selling crack and shit like that.
All right, so let me ask you this. If I'm a pimp, a woman who's an adult comes into my purview, I'm responsible for her. That's number one. Because people don't understand about pimps. He's responsible for that woman. Her mental well-being and all of that stuff. She get arrested, he got to take after her, he got to protect her and all of that stuff, right? I collect all the money, I disperse all the money, I make it so that she lives in a nice house, she don't have to worry about anything, nice car, everything. I just so happen to collect, I pay, you know what I'm saying?
No.
I make sure she has health care, everything.
Yeah. I can't respect the pimp.
Let me say
No,
something.
hold on, Stoopies. Take the pimping part of it. I'm giving you a particular scenario, Bucks. In that scenario that I just painted, do you find something criminal in what that guy is doing or wrong in what that guy is doing?
Yes, because it's all based on her sexual activity, her sexual favors. So that's really her money that you are taking and doing the same thing Umar does, paying yourself for secretarial fees and HR fees. Like you're paying yourself for all. You're wearing all these hats, and you're paying yourself from her sexual.
But unbiased, she's giving him the money of her own volition.
That's because he gave her a gift of the gab. And nigga sold her. I mean, look, Haskell, why would a woman just voluntarily give her money? Like, he sold her a dream. Like, he mentally abused her to believe this bullshit Cinderella story that she's going to be well off. And he's just well off. And he's giving her own money back. Like almost like how, like Madoff. Madoff is paying back investors their own money, but he's acting like it's a return on their investment. That's pretty much what he's doing.
All right, can I say something, please? A pimp is no. Sometimes I sit and I deliberate on this one day when I was listening to Simple Little. And the first question I asked, what is a pimp? And then I went and I read Iceberg Slim's book. Right? I read Iceberg Slim's book. And I came to, and this is my conclusion of it. A pimp is a predator. And his prey happens to be women. No. His prey happens to be women. And he chooses these women who are more likely to get on a program that they think is beneficial to them, which is in fact beneficial to him. Right? No.
Umar.
No. Is a pimp any different than a record label that make an artist sign a 360 deal and give him enough money to go and produce a record and buy a gold chain to look for the public? And I would say no. Because at the end of the day, both of these persons, whether the young lady leaves the pimp or the artist leave the record label, they both leave with the same thing. Nothing. They both leave with the same. They both leave with experience of not getting trapped in this situation again. Right? Is it any different than a stripper in a strip club? It isn't. She's in the strip club and she believes the dream that this strip club is going to make her rich. And a stripper would be at a strip club. And she would feature some night and make thousands of dollars. She makes thousands of dollars a year, but when she leaves the strip club, when she stops stripping, she's broke. When she stop owing, she's broke. When she stop owing, she go and look at Nicky Virgin, and I'm happy to have a woman, and I'm glad because she learned the game from the pimp. She said, listen, he gamed me, so I'm going to game somebody else. It's all a game. It's all a game. They're playing the pimp. Look at pimp. Look at pimp. Look at the pimp who wear green and gold. The one who Snoop. What's his name? What a pimp that knows Snoop? Don Juan. Don Juan. If Don Juan never associated with celebrities, Don Juan would be a broke-ass person. There's no rich retired pimp. Show me a rich retired pimp. Show me a pimp that own a condominium. Show me a pimp that own a business place. Although they make average $300,000 after each girl a year. A pimp paying $1 million a year. But as soon as pimping is over, what does he own? Show me a pimp that has a mansion. Most pimps are junkies. Sinful the P would tell you that he was involved. Most pimps are
right, Haskell.
Show me a retired pimp. Look at the next one. Right? There's no retired pimp. Ask him, you have ever seen a retired pimp with money?
Hell no.
Nah. There's no real money in pimping. Like, all right,
No,
so listen, I don't know about you guys, but I expect adults to be adults and I hold adults to adult standards, right? I don't look at women as these defenseless, No,
yes, you do. You said the children. Yes, you said the children mindset. Yes, you do.
I said they're children in a lot of ways, right? And I gave a qualification.
Nah, you said mindset.
Right, I qualified that. However, they're still adults, right? Going back to Stoopy's example about those record deals, as unfair and as lopsided as those deals may be, those people who signed them, they were adults and they could have read those contracts. Now, I do know
Stoopy's is wrong for that one. That's a bad analogy for Stoopy.
I do know
it's the same analogy.
It is the same. Particularly if you're one of these people who believe that women are just as mentally capable as men, then how could you say an adult abuse another adult because he used flowery language and the gift of gab and trick them if these are adults?
Hey, we gotta do a show. We gotta do a show with us three. It's just a men's only panel, and we gotta really ask the question: Do women really believe they're equal? Like,
no,
do they?
Of course
we gotta do it now. Yeah, but we ain't gotta do it now. But finish your point. But that's what I want to do. I want to be a little stern. I want gloves off on the next topic on that right there. Gloves off, like straight. No sugarcoating. Right. Let's just full throttle.
Listen. Again, you're saying it's abuse, right? But if that pimp is making sure that everything in that woman's life is taken care of, health insurance, vehicle, place to live, everything, what part of that is abuse? And all of that entails work, unbiased. That's actual work. That's why the Umar comparison doesn't hold up, because that pimp is doing work.
Thomas Jefferson had a slave in his household that he was taking care of, making sure that she's okay. And 5 children.
No. Stoopies, no, I'm not gonna let you do that. A slave doesn't have any agency. Stoopies. Cut that out. A slave doesn't have a choice. Come on, man.
They give us 2 pieces. Fuck all that.
I know. That was a long shot. That was a short shot against the wall.
Yeah, you really try to get that by, man. Hell no. What?
Yeah, but let's be honest. No, but let's look at it this way. Pimping. Pimping, as much as our pimps would like to talk, there's a lot of girls out there who needs leadership, who lacks leadership, who lacks definition, who don't know who them is. And this young man come on the game and he said to the young lady, I am complete in me. I know who I am. Let me help you find out who you are. It may not be true, but he sells our story. So listen, I am complete. I am a pimp, and this is who a pimp is, and that's what a pimp are. I can make you a hoe. A hoe is a special individual. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to give you game. At the end of the day, you're going to understand what your true potential is. Just follow me, and I will lead you into the path of self-actualization, into self-destruct, into knowing who you are. All you need is my instruction. There's a lot of people out there, many people out there walking up and down the road who don't know who them is. It's like retired strippers, girls who in the club, and they're in the club for years, and when they retire, they don't know who they are. You find them with 1 million tattoos to dead the pain. Because they thought that would have made them complete, and it didn't. And the strippers, the pimps sell the young lady the stories, I am going to make you complete. I'm going to make you understand who you are. All you have to do is work with me. Separate the self from the body. When you're on the street selling yourself, selling your body, that's not you. The self is different from the body. But the self isn't different from the body. So these young ladies go on the street and sell their bodies, trying to separate themselves different from their body. And then they come back to him and say, all right, this is the gains, this is what I make. And say, okay, see there, you had a valuable thing. You, Askel, have a valuable possession. That is your bottom. It's like you have a car and you use a car to run Uber. The car don't define Askel. Askel bodies don't define Askel. Who Askel is define Askel. So Askel can do anything to his body. That's not who he is. And that's what a lot of young ladies believe. I can fuck 100 people and have 5 babies. That's just my body. That's not me. I'm going to give me to you, separate of my body. So I can sleep with Tom, Dick, and Harry and still love you. That the pimp seller, I should believe it. And it's a lie, and he knows it's a lie too. That's the problem with pimping. Pimping sells a lie and call it game. I'm going to sell you game. I'm going to sell you a lie and call it game. I'm going to allow you to separate the self from the body. So therefore you can do anything with the body. And that's not true. And call it game. I can tell you that, listen, Kevin Samuels was trying to tell women to listen, you are not as valuable. A 25-year-old with no children versus a 25-year-old with 2 children who looks the same, is the same height and the same educated. Who is more valuable? Kevin Samuel will say, the one with no children. But women will say, no, because the children don't define me. I'm still me, regardless of the 5 children I have. Because they believe
you know what's happening there, Stoopy, is they don't have the ability to compartmentalize. When Kevin says they're not as valuable, in their mind they take it as they're not as valuable as a human being. They don't read into they don't see the subtext a lot of times with women, the implied subtext. Like everything literally has to be spelled out. So in other words, me and you can listen to that and know he's talking strictly within the context of your viability on the relationship or dating market. But because he doesn't expressly spell that out, when they hear him say that, in their mind, they're thinking it means them literally as a human being is less valuable.
Yeah, they
Which
don't understand. No, but they don't understand that when Kevin Samuel talking about, he's talking about it on a whole. It's a whole individual. It's not the individual self. You're as an individual. If you kill somebody who has no children and you kill somebody who have 5 children, the one with 5 children, you might go to jail longer than the one with no children because she was valuable to more people. But he sends to another individual who has choice. You are not as valuable. But a lot of people don't understand that. Many persons don't understand that. Many persons don't even understand that. Listen, Nick Cannon, if Nick Cannon worked at the post office and have 8 different baby mothers, Nick Cannon would have no value.
right.
He would have absolutely no value. But because Nick Cannon is worth $500 million, he is still intensely valuable. So he can have 50 baby mothers because his value is counted in terms of his economic weight. He's still heavy economically. So
All
his
right,
value
but
is
going
different.
back to so hold on. Just how much agency? All right, I do know a lot
I had
of
a
pimps.
comment about.
Real quick, Amber. I do know that a lot of pimps they predate on the young women before they even reach the age of adulthood, right?
Yes.
So from that standpoint, those are predators. If you're a 24-year-old man, you approach a 15-year-old girl, 16-year-old girl, and you sell her a lot of dreams. And yes, you know, when you're that young of a person, most of them don't have very strong family structure. You'll be susceptible to that sort of stuff. So I'll go along with that. No, I make a distinction between that and an adult, right? If you're 18 plus years old and some guy whispers some sweet nothings in your ear, you start selling your body, you get paid for it, he collects all the money, and he takes care of you, I'm sorry, there's no abuse there. You're not a victim. You know, put on your big girl panties and be a grown-up.
No, but ask her. Let me explain this to you.
Hold on, we got
Let me just answer this, Amber. Let me just answer this, Amber, and then you have the floor. Most young ladies who start in prostitution start before the age of 18.
Yeah, I know. Absolutely. You're right.
Most young ladies start before the age of 18. Most young ladies who became strippers start almost before the age of 18 also. Or somebody introduced them to the stripping club just about that time when them leaving high school. When the mind's still young to say, listen, I can make you don't know who you are. You are lost in this society. Let me help you know who you are. Go ahead, Amber. Sorry.
So I was just going to say, okay, to a degree, I understand what you're saying, Haskell. And I don't want you to think that I'm saying that, you know, people shouldn't be held accountable for some of the choices that they make willingly, even if they are sold a dream. However, I just wanted to cop on and kind of say that, like, we often talk about like the thing, drug addiction or prostitution, or, you know, the woman that is a stripper and, you know, using her sexuality as a way to make a living. What's not talked about, though, is early childhood traumas that are suffered and endured with no real therapy or no one addressing the issue. So what you will find in a lot of women that are prostitutes or strippers is that they've suffered some type of sexual trauma early on that really has shaped their perception of themselves. So yes, the pimp is wrong for knowing that this person had low self-esteem and exploiting that, but the person had to already be broken in order to be subjected to that type of mind fuck and brainwashing. So
Amber,
it doesn't completely absolve them from responsibility, but you have to me, I kind of look at certain people as being disabled, so to speak, like emotionally disabled. So that's like abusing a handicapped person. But at the same token, the pimp too may also be handicapped. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he's probably suffered some type of trauma that led him to believe that that might be what he's learned, manipulating women or womanizing. And I also wanted to correct he takes care of her. You know, you kind of make it sound a little like clean and, you know, sterile. Yeah, you're romanticizing it, and oftentimes that's not the case. They don't live in the best conditions, and even if they do, it's often a physically and verbally abusive relationship. So I just wanted to kind of hop on and add those few things.
Amber, let me rebut you. On Netflix, I don't know if that program is still on Netflix. There was this program on Netflix, Hot Girls Wanted. I would encourage anybody to watch that program, especially people with teenage girls. Hot Girls Wanted. Back in the day.
You muted, Stoopies.
Me? Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. When Craigslist was going on, there was this, people could advertise in Craigslist. And there was this advertisement for Hot Girls Wanted. And it's in Craigslist all over the country. Hot Girls Wanted in Miami to come into the adult film industry. Must be 18 and over. And you had young ladies. This guy, he acted as the agent. He collect 25% of the money. He found the shoots. He sent them out on the shoots. They went on the shoots. And within 30 days, these girls will be having almost 60, 70, 80 sexual encounters on camera. These young 18-year-old girls. Most of the girls, they didn't come from broken homes. Most of these girls is about socialization in some cases, where these young ladies see somebody with a sex tape, or let's say Jenna Jameson, and she living rich. They didn't want to be in the condition that they want to be. They didn't want to be. They found that, especially in Gen Y thinks that Gen X are losers. Gen Y children think that the fathers and the mothers are losers because they don't wear a Birkin bag or they don't have on a red bottom shoes. So Gen Y not going to take the same path as Gen X. And Gen X never took the same path as baby boomer, who saw baby boomers as losers. They're not going to work in the factory for all the days. Gen Y don't want to do that.
It's the same argument we was having earlier about the drug dealing. A lot of those guys who get into it, it's not that they needed money or they were starving, the lights wasn't on, and I mean, a lot of people paint that narrative, but
no, they saw Gen X as losers. They saw the parents as losers. They're not going to work in the factory.
Listen. In society now.
I do think more recently that's the case, but I'm talking about like the initial culture. I think a lot of people were suffering without basis because their parents were strung out on drugs. I think that's less the case nowadays. It's more of a conscious decision and wanting to fit in and wanting to fit a certain, narrative. It's less about survival and it's more about what I think is just the cool or acceptable thing. Same thing with like young
1985 when drugs started, the average black person in America, in Jamaica, was going to work. The average crackhead. I remember when people used to just send stuff in Jamaica by barrels because people were emptying out the houses. When the crack dealer could no longer go to work, he used to sell his furniture, and they used to sell big screen TVs. They used to bring big screen TVs to the crack house. At that time, a big screen TV was a 32-inch TV or a 36-inch TV, which was a gigantic TV with a big back at that time in the 80s. People sold everything they had in their houses. These weren't people, most crack addicts weren't people who were homeless. These were people who had jobs, good jobs in some cases, who became crack addicts. The crack dealer at the time showed no sympathy. I remember when I was the first crack house I went to, I was 14 years old. And this girl came to the crack house. This girl from Uptown came to the crack house. And she came to the crack house. And when she came to the crack house, she had on like 4 chains, ring, bangles, jewelry. And she spent 4 days in the crack house. Like 6 days in the crack house. She was there constantly for 6 days. And the last day that I saw her when I had to leave the crack house, because I used to go and come and know people was bustling. And when I come, I saw the girl in the back room sucking dick for a crack rock. Every piece of jewelry she sold, every bangle, every chain, and she ended up sucking dick in the back room for a high. And the crack dealer was asking me, Leah, you don't want your dick sucked? I said, from who? And him showed me. I said, hell no. So when people telling me that the crack dealer deserves sympathy, they have never been to a crack house. The crack dealer deserves death because he's an unsympathetic piece of bitch. Just like the pimp will have her on her period and tell her to listen, stuff 2 tampon up there and soak up that shit and go on the road. And if you're uncomfortable today, don't fuck. Don't fuck in the pussy,
but you do know
dick.
in modern times it's not as like bleak and like people really don't do that shit no more. Like have whole crack houses and shit. Like so are you saying the dealer that is running the community and has his foot soldiers deserves a bullet in the head, or are you saying the supplier
Everybody
that just supply
the foot soldier,
so
the
even the
one
guy
on the
that's in
ground
the crack house for whatever reason deserves a
deserve a
bullet in the
bullet?
head?
Yes.
So you say you deserve the bullet in the head for even being in that environment?
I wasn't selling yet because I shouldn't be there. I should not have been there.
Okay.
I should not have been there. Although I wasn't selling crack, but I was beginning to idolize, and I'm glad I saw that. Because at that time I was beginning to idolize crack dealers because they were very flashy. And when they want to get you into the system, they are very kind. So the crack dealer would say, come with me, and you're driving Benz at 14, where you don't have a license. You get to drive the Benz down to the supermarket, and you get some beers and some snacks, or you go to McDonald's or Burger King. Well, Burger King wasn't there at the time, but you go down to the food place and you pick up 4 food, you put it in the car, and you drive back to the crack house at 14 when you shouldn't be driving. But he is now what he's doing to me, what he was doing to me, and I figured out as an adult, he was grooming me into the lifestyle. That listen, you'll have access to all of this shit. You'll have access to all of this if you become a part of this. That's what he was doing. And many young people, people who are listening to me, will understand that I'm not lying, that he was grooming me to become one of his soldiers because I was very aggressive at the time.
No, I totally agree that he was grooming you. I guess I'm just a little disheartened by the fact that if we had it your way, you wouldn't be here. But here you are today and you're speaking against it, and you've come to a place of knowing that this ain't what it is. And that means you have the possibility to be rehabilitated. But to say that these people deserve a bullet in the head and like, I mean, to me, that's just kind of like fucked up.
I deserve one too because I was glorifying the crack dealer. Listen, if we don't have the crack dealer, if we didn't have the crack dealer, we wouldn't have half of the problems in our community. Even with the gangs, the leaders of the gangs in our community, whatever it was, the Bloods or the Crips, they are drug dealers. Most gang leaders are drug dealers also. And they sell an image to young men in the community. So listen, this is the way out. School isn't the way out. Getting a trade isn't the way out. This is the way out. We need to blow those people head off. Get them out of the community. For good.
For good.
For good. They serve no purpose in our community. None at all.
So let me ask you a question, right? Going back to the pimp conversation, and you looking at them as predators and abusers, and the young woman typically getting, involved at a young age, and typically coming from kind of dysfunctional backgrounds. Do you feel the same way about women who sell their bodies, but they don't have an overseer?
All right. I feel a pimp and a prostitute is a whole total different thing. A pimp and a whore. You have to understand, whores are with pimp, prostitutes work on their own. You have to differentiate the two. And then you have a clear understanding. So a whore is a young lady who was groomed by a pimp. She's oftentimes she started interacting with a pimp from an early age when she was lacking direction, when she didn't know who she was as a person. A pimp now came in and manipulated her in such a way that she became dependent upon him. So she has no independence.
So
she
the
has no
prostitute,
self without the pimp.
prostitutes, that dynamic is missing.
And with a prostitute, that dynamics is missing. A prostitute can also be messed up because most prostitutes are messed up because selling one body has emotional
Right. You
problems.
can't be right in the head,
right?
and sleep with 20 men in a day.
In the night, right?
Right.
So selling one body because
Right.
I remember Pat. Pat was a good friend of mine. Pat lived with our grandmother down the road. And Pat was the first prostitute I knew. Anybody who know the story, you can research it. I don't tell lie. Shakespeare Avenue, Miss Ellis' granddaughter, Pat. I lived on Shakespeare Avenue 40 years. Anybody who can hear this will know Leo. Everybody call me Leo. Right? Pat was a prostitute from an early age. And Pat, growing up, Pat had a flair about her. She had charm, she could talk. Pat was nice. If you know, anybody who knows a prostitute would know that the personality that they display is wonderful when you're in them, when you're their friends. But Pat had deep psychological problems after years of prostitution. Most prostitutes I know has some vice. Nobody can sell pussy and don't drink, smoke, or take drugs. Pussy selling carry a weight. But what a pimp does is reassure a girl who would have been a prostitute who's now
so he's kind of a kind of manager, a psychologist in a sense.
He for the time that he's with her and that he's valuable to her, because it's as long as she is valuable to him. She does not determine the length of the only time she determines the length of the relationship is when she is most valuable. As soon as she loses her value, he moves on from her. He chooses someone else.
Yeah, but isn't that the same with any employer-employee relationship?
But this is not just an employer-employee relationship.
I'm saying if you're not producing, the company moves on, right?
Right, in the true sense, yes. But he sells our dream because every pimp, every whore.
So wait, why am I supposed to feel sorry? All right. I could see a young woman. And you know what? Even with young people, you still have agency because you at 14, seeing what you saw, it activated something in you to get out. And it reminds me of that joke that Dave Chappelle said when he was talking about R. Kelly, right? He made a joke and he said, man, how young is 15 really? Right? And he said, it's old enough to know. I knew at 15, if some piss came by me, I knew to move. Right?
I knew at 15 that a man not supposed to touch me. I knew that long before 15.
Right.
I knew at 15 that
At-
I'm not supposed to hold on a girl and take the cookie.
right. At 15, you know, I knew enough to know I don't want urine in my face. Now, of course, that's not to say a 15-year-old has a type of agency that an adult does. But my only point is, you know, what has led to women being more promiscuous and engaging in these type of lifestyles more than anything? Of course, it was always being done, right?
Why R. Kelly? This is it. Let me cut you. Why R. Kelly need to go to jail for the rest of his life? Although 15 supposed to have common sense, is because R. Kelly is not a normal human being. Let's say it was Tom Jones down the road. Let's say it was a postman, and the postman
But
offered to
look,
piss on
I
this
could
girl.
make the same arguments that Amber made because, you know, he got molested by his sister.
No, but even if he got molested by his sister, this is it. R. Kelly
You
was
still
a
got to be held
superstar.
responsible. And I agree with that.
Yes. And as a result of his superstardom, is that these young ladies, because all young ladies had a poster or a picture or image of a superstar growing up, that would be ideal if he was my husband. And R. Kelly uses stardom to blind these little girls, because the stardom was blinding from little girls up to adults. But he especially focuses light of stardom on little girls and told them that you are special to me. You are special to me. I am special to you. And if a superstar said to a little girl who she looks at as everything and say, you are special to me, she loses all agency.
I don't know
That's
about
why
that.
R. Kelly needs to go to jail.
Listen, he
That's
needs
why
to go to jail because we can't
for the
hold
person,
a child to the standard we hold an adult,
but he needs to go to
right?
jail because
But
he
this idea
focuses
that
superstardom on a child. You don't do that.
you lose all agency, no, because similarly, you said if some would have happened to you in that crack house, you would have deserved it. Even, you know, and that's you speaking at being at 14. Now imagine if you're 14, this drug dealer is selling you the dream, you got sucked in. At 21, you're fully in the game, and you end up getting killed in the game, right? And you said, well, you know, he got groomed. I don't want to hear that shit. You're
No, I don't want
adult.
to hear that shit. At 14,
Right. So
I had enough
again,
agency
same
to
thing.
realize that if
Hold
police came
on.
to the crack
Listen,
house,
hold
we're all
on.
going to jail.
Hold on. If people are true proponents of equality and women being just as capable as men, then the standards got to be across the board. So some sick, you know, some sick human being came, took advantage of you, sold you a dream at 14. You start telling your body, you know, 18, 19, 20, you're in the guess what? 18, 19, 20, I gotta hold you to an adult standard, regardless of the trauma you went through.
Well, yeah, that is true, but I think it's not a matter of you can't be held accountable or you won't be held accountable. I mean, people allow for this in the legal system. Yeah, if I kill someone, of course, I might have to do my time, but if I have a history of mental illness and I can show that I was mentally incompetent at the time, that does lend to my defense. My sentencing might be different. You know, I might get less time, or I might go to a different facility where they can give me some actual help for my actual issue. It's not to say that they should be absolved of all responsibility and accountability for the choices that they made. Like even with the R. Kelly situation, to me, I factor in the fact that he was traumatized. Like, oh, he should have got him some help. And even though he got money and he know it's wrong because he's hiding the fact that he's doing this, he should have invested that in some intensive therapy, and maybe he'd have came out better. But
listen, Tim's, how am I wilding? Look, if a grown man got groomed at 14 by a drug dealer and he ended up getting arrested for 20 plus years when he's 24, he couldn't tell Tim's, well, you know, I didn't have my mother and my father. And this guy basically stood in place. He's a surrogate father. He introduced me to the life. I got hooked on the fast living and the money and the women and and so you should have mercy on Tim's would be like, man, get the hell out my face. I don't want to hear that shit. Am I right or wrong, Tim's? That's exactly what you would say. You would say you are a grown man. Okay, I get it. You were a child when you got introduced to the lifestyle. Things happen. We get it. Guess what? Go sit down for 25 years, think about it. Right? And all I'm saying is, when it comes to women, all of a sudden, in a society where everybody says women are just as capable, just as competent, all of a sudden, everybody gets so soft. But she was a victim, and no.
I think
Apply the
you're
same
exaggerating.
standard.
Definitely. I think you're definitely exaggerating. Like, definitely.
No, not at all.
Show me a time where a woman wasn't charged legally because of her trauma.
Shit, I could give you, well, I don't know about the trauma thing, but I could tell you, like, for instance, a woman and a man could be drinking, both drunk, they sleep together, and the guy will get locked up. You took advantage of a drunk woman. But the guy will say, and these are actual cases, I could source up on it.
I know that's an actual case, and I actually
The guy will say,
disagree
well,
with
wait, she was.
So
but
I
she was
disagree.
drinking-
I
she was
disagree
drinking
with
too.
I disagree with the fact that a woman can be of unsound mind and consent. Like, she wasn't of sound mind when she consented, so therefore the consent doesn't hold. But a man doesn't have the excuse to say, well, I was drunk, I didn't know that her non-consent was non-consent. Like, his judgment can't be altered or affected by him being inebriated. He's supposed to make clear and sound decisions, yet she can drink, and that's perceived as, well, her decision making wasn't clear. So I definitely agree that there is a double standard there.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, listen, I just believe in adults being adults, right? Once you reach the age of majority, get the help that you need, do whatever it is that you need to do. Yes, I understand we could have a certain level of sympathy, but we're going to hold everybody to. Now, listen, if people believe that or if people believe that, if people saw the world how I did, then I'd have no problem with the disparate treatment that we have for women versus men. But we don't. Society pushes and pushes and pushes that we're equal. And, so if that's the case, then we're equal. If you're 18, if you were selling your body since 14 and you're 18 now, or you're 20 now, listen, you need to go to school, you need to do whatever it is that you need to do. It's only so far the sympathy can go.
So do you believe that women have more advantages in society than men?
That women have, if women say that again?
Do you believe that women have more advantages in society than men?
I don't know. They do. There are things that women can do in a society that men can't. There's nothing a man can do in a society that a woman can't. There's no privilege that men have that women don't, but there are privileges that women have that men don't. Absolutely. Absolutely. And guess what? I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. I really don't. But don't tell me that you're equal. You don't get to be equal when it suits you, and then you're, this wilting violet when it doesn't. You get to have the best of both worlds. That's the only thing. You got to pick a side. That's all I'm saying.
So you don't believe that women are disadvantaged when it comes to certain industries, jobs, professions that they want to have, that they're just as likely to get the job as their male counterpart?
No.
Especially if it's known that they have children.
No. No,
You're saying no, they aren't just as likely to get the job, or no, there's no perceived advantage as a man?
no, there's no disadvantage for women in this day and time, like getting a job or whatever. No, no,
And you don't believe that there's any disparities in pay either, even if she was to get that job, the same job?
No,
no,
no disparity for
no.
the same job.
The pay gap, no,
It's
that's
for the
a
kind of jobs.
yeah. The
If
pay
a,
gap
if a man
is
if a man is a welder, he's going to get more pay than a woman as a secretary. That's
yeah.
not a thing.
The pay gap is a myth. Yeah, the pay gap is a myth. The pay gap just looks at the pure raw data, right? How much men get paid versus how much women get paid without consideration of any of the variables involved. But yeah, y'all there? You guys there?
We're here. We're giving you the floor. No, but
Oh,
in all honesty, let us be honest. Let us be honest. When it comes to pimping, hoeing, drug dealing, with gang membering, most youth join a gang from as early as 12 years old. And most of these 12 years old weren't hungry, weren't shoeless, weren't clothesless. Life may have been tough in comparison to the persons who live on the other side of the train tracks. But the thing about it is that we as a people start to compare ourselves with the white picket fences. Right? Mom have a simple little job, 2 jobs, holding it down. Sometimes there's no food in the house. But we look beyond that and start look over the white picket fences. We start looking at the Kardashians, start looking at the red bottom, start looking at the $500 Nikes. I think that these things are going to make us who we are. Right? It's a lack of understanding of who you are. So as a result of that, we move into this direction. It feels good at 14 to be driving a Benz.
yep, absolutely.
It feels good at 14 to have the seat lean back and driving a Benz. And knowing that if you hit the Benz, it might cost you your life. But at that moment, you're not thinking about hitting, scratching, or scuffing the Benz. You're just on the road, lean back. In a Benz, can barely look over the steering wheel, going to pick up some food. And everybody giving you ratings in the community. Everybody to say that it's the next big man that's Yes, junior superstar, you soon start run things.
Yeah,
Liquor
and I
shutter,
think it's the same thing with the
liquor
girls
striker,
because
liquor shutter, liquor
we were
striker.
we were talking about this girl named Bad Baby. She claims she made 52 million. We don't know if necessarily she made that much, but
She showed it. She showed it.
she showed it. Yeah, that's what I told folks. But you can
Yeah, no, she can manipulate it, but she
manipulate
showed
stuff
it.
and
She showed it. She
listen.
white and she had 1 million followers. She made that.
And she was promoting it when she was still a minor.
Right.
So that was very enticing for a lot of the people, for a lot of those subscribers.
Right. A lot of
Right. They want to see these very young girls, these nubile girls. Right? Now, could we say she was groomed and all of that? No, because the thing about platforms like OnlyFans, it ran the pimps out. The pimp thing is dead, you know that?
Yeah, it is dead as it was 20 years ago.
It's dead.
Because these girls, Backpage started to kill it and OnlyFans.
Yeah, it's dead.
OnlyFans killed it as it is.
But guess
IG
what?
also killed it. IG killed it too. Because a lot of these
IG killed it,
were being flown out.
The internet killed it, basically.
Being flown out.
Now, with the pimp, the middleman being removed, there are even more women now selling their bodies than ever before. And that don't necessarily have to be prostitution. It could be OnlyFans, like, any form of the sex trade.
It might not be physical prostitution.
Right.
It might not be physical, but it's virtual now.
So what that tells me is, yes, the sweet words that the pimp was saying and the lifestyle that he was selling and all of that has a lot, had a lot to do with it. But the agency of the person and their own desires for a certain lifestyle, that was always the predominant thing more than anything else. And that goes for the drug dealer and it goes for the hoe.
Listen, this, what people need to understand is that as human beings, we have eyes. And we look over the fence and we look over the neighbors and we look across the world. And we ask yourself, what about us? What about me? Why? And that question why can cause a lot of people to move in different directions.
Yep.
To achieve what they think they should achieve. I remember when Lawrence Fishburne's daughter released her sex tape. But she forget one of the things. Because at the time you had Paris Hilton. Paris Hilton was the first sex tape. And it blew her up. And then Kim Kardashian sex tape after. Kim Kardashian sex tape was a response to the Paris Hilton sex tape.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted the fame. And they figured out that Kim, you're a pretty girl. Why not get your sex tape? And Kim chose Ray J. And Ray J was stupid enough to go on Kim's sex tape because he thought that he would get clout also. So when you hear Ray J crying now, Ray J was a part of the scam, but he never like him cut. His cut wasn't.
You know what? Amber broke that down, and that wasn't so much the case because they're disparaging his character more so than the cut that he get. Because look, he wasn't saying anything for all these years.
Yeah, he wasn't saying anything.
Recently, when they had that show and they said that they implied that he basically kind of, same thing like what we're talking about. Like he kind of took advantage of Kim and kind of persuaded her into that when it was complete lie.
That was a complete lie.
That's what he got.
That was a complete lie. Kim did the sex tape because when I saw the sex tape first, I was saying that this is not a sex tape. Because back in those days, I remember when you first get that first digital camera and you did a semi-sex tape for yourself. It was not. I said this sex tape is a performance. Sex don't work like that. You go into this act and you show this and you show that. And no, this is almost like a directing a film. So there's something was wrong with it. And then so that's a joke sex tape. But then you say, okay. And then she blew up as a result of the sex tape. So now Lawrence Fishburne's daughter did her sex tape. And it never blew up.
Right.
Bad Baby go on OnlyFans. And Bad Baby blew up. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And Bad Baby blew up. Bad Baby was on Dr. Phil. Bad Baby is a Catch Me Outside girl. You know that, right?
Yeah, we were talking about that last night.
Yeah, she's a Catch Me Outside girl. And she blew up. Now, a lot of people don't understand that these social media although black people on it, they're not making Joe Rogan money. They're not making Vlad TV money. They're not making, what the other guy's name, him and his brother, money. We on the platform, some people making good money, but they're not making that level of money.
Right.
They might be signing deals with other people, but they're not making. Joe Rogan is one of the richest persons off YouTube. His deal. Black people not making that money.
Right.
And we're trying to use the social media. We're trying to equate it and not realizing that, listen, a black porn star, no matter how good she look in the black community. I remember when this girl who was a singer became a porn star. What's her name again? I soon tell you her name. She was in one of the big groups and she became a porn star. She wasn't making the big money as a white porn star, people. Not because you get a tummy tuck and that scar across your belly bottom and your hips look wider now because you have your waist looks smaller. Meaning that you're going to get entitled treatment. It don't work like that.
There's a ceiling on your earnings as a black as a
Take
black
that
person.
ceiling on your earning. As
Yeah.
much as Kevin Hart making serious money now, Kevin Hart never make Jim Carrey money. Kevin Hart man making good money, but Jim Carrey in his heyday, Kevin Hart not making that money. If The Rock and Arnold Schwarzenegger was alive, if Arnold Schwarzenegger was The Rock age today, in the prime, when they pay the kind of salary, The Rock wouldn't be making Arnold Schwarzenegger money or Sylvester Stallone money. They're making more money now because it's 50 years ago, that 40 years ago. First Rambo, when they were big, big stars.
Mm-hmm.
But it is what it is. It is what it is.
It's kind of like, you know, I hear what they talk about this thing about these guys going overseas in these certain countries that are economically, you know, deprived, for a lack of a better term. And I hear people characterize it as abuse or trafficking, or right? And they said it's that because those women are in dire economical straits and these men are taking advantage. No, that's not completely untrue, right? But guess what? In the world, in the wealthiest country in the world, yeah, probably just as many women here engaging in the same activity.
If
So
not more. If not
if not
more.
more. Right?
Let's be honest. Let me be honest. A lot of these girls from the DR, if that girl from the DR, who that black guy went to Dominican Republic and found, and she's attracted to him because he works more than the average guy in the Dominican Republic, and he can appreciate her more. Let's use the word appreciate. He can appreciate her more than the average guy in DR. If that girl in many cases came to the United States, a lot of them are solid eights.
Mm-hmm.
So they still would have been in a better position than the girl who makes the comment about the guy going to DR. He is lucky that what he has done is that he has capitalized on his in the United States, the girl that he would comfortably get, who would not look at him as a piece of shit, would have been a 4 or a 5. Because 4 or 5s go and buy a new wig and get a tummy tuck and think she's an 8 and think she's above that guy who drives a truck. They don't want a truck driver. He works 100,000. No, he's not too refined. But that same truck driver, so listen, I can only afford a 4 to 6 on my income in America. But if I go to Thailand, I'm getting an 8 or a 9. If I'm going to the Philippines, I'm getting an 8 or a 9. If I go to DR, I'm getting an 8. What he is.
But guess what? Even with that stoopies, my mother used to sew clothes in Jamaica when we were young, right? She did a lot of odd job. She worked at a factory, sew clothes, you know, different stuff, right? Now, my mother could have chosen to do that, you know, get into that sort of lifestyle and made a lot more money.
Mm-hmm.
She chose not to. She'd rather work hard, go watch somebody's children, sew some clothes and sell them, work at the, you know, it's really in a lot of ways a decision. It's not so much about money and you're deprived and, you know.
No. It's about money, but it's not about being deprived. It's about money, but it's not about being deprived.
Yeah, because those women in the DR is not much different from Jamaica in terms of economics, right? Those women trust me, they can go and work. It'll be a modest life, but they can work, they can subsist, right? Can eat, have somewhere to live, and all the rest of it. Okay? But naturally, like any other human being, they want more. So if a guy comes from the US, the money is worth a little bit, well, not a little bit more, but a good deal more there. And that guy can avail her to an upgraded lifestyle. And she wants that.
But I'll tell you something else, Oscar. A lot of these girls that these guys meet in the DR, especially the one who will go to Brazil and go to all the rural areas, are ordinary everyday the girls, sometimes these girls are not girls who are into prostitution. Sometimes guys are looking to meet everyday girls next door.
Mm-hmm.
They go somewhere and they walking on the street and they meet a girl and say, "Hi, can I take you to dinner? Hi, can I carry out? Can you be my guide?" And there's no fool. She's not a fool.
No, not a fool, not at all. And
She's
guess
not a
what?
fool.
Guess what? All right. So the same way how the average guy here can afford to take a woman to a trip to Dubai and eat buy a $300 steak and all of that stuff, right? So the guys here who can do that, they have an advantage. The same way a guy from the US will go to the DR Brazil, right? The women that he's dealing with are not prostitutes, but the fact that he can say, "Hey, let's go out," and you can go to a Brazilian steakhouse that your average Brazilian man can't afford,
Mm-hmm.
right? That is a huge part of the reason why she'll engage with that American.
I have a question. Because
Talk.
neither of you were born in the US, right?
Right, yeah.
Right.
So why are you here?
You want us to answer that? You want to go first, two piece?
I'm here because the young lady that I chose to marry live here, and she chose to stay here. So I came up. Matter of fact, me coming here, it was less advantage of me staying home. But my wife is here, so I came to my wife. That's why I came here. Askell came because his mother came here.
Right. He answered for me, Amber.
But either way, it's a decision you made that led you to alter your life that you have to live with.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Whether you were better off, well off, wherever you were, or here or there. But what you were gaining at the time, you felt like was a justified trade-off for what you wanted. So, as far as I'm concerned, while I get that, yeah, there's always a perceived better decision from the outside looking in that people could have made, but people's choices are their choices, and as long as they're living with the consequences of those choices, it's really none of my business.
I don't think any one of us would disagree with that, Amber.
I won't disagree with that. I wouldn't disagree with that. So do you have a problem with the passport brothers? These brothers who go into Thailand and the Philippines and DR and Brazil for wives. Do you have a problem with those guys?
Do you see it as, do you think
that's none of my business. Yeah, that's none of my business.
But a lot of women, if you follow YouTube, a lot of women are calling these guys losers.
But it's a lot of women that are mad when they see black men with white women, or it's a lot of women that are mad at Kevin Samuels saying that they're lesser. Like, I don't care about that. Because at the end of the day, what's for me is for me. Those guys aren't for me, so I'm not going to be upset about that.
Because you're in a relationship.
Well, I'm no longer in a relationship, and even if I was, either way, it just, to me, whoever is for me is for me.
Do you
understand?
Do you view it as exploitative though, Amber?
Do you what, going out the country to get a wife?
Not necessarily a wife. Let's say you're a guy, you go to DR. I don't know what the dollar rate is like. For Jamaica, for example, it's what, 150 to 1.
150 to 1.
Let's say the DR is the same, right? A guy goes there, he has a huge advantage because he has US dollars. And he's, basically running through these women down there. He's not treating them bad or nothing. Everything is consensual. But, do you look at that as being exploitative?
Not really. But in my opinion, everybody's gonna look out for their own best interests. Period. So whether that be smashing a lot of women, whether that be getting with a guy with a bag, people are going to look out for what is important to them and what they feel like is going to make them happy or get them closer to happiness. So how I feel is if you don't like something, change it or remove yourself from it. I don't even know that these things exist because I'm not out here searching and seeking for things that I don't like that's going to trigger me or piss me. Like it don't matter to me. Like, but there are some people that look for things to upset them. They look for the Kevin Samuels. They look for the guys that are going out of town and they look for those things because happiness isn't their goal. They're looking for something to be mad at. So it's always going to be something that they could be mad at. Me personally, I choose to be happy and to surround myself with the things that make me happy. So I don't know what it's like to be miserable and pine over things that really don't affect me.
Right. But I'm sure, if you like, all right, so Sinful to P, I don't know if you're familiar with him, but knowing that a guy impregnated a 14-year-old, you would feel repulsed by that, right? And feel like that guy should be punished, right? Because, of course,
if an adult man impregnates a 14-year-old, yes, I would be repulsed by that and feel like he needs to be punished.
Right,
Depending on where they are, though, because I also am aware that the way we live in our society here is not necessarily the way the rest of the world is ran. And while I can feel a way about it and say, oh, I think that's fucked up, that don't necessarily make my thinking, quote unquote, right.
Now, the reason why I ask is because, of course, we all should mind our own business. And if something somebody is doing is impacting our life, for the most part, we shouldn't care. But naturally, I believe as human beings, even if something doesn't affect us necessarily on a personal level, we can still, obviously look at that thing and say, oh, this is wrong. Like you know what I'm saying? We don't live in our own vacuums. Everybody don't live in their own little bubble.
You're right about that. But I do feel like sometimes, again, everybody can do what they want to, but when it's just something, oh, I just don't like that, versus there's some harm being done to someone. It's kind of different things, like what two consenting adults choose to do, or what, someone chooses their preferences as an adult and their preference is another adult. I don't really have no opinion about that. They're adults and they're dealing with adults. Now, when it comes to a child, then one of these people are not of the age of consent. They're being manipulated by another party. Even manipulation amongst adults, I don't really get too heavily involved in, because again, they are adults. Theoretically, they probably are, but on the surface, everything is on the up and up, So I don't really have too much of an opinion on that.
Yep.
I mean, it's some adults that like pain and feel like they deserve to be abused. Do I think they should get some help? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, it's ultimately up to them whether they get it or not.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way I see it too. That's the way I see it. Adults should be adults. That's simple. It's that simple. If you get off into the weeds about, what led up to a person making the decisions, and you try to micromanage every human being traumas and past that led to who they are, like, you could never punish anybody. You could never get anything done. That's why when you're an adult, we have a standard. You adhere to that standard. If you don't, there are consequences. Sometimes, some people fall through the cracks that shouldn't. No system is ever going to be perfect, but there has to be one set standard. It's the only way.
Well, that's the thing. There will never really be one set standard. And I'm not saying like people shouldn't be punished or take accountability, but I do think to me it's more like retrospective. Like, okay, looking at how this turned out for this person that made this decision that came from this body of experiences, how did these experiences affect their decision? It's all about what can we do as a community to prevent, these future outcomes. I believe a lot of that is wrapped up in psychology, people's experiences, their environment, what they believe, what they value. I definitely agree that values are out of alignment, and that's why you see people making certain decisions, because their value is placed in things that don't really have much substance to them. So to me, anytime you're vying for money or fame or, popularity, you on shaky ground, because there's a million different ways to get money, popularity, and fame. So if you don't have a set of core principles to keep you grounded, and those are just the things that you're vying for, those are your core values, then yeah, you'll find yourself doing whatever for money, popularity, and fame. So I don't disagree there. However, I think that it's a cultural issue. I don't think it's a male versus female issue. I don't think that it's a white versus Black issue. I think Americans as a culture have an issue of valuing certain things over others. And that's why we're seeing so many problems and issues.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm looking at
Amber, you were right in terms of it is what happened now in the last 20 years, especially in the last 20 years, is that people have become so materialistic. With all of these contracts and these bigger figures being thrown out, people have become very materialistic. And as a result of that, Gen Y feel that all I need is a YouTube channel. All I need is I'm going to be rich. And then some Gen X said, listen, I don't want to work like how mom work. I don't want to work like how Pop work or how Big Mama worked. And they never asked Big Mama how she really feel. If she accomplished something, and Big Mama would tell you, yes, my children came out to be good kids. But no, because Big Mama never have red bottoms or Louis Vuitton in the closet, or drive a Rolls Royce Phantom. Big Mama wasn't even thinking about that.
Mm-hmm.
Big Mama wasn't even thinking about that. You're looking at it now, Black people buying Rolls Royce Phantom. I don't have a problem with you buying a Rolls Royce Phantom, you know. But when you ask the question, why are you buying a Rolls Royce Phantom? What is this about? What is the goal? Right? What is the goal? Is it this person who worked 30 years in the Ford factory, have a house, his 4 children went to college? Is he less than Floyd Mayweather because he doesn't have a garage full of Ferraris? Is that what you're saying? You understand what I'm asking? Asking? Is it that if I don't live up to this rapper's lifestyle, am I less than?
Yeah, that's troublesome. You know, that lifestyle is, number one, it's only a very few people, and especially when it comes to Black people, it's pretty much all entertainment. You know, outside of entertainment, virtually none of us are living like that. But for a young person, they could look at that and think like, you know, there's some sort of normalcy in it. Like they think it's a lot more attainable than it actually is. And then also a lot of those people who they see living a lifestyle, they don't see they don't see the details, the things that these people have to do. to live that kind of lifestyle.
Okay. You ever watch the videos about the girls in Dubai? The girls who
Yeah.
go to Dubai?
Mm-hmm.
Any given day, you have about 5,000 foreign girls in Dubai from all different countries around the world. IG models, all different kind of girls in Dubai. And when they go to Dubai and they come back from Dubai, they're not telling you the horror stories. Right? They're taking the pictures from the Wiz Khalifa. They're up on the 40th floor is the Will Khalifa taking picture, talking about Dubai lifestyle. In the jewelry store, right? They're not telling you what they do for that Louis bag. Or the other bags, or the red bottom shoes.
Man, that's a perfect example because, again, there's no pimp involved there. Only thing involved there is their outsized desires. So imagine a woman will fillet a camel or literally be defecated on because she wants to be
in
on
the mouth.
Yeah, in the
in
mouth.
the mouth.
And
swallow.
And for her, and they'll even sleep with children. They sleep with children too.
Yeah, they sleep with the teenage sons of these princes.
Yeah,
12
those
years
princes and sheiks, they'll have them sleep with their 13-year-old sons and stuff like that.
And nephews and cousins.
And for those women, it's absolutely getting a Louis Vuitton $20,000 Birkin or $50,000 Birkin. It's absolutely worth it to be able to have that and take a picture on Instagram. It's a fair trade for them.
Yeah, because they're told, and they have to. Many of them have to say exactly what they are going to do before they go. So I'm going to Dubai. He's going to buy my ticket. This is my passport. I'm going off my own free will. I will have sex with him. He will have sex with me in my bottom. I will perform oral sex. We are going to do a threesome with his 13-year-old nephew. They list everything that they are going to do. So at the end of the day, they cannot say they were forced, and they have to do it before they leave the country. I send it to.
And guess what? There's 16-year-olds right now, 15-year-olds right now with internet access. They can't do it right now, but the minute, and when I say the minute, I mean literally, when that clock strikes midnight on their 18th birthday,
there's a ticket ready for them.
They're gone. Okay.
No, it's like the flying out. There's some girls on the thing talking about these men are disgusting. They fly out, and as soon as you don't have sex with them, they kick you out of the hotel room. If you are in a state and a dude is in Miami, and he says, "Baby girl, I'm going to fly you out to Miami. We'll go shopping. We'll go to the club," and he flies you out, and you decide not to have sex with him. And then so he's a loser because he wanted to have sex with you. What do you think were the intention of him flying you out? Why do you think that he was flying you out? People acting like they're not adult. A man just going to get up and buy a plane ticket and a hotel room for you to come for him to look at you?
I'm gonna be honest though, like situations like that, I guess maybe they feel emboldened and maybe they've never been in a situation where they felt threatened. But me, I could not play with my safety like that. Like, men can be really aggressive when they want something. So I'm not going to fly out of town with someone that I don't really intend on being intimate with, especially not staying in a space. Like, I'm just not doing it. Even if, let's say I met a dude and he lived cross country and I'm interested, but I'm just not sure if that's what I'm on, I'm going to pay for my own lodging because I don't expect you to do it if you bought my ticket, but I'm knowing I'm not going to put myself in a position to potentially be taken advantage of.
Amber, I understand that, Amber. Amber, you and I are talking on the phone, and I met you, and I talked to you on the phone last night, and tonight I called you, and I said, "Hey, baby girl, what are you doing this weekend? And he said, no, I'm not busy. I said, I got your ticket. Can I get your ticket to Miami to come and see me? You're supposed to ask the question, what are your expectations? Because you're a big girl. You wear big girl panties years now. So you're a big girl. What the fuck is your expectation? I'm coming out. Right?
I mean,
And then
those women know. They know what the deal. All right.
I'm
So
gonna be
look,
honest though. There are plenty of guys. And this is without nobody buying no ticket in it, but there are plenty of guys that will lie and say that is not their expectation because they think that well, once I get her over here, you know, like she'll be cool with us. Like I could just slide up on her, and they don't really believe. Like no, that I'm just coming to watch a movie and that's it. Like
listen,
we can
it's very rarely that, you know, between men and women, we're spelling stuff out like in a contractual way, because that's like a mood killer. So let's get that out the way. Nobody communicates like that, right? For the most part, a woman knows what the deal is. The guy's gonna fly them out. Now, I will say this. If a woman comes out there, she could very well have all the intentions of having sex. She gets there, the guy has bad hygiene, or maybe he misrepresented where he live, and whatever the case may be. So a woman
no, she reserved the right at all times to say no.
Yes, absolutely. Now, with that aside, a lot of these women who are getting flown out and then pretending as if they're so shocked that these men want to have sex, they are playing games. Right? So I'm categorizing different, there are different categories.
But even the guy with bad hygiene wants to have sex. So if you fly out right away, you talking to me.
Yeah, but there's no way for you to know that.
No.
The instant you land, the country as a woman.
The instant you land, you realize that, dude, you have bad hygiene. If he says to you, tomorrow I'm taking you shopping, don't put your ass shopping because you know that.
Right.
You know that from his team it was dead. And then these dudes are losers because I am not flying anybody out to take them to the mall. Which loser flies somebody out to take them to the mall? There's malls everywhere in the world. She have malls in our hometown. Malls is everywhere. So you taking her to the mall to buy stuff. That's how limited your imagination is. If you're flying out tomorrow, we're going somewhere. We have some fun. We have some dinner. We eat. We go out somewhere. Our day is starting early. I'm not taking you to the mall. I'm not flying you out to take you shopping. If I'm taking you shopping, why flying you out?
Well, what's crazy is a lot of those same guys that tell you they never buy vagina. In their mind, them doing that is not them buying vagina. Well, that's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, and if the other thing, if it's going to be transactional, say it from day one. Because, like, I remember when Tommy Sotomayor and the girl had an issue that he flew out. He flew out, she and her friend. And when he flew them out and they came, because I remember Tommy had a problem on the Fit and Fit show where the girl fought him. He flew out that girl. But the problem was that the girl charged him $2,500 and he wasn't willing to pay. Her friend slept with him for 15. So she felt some sort of way that she didn't get any money from being flown out. Because a lot of these girls, it's transactional sex.
Well, truth now, in the situation where they got into the fight, he definitely was antagonizing her. But I do agree. A lot of people be playing these games like they really interested, or like dudes don't want to just say they buying pussy. Like, no, you're definitely buying it, and you definitely selling it. So like, just come up with the price, the fee, and go ahead and sell what you sell. Do what you do. Or I mean, niggas can come out cheaper by shopping with their local sex workers. Why are you flying a bitch halfway across the country when this bitch is selling pussy that's local?
Right. So you tell her from day one, you say, okay, bitch, you're coming out. Let's get this on the table from day one. I have $1,500. I'm not taking to the mall. We're having some fun. We have some sex tonight. Might have sex in the morning, and you get your ass back on the plane Tuesday. Today's what? Friday. You come tomorrow and Sunday morning, Sunday eve afternoon. I'll Uber you to the airport, and you'll be on a plane back home. But don't be acting as if you're Mr. Charming. You know, this dude acting as, oh, I'm so charming. I'm going to talk her out the pussy. You're not talking her out the pussy. Because if you were talking her out the pussy, you wouldn't have to buy the ticket. She would have flown herself up. You understand what I'm saying? She would have flown herself out. But these dudes acting like them not buying pussy. They're buying pussy. Just admit it. There's nothing wrong with buying pussy. A lot of people buy pussy. Pussy is the
Yep.
hottest selling commodity in the world.
Yep, it's an ego thing though, man. You know, everybody nowadays is so funny. Everybody swear they got all this game. Everybody got the game. You know, they don't realize that game is something out of the pimp. That comes out of the pimp culture.
Listen,
You know, you
don't
don't.
have
If you're not no pimp, you don't have no damn game. Cut it out.
listen. This even the pimp don't have a game. Let me explain what game is. Game is the image, right? The image that you have. Why rappers will get free pussy? Rappers will get free pussy the first time. I learned this from an early age. If you look a certain way, drive a nice car, live in a nice apartment, the first pussy is free. Meaning that the first fuck is always free. The girl will come around, hang around, the first fuck free. The second fuck might cost you dinner, but then the third fuck onward, the problems come, the issues come, the car payment, insurance. That's why many dudes get tagged asshole because after the fucker 2 times, they ghost her because they know that the operating costs coming after the third fuck. All of these young ladies has operating costs. It don't come with a fourth fuck. Depends on your lifestyle. Broke dudes has to pay from day one to get the first fuck. If you're in a good position, you don't have to pay until the third fuck. Trust me. If you drive a nice car, if you live in a nice apartment, if you dress well, the first fuck is always going to be free. A lot of women will deny it. The first fuck don't involve dinner or a date. It just involves some conversation, where you work, you know, what you drive, what you look like. And she see that, she say, oh, this is a dude who I can hang with because he can afford to treat me right. So I'm going to play the game. I'm going to act as if I don't want anything. Like I'm Miss Independent. I'm okay. I'm just here for friendship. You know, you mesmerize me. The first fuck is free. If you never get the first fuck for free, you don't understand what I'm talking about. But the dudes out there who know what I'm talking about will agree with me. And a lot of ladies will agree with me also. Okay? That's what Kevin Samuels tell them. Get your game up, get your job up, get your money up, get your lifestyle, get how you look up. So when you say hello, she's going to look at you and say, what does he represent? And you'll get the first fuck free. You never see that happen, Asking, you never realized that happened all the while. The first fuck free, the second fuck free. It's the third fuck is the problem.
I mean, because you know, you need money to live.
Right.
Everybody needs money to live.
But then
the only true love exists when you're in high school and before that.
Because then it's somebody else taking care of the expense.
Right. Your parents are taking care of your necessities. Right? Anybody who at who's 27, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55 talking about I'm looking for a woman that love me for me or like me for me. Like you're living in
Dreamland.
You're living in Disneyland. You're living in some fairy tale land. Like you're lost.
No, I
You're
tell people
lost.
all the while, the first fuck is free.
I wonder though,
Look
like,
good.
so y'all seriously think? I guess uh, maybe that's a man thing, but I think that would bother me if I felt like people didn't rock with me because of me. Like, oh, it's just my pussy. I can't put that much into my pussy, and it just amazes me that men put so much into financial ability to provide.
You said as men, huh?
No,
Listen,
because as a man,
you have a baseline level financially, Amber, that you're not willing to go below. Right? You're not gonna date a homeless guy. It doesn't matter how personable he is. You're never gonna get to the point where you'll find out if you like him for quote unquote him.
Well,
Right?
I'm gonna be honest. A homeless guy, no, for multiple reasons. I feel like if a person is truly homeless, they really ain't in a position to be dating. They're too vulnerable. Anybody that
Absolutely.
they get with has the potential to manipulate them because of the position they in. So if I was to get with a dude, he come live with me, and then he might feel like he owe me something. I might take advantage of that. I can't say. So it's just certain people I'm not gonna date because no, that's a little too much of a broken person at this point for me to even entertain it. They have other things that they need to be focused on. Now, as far as someone who like, I'm not the type of woman that feel like, oh, we're together, he got to pay all my bills and this and the third. I was a functioning adult before this relationship, and I'm be a functioning adult outside of this relationship. So while I do feel like if I need something, I should be able to come to you. And if you have it, it shouldn't be a problem. I don't expect a nigga to pay my bills or just drop out. Or first of all, niggas that I deal with tend to have children. And because I'm a parent, I'm not the type of person to be like, oh, well, it's me and my kid. No, they got their own set of kids, their own set of responsibilities and things that they have to take care of. It's part of what attracts me to the guys that I'm with, because they value the same things I value. I can't deal with no deadbeat ass nigga. So I'm never dating anyone where I'm in a position to just kick my feet up and just demand, because they hold the same values I hold. So they're not going to be made of money. They're not going to have it like that to just dish out to me at my every whim. So it's just a little crazy to me that the expectation is, if you're in a relationship, is that the woman is going to be kind of a gimme girl, and that you have to make a certain amount to fund a lifestyle that she should be able to maintain on her own.
Yeah, so the men you deal with, they don't, once you get kind of seriously engaged with them, they don't provide for you financially. I heard you say earlier in the stream that, I know you said it's not necessarily your view, but you don't buy into the concept of men being providers and protectors, right?
No, they buy stuff, but it's not like it's what they want to do. Like, have I been taken on trips since? Yeah, but it's not like me, like, oh, you got to take me on a trip, or you got to do this, or you got to do that. Like, most of the time when I'm receiving stuff, I don't know that I'm getting ready to receive it. It's a surprise.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, going back to the whole the flying out thing, the way our men and women communicate, like, is very rarely where we're listing things out contractually. Like, it's just not how it typically works, like things kind of flow naturally, right? But if you were with a guy and he had never bought you anything, that's, you're gonna check out at some point. So I think for you kind of don't like the crassness. You kind of find it crass that the way our me and Stuppies just discussed it is so brass tacks. You know, it's kind of ugly. But in actuality, it works out the same. So whether you expected it or not, and the guys did these things for you, you know, it happened. And in the event that you were with a guy for years and years and he never bought you anything, never provided anything, even without you, you know, necessarily saying it expressly, you're gonna find yourself, he's not gonna be around for long. Right? Whereas, let's say in high school.
So you want,
Mhm.
so are you saying that you want to be in a relationship where you don't feel the urge to do anything for your mate? You want to, like, because you're saying like, oh, well, they did it, but they still did it, but because they did it pretty much because if they didn't do it, they wouldn't be around. So are you saying that you think it's more beneficial, or that it's more genuine, like because you do something for your mate, that doesn't make it genuine? It's because they feel like they have to do that in order to maintain a relationship. So in your mind, there's nobody you've ever wanted to do anything for. You just did it to maintain a relationship.
Well, it's twofold. You could desire to do things for a person and at the same time understand that, you know, relationships are all about give and take. And from a male perspective, you know, women are preset or pre-wired for men to provide. I know you don't buy into that, but it's just a coincidence that your interactions kind of play out the same way, right? Um, thing is, why my logic is consistent is because I don't have an issue with that. You know, I do look at it as men are supposed to provide for a woman. You know, and I could go into the biological primers for that and the things that, you know, inform why it is that way. And, you know, if you will notice, even the women who have millions of dollars, they'll tell you they want a guy typically just naturally, they'll want someone who is either on their level or higher. You know, they're not going to take care of a guy, not for no prolonged period of time. It's not natural. So my answer to your question would be, the two things aren't mutually exclusive. You know what I'm saying? But just like how the trees provide oxygen for us and we provide back carbon dioxide in return for them, it's literally the cycle of life. So a young lady who's sweet, look good, should treat me well, I'm gonna want to do those things naturally. And at the same time, I understand that if I'm not providing any sort of financial value to that woman, naturally you're gonna find her drifting away. And we even spoke about this before, Amber, in regards to first dates, right? And you hid behind the whole thing of, you know, whoever invite who out first. You know, you hid behind that, but the truth is, you go out on a first date, you expect the guy to pay. That's just is what it is. If he comes with this 50-50 thing on the first date, you're going to X him out. Right? So it's not.
I didn't dodge that question when you asked it. I was very clear. I said
You said whoever invited whoever out
who
first.
first, and then I added, but I don't ask men on dates.
She
So
doesn't.
I
Right.
was very clear about that.
She doesn't.
And that was your, you know, your evasion. Because if you met a woman today, a young lady, or not even, let's not say today, back when you were 25 and you were out doing your thing and partying or whatever, you guys really hit it off and you got common interests, and she said, oh girl, let us go here, let's go to this Beyonce concert. And you're not gonna look to her and say, well, you invited me, so I expect you to pay. No. You're gonna go, you and her are gonna go together, you're gonna have a good time, you're gonna pay, and she's gonna pay. Now, in the event that it's a young man, and he said, "Hey, girl, we should go here. You know, I'm feeling you. We vibing. Da 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 da." You're gonna expect him to pay. Now, what is the difference between those two scenarios? One involves a woman, and the other involves a man.
Now, I'm gonna be honest. Even with like my family and friends, so let's say I say something like, I want to do like happy hour or something. Girl, you game? I'm inviting them under the pretense that I'm going to pay. If I'm not going to pay, I'm gonna stipulate that I'm not going to pay. If I'm like, that's just how we operate. Like if my sister be like, y'all want to go out to eat? Like she's offering to take us out to eat. It's not like, do you want to come out to eat? I'm paying for my food, you pay for your food. Like that's just kind of how we operate. So the only way I'm going to say, and truth be told, no, I'm not, because if I don't really have enough money to pay for somebody, I'm not gonna invite them out. I'm gonna just go eat on my own. Like that's more how I roll, because personally, I know some people don't like saying they fucked up about money. So I'm only gonna ask if I can really like treat, like, hey, you want to come out to eat with me? Like other than that.
Right. So have you how many instances have you been out with a guy where he invited you out and you went 50-50?
I've only been in one instance where I went out with a guy and I didn't know it was supposed to be 50-50. Like he invited me on a date, I went out, and then he talking about Dutch at the end. I didn't do Dutch. I paid the whole tab. And then I never talked to him again.
Right. Sounds about right. Now, how many instances have you been invited somewhere by a woman and you went and you guys went 50-50? You paid your own way.
Outside of high school,
yeah,
as an adult, there's probably
Man, you ain't had no man.
boy, bye. It's probably like
what he said. What he said.
Man, you ain't got no man.
Because I know you getting ready to cap. It sound like he busting you out.
She ain't had no man.
Boy, bye. So it's probably, let me see, maybe twice. More recently, we went out as a group, and it was supposed to be everybody pay their own tab, but everybody didn't pay their own tab. So I actually really didn't get nothing to eat. I just got a drink. I paid my tab, but I've never gone out with them again. Now, we knew going in, everybody was supposed to pay their own.
That's because they didn't cover their own end. So,
right.
In other words, if a woman invites you out and pays her own way and you pay your own way, it's not going to be grounds for dismissal, right?
No, they're not a love interest. Like,
boom. Mic drop.
Yeah, they're not a love interest.
Thanks for playing. You see how that's done, Centavo? You see how it's done? When a person
hold on, Amber. No. Haskell,
hold on, I'm gonna let you talk. Hold on. Give me 1 minute. Centavo, you see how you cut the ring off? When an opponent, is running and shit, you cut that ring off. You put them in that corner.
But that's the whole thing. Like, you tried to pay me in the
corner.
Hold on,
Amber, hold on, man.
No, you tried to pay me in the corner. You didn't
You're
have
triggered.
to.
You're getting triggered now.
It's not triggered. It's just don't act like.
Hold on. But let me get it out. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you talk.
Well, I'm talking now, so you don't have to let me.
But you cut me off.
But what? Because you're actually mischaracterizing the conversation. Now, if you just wanted to ask me, Amber, if a man asks you out on a date, are you gonna pay? If he's a lover, I'd have said hell no. No, I'm not. Like, there's no shame in my game. That's why I don't ask men on dates.
I already knew the answer.
Okay, but what I'm saying is
So
ask
it
it
comes back
directly and I
to
would
the
have told you
overall
directly. I wouldn't have
point
been like,
that
oh, well, it depends. I've made it very clear
it's
on
still
this show before that after a few times,
right.
maybe after we've been talking for a minute, I might offer to pay for a date. But the first few days, no, you're the one that's interested. You're the one that's asking me out. Yes, I expect you to foot the bill. Otherwise, don't ask to take me out. I've been very straightforward about that. Hello? Yeah, like that wasn't no gotcha moment. Like you could have just asked that directly. I've said that before.
Amber, the question was never about your candidness, right? We know you're a very candid young lady, and I appreciate that. I was simply illustrating the point that Stu Pease was making was that once you leave high school, when it comes to male-female interaction, there is no free anything. This idea of a purely ethereal love where, oh, she loved me for me. No,
But I'm gonna
it's
be
not 100%. Hold on. Jeez, look how long I let you talk a while ago.
no, I was just saying, but I'm gonna be honest, even in high school, it was the same way.
Oh,
Like you, yeah, in high school, I was the same way. There's no difference in high
all
school
right,
me versus adult me.
stick a pin in that. All right. So our overarching point was that, you know, and if you were like that in high school, hey, that even strengthens what Stu Pease is saying even more. Right? There are no free rides, particularly if you're a man dealing with a woman, right? You're going to pay. That's just what it is. Now, it's not purely about money, because a lot of guys, they get some money and they just think, I could just buy women. Right? Money in essence is a prerequisite, but it's not the end all be all. Right? We can't acknowledge that.
Well, I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna pause you because there are quote unquote free rides, but I think just some men aren't creative enough. So we're talking about a scenario where I'm going out to eat or I'm going to a movie, and these are the dates that you're choosing that you want to take me on, right? A guy could just as easily say, hey, you want to take a walk around the park, talk, this, that, and the third. I'm cool. Get a cup of coffee. I'm cool with that too.
Right.
But
I
expect whatever you present and put on the table for this to be your thing. Like,
all right, stick a pin, Amber. Let me finish what I was saying, right? I was saying to D Centavo, you see the expert ring generalship of Haskell 45, right? You know, she hid behind this evasive tactic of whoever invites who pays. And I was patient, walked her down, cut the ring off, worked that body. Them hands came down, and then boom, knockout blow. That's how it was done. Floor is yours, Amber.
everybody in the chat can clearly see the straw man you built. So I'm not really sure who you're talking to, but everybody in the chat can clearly understand what you tried to do. But as far as I'm concerned, you know, I do feel like, and I'm not saying this is all women, because I definitely know with some women that have the expectation that in order to prove you like me, you got to spend money on the first date. I'm not going to pretend like that don't exist. I've heard it. That's their business. For me personally, I don't really like going out to restaurants or to the movies. So while I'm willing, if I like you to do that, you know, that's not really like, oh, I want to go to this restaurant or this restaurant and he gonna spend this and not, you know, that make me feel like he liked me. I'm more inclined to want to do stuff that we're probably gonna do if we were actually engaged and in a relationship. I don't do public spaces like that and places and crowded shit. So, maybe a museum, walk in the park, go grab some coffee, something low key, because that's more likely to be the type of situations we'll find ourselves in. So I'm more prone to wanting to do that type of stuff versus a restaurant, unless it's a seafood restaurant now. Now I ain't gonna turn down no crab legs. But other than that, I'm not really a big foodie or a movie person, or at least in the theater. I'm not really big on that.
Yeah, Tim's, we're not disagreeing. Amber was just basically saying, so Tim says in the comments, dating costs money. If you can't afford to date as a man, stay out the game. And that's what me and Stu Pease was saying. Amber was basically, she was kind of giving us some pushback on that. We don't have an issue with the game. You said those free walk in the park dates don't work in the winter.
I ain't gonna lie, they sure the fuck don't, because I hate to be cold. Nah, they definitely don't. Don't invite me outside.
Nah, look at Decent. Dating don't cost money. I've spent plenty of time with women with no money at all. I have too. I've knocked down plenty of women without spending money because they just like me, right? But the example that Stu Pease gave, he said, okay, that first fuck might be free. That second fuck might be free. Okay? After that third, fourth, fifth, listen, that woman is going to expect you to spend something on her, bro. She's going to expect you to spend bread, to break bread, bro. If a woman like you, it don't cost nothing. I don't know about that one, Decent.
Yeah,
You're not gonna
go that far.
Right.
Right. Now I've done shit like when it was early on with me and my ex. I've done shit like
fucking is always free.
If we
nigga, so hold on. Decent, you think you Huggy Bear now? You Huggy Bear, nigga, or you goddamn Iceberg, a fucking Willie D?
But if we was going back to his crib, like he might be like, oh, well, I gotta head to Walmart. That would be our little trip, our little outing. We'll go to Walmart, shop, grab something to eat, go watch a movie. Like, I mean, as long as we've built up a rapport and there's a certain level of comfort, because I'm not a person that likes to be out anyway, I don't mind that. I'm a homebody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't mind that.
Mm-hmm. But if you're with a guy for a year and he never spent any money on you outside of like your occasional little gift, that relationship isn't going to last.
No, I mean, we would have a little date night here and there. But I mean, to be perfectly honest, I used to get mad at that though, because I mean, this was back when he was real busy. So to me, I'd be irritated, like, okay, now we're supposed to be having date night. Now I feel like the shit is rushed because you got other shit that you really got to do. So you watching the clock, or you rushing them to see that stuff. Like that takes the enjoyment out of it for me. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if we out, we out. Like, now your phone ringing and you got to go drop this over there. And now I'm back at the crib watching a movie, waiting on you to come back, and I'm annoyed because damn, we could have just been at the crib chilling. I done got cute, like. So sometimes, like, dudes be trying to do the thoughtful thing, and you give them credit for the try, but sometimes even that don't be all of that.
This nigga Decent said, women have sex because they want to, not because of how much you spend. That's pimping if you gotta pay. I think he meant that's simping, right? I mean, yeah, I agree with that, bro. It's not like, if a woman's having sex with you strictly because of the money, then, that's pretty bad. But that's not what we're saying here. So Decent, do you date in the conventional American sense? Or have you dated in the traditional American sense.
I'm gonna
Because
drop. I'm gonna have to hop off so I can get my work wrapped up. I'm kind of trying to multitask and failing at it.
yeah, do your thing, mama. All right, mama. Later on.
Peace.
Yo, peace. Stu Peas, you still on here?
Yeah, ask him.
Yo.
Ask him. You're right.
Oh,
You know.
Stu Peas,
Listen.
hold on. Before you say anything, did you hear the exchange between me and Amber? Did you hear our walk, how I cut the rig on for her?
Yeah, I heard, but you could. Amber's the kind of girl that could ask the same question, and you could have asked her a direct question, but a direct answer. But I liked how you played it, so that everybody can see that although Amber straightforward and should have answered it directly, the intentions will still come to the same. It would have still come to the same. It would have come to the same conclusion.
Same conclusion.
So it no matter, but the thing about it is that why enough? This now is something that I'm gonna tell you. Why enough Jamaican man fuck off enough Yankee girl. Let me say it in plain English so people can understand. Why many men from the Caribbean are successful with many women from America is that if a Caribbean man have money, him girl have money too. That means if him find himself with $10,000, that girl getting 4 or 5. No question asked. Right? Because how he learned it is his responsibility to look after her. She don't have to ask. Isn't that how you learned it too? She don't have to ask. Don't let her ask. She come home and she see something on the dresser and she say, "What's that for?" I say, "No, man, that's for you. Don't worry your head."
Yeah,
that's
I mean, look, I came here young, so once I got acclimated to American life, I didn't so much adhere to that because, to me, the whole concept of taking care of a woman, that exists in a paradigm where a woman is in a position where she needs to be taken care of, and she has the disposition and carriage of a woman who wants to be taken.
Yeah,
what
but
I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, from our era going back, right? Men back in the 80s, and so we were earning much more money than women, particularly in the Caribbean, right? For the most part, a woman with an odds and ends job, like a nursing job here, like a sewing job. You understand?
Yeah.
So by right, a woman needed a man's provision. In America, where women are not, they're not only making money, by them making money, they make it very clear to you, because guess what? You providing for that woman are saying, as a Jamaican man, say, "Oh, you don't have to say a word. I'm gonna do this for you, do that for you." There is something that you implicitly expect back from that woman for that, and it's not just sex.
It's loyalty, submissiveness, is respect, is to know that it's to give me the throne, as to give me the throne, allow me to sit on the throne.
It's to give you a level of deference,
right,
in your interaction. And the women back then, they not only understood, they embraced that. It was a
social contract. It was a social contract that people don't have to understand, that you look after me, I look after you.
Look after you. Right.
And then let's be honest with it, even the next step in is that I am here. And that is why I come back to the same talk with ugly girl. That's why I tell people, say, don't date ugly girl. Because they require the same amount of attention and they don't give back, especially here in this culture. And I would say that, and it might sound awful, but it's true. But
Yeah. So you know, in America for a long time, women have let men know, hey, I make money too. You don't just but you know, just because you're the man and you provide, and that don't make you the leader or make your word, you know, have more say so than me. And they're very expressive about that. So if you're still in the mindset of providing for women and that's how they're carrying themselves, then you're being taken advantage of.
I tell
You know,
people
and,
this.
and
I tell
that's where this whole game thing comes into play. You know,
but
and I
game
think
is immature to me. I find game and the whole word game to be a very immature thing. When somebody says, I have game or you don't have game, in truth and in fact, it's very immature. Is that my expectation as an adult, I have certain adult expectation. And you have certain adult expectation. And if we're in this thing, game imply what I can get from you or off you. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. Without having to give anything.
Without having to give anything. Without having to give back equal proportion.
Right.
Because relationship supposed to be mutual exchange. I give you something of value, and you give me something of value.
Right.
At the end of the day, everybody feel good. Everybody don't feel like they were taken advantage of. I give you my time, my respect, my honesty, and my love, and you give me something of value also. But in this culture, them just see it that way there. Enough people don't see it that way. I'm seeing it as something totally different.
Yeah, Tim said he struggled the most with women who made six figures. And I mean, of course, because look, if you as a man, you doing those things for a woman, you understand, you know, money can provide for your health, your lodging, your security, your clothing. So money is literally power. So a woman who makes $100,000, of course, she's not going to relate to you the way like a woman who makes $50,000. She's going to assert herself more.
No, the thing about it, Tim, that's not it. Tim, if you made $200,000 or $300,000 and drove the Bentley and she drive a Benz, the respect would have been different. It sounds funny, but the respect would have been different because it would be based upon you having things that she can't afford. Right? That is what it's about. You having things that she can't afford. But because you work, especially if you work less than her, and she driving the Benz and you driving the Corolla, many times women don't see her have intrinsic value. They don't see a value. That's it.
Yo,
no, he's not valuable.
Yo, Decent swear he the pimpin', man. Decent, you
Pimping
not
what?
He
What
swear
is it?
he's the pimping.
Pimping is about how pimping primarily. I don't want to believe it or not. Ugly pimps beat up girls. A lot of pimps, you see, use force on young ladies. Good looking pimp attract them. Sinfully P, I saw him game this girl the other day. He was just talking to her, smiling. Sinful is not a bad looking guy. And engaging her in conversation, and she relaxed. And she was, she was enchanted by what he said. When you're in high school, ugly dudes can't get. The only ugly dudes who get girls is dudes who on the basketball team. Or dudes who look like they can go pro.
Mm-hmm.
So most of these dudes who pimp, you don't realize they look like peacocks.
Right, the way they dress and everything.
They look like peacocks.
Mm-hmm.
Because they play in the nature game where I'm the peacock and you are I'm the male peacock. I'm going to be pretty and I'm going to be flaunting my flowers and I'm going to take my feathers and I'm going to tell you that you can look like the male peacock too. That's all it is. No man, nobody tell you nothing about pimping. Most of the pimps you see are gorilla pimps.
I'm not sure what these are you a Mac? Maybe these decent? It's all related, right? So you have the pimp, you have the Mac, and you have the player. So I'm getting from decent that he's one of these. Oh, he's a married man with children. Okay.
Mac? Which Mac him is?
He hasn't said that explicitly, but you know, he's the one talking. You don't need to pay stuff, but he's married. He's paying more than everybody. You pay the most when you're married. So we know he lying.
Pussy is always for sale. There's no such thing as free pussy. Even if you're not paying monetarily, you're paying other ways. Meaning that you sense of security, she's home alone. And she's afraid.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. Tim just said it. He out the game. You know, you've been married for years. You know. She said you married to Stoopy, but Stoopy is not here trying to pretend that he not paying.
I'm not pretending that.
Right. That's the difference.
Look, a man value a lot of men value is in them ability to pay. You lose the ability to pay, sometimes you lose your value. Lose the job.
Right.
How much you can guarantee that if I lose my job, I still have my wife?
I mean, I'm sure she's gonna hang in there for a good while.
Well, she's hanging in there for a couple of months, yes.
You know, but you know, food have to eat, bills have to pay. That's the reality of life. He said I could play anytime. Yeah, could you pay? That's how it works without paying. So hold on. So do you pay a mortgage decent? You know, who pays for the food? Who pays insurance for the kids? Do you pays for the children's clothes? Who? Right. So now he says everyone paying. Oh, that's all we're saying, decent.
That's all we're saying. We're not saying anything different than that. That's all we always say. That everybody pays.
And you know what? Stoopies? You know, we talk about like the negative aspects of culture all the time. And I think that's one of the parts of Black American like hip hop culture. And just before the hip hop generation, that's really messed up Black people. The whole pimping, game, Mac shit, man.
Yeah, because them tell them this bullshit, they're selling this lie. That you know,
everybody's trying to get over. And that caused a lot of problem. You know, this idea that you could say these flowery words to women and, you know, you'll be able to get in their head and you won't have to pay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's rubbish. You know, because I asked somebody the other day, I say, yo, how come we don't see no pimps in Atlanta like that? What happened to the pimp game in Atlanta? You really don't see no pimps anywhere like that anymore, right? Right? You know what happened to the pimping in Atlanta, Stoopies?
The girls going about their business.
And the drug game came in, right? When BMF came in onto the scene, right? Imagine you're a pimp and yo, you supposed to like me because of my energy and my flyness, and you know what I'm saying, baby, you gotta pay a pimp. I'm the prize, and you know, all of this shit, right? He got about 10 women in his stable. They probably all making him, let's say, a couple hundred a night, right? So he's grossing about $2,000 a day. A lot of money.
No man, they're making more than that because something there. What happened? Let's be honest. What happened with most pimps? This is what happened.
Well,
Like,
no,
girls would go
going
there.
back to like the 70s, 80s era.
Right. An average girl depends on the city. That's why a certain city is pimp city. And depends on the attractiveness of the girls. Ugly girls are in Miami and Las Vegas and LA. Not ugly girls, pretty girls. Miami, Las Vegas, LA. My friend who lived, I had a friend who was a pimp who lived where I live. And he rented two of the townhouses, meaning that he had some girl in one townhouse and he lived in another. And ugly girls is Miami. And pretty girl is Miami, Las Vegas, and LA. Because that's where the money is.
Mm-hmm.
But like Chicago, ugly girl is in Chicago.
Right, yeah,
There's
I noticed.
no money in Chicago.
Yeah, they don't
There's
have
no
a lot of good-looking women out there. I noticed that.
Yeah. But if you come to Miami, you have to be pretty. And your costs go up. Right? So in the casino, because when people come on vacation and they want to spend some money, they want some pussy. So you can charge good money. And in LA, they sell it. When people come, they look at these girls and they say, oh, they look like porn stars, so much to, and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Because every stripper sell pussy, you know that, right?
95%.
If it's 95, we can call it every.
Mm-hmm.
Every stripper sell pussy. Even when I'm talking, they sell it. Because even when they say they don't sell it directly, they sell it another way. They might tell you that I need help paying my rent, and my rent is $1,500.
Mm-hmm.
So they never.
Let me finish this point that I was making about Atlanta, right? Stick a pin. I was saying in Atlanta, because it's funny we're talking about the difference between certain cities, right? When the drug game took off, that $2,000 a day that pimp was making, let's say I had 5 girls making $400 a night in the 80s. That's a lot of money, right? $2,000 a day. That work out to about $750,000 gross yearly. In the 80s, that is a lot of money, right?
Right.
Now, these BMF guys come along, and these guys are making $100,000 a day, right? You telling the girl you don't get no money, I'm the pimping. Here come this BMF guy, Big Meech. He buying the girl mink coat. She can't get all the drinks she want. She could. He'll buy her a Cadillac or a BMW because it's nothing to him. Next thing you know, she not listening to none of that shit you talking about, right? The drug game washed that pimp shit out of Atlanta. So it's like you said when you was talking about Chicago with the not so good looking girls, right? That stuff, that pimping stuff, really could only exist in pockets. If you put pimping up against money, the pimping is gonna lose on a grand scale every time. Especially when you start talking about some real money.
Yeah, all the pimping work at certain level too. Is that like if you're in LA and you're at a certain level of pimping, I'm not talking the sinful appeal level. I'm talking about the girl who had the black book level. What's her name? The one who had the black book who who had a lot of names. Charlie Sheen was in our book too. Right?
Oh, the one who messed with Trump?
No, there was a different girl back in the day. That's what I'm
Okay.
telling you. Right? No, these girls have black books and they deal with millionaires. Most hoes deal with 9-to-5ers. Most hoes don't encounter most hoes that are pimp don't encounter a basketball star. Don't let them tell you no bullshit. Most hoes that are pimp don't encounter what's his name? Kind of dude. Most of them
The guy that what?
Most of them deal with ordinary 9-to-5 dudes. But they're not going to tell you that it's 9-to-5 dudes them deal with. No, my hoes, no. Most hoes are on the stroll. When the night is over, how much money they're making? 10 grand? Nope.
Hell no.
They're not making that kind of money. But if you listen to certain pimp, they have money all over the place, showing up like these girls making these money. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. And the pimping might dress nice. Yeah, because that's a part-time costume. It's a costume I'm selling. Yeah, but trust me, when you look at it, you say, okay, that's it, but and guess what? If they were making all this money, why the fuck they end up broke?
Right. I mean, not only that, you know, your life is dependent upon a woman. You know, if they don't sell or if they leave you, you don't have you're out of money.
Yeah.
You have no means of making money. So, you know, Sinful P, look what happened to him. And then you have to worry about law enforcement too.
Yeah.
Because as a pimp, you're not going to be able to amass the type of money or the type of legitimacy unless you're like a Hugh Hefner, to where you can wield any sort of political power, right? And get laws in your favor and stuff like that. So eventually society squeezes you out, right? Because that's what happened to Sinful to P.
You must run away to Canada.
Got to run away to Canada. And now what are you doing now? You're living off YouTube. Right? So, you know, people talk a good game and that goes back to Tariq Nasheed and Umar and all of them. And people, you know, as long as you can find a niche of idiots to buy your foolishness, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
You know, but sensible people who've been on the planet for any amount of time, we know how life works. All right, we know it's bullshit.
Yeah. We know that most of what you're selling is bullshit. Most of what you're selling is bullshit, but you want people to buy it. I'm not saying that you don't make good money, but everybody know that you're selling a lie.
And then not only that, you know, it gets, all right, the more savvy women get, the harder it becomes also to be a pimp. Because when the pimps were in their heyday, the 60s and the 70s, right? Women didn't get full suffrage until around the 70s, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in the 60s and 70s, we're coming out of the era where women weren't earning like that. They couldn't vote like that. Shit, in the 60s, I believe, or in the 50s, you had to ask your husband permission damn near to do anything in society. I don't think women could have a line of credit, all this sort of shit. So women in those times were conditioned to revere men, and the society was set up in such a way where deferring to a man and prostrating to a man was the rule of the day. So in that environment, you can flourish as a pimp.
No, it's not only that. Let's be honest. In those times, let's be honest. In those times, a pretty dress. Most girls didn't have a pretty dress. Most women, it was like the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Black people depression lasted longer than white people depression. Meaning, say the depression, the Great Depression. When the depression, black people came out of depression after all of that. So areas like Chicago and all of that, a lot of women resorted to pimping.
Right.
That means to fight off poverty.
Right.
Right? But and then it continued because what happened is that pimping sell them a dream. Your mommy washing clothes for a living. Washing clothes is the worst thing a woman can do. By washing clothes, let me teach you that you don't have to wash clothes. Come into my stable.
Yep, and then he got the flashy jewelry, the clothes, the car, the peacocking, like you said.
Yeah, because he's selling all that. Why you're struggling, and
right,
you can look like me. That's all he's selling most of the women, you know. Why you can look like me to share the wealth. I will teach you how to make money. And then the other thing too, what a lot of people not going to tell you. After these women became hook and drugs. You understand?
Yeah. Right.
A lot of these women became hook and drugs. A lot of these became hook. Use drugs as a way. So when you hear the term crack whore, don't let that surprise you. Because there was a lot of crack whores.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely, bro.
Why not return into a crack whore?
Like, there's a guy on YouTube I like watching. Says a lot of stuff that I agree with, but some of the stuff like it sounds like some 1970s stuff, right? And I used to wonder to myself if this guy is living in the same world that I'm living, but then I came to find out that he lives in Alabama. And I said, okay, it makes all the sense in the world, you know, because I know damn well you take that shit down to Brickell and see where you're going with that.
I'm not going in the fucking rear with that.
You know, you go down to Midtown Miami or the Gables or something, and you know, think you're gonna, I'm the prize and you gotta pay me. You know, like a woman, she could just, a woman could just open up an online OnlyFans and she's a millionaire in a week.
Of course.
The hell she need you for?
Listen, Backpage used to be killing them. You understand when Backpage was up? Because half of these bitches weren't giving them the money. They were on Backpage. So Backpage used to be killing the business. You know, they used to be complaining about Backpage. Oh, Backpage this, Backpage that, Backpage. Because no OnlyFans.
Yeah, the OnlyFans it's over. It's over. That pimping shit, that shit is done. Listen, if you go, it's funny, stupid. I still hear dudes come online. You know, like I said, the internet is a funny place, man, because you could be whoever you want. So, I listen to a lot of Manosphere content. A lot of it because it's funny, right? Especially when they have these panels and you have these guys come on there and talking about how they players and all this stuff. And
half of them couldn't play up.
One guy came on there talking about, he was rhyming. And when I said stupid, I couldn't stop laughing, man. I couldn't stop laughing, man. I'm like, all those guys used to rhyme in the 70s. And, you know that style, Stupies?
Yeah.
Where they rhyme like every line. Hey baby, get with a winner if you want a chicken dinner. Like this, how the guy was taught. I'm like, dude, you go up to a 25-year-old woman in Miami or Los Angeles with that nonsense, right? She's not even gonna cuss you out. She's gonna look you up and down, and then she's gonna laugh. She's gonna laugh so hard. She's gonna look you up and down like she can't believe what she's in front of her. Like this cannot be real.
I'm going to tell you this other thing. Most men never see a 9 yet. Let me explain. Most men you have never seen a 9 or a 10, right? I'm going to go as far as say you have never seen a 9. When you come to Miami, I've seen several 9s in my life. And 9s don't drive Toyota Corolla in Miami. 9s don't drive Toyota Corolla in Miami. 9s don't drive Nissan Altima. When you see a 9, look at what you drive. So when these bitches talking about them is 10, and I'm in a Nissan Altima, just a bitch, please. Bitch, please, come to Miami. Come to Miami and you know what you are. A lot of these bitches you see here, a lot of girls who get the tummy tuck and the BML, when they come to Miami, they feel ugly still. That's why they go to Georgia. Because Georgia is all tummy tucks and BML.
Right.
When you come to Miami, it's no tummy tuck and BML. These bitches live in the gym. And when you see them on South Beach, you're wondering when Michelangelo carved this bitch out. Right? Solid 9.
Brooklyn is where it's at, man.
Solid 9. I'm talking between 5'2" and 5'6". No heavier than 125 pounds. With ass, no waist, nice breasts. And when you say hello, they smile. 9 smile. And no wig either. When you meet a 9, and you say hello to a 9, and 9 say, hello, how can I help? And smile back at you. Not these ugly bitches. With 9s don't wear 9s don't wear eyelashes. I've never seen a 9 with false eyelashes on. Never. Have you ever seen a 9 with false eyelashes on? I've never seen a 9 with a wig.
Yeah, I remember when I was down in Brooklyn, my friend had one of my best friends at an apartment down there. And I think we was throwing a birthday party. The hell is the name of that building, man? There's a hotel. I can't remember, but I remember this is one of the first times I hadn't been on there in a while, because Brickell really only recently really became that happening spot like that. Right? Like before, I'd say 2015, 2014. Of course, it was always a nice area, but not like how it is now. And Stoopies, man, I'm telling you, man. You walk around and you just see these woman after woman. You're saying you break your neck, man. You break your neck, man. You just like, damn.
Yeah, of course. Welcome there. Yeah. Yeah, man. No, I tell people, say, you never see a 9 yet. You can talk about it. You can say these girls hot. No. I'm talking about any girl you see on TV, any girl you see on rap video that you say look good. Girls in Miami, they look like dog shit. We have girls in Miami that those girls look like they're not trying. Am I lying?
No, it's true. A lot of them don't really go regular places. So, like, you're not gonna catch them in Publix.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
It's easy to catch them going to the supermarket. Or you catch them in all the everyday thing. Depends on where they live.
It'll be random, like you'll see one pumping gas or something.
Some gas station.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I'm not driving nothing less than a Benz. Trust me. Nothing less than, and it's not the stupid Benz either. But when you're here and you look at things, when I watch Kevin Samuels and I see these girls talking about, I'm a 10. When Sweetie come and say, and I say, you are 10 in your city. You're 10 in your city. But when you come to Miami,
a 10 ain't going on no Kevin Samuels, bro.
When you come to Miami and you have some of these Spanish, some of these black girls from Venezuela and Brazil, and some of these other girls from all over the world, some of these girls from Cote d'Ivoire, and some of these girls all over that seems that they never walk outside in their life. When you see them in bathing suit, there's not a blemish.
Right.
They don't have a scar, a scratch, a blemish, or a bump. There's no dark mark under the arm or the ass cheek. Or between the legs. There is one same complexion from head to toe.
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking, I'm a 10. 10 when?
Nah, but Snoopy's, they know they're not though, man. They know. You know, that's just a thing women do. It's kind of like how guys would be with a woman and your friend will you might ask your friend, hey, if you mind if I deal with her? Nah, man, that's just some bitch I'm fucking. I don't care about her. You know, that's a guy thing.
Yeah, I still carry feelings. That's why I tell guys, so when you ask a question for, how would you feel? I said, put yourself in my situation and then answer the question. So she's going to come and hang around with us?
Right.
That's what you're saying? You're a dumb fuck. Right, but that's what. So I remember the Sweetie show. Sweetie, when he told Sweetie she was at 6, an adjustable 6. Sweetie wasn't even at 6 really.
Nah, not even. Even with all the
cushion man.
Even with all the aftermarket parts, Sweetie is barely at 6 now.
She wasn't at 6. She wasn't at 6. When you say a 9, then you can decide, oh no, she wasn't at 6. Kevin had 6s on. He had some 6s on that look good. Most of the girls that Kevin Samuels on. I've never seen an 8 on Kevin Samuels show. And I've seen
I want to say I've seen one.
What, the girl with the glasses on?
No, look at big head. There's this big head Ethiopian looking kind of girl, and she was talking about how all these NBA players play her.
Yes. Oh, yes, she was at 8. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
She was at 8. She was at 8. Yeah, because she was fresh faced out the bathroom, no makeup. She was at 8. Yeah. Most of them were 6s. Unless.
Nah, I would say on average they were like 4s and 5s. 6 on the high side.
Yeah. And this is what I'm going to tell a lot of women now. Men date 6s because they expect that these women will appreciate that I am dating you and treat them like a king. That's why men date 6s. Right? But then 6s think that men date them because they're 10s. And then the man come back and say, why did I really date this girl? And this girl didn't appreciate the fact that I was dating her. That me stepped to her. A man who has something. When a man who is accomplished step to a girl who is a 6, she's supposed to wash him foot and drink the water. But they don't understand that. They don't understand that. That's what Kevin Samuels was saying. When a high value man step to a 6 I say I'm here to make you a wife.
No, but you know what? Those 2Ps, that's because of the men. Because a lot of the guys who are in position, they don't have that mindset either. So those women, they've been treated a certain kind of. Listen, the women wouldn't be like that if their reality wasn't like that. 2Ps. You understand? Look at Russell Wilson.
Mhm.
Okay, Russell Wilson is a 0.0001% guy. And he literally said the worst thing that could ever happen to him is if he were to lose a 35-year-old single mom. He said that's the thing that he fears most in the world. He literally put Sierra on a pedestal, right? And this is a guy, he could have access to virtually any type of woman in the world that he would want.
And you see, one thing what I love where I come from. One day Sabarans was talking about Josie Wales. And he said when he meet Josie Wales, he used to never really have confidence. And Josie Wales tell him this. Josie Wales is a DJ in Jamaica for those people who don't understand. Josie Wales said to Shabarank, who was a DJ, that every ghetto youth is a star. All of your head. Every ghetto youth is a star. What he told him is that you can be anything. You are a star. So guess what? Have confidence. Russell Wilson didn't have confidence. Tiger Woods didn't have confidence. That's why he was glad that he ended up with a babysitter. Russell Wilson was glad that Sierra paid him mind. Will Smith was happy that that girl paid him mind.
Right.
Because it was his lack of confidence. You know who have confidence? Who's one hell of a confidence motherfucker apart from Robert Redford? Who's the new Robert Redford? Who's the new Robert Redford? Leonardo DiCaprio.
Leonardo, right.
Leonardo DiCaprio is one of the most confident son of a bitch in the world. Because
right, but guess what? 2Ps. These guys distort the market. They drive up the value of women because look at Kanye. Right?
Yeah.
You hear sitting as Kevin Samuels, so if you're a high value man and we don't want a woman with tattoo, we don't want a woman with a bunch of bodies, and then you look up and you see all these millionaires literally marrying porn stars.
But which millionaires? The black ones or the white ones? Which ones?
Well, the black ones are the worst culprits, right?
You know my boy, my favorite race car driver in the world, Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton don't play that game. Drake played that game. He might have been caught with a little French girl who had the baby for him.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from that,
for the most part, he doesn't.
Right? Apart from that little French girl who sits her ass down now since she having baby. You realize that she's a well-behaved girl now since she have the baby. She's in art and she's doing all her design and stuff. She's no longer on the pole. Right? There hasn't been a bad thing said about her since she had that baby. No scandal.
Who that?
Drake baby mother.
Right. Yeah, she's been quiet. You haven't heard anything about her.
And that's about 5 years now. The baby's almost 5 years, 4 years. Yeah, you haven't heard anything about her because you understand the game. Russell Wilson. And Sierra is on a Jeep making music video winding her ass. And your husband worth nearly $400 million. What you want in your ass? How much money you will need? How much money
you talking about? You talking about Sierra?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, she's doing it because she can. Like Russell Wilson was telling this woman, well, we're not gonna have sex for a year, and I'm like, this guy's an idiot. This guy's an idiot. That woman can't live up to that. That's not her.
Listen, without Russell Wilson,
50 Cent and Future, like she's a party girl. She's a funny. She not no Chris. She did that for for the benefits that you could provide, and especially to boost. It put her back in the public
All right, let's hope
When her career was over.
that he had a prenup because that bitch. I think he has a prenup. That's why she hasn't left as well.
Man, he has to because
Or she'd have
listen,
left already. The kind of girl
she clearly is not into that guy.
no. She wants to be back. She wants to be back. She wants to be back on the rap scene. That's what she wants to do. She wants to do. That's what she wants to do. That's what she wants to do. She wants to be back. She wants to be back in the spotlight. And what talent she have to be in the spotlight? She's done. She is
Yeah, she's
done.
done. If she wasn't with Russell Wilson, nobody would be talking about Sierra.
Nobody would be talking about her. She'd be doing the rounds now.
But again, these women have these inflated sense of value because guess what? The men out here, they're treating them that way. So it's not like it isn't coming from anywhere. You know, because like I said, you know, I remember we was having this conversation on the panel one time talking about, you know, wifing up a stripper. And, you know, predictably, the women on the panel were like, it shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter, right? And crazily enough, the guys are pretty much agreeing because Chef was on the panel. Chef was saying the same thing. Oh, it don't matter. So I said to Chef, I said, all right, would you have an issue with your current woman being in a strip club? And then all of a sudden it was different. I said, why? It shouldn't matter.
No. Listen,
right?
We're in a situation now, Askel. We're in a situation now where these dudes, the confidence evolve around the money they have. Right? So because of that now, the girls who they think hot, and it's almost like they're never exposed. Half of them was exposed to the world. Right? That bald black guy who act like him white, who when you ask him, you tell him white, he said, no, I'm black in them, my father was black. Andrew Tate. I don't like him, but Andrew Tate had exposure. So he was in Ukraine, he was in Russia, he was all over the world. So he knows beautiful women. But Ukraine, if you like white women with a certain look, you go to Ukraine. They have that look. And so, as a result of that, I'm not frightened, but a lot of these dudes lived in the inner city. And beautiful to them was ghetto fabulous. You understand what I mean by ghetto fabulous? The same girl with the BML, with the tummy tuck, with the tight pants, with the gold teeth. She is ghetto fabulous. She's a ghetto fabulous. Because the only girl to me that was ever ghetto fabulous was Mary J. Blige when she was young. Now that look about her. But none of these ghetto fabulous girls look like a young Mary J. Blige. They look like a mixture between a Precious and a Whoopi Goldberg. No. You with a girl and she constantly, I like Kendra G. But what I don't like about Kendra G is that anytime she's on our show, she's constantly touching these people here that she have on her head. These wigs, adjusting these wigs.
Right.
She's constantly adjusting the wigs. And I want to say, Kendra, grow your fucking hair out.
Yeah, those wigs are horrible, man. Especially those lace fronts. These things are horrible.
These lace fronts that are 28 inches long, reaching down your bum. And you said to yourself, seriously, girl, who you fooling? Who you fooling with that? No, because the rappers think it up.
Hold on real quick, Stoopies. Let me address something. Amber sniping from the bushes, right?
Yeah, I can't read them. So read Amber. I love when she
Amber says, I can't be in the business that doesn't pay me. Really and truly, men be all about being reasonable and unemotional until it comes to gossiping about what the next man chooses to do. Now, Amber, my response to that is, the reason why I bring up people like Drake and not Drake, Kanye, Russell, they distort the market because Kevin Samuels make the argument all the time. Okay, a high value man, like if a 6 is able to land a high value man, she's literally supposed to worship the ground he walks on, right? That's what it takes to retain that guy. That's the value that he brings comparative to her value is such a disparity that she makes up for it with a level of deference, right? That's really the way it should be. But if you have literally the men in the most highest positions underselling themselves, what that does is it distorts the market for all men. You understand that? So it is our business. That's the reason why a woman could be a 4, literally, and she believes she deserves. She'll look at you and think you ain't shit because you don't have you're not making $250,000 a year, and you're not 6'5", and in her mind, she really believes she's worthy of that. And that's how they relate to men out here in the real world, right? Ever heard of trickle-down economics? Kind of works the same way. So no, on a personal level, no, I don't care that Russell Wilson is with Sierra. But guess what? A young black woman sees Russell Sierra at 34 years old after getting ran through by 50 Cent, Future, and other assorted thug niggas. And then you end up with a church good boy who was worth damn near $500 million. Guess what they start thinking? Well, shit, I can do that too. I know my worth. And they sitting in front of me with the bullshit. And I'm looking at her like,
no.
Out of your mind.
Listen. They use Kanye and Kim. And guess what I'm telling them? Although Kim is a hoe, and Kanye chose Kim, which was an unwise move. Kim, when she met Kanye, was so grateful that Kanye run up in her camp that she paid off $24 million worth of debt for Kanye. You know that, right? When Kim met Kanye, she paid off $24 million worth of debt for him. So that was devotion. That was devotion. That this whole realized that, listen, I brought my choosing free and it was 24 million. These broke-ass bitches who get run through expect that them coming to a Russell Wilson. And if ordinary black Joe the plumber who works hard and makes $90,000 a year is referred to as a bum, if black plumbers and black electricians and black truck drivers and black bus drivers and black postal workers are referred to as bums, I can't see myself with that dude. He makes $70,000 a year. And they say, how much money do you make? How much money do you make? But when they come down to Miami, when those same dudes come to Miami and they meet a little Spanish girl, they treat him like a king. And they go to DR, they treat him like a king. If him go to Arizona and Texas and meet a little Spanish girl who come across the border, she treats him like a king. She's not looking at Russell Wilson. He's her Russell Wilson. The truck driver.
Right.
I meet Becky with the good hair. When I meet Becky with the good hair, even if she's fat or she's skinny, if you meet a fat Becky, it's better. Worship the girl that she walk on.
This nigga Decent must have just got watching Beauty and the Beast or something, man. He in here talking about fall in love. People fall in love. Dude, I just turned 40, bro. There ain't no fall in love.
You're in love when you're 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22. I give up to 24.
poor folks and rich folks fall in love all the time. Listen, man, you can only fall down. You know that, right? When you fall, you're on the ground. I hope you know. You know what I'm saying? And I love my boy Decent, man. And most of us use this type of language because in a lot of ways, the way how we relate to the world is coming from a woman's perspective. Would you agree with that, Stoopies?
Yeah, because of the single mother dynamics.
Right, the single mother dynamic,
Media.
media.
Trying to see the single mother. All right, when people have sex, when men and women have sex, men release, sex release a hormone in the brain of men that encourage attachment to the woman that he's with. And women release a hormone that encourage attachment to the man that he's with. Now, when people have sex with multiple partners, whether the man or woman, after a while, that chemical don't adhere so much. So attachment is highly unlikely. That's why.
Right, it's only natural, right? Like, I guarantee you, Decent, you and your wife, you don't, you're not intimate as often as you used to be when you initially got together.
Yeah, when a woman has multiple partners, or a man have multiple partners, the attachment is not there. That is why them say when a woman have less bodies, that means she release that hormone less than a woman with have multiple bodies. So when she finds somebody that she's with for a prolonged period of time, that attachment will be stronger. So when two virgins get married, it is highly unlikely for two virgins to divorce, because that the chemical is at the highest as the only person. So the bonding a more secure,
and that's why
bond
they become so attached to that guy the first time they have sex.
Right. And especially if it's good sex.
Especially if it's good. Like, look, I find it so funny, particularly in this little section of the community, that virtually everybody in this little section are strict materialists in every other respect. I'm going with this Stoopies.
No, I think, but continue.
When you listen to them talk about Big Bang or evolution, right? They don't believe in the spooky stuff. There is a logical and scientific explanation for everything. But these same people tell you that they're in love, or they fell in love, or they're in love, and no. No, you know what I'm saying? It just I just find it funny. Now, listen, that doesn't mean you don't love your woman, or a mother doesn't love her son, right?
All right, let me tell you this. If you take a child from its mother, let me explain no. If you take a child from its mother from birth, I give it to somebody else. When that child is 21, 22, they might have a yearning to know who the biological mother is. And even when they meet them, they might be glad and happy. But that connection, that love connection is not there.
Right.
It is not there because they never have that good feeling in the brain from that person to form a bond or attachment. Love is an addiction, it's a chemical addiction in the brain as a result of intimate connection. Not intimate sexual connection alone, but intimate connection. Because connections can be intimate without it being sexual. So I need to clarify that to people.
Or intimate experiences, positive experiences.
Intimate positive experiences. That is what love is. It's a chemical addiction. It's that when you see that person, the body release that the brain release that hormone, and you're happy to see it. It's a high.
Right. You remember all the positive experiences. The time when that person took care of you when you were sick, fed you,
Yeah.
you know, made a plane for you. I remember one time my mom made me a what was those planes? Was it planes they used to make out of box? I know we used to make the little cars out of the
The
box
trucks,
shoes.
the paper truck, them, yeah. The
Yeah, but
truck, them.
she made me a plane. Oh, we used to make planes out of the bleach bottles.
Right, with the, yes, and the propeller. You get a
Yeah, you
needle
put,
or a nail and the propeller, and then put the wheels on it, and you can pull it like, she cut out the, yeah. So she
right.
made it one of those.
She made me one of those, right? Those type of things stay with you for a lifetime.
Right, my father teach me to ride a bicycle.
Huh?
My father, it's like when my father teach me to ride a bicycle, and he was
Right,
behind me, pushing
right,
the bicycle.
right. And those things, you know, it form an attachment. And when you see the person, all of those memories and feelings and the chemicals and all of that stuff,
Right.
right? It gets scientific. And I think that's why sometimes when we have these discussions with particularly women, and you kind of break it down in these kind of brass tacks type of ways, it kind of takes out the magic out of it. You know what I'm
No.
saying? And it doesn't feel as special anymore. So for us to say, you gotta have, you know, it requires money, or you're gonna pay if you're dealing with a woman. It feels better for a woman to say, well, we're just hanging out and I like the guy, and yeah, money gets spent. They don't, when you spell it out and put it on a chalkboard, it just kind of just makes a thing kind of ugly. You know what I'm saying?
Listen.
It's like seeing the magic. If when you see the magic trick and you say, wow, it has a special thing. But if the magician show you the trick, you look at it, man, that's really good.
Yeah. No, Patrice O'Neal said this, and I kind of give, I'm not qualified to give cadence, but I'm going to use that word. I give cadence to it. Most women, this is what happens. I am attracted to you, and my job is to make you like me. So how do I make you like me? I give you positive experiences. And in today's day and age, positive experiences cost. Because if I'm going to give you a positive experience, that I'm going to take you to the park, I will sit down and have a picnic. I am cheap. So that's not a positive experience. So at the time, it might feel good to you. But then after that, you might say, no, I'll keep it cheap. But if I take it to a nice restaurant with nice music, nice ambience, and make you feel relaxed, that becomes a positive experience that releases a chemical in your brain. And you say, oh, he's good. He's a good conversationalist. He converses well. He has class. He took me to a nice restaurant. And then I take you out on a vacation. And you have fun in the sun. And you went on the banana boat and the hotel and room service and all of that bullshit. Is another positive experience again. When I come to you and say, you know, just because I was passing this place and I saw this thing and I was thinking of you and I bought it. And when you hold it, you say, oh, you thought about me. That's another positive experience again. So my job is to accumulate enough positive experience until you are addicted to me. Because you get so much, you say, oh, this dude is a good dude, is all that. And then when you look at my resume, you say, oh, he can be a provider. He's not bad looking. He ticks these boxes. So, but when you reverse that, say, all right, what are you going to give in me in return to what the word I read reciprocate?
Yeah, reciprocate, reciprocity.
Yeah. What are you going to give in return? What is of that are equal value? What do you have to present of that of equal value? You know what most men present men with after them go through all of that trouble? What they present them with?
Vagina.
She present a man who has been getting vagina all of his life, more vagina. And then she believed that it was something special.
Right.
So this man, all the little things that you like, all the little things So many new favorite things. Introduce it to new arenas that you never even know of. And new people that you never even know of. And you might give him something that 10 people before. 10 people
Right.
should be enough to hold you. You realize that equation unbalanced.
Yeah, but again, it comes back to the guys because a lot of guys in this society, that is enough. And they'll move heaven and earth just for that. So the women get conditioned to think that is worth everything in the world. You really can't blame them. You cannot blame them.
What you getting for your birthday? Some vagina. What you getting for Christmas? Some vagina. Huh? And listen, think about something thoughtful. Most women don't even know the man. They don't even really and truly know the man that they're talking to.
Hey, so Amber said that sounds like it's all y'all want anyway. Listen, it's all I want if that's all you got. You know who I get that from? Stoopies.
Who?
That's a Patrice line.
Yeah.
He said, "Look, if that's all you got, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't get it messed up."
That is all you ever know how to give.
She said, y'all been talking about what you got to invest to gain access to vagina.
Right.
I mean, look, right. when you go to school, right? They said in order for you to enter this grade, we have prerequisites.
Yeah.
Right? That means you have to satisfy those prerequisites to get in. No, guess what? That's not the end all be all.
Yeah.
That's just to get in the door. So yes, vagina is a prerequisite.
Mm-hmm.
So yes.
So now you get into the class. What you going to what you going to do to keep up your grade? You get into the class with a vagina. But the vagina can't pass the test. The vagina can't pass the exam at the end of the class because that was only a prerequisite to enter the class. So now what you going to do to ensure that you pass the class? Present the same vagina that you present to enter the class at the end of the class. And when the man says, "Oh, that's not enough," I move on and say, "You say, oh Lord, he's a dog. All men are dog. This is my vagina."
Hold on. Because Amber says the only thing we've been discussing is vagina. That's not true. You're not listening, Amber. Right? Because I've more than on one occasion spoke about deference, a woman being demure, having good carriage, right? And overall knowing how to treat a man and defer to a man. So the same way how Amber, if you go on a date, a guy invites you out, he says, "Hey, we're gonna go half and half," and you never call him again. It's the same thing for men on our end. Like if I go somewhere with a woman, I'm interested, and I know for a fact that I'm not gonna get any, and I'm never gonna get any. That's it. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Right? Does that mean that it's all about vagina? No, it means that vagina is a prerequisite. It's a prerequisite. Hey, decent man, you a damn feminist, man. All right, let me tell you. One of the first Haitian girls that I ever dealt with, right? Speaking of not needing money, this was when I was younger, Stoopies, right? Mm-hmm. The very first day that I met this girl, Stoopies, she saw my toes. You know, I was not too far removed from Jamaica, and we walk barefoot. Well, I did. I don't know about anybody else. So, you know, my feet were rough.
Yeah.
She saw me the first time, the minute she saw me, she liked me. Right? We went back to my friend's apartment. We were all hanging out. Her sister was going with my friend. And was it her cousin, right? Her cousin was going with my friend. And that's how we met. So we went back to my friend's apartment. Do you know this girl went to Walmart, bought the thing to do like the
manicure set.
Manicure thing. Yeah. And she sat there, rubbed my feet down, grind out, you know? This was literally the first time I met this girl. Now, let me say this, as sweet as a gesture that was, right? If she did that for me, and I would, all right, I'm interested in her sexually, right? She's willing to do that for me, but she's not willing to give me any sex. Then I wouldn't even want that. I wouldn't even want anything to do with her. You get it? But even if she's giving me sex, things like that, what I just described, giving me a manicure, rubbing down my feet, that's an example of something that a woman can give outside of sex. Right? And for me, it's not even so much about the foot massage or the manicure, because I could go pay for that, right? But it's the fact that she took so much pleasure in it, getting down on her knees and serving me. That made me feel special. You know what I'm saying? It's a hard.
Tiffany don't like that word, you know. I don't know why you use that word to piss Tiffany off, you know. That serving word. Tiffany don't like that word.
I know the trigger words, man. I purposely do that. Yeah, I purposely do that. Because I know Amber is a feminist. See, look, listen. You see how I get them stoopies? Listen to her now. It sounds like you really want a sex worker or a sexual submissive. Why? Because this woman rubbed my feet, Amber. So wait, you won't rub your guy's feet, Amber? You won't give your guy a manicure? Listen to decent now. Another feminist. So it's the lowering herself to you that was attractive.
So
you hear this?
No. So she giving you a manicure is lowering herself to you?
Yo, so hold on.
Is that a dude or a girl?
Listen to Amber. You're gonna have to pay for that type of situation though.
That's why these dudes going to Dominican Republic and the Philippines and Taiwan. That's why these dudes going to it.
Oh, okay, I get you, Amber. I said if she wouldn't give me sex, then I wouldn't care about the manicure. No, what I said is if I know for a fact that I'm sexually interested in a woman, right? But she's willing to do those sort of things but not have sex, then no, I'm good on that. If I'm not attracted to her, then yeah, I could get the foot massages and stuff. But listen, stoopies, I don't know about you. I can't be around a woman who I know I want to fuck.
I'm not friend zoning myself. I'm not friend zoning myself.
We're just doing platonic activities. That's torture. I'm not doing that to myself.
You know the difference between to a woman. You know the difference between a man and a friend. To a woman. You know the difference. The difference is her man will get her vagina, but her friend won't. But she expect her friend to do everything. If she move in, she calling the friend.
Right.
If she need something fixed, she calling the friend. If she have a problem, she calling the friend. If her car breaks down, she calling the friend. No. Those are the responsibility of your man. You call your man for that. And if you don't have a man, that means you need to take the friend out of the friend zone and put him in the man zone.
All right. What do you think about this two-piece? Amber says, I used to give my guy pedicures, but he also shaved me and plucked ingrowns. I plucked his too, clipped his toenails regularly.
When a man shave you, when a man shave him, oh man, it's not about you, it's about him. Don't think you have him doing it because him like you. Him doing it because it turn him on. Trust me.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't mind the shaving thing. That shit could be kind of sexy. The plucking ingrowns though, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm not doing that. You know, that's too servile a position, in my opinion, for a man to be in. That's why when we talk about a man providing, that's part of it. That's part of the deal, right, Stoopies?
Part of the gender roles.
Right. It's part of it that I'm responsible for providing for you
and protecting.
And protecting so that I'm not in a servile position. I'm not cutting no woman toenails or fucking out no woman ingrown toenails.
And your job is to look after me, to make sure I'm all right to perform those duties.
Yeah, are you crazy? I'm not doing that. What's next? I'm gonna do your hair too. I'm gonna braid you up like a batch. No, I'm not doing that.
It might sound unequal and unfair, but it's part of the rules. Your role is to cater to be the nurturer and the carer. And my role is supposed to be the provider and the protector. That's why married men supposed to live longer than single men. Because I data show married men live longer than single men because they have a wife who takes care of them. That's her role. Traditionally, that is. Make sure that the doctor's appointment set. Make sure that they're taking in blood pressure medication. Make sure I'm eating right. Make sure I'm look good. That's your job.
So look at Watcher, right? He's a troublemaker here. If she gets to 70, would you change her diapers or brush her hair?
Yes. Yes. The instant she can't look after herself, my job is to be the protector and provider. So I provide.
Right.
Anytime she's incapable of doing anything, even if she's 20, even if she's 20 and she has a C-section, and you need to help her.
Right.
Everything she needs to do. Right.
Yeah,
that's a job to provider and protect.
That's a unique situation.
So as a provider and a protector, it's at any age, you have to protect. That's not the protection.
Yo, no ma'am says she had her dude taking out her sewings.
No, that's not his job. That's not his job. And in no circumstances that dude should be in that position.
Yo.
Imagine after how long Shadi that here. He's not supposed to see at the worst when you had all that flakes on your scalp and all that dust from the sewing. No, he's seen at the worst. It's your duty to see that embarrassment. We don't want to see her in that situation.
That's what I was telling her too about the whole not eating a woman out thing, right? A lot of women think Jamaican men is because they find it nasty or whatever. That's part of it. But for me personally, more than anything, going down on a woman, we call it bowing, right?
Right.
We call it bowing for a reason, right? That for me personally, that is way too servile of a position for me to be in as a man.
Not even that. If you decide to bow as a Jamaican, bowing is not an everyday thing. You don't know this girl. You don't know if I'm Adam. You don't know if last night somebody just came into her. And you are there tonight now, going down on her. Or earlier today. That requires significant amount of trust. And I don't know you like that. I have to know you before I deal with that. I have to know you. I don't know you like that.
Yeah, for me personally, I'm just not doing it, period, right? I don't want nobody holding the back of my head while my face is in their crutches. Because I know how I feel when I'm getting head from a woman, right? And a big part of it is the power for me. I don't know. I know it is for a lot of guys too. I don't know if they'll admit it or not.
The power dynamics.
Right. I like looking down and I'm above her and the head is below me and I'm holding the head and the power, the feeling of power, and you're supplicating to me. Right? Outside of just the actual physical act itself. Because sex is what? 90% mental, isn't it? Right? So I know when a man's face is between a woman's legs. I know she feels in a position of dominance. It's a dominant position. Look, you can't tell me any different. Listen to Amber, nasty self. Let her ride your face. Problem solved. No, my face is not a toilet seat. All right? My face is in a toilet seat, yo. Hey, you saw Khaled say you don't do that, Stoopies?
Don't do oral sex?
Yeah, he don't do it to his wife.
Yeah, but she's choice. But the thing about it is that even men who allow women to eat their ass, you don't do that. Or to peg them.
That's a whole nother level, man.
Or to peg them, fingering them. No. You don't do that. There's nothing masculine about that. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Is that we get addicted to these gender roles.
Hey, did you see that? I think it was on Instagram. That lady was arguing with the guys in Jamaica, the fishermen.
No.
She was like, "You need to eat it. You get a green card if you eat it." And the guy was saying, "Yo, no, we're not doing that." Yeah, she cussing them out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you know, let me tell you though, I'm not gonna lie and say I never did it because I've been in America for a long time. So I got caught up in the ways and the thinking.
I'm the Egyptian.
But what happened was when I did it, right? And I looked myself in the mirror, I didn't feel like myself. I felt less of a man.
Listen, you never like the ways of the Egyptians, you know. Moses was learning in the ways of the Egyptians. No, the thing about it is that over the last 20 years, I have seen the fluidity of sex. What I mean by the fluidity? Sex as it was is not as though it changed over the last years, meaning that what people used to do and what we take for granted, sometimes we have to shake our head and say, no, this is bullshit. Right now, men are saying that they are the booty gang, or what I'm calling them, the booty eating gang.
That's your boy Trick Daddy, man. Eat a booty gang.
Eat a booty gang.
Yeah, I know decent part of that gang.
right? Eat a booty gang and all kind of other stuff. And you say to yourself, so really? How is that beneficial? When
Hey,
did
yo,
that become pleasurable?
hey, listen, Stoopies, all of that stuff is about just strictly pleasing the woman, and that's all it is. They're just going out, they're just up in the ante. They're so invested in pleasing a woman. Like it means the world to them.
So how does she get? How does she get?
Yeah, what pleasure does she get out of that, right?
Yeah, what's the pleasure of somebody mingling with shit?
Listen, I'm telling you, that has to do with dominance. That's the pleasure of it. The fact that somebody would put their face into your butt, that's gonna be the main pleasure out of it. Decent.
So me eating your butt.
Decent, you come to my house, man. You can't eat off my arm. We definitely getting the paper plates and
That's why a lot of them are paper plates.
Yeah, we
That's
getting
why
the
many people have paper plates.
and forks for Decent, man. Yeah, Decent.
No, you get up yesterday.
Decent say he eat a booty gang, man.
No,
Decent.
you can't. No.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
No,
I'm waiting on
sorry,
the watcher,
Decent.
bro. The watcher, don't
Decent,
let me down.
I am
bro.
sorry. Decent, I am sorry, but you can't eat out of my plate then. You can't eat out of my plate then. I will forgive you for certain discretion, but
Yeah, we definitely going to the dollar store. Decent. If you ever come to the crib for dinner, Decent, we going to the dollar store, boy.
And you have to buy your own place. I wouldn't even give you respect to buy them. You have to buy them for yourself.
You definitely not touching my silverware. We're not sharing no blunts, none of that.
If you're supposed to come to my house and you know that you're a member of the Eat a Booty Gang, and then act as if you are. No, don't work like that.
So we got another member here. We got another gang member. Six Finger is also a member of the Eat a Booty Gang.
He's a member of the Pegging Gang too? Where she's fingering you?
Say no to that.
Where she's fingering you while she's eating your booty? That's the gayest thing in the world. Tell me something more gay. It's even gayer than a man having sex with you, in my book. If you make a woman peg you, it is gayer than a man having sex with you. That is too gay. What are you telling all that? No, that's a different level of submissiveness. That you are spread wide, the apex open, and this person's between your legs eating a booty. As a man, how comfortable can that be?
No, man, no. And then there's no masculine position you can get in to have that done.
There's no masculine position you can get in to have that done. None whatsoever. None whatsoever.
Nah, man, y'all. And you know, it's funny. I know Black American men weren't doing this in the 70s and 80s.
No.
This is a recent thing.
It's a porn. They start watching white people porn.
Yeah, this is a recent thing. But see, in my opinion, Stoopies, this is another illustration of just how disparate the relation between men and women is in this society. Men are so preoccupied with the woman's pleasure and doing what it takes to keep a woman or to make a woman feel good or whatever. Like, it's literally everything for men in this society that they will justify putting their face in a woman's anus.
Pushing the tongue in our anus. And asking her if that feel good. And then asking her to do it to you too. That please let me spread eagle while you eat my booty. And nobody don't say anything wrong with that. I must be too old. I must be too old.
No, the issue isn't pleasuring a woman. You want to pleasure your woman. The idea is not being preoccupied with it. What I'm saying is, for men in the society, you know, as of recent times, the woman's pleasure has become like it's like the ultimate thing. It's so on a pedestal, like you know what I'm saying, Soupies? Like, it's everything. So hold on, Tims, you gang too? What the hell is going on, man?
What is gang?
If he part of the gang.
The booty eating gang?
Mm-hmm.
Getting his booty eaten?
Or eating booty. Because Tim said we have 1989 sex views. so
Okay. I will compromise. This is my compromise now. Because this is the great compromise of Stupies. I cannot, with all good intention, say to you that, listen, let's say you like the flavor of booty eating because you're close to the vagina. I'll give you that. But you now turn around and open your legs and put your legs up in the air for her to have access to your booty. No. As a man, no. No. It cannot work. There is no way you can qualify that. None whatsoever. None. So when Flip Daddy or Trick Daddy or Trick Cousin or Trick Auntie Trick Cousin or Trick Auntie saying that he likes to get his booty eaten.
Yeah, you said
That's
that.
what,
yeah, you're crazy.
That's why I
And
haven't
he
been to his
like
restaurant.
doing it too.
Yeah, that's why I haven't been to his restaurant. His restaurant is in Miami Gardens, and I haven't been there.
Yeah, I drive past it like every day.
And I'm not going there.
No. Plus, I've seen the food. I'm not impressed. And then you see the line out there.
Mm.
You ever see the line, Soupies?
No, I've never driven past it. But
Yo, the line every day. The line around the corner.
Is the food that good?
No, that's what I'm saying. It don't look good to me. I've never ate it, but
it's what? Fried chicken, macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, it's soul food. Basically almost everything fried.
Everything fried.
Basically.
So we're going to Trick Daddy restaurant, the booty eating restaurant. Trick Daddy have the same tasting spoon in the mouth, put it back in the pot and stir 2 times. You eating Trick Daddy girl ass. No work for me. That don't work for me at all.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is, man, if you do that, keep it to yourself, man. But these guys, they proudly proclaim that stuff.
So we have people in the chat who like to get the booty eaten. Anybody who like to get the booty eaten was a male, please press 1. Identify yourself so we can have a conversation. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, the original conversation was doing it to a woman, right? So
Right.
we got Six Finger and Decent. You know, they're down for the cause. I think the Watcher is down for the cause too.
To have it done to him?
No, to do it to a woman.
Ask him what about having it done to him?
My guy Tim's like the only real dude in the chat.
What Tim say? And to the no?
So,
No.
Yeah. Tim say he's not doing that. Tim say he's not doing it. So wait. So Amber, you're saying that in order for me to get a woman, I have to eat pussy. If I'm not doing it, I can't get no woman. That's what you're saying? What's so special about it anyway? Oh, my bad, Six Finger. I thought you. Yeah, he's saying that he don't. Okay, I misunderstood, Six Finger. Because you said when you make the decision to go to the a-hole past the P word, that choice is for you, not for her. And then Six Finger said we were shaming blowjobs in Jamaica 20 years ago, so.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of got the inclination that you, and then you said, why do you want tens if you're not going to take full advantage? So did I misread things, Six Finger?
So 10, so because she's at 10, I must eat her from head to toe? Like
that's the impression that I was getting, Six Finger. He's saying don't mix up my name. He's saying don't put me in any mix-up. Yeah, Amber want to know who don't eat vagina. But I want you to answer my question, Amber. Are you saying I don't deserve to have a woman unless I eat vagina? Because look, hold on. I'm saying it's a needle in the haystack. You got to at least be willing because it's a form of, hold on, listen to this. Because it's a form of submission. Now, if you're not getting oral either, that's different. So what you're saying, no ma'am, is that submission should be mutual. I hope you realize that that's literally the oxymoron of submission. Two people can't submit. Yeah, watch, I've done it before. I don't know if you heard when I said that, because I got caught up in the ways of the Egyptians, right? But when I looked in the mirror, I felt I didn't feel right. See, the thing for me, like, I know every guy says this, but I've been ordained in certain areas, so I don't need to do that.
You can't be caught up in the ways of the Egyptians.
So Tim said, what bad chick is allowing y'all to say you won't eat her out unless you have sick money? And Tim's, you're right, because we were having this discussion last night. And I was saying that Khaled can say that because he has a lot of money. In this society, if you want really attractive women, you're gonna, more than likely, you're gonna have to eat. Right? Thankfully for me, the stage that I'm at, I'm not caught up in beauty like that anymore. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no problem taking a 5 or a 6. That's agreeable. I don't need a quote unquote bad chick. If it takes me eating some vagina for me to have a bad chick, I'm good. And Amber said he definitely can't say it even with sick money. That's not true. That's definitely not true, Amber. If you have Russell Wilson money, women will have sex with you without you having to eat any vagina. Bad chicks. Yeah, Khaled is the only one that I can think of in America that has come out and been so vocal about it. You know what I'm saying, Stoopies? And just straight up say, yo, I don't do that. And, what's the name is not wrong. If you want to mess with 9s and 10s in America and you're not going to eat, and you don't have like you're not high status, or you don't have that's going to be tough.
Oh, but let's be honest. Let's call a spade, and a shovel. These dudes doing a thing.
It's interesting that Amber used that language though when she said that. See if I could go back to this comment when she said basically that you should do it to a woman because it shows that you're being submissive.
So why would he be?
Right. Why would a man be submissive, right? And it's funny because I agree with her. And I say it to guys all the time. I say it is a matter of submission. And that's the main pleasure that a woman gets out of a man doing it, is that feeling of domination and power. The actual licking, I can put my mouth on my finger and rub it. The sensation isn't going to be different. It's the feeling of dominance. Right? Why would I have a woman over me like that? Right? But guess what? It just goes to show you just how dominant women are in this culture. Right? And listen, when I went to Colombia, when I went to Cali last year with my boy, Stoopies.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. The women there, they don't even ask you about that. You get what? They'll suck you off, whatever. They don't look back for it. If you want to do it now, they don't, you understand? Mm-hmm. But for women in America, it's a matter of power. Why would a woman submit her body or mouth to you?
It's a power move. But a lot of people not going to admit that's a power move. Not going to want to say it's a power move. It's a power grab. No, they're not saying that to you.
Listen, I forgot the name of the district we're in Cali, right? They got some nice looking black women out there. And, again, I make decent money. My friend makes good money. When we went out there to Cali, we were going on boat rides and stuff like that. So those women, they don't have access to that regularly, right? So that does have something to do with it. I'm not gonna lie. Okay? But in their culture, if they suck a guy off, they're not gonna look at him and say, well, you gotta do me now. It's gotta be a tit for tat thing. It's not in that culture. They're not power interested like American women. American women are hyper aware of power dynamics. And the majority of men the majority of men, hold on, let me put the link in the chat. You there, the Stoopies?
Yeah, man, I'm here.
Yeah, the majority of men, they see it the way the women see it, because guess what? If you don't, you're not gonna get any. They have to capitulate.
Mm-hmm.
So Amber, it's not as if me and you are saying the same thing. You literally said that a man going down on a woman is a submissive act.
Mm-hmm.
I say the same thing. Where we diverge is that I don't subscribe to the idea that I should be submissive to a woman. That's not what I was put here for. If there was a God, he wouldn't put me here for that. Damn, Coolio out of here, y'all. You know Coolio, Stoopies?
No, Coolio is the one that sing Gangsta Paradise, is that?
Yeah. Yeah, just drop out.
Yeah, he had that one hit with Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah, a couple more. Michelle, yeah, but he had a couple more hits than that. Probably songs that you don't really know like that.
No, he had never had
a song
a
called Too Hot. That was a hit.
Yeah, but it wasn't that hit like Gangsta's Paradise. He never had something on that level. That was a mega hit.
How many songs are hit? How many songs are hit on that kind of level, man? That is a mega smash.
Yeah.
Those are once in a lifetime type hit songs.
That's like a Shaggy, It Wasn't Me. When you have one of those songs.
Right. Yeah, Fantastic Voyage is a dope song too. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn, he was only 59.
Yeah, he had what? Heart disease or diabetes or high blood pressure. Which one of the black man killed?
I didn't even read it. I just said that he dropped out and that's it. I didn't look into it.
A workmate of mine, my co-worker, 51 heart disease. That's us as a people. Heart disease. Coolio.
Yeah, that's the number one.
Huh? What you doing?
Let me put this link in the chat, man.
I have hypertension. Look.
You said it was hypertension, Stoopies?
No, I said I have hypertension.
Oh, you do? I didn't know that.
Look here. Tell me something.
You have sugar.
No, that's a pressure.
Wait, no man, sugar is diabetes. No, you say hypertension. Then I mix it up.
Right.
Sugar is diabetes.
Right.
Right. Yeah, you have pressure. Right. Mix it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, man, watch or anybody else who want to pull up, man. It's Amber said we these Jamaicans, these old time rusty foot Neanderthal.
Tell Amber I love her too. We love her. We love you to Amber. We love you too.
Yeah, Amber says we archaic humans and shit. We some archaic human.
I just cannot. I'll leave the panel and you guys run a fucking muck. I don't understand. Y'all can't be trusted for shit.
No, we're telling the truth. We're speaking our truth. This is.
I'm not gonna judge you, Stoopies, because you in a different age bracket. So I'm not even gonna judge you.
You gonna judge me?
But Haskell, I'm judging the fuck out of Haskell right now. Like, you talking all this protector, provider bullshit. How the fuck a woman supposed to believe that you gonna lay your life down on the line and she can't even get you to eat them off. Like what?
But
What the fuck?
wait, first off, I was born in 82. So I'm in that era too. Right?
No, you're not. you're definitely not.
I was the tail end of that era. I'm the last of the Mohicans.
Nah. Maybe it's a Jamaican thing. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, I was born there. I was there till I was 14.
But you was raised here mostly. So when you started engaging, you was here, right?
No, I was doing my thing over there. 14 in Jamaica, you're a man.
Yeah. Can't expect to be a virgin at that age, even after.
I'm not even saying a virgin, but that was at the beginning. Like that wasn't the height of your sexual.
Yeah, no, of course. Right.
Yeah, this is some of the ghettoest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like,
wait a minute, not eating crotches is ghetto?
The fact of your logic. So you don't want a relationship where even if it's just sexually, it's mutually submissive. You feel like you got to dominate in all areas. So do you feel the same way about receiving?
Amber, you do realize that the term mutual submission is literally an oxymoron, right?
No, it's not an oxymoron.
That's a contradiction in terms.
How so?
Can two fighters submit each other?
Yes, they could take turns.
You know what a submission hold in a fight is, right?
Yes. So, but are you saying that they can only fight once? So that person, if they fight them again, do they have to submit every time that they fight? Or does that one time that they submit count forever?
No, but only one can do it at a time.
Okay. So you're saying that you can't submit to her and then she turned around and submit to you. Two different fights.
Nah, that doesn't compute to me, Amber. Right? If I'm willing to bow down to a woman, how am I gonna be willing to defend her and be her protector and die for her or whatever the case may be? If I'm bowing down to my woman.
Well, I find it hard to believe that a man would lay down their life for me, but they won't even kiss me in my nether region. Like, I just got a feeling I'm not that important to you. I don't trust that if it all comes down to it, I think you're gonna save yourself, like, because you're the dominant one. I'm nobody, remember? Like,
it's not about you being nobody, but it's too much going on down there. That's for one, right? And for two, you said it yourself. It's a submissive position. So we're both on the same page as far as that goes. But a man has no business submitting to a woman.
So if that is the case, how do you justify paying for dates? How do you see that be that bullshit that I be talking about?
That's a dominant position.
Just say you don't like to do it. Just say you don't like to do it or you don't want to do it. Because let you tell it, the whole reason why men pay for dates or men can't get vagina unless they buy something is because this is what women want and this is what they require. So you're willing to submit there. You're willing to spend a little coin to get the vagina, but you're not willing to go ahead and put your face in. I don't understand. Just say you don't like it.
Always misconstrue these talking points. What Stu P said was, you can get it free the first time, the second time, the third time, right? The more engagements you have with a woman, at a point you're gonna start paying. And what you're paying for, right? In exchange for that is a level of deference and submission. Those are the gender roles. It's not about just paying.
And access to vagina. And access to vagina. That's what y'all said. I didn't say this. This is what y'all said.
No, we didn't say that.
Yes, y'all did.
Go back.
That's and y'all even said that that's all women have to offer.
No,
y'all do all this shit.
We said that's all women have to offer. Come, Amber, you're
If y'all heard that in the chat, please put a 1 in the chat if y'all heard him say that.
you're gaslighting, Amber. We said that all a woman has to offer. We said specifically, if that's all you're offering,
If
we'll
that's
take it.
Yes.
Which kind of it? So how many women have offered you more than that? Because you're speaking as though your experience is that all you have been offered is vagina. So,
No,
and
he
I asked
mentioned
you
that
very
somebody
clearly.
gave him a manicure. He offered the manicure.
Offer the manicure. I asked you very clearly. I said, what is it that you want? You said deference and for her to be demure and vagina, correct? But let you tell it, you're paying for that already. So you're actually getting everything you need. You're paying for the submission, the deference, the demure, and the vagina. So what's the complaint here if you're getting everything that you paid for?
Who's complaining?
Y'all talking about celebrities and how they changed the price, so to speak, on things.
I'm sorry, I was reading Decent Tavo's post. Yes. So in general, dealing with women in the dating world and just in general, even outside of romantic interaction, yes, the dynamics have drastically changed over the years, and it has a lot to do with how men in the society relate to women. We use celebrities because I use celebrities because they're the most
accessible.
Right, they're the most visible examples a person can point to that everybody in the audience will get the point being made. But it's plenty of men, they're following that same blueprint. They put the woman on a pedestal. They'll let them get away with anything. They'll buy them anything. There's nothing a woman can do that disqualifies her from being a wife. And that's the general climate that we're in. These celebrities happen to be the most visible and worst offenders.
But I guess I'm a little confused. Why should that take them out of the pool? If all you need a woman for is vagina and for her to be demure and defer, what difference do it make if she's a former stripper or not?
Because she won't be able to attach to me.
She won't be able to what?
Attach.
Well, of course not. Y'all not eating them up, so she's not gonna be that attached. No way. Anybody that you're playing with fire here. Anybody that offers her, it's easy for a nigga to get it. Y'all talking about a dude getting in her head. That nigga don't love you.
Oh yeah, that's another one. That's a common one too, right? Oh, if you're not eating, then she ain't gonna stick around. She gone. Bullshit. Bullshit. And I would
say somebody will. I personally know a few people that don't particularly care for it, but they're already married. But somebody will, but 9 out of 10, when I hear stuff like that, you're probably dealing with somebody that is very, very inexperienced and haven't, had much experience out here. They don't even know that this is normal shit. They think it's something spectacular. But
you know what? I'm probably gonna end up leaving the country in the next few years anyway, because look, something stupid. My friend went to Colombia last year, right? We haven't heard from him since.
Is he alive?
No, he's alive. Oh, he's very much alive. Just we haven't heard from him.
Why?
Well,
how come?
Bro, have you ever been to Colombia?
No. He went to the city or went to the country?
He's in Medellin.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the dynamic is the exact opposite over there. As far as, women look at men, I don't know if you heard him when I was telling them, I went over there last year with my friend. Those women will do it to you and they're not looking back for it. They're not looking back for it. Like it doesn't even cross their mind. Like the way how American women are like hyper aware of power
Is this what
dynamics.
you heard or this what you experienced?
That's what I experienced. I just told you I was in Cali last year.
You said in Cali? I thought you said something about Colombia.
Yeah, Cali, Colombia.
Oh, okay.
Right. You know, so you know, they don't listen, and I'm not mad at American women for that, by the way, Amber, because listen, once you have a taste of power, there is no going back. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The American woman right now, they pretty much run the dating scene. And all the dudes, they see it like how the women do. They see it from the female perspective. So you're not completely wrong, man.
But that's the thing. I don't even think it's the female perspective. I wasn't the one like, oh, you gotta niggas put me on. They showed me the way, girl. You childish. Let me do this.
Right, because
you just fall back.
He's trying so hard to please. I know women don't actually create anything. I say that all the time. Why you think I say all the time that it comes back to the men? And that's a perfect example, Amber, of when I say that it's these men that distort the fucking market. It's not just a celebrity. That's an example
you're
of what I'm
upset that
talking
women
about.
have more power now than they did previously.
They have.
You feel like men are disrupting.
Yes. Power without any women, right? They have the power and authority, but not the commensurate responsibility. They eschew that, right? They get to pick and choose, and you know, you get to have the power and don't have the responsibility.
So what responsibility do men have?
Well, they got to pay for your shit on your first date, or you gonna ghost them. How about that one?
That's not a responsibility. That's
it is.
No, it's not. Because they could choose.
It's a
not
man's
to date.
It's a man's responsibility to provide and protect.
No.
But how many of them are living up to that?
You said no, Stoopies?
Yes, that's true.
Right. So Amber's about to say how many of them do it. That's besides the point. You asked me what's a man You said, what's a man responsible for? And I told you.
But that's from your perspective, and you're willing to admit that there are some men that don't even live up to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm not upset at you feeling like men have changed the culture and balanced out, I guess, the perceived power or responsibility amongst women. And from your perspective, you probably don't understand the reasoning for that, right? But could it be that a lot of these men don't want the responsibility that they have as men, and that's why they're off? That's why they're putting some of this power into the hands of women. So therefore, they're not so burdened.
I mean, it could be, but part of a natural result of making women more powerful is to make men less powerful. Right? So the more women earn, the more women are in control of the relationship dynamic, is the more men, the less dominant a man is going to be, the less willing he's going to be willing to provide and protect, because he's going to start looking at you as what? An equal. And that's what I'm saying when I say that a woman, they like the idea of the being in power. Everybody does. Who doesn't? But part of being in power, the biggest part of it is taking responsibility for, shit going wrong, taking care of the people in your household. Like, those parts, a woman don't have no interest in that. A woman ain't trying to take care of no dude. She's gonna.
Well,
Mhm.
if there's a dude in the house, then of course she's not trying to take care of no dude. Children,
Right.
yes, I think plenty of women take up that responsibility. But I guess my question would be like, you said that there are no perceived, well, you said there are perceived advantages for women, but that there's not inequality in pay and, employment opportunities and things of that nature. So I guess I'm a little confused as to what power women aren't taking responsibility for. Like what aren't women taking responsibility for that they should be taking responsibility for?
I'd say none. Like I don't expect women to have that sort of. I don't expect women to have that sort of responsibility. Like it's not. You know what I mean? They're not.
Well, I'm saying specifically, like. What responsibilities do you have as a man that a woman does not have?
Well, if an assailant runs up on us, I'm expected to stand out in front.
I'm saying separately, not in your personal relationship, because I do feel like, and I've made the argument before, if an assailant runs up on a woman and man, and they're a couple, and she is a law enforcement officer and he is a teacher, I don't think that people would expect the teacher to disarm the assailant. The law enforcement officer would be the one that they would expect to neutralize that threat.
When her man run, it's gonna do something to her, right? She's either gonna want to get with another law enforcement or military type, or someone who's in that sort of, in that vein. Because watching your guy run, it's you know what I mean? It's gonna do something to her.
But let's say he doesn't run. I mean, let's say he doesn't run. He just doesn't take the initiative.
Cowers, gets behind her, lets her take, puts her out in front. And she could probably be as capable as she wants to be, handles the intruder or the assailant, but it's gonna dry her up. She's gonna dry up. It's just nature.
So is that just your perspective in relationships, or do you think it would be the same like if she had a male partner and her male partner was out of ammo and she had to step in front and take on that threat? Do you believe that she would say she wouldn't respect him anymore, or she will need a new partner?
That's not the same thing. For one, the example what we've been talking about is relationship dynamics, right? Romantic interaction. If you're in a firefight and you run out of ammunition, man, that's a logistics matter. If you have ammo and I don't, man, that's not the same thing, Amber. I'm talking about man and woman, we live together, something happens downstairs. Let's say you're a police officer, you're trained at this. You jump out and take the lead and you defend me. I stay in the room or whatever, right? In that situation, you're right. Yes, it'd make more sense for the woman to take the lead. But guess what's going to happen? A part of her, it's going to be hard for her to lay down for that guy again, man. Or she may be able to lay down for him, but it's going to do something to her, Amber. And I think you agree with me on that. And if she's in that profession,
I really don't, but...
And listen, if she's in that profession, right? The example you gave was the wife is a police officer and the husband is a teacher, right? A situation like that occurs, the husband cowers, she handles it, right? she's in a job where she's around other men.
See the language that you're using, because I think a lot of this is in your head based off of your perceptions of what a man should be. He doesn't necessarily cower. She's just the most competent in the moment, and she takes the initiative to neutralize the threat.
What's he doing during all of this?
Hiding in the closet. Say, go somewhere safe. I handle this.
Right, and guess what, Stoopies? That might be the wise thing in that situation.
But he lost out on one of his most important duties.
If he's a teacher, right? I'm not necessarily disagreeing with Amber, because look, if he's a teacher, she's law enforcement, right? She's been in these situations before and all of that stuff. The wise thing to do is to let her go out in front. But guess what? Nature doesn't care about what's wise. And a part of her, if there's a intruder with a weapon and the wife has a weapon, you as a teacher, you don't. The wise thing for you to do is to hide. No, I'm serious. Soupies, you disagree with that, Soupies?
It would be wise, but it's not the right.
No, listen. What are you gonna do with a man with a gun and you don't have a gun?
I mean, that's assuming he has the option to run and hide. But let's say he don't have the option to run and hide.
She just handles
it. So his option is to just be kind of frozen and let her do what comes natural to her, because this is what she does. But what I'm saying is, I think because a police officer, a woman police officer, understands and has experience with saving other men in situations that they are not trained to handle, that she is trained to handle, or that they are trained to handle, but that she sometimes has to supplement for whatever reason, that she's not going to perceive her husband as weak. If anything, I think the husband's insecurity about who he should have been and what his capability should be would drive the distance between him and force him to run away from the situation, because he feels emasculated. Not because she made him feel that way, but because in his mind, I'm supposed to be able to do this. I failed, therefore I'm not as much of a man. I don't think that that's something that she's going to impose or she's going to run away. I think that is an inherent fear for a lot of men.
Listen, I would say that goes both ways. I think both would happen at the same time. Him kind of feeling less than, and her, because look, he freezes up, right? In your scenario, she handles it, right? Naturally, she's going to come over once everything is done and say, hey, honey, you okay?
You're an asshole. For that alone, you're an asshole. You know that you're an asshole for that.
Yeah, but that's
I console him and say, okay, honey,
right.
you okay? And he's supposed to be the protector.
Right. Naturally, that's what's gonna happen. And yes, he's gonna feel away from his end, but she's gonna feel like the powerful.
That she did.
Right. She's gonna feel like a protector. Now, when she goes to work, right? I guarantee you she's not nearly in the top 50th percentile of the most competent police officer.
No,
right?
I won't say that. Let's say she's top. Imagine all the other police officers saying that you had to save him, right? Where was he? Was he covered in the background?
Look, Soupies, listen. When I was in the Army, right? In the Army, you have elite units. You have the Rangers, you have Delta Force, you have Green Beret, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess who you will never see in any of those elite units? Take a wild guess.
No woman not in the unit.
Okay. So in terms of when it comes to fighting, shooting, women are never in the elite. Even if it's something like being a sniper, which doesn't require necessarily any kind of physical prowess, right? It's not dependent upon the physicality.
Amber, this
It
is not
won't
me,
be-
you know, Amber. This is not me. This is him. So go
Right,
ahead.
but Stupid, you don't disagree. When I say women aren't in the Navy SEALs, they're not in the elite Marine units, they're not Rangers, they're not Green Beret, they're not Delta. Those are statements of fact. It's not misogyny. Those are statements of reality. Right? So when she goes to work after saving her husband, right? In those police units, I guarantee you she sees elite men in her field, right? Them big 6'5" police officers that can friggin' shoot the one off a dice from a mile away, and they could freaking, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna do something to her too, Amber, just naturally.
So are you saying that he'll now be a laughing stock?
He could be, not necessarily. It might be even much more subtle than that. Because imagine in a Stoopies, you're still there, Amber?
I'm still here. I'm listening.
Imagine if you're a woman, right? If you're a female police officer and you're halfway competent and you've been on a job for any amount of time, you're going to see some high-level police officers, SWAT team, bomb unit, right? You get what I'm saying? Guys who detectives, high-level police officers, just by nature, seeing these men operate, that will wet up a woman. You know what that Stoopies?
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Wait a minute. Wait a
Especially a woman in
minute.
uniform.
Say that again. I forgot.
Especially a woman who wears uniform.
Now I said that will wet up a woman.
By doing what?
Wet her up.
Seeing those men in the
Especially somebody who wears uniform is going to be turned on by men in uniform also.
Right. Because if she's
I ain't gonna lie, that don't do it for me.
It don't do it for me. No, but remember, we're talking about the scenario, Amber. If she's a female police officer, she's competent, right? I guarantee you she's not in the top. She's not going to be in the top 20. Let me be more conservative then. She won't be in the top 20th percentile of competent police officers in her unit. Because you have elite units in those police units. A woman isn't going to have the physicality to be in, right? So when she sees these men operating, naturally, she's going to juxtapose that to her husband. It's going to do something to her also. It will do something to him, but it will do something to her also. And it's involuntary. She won't have any control over it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's speculative, but
no, I'm listen. You ever seen Stoopies? You ever seen an elite firefighter? Or Amber, you ever seen an elite firefighter?
not really.
Like in practice, you could watch it on YouTube or something. When you see them guys move and operate, right? You see them scale a whole building, like they get those ladders, the ones that extend out, and they just throw it in all one motion and run up the ladder. Within seconds, they're on the 4th floor. And then they're big and strapping. They're throwing 2 people on top of their shoulder and all kind of crazy shit. If you're a woman in that field, when you look to your guy and he's this little scrawny math teacher, it's gonna, and you had to rescue him, it's gonna do something to you.
But I think you're assuming that that's all women's types. Like, you do know that there are women that like the scrawny, stay at home dad. There are some women that like that. That's not every woman's preference.
Amber, you just say something to me in the argument, Amber. You know that, right? You know that. If my woman is a police officer, I'm taking the gun. I'm going out front. That's my job. This is my home. I'm the king of my castle, not you. Not you. I'm going to get shot. Not you. Not you.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that for the woman that y'all looking for somebody that is the damsel in distress. Their man is everything they can barely think without their man. Like,
I'm a no.
Here you go with the gaslighting, man.
Everybody
I mean,
have
that's
a
what
role.
y'all sound like y'all looking for. A woman that checks in with y'all for everything. You know, how should I get my hair cut? You know, how should I wear this? Does this make me look fat? Like y'all looking for the woman that needs your validation for everything.
I don't have a problem with any of that either.
No, listen, I have a problem with haircuts also because I was attracted to you with a specific type of hairstyle. So it's how you look when I meet you, I was attracted to. So all of a sudden, I never meet you with blue hair. I never meet you with all of that shit and fandangles. And all of a sudden, you present that to me. No. Some questions have to be asked and answered. It's not all controlling.
Yeah,
It's what it is.
basically, you acting like we these archaic, the Denosovin niggas. What's that shit Unc be talking about? The Denosovins and hominids and shit. Yo.
No, I mean, when I hear y'all talk, maybe the men in the chat disagree, but when I hear y'all talk, I'm like, this sounds like y'all want someone with really no thoughts of their own. They're looking for a man to validate everything about them. And therefore they're silent because they don't feel confident in forming their own thoughts. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. I could be wrong, but when I hear it, I'm like, that sounds like very boring, very dry, very much she don't have a personality, like very much she's just there to lay down and like it. Y'all really want Celie. Y'all want Celie from Color Purple. Like,
No. All right.
But you want her to be bad. Y'all want Celie personality, but y'all want her to be bad. Like,
I'm not hung up on a chick being bad, to be honest.
I've never been somewhere yet, right? And like 4 dudes having a discussion. You've been there with it, like you everybody hanging out, girlfriends and boyfriends, everything, and like dudes having a discussion, 4 of you having a discussion, and one of your wife come into the conversation and takes it over and takes his place.
Oh, you said, his wife comes through and kind of dominates the conversation?
Dominates his conversation.
Right.
Like, and you look at it and you say, seriously, dude? Seriously?
Yeah. Happens all the time. In this society, is not a rare thing. Like, I'd say it's the norm. You know, when you hear guys say stuff like happy wife, happy life,
that's a lie.
Right? That's saying go along to get along. You know, I'll do whatever just to appease my wife, no matter how insufferable she's being. Right? That's the standard here. That's a standard relationship dynamic. And if you don't see it that way, we are the oddballs. Trust me, we are the oddballs. Amber's not wrong. But there's a term I can't remember when they say if you're living in an environment where everything is a particular way.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, y'all added new meaning to me for today for happy wife, happy life. I never thought that this was the case, but maybe they just mean get that lady some head. get that lady some head. I mean, I don't know. I never knew that was even like a thing in 2022.
So what did you think happy wife, happy life meant?
I mean, before I thought like initially I felt like it started with, you know, it was kind of a mantra for, you know, cherish your woman and she'll cherish you. You know, she'll make your life better. And then I started to feel like it transitioned into just something that, you know, women use to kind of get their way, you know, as you know,
That's
like
what it
having
is.
life. But now now that I know that there are men who feel like they are too dominant to give their wife cunnilingus. Now I feel like maybe that's just a way for them to say give your woman some head, like
Hey,
just go
Amber,
ahead, eat them up.
you know that it's really only in Western society that women like prioritize that, right?
It's not even just prioritizing that. I think it's a healthy sex life. Like
Yeah, that's what I'm
it's
saying.
one thing. It's one
Hold
thing if
on.
your woman does not want it.
Hold on. The absence of it, right? You're saying that the absence of it is unhealthy.
I'm saying the absence of it is unhealthy if it's something that your woman desires. Same way I think it's unhealthy for women to abstain from having sex with their mate as a form of punishment. I think those are unhealthy dynamics in a relationship.
Okay,
Part
so you're
of
saying
being
so you're saying it's unhealthy given this environment that we're in.
yeah. So like if you
So
are with
in other
someone that
words,
if
we
you are
need to
with someone
conform
that
the
simply
environment.
does not want it, then that's one thing. But I feel like personally between husband and wife or, you know, a couple, whatever they desire from each other, that shouldn't be an issue.
So
As long
if my wife wants to peg me, I should appease her, right? For healthy, to keep the relationship healthy.
as long as it's something that was agreed upon early, like I feel like it's certain shit that you should be open and honest about in your relationship, right? Like early on. So if that's a desire that she been had and she didn't share it with you, then to me that's kind of deceptive. Like you're deceptive because I wouldn't have got involved if I'd have known that this was your expectation, right? But if it's something that she's voiced, I think it's kind of, if you say I'm not comfortable with doing that and she's cool with you saying I'm not comfortable with doing that, then that's cool. But if you say, well, maybe we can try that out later on down the line, I'll see, but you know you're never gonna do it, I think that you should say I'm never gonna do that shit.
Right, but with the eating thing, you said you said that's like an archaic mindset,
I do think it's an archaic mindset, but that's from my experience.
Right.
From my experience, it's archaic.
Right.
Now, if I been involved with somebody that didn't before? Yeah, I've been involved with somebody that didn't before, and it was after, you know, it became a normal part of my sex life. But either way, though, he was upfront and honest. So whatever now, I told him, oh, well, we can have fun for a little while, but I'm not gonna take you serious. Like, I'll never really feel like you're invested in a relationship because that's something I have to have as a part of me being in a relationship.
Right.
And he had to be okay with not getting that part of me either, because I'm not gonna do it if you're not gonna do it. So as long as we good that that's off the table, then that's cool.
Right. I mean, listen, you know, like I said, it's really about this society and like the way our women have been, you know, socialized in this society, and the men too, not just the women. You know what I'm saying? Like you're always very conscious of the power dynamics, and you always want to have equal power, right? So the fact that this guy, he's not about to do it, well, I'm not doing it either. You have every right to be like that.
Absolutely.
You know, but that's what I'm saying. really and truly is only in Western society that women are so power conscious and power obsessed. And it's very unfeminine.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. It's your perspective, but as far as I'm concerned, I have no problem with that at all.
Mhm. Yeah, man.
I am a believer in establishing what you're into before the beginning of the relationship. But then people after a while, I had a friend, let me tell you a story. I had a friend in Jamaica, he married to a Black American girl. And he came to America. And 2 years in the relationship, she decided that she's gay. But not only that she's gay, but now that she's gay, he should be gay also. And she tried introducing him to men that they could still live together. She would live with her girl and he would live with his guy. You know, if happy wife, happy life was true to form, that guy would now have to become gay to make her happy. He had to leave. He had to leave. So, not because.
But yo,
This was a good show today.
yeah, yeah, man, it was excellent, man. It was excellent.
I enjoyed the conversation.
I know the audience was thoroughly
entertained. Are you not entertained?
Well, he's not doing that, Centavo. You already know he's not doing that.
What Centavo said?
Centavo is a male or female?
Is a male, is a guy.
Yeah. So what Centavo said?
He said, Haskell, would you put it in your girl backside if she wanted?
No.
Nah, it's not my thing.
No. That's something new. That's something what I don't understand. What is this big deal?
Haskell likes to be dominant over women. So that's too feminine for him. That's too close to gay. Him being in the position of submission is a no. He wants to be a living God to his woman. So
you always putting
she gotta be the one on her knees. She gotta be the one, like, and if not, then she's too masculine for him. You know, her asserting sexual freedom is too masculine for him. She is his plaything.
Let me ask you something, Amber. What do you think about the idea of a woman? Because, you know, like, women who want to get like married in their 20s in this society nowadays, like, they'll look at women crazy. Like, what do you think about the idea that a woman's 20s are meant for her to, like, quote unquote, discover herself and have fun? You buy into that concept, or do you believe like the 20s are actually the time when a woman should be looking to secure a long-term mate? How do you see that?
I think that depends on the woman. Like, I don't think that there's no
in aggregate, in general.
But that's the thing. I think for me, I don't look at women as all having one goal or one concept or one idea.
No, but Amber, when someone says something is in general, and they're not saying that it applies to every single person.
So you're speaking in general of women that want to be married?
No, he's asking, should women seek to be married in their 20s? If you were supposed to call someone,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, I think y'all are coming from the perspective that I should assume that all women want to be married. So I'm asking specifically, what woman are you talking about? The woman that wants to be married, the woman that wants kids within her marriage, because different people want different things. So if a woman wants to be married and she wants to have children with that spouse, I definitely feel like that's something she should probably not necessarily be looking for, but she should be positioning herself for in her 20s.
Okay, no, let me rephrase the question because that answer is a little bit vague, so I need a clearer answer. You probably can assist me. All right. Let's say you have a group of young ladies and you ask them, do you ever want to be married? And all of these young ladies say, yes, I want to be married. And then they ask you another question. So these are all young ladies who wish to pursue marriage. And they ask you, what would be the best age to start settling down? What would you recommend?
The best age to start, I would say 30.
Okay, so you do subscribe to the idea that the 20s are for having fun for a woman.
No, I think the 20, not necessarily having fun,
or quote unquote discovering
herself. Who you are. Yes,
right.
I do believe that
right.
in your 20s you need to take some time to to understand yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely you buy into all the feminist claptrap, all of it.
The reason, the thing about it is that.
But so what should I be buying into? Should I be buying into the misogynist propaganda? Is that what I should be buying into?
50 years ago, grandmas were.
Should I be buying into the idea that women need men to understand who they are? Should I be buying into that? Like, I'm confused. What should I be buying into?
Women need men to complete them, and men need women to complete them also.
But y'all not looking for women to complete y'all. At no point have y'all said anything that a woman can do to add value to who you are as a man other than give you some vagina and listen to what you say. Like, I've listened to this whole conversation and y'all have not said nothing of value as to where a woman can add value in your life. After I asked directly. So it is clear to me,
from a male perspective.
It is clear to me that y'all don't really have a perceived value for women because y'all have not been able to. And I've listened very carefully and intently for a long time. And if I've missed something in the chat, please put it in there. But I've listened for a very long time, and all y'all have been able to quantify that a woman can do is give you some good sex and shut the fuck up. That's it.
We did use those words, but this is it. I'm giving you from my perspective. My expectation is, we told you, right now a woman needs to come and say what her expectations are and what she brings. I said I'm willing to be a provider and a protector. I'm willing to stand in front of the gunshot. I'm willing to do the things that she can't do for herself physically when the time comes that she can't do it for herself. But my job is to be the provider and the protector. If the lights are going to be locked off, it is my job to worry about it and ensure that the lights stay on. Her job is to ensure that I am okay enough to ensure that the lights stay on. Now, what can she bring to me to ensure that? Is my household a toxic environment? Does she subscribe to Happy Life, Happy Wife? My household toxic? Am I at peace at home? Simple question.
But what brings you peace though at home? So I need specific things, not the general make my house a home and happy wife. Like, what actually brings you peace though? What are some actual things that she can do or that you would like her to do to bring peace to your home?
Well, I'll say this, particularly for me, when I'm I'm engaged with a woman, right? As a guy, for me personally, even at 40, I can tend to be a hothead, right? I could get worked up. When I'm with a woman who's calm and demure, she could definitely tame that beast inside of me. Much more so than a guy saying, yo, calm down, My girl could say, yo, it's not that big a deal, babe. Just let it go for me and I'm a chill.
Let me tell you what
that's an important thing.
Let me tell you.
Sometimes you gotta listen to your woman, right? Because I'll tell you this. I was dating this girl. My car got towed. And I felt like the tow truck company, they did it in an unfair way, right? So I went and got my car back without paying. I went, broke the lock on the tow yard and just took my vehicle, right? kind of got into some problems behind it. Now, she had literally, after I told her what I was going to do because I was so angry, she had begged me not to do that. And she even gave me the money to get the car out. And I still went ahead and did what I did because back then I was like 24. It was like a matter of principle for me. I was just so angry. I had a point to prove, but she was right and I should have listened, right? And she was that kind of a girl. She would definitely even me out. That's a feminine thing in my opinion. Does that qualify for you, Amber?
Well, not really, because
Did I score a point there?
no, because see, here's the thing, Haskell, and this is why I have these conversations, because had you not felt that men were so dominant and women were the submissives and the quiet ones, maybe you'd listen to her when she said it the first time. You're talking about in hindsight, after you did what you did, after she's already given you that grace and that calm down, here you go, do this. You wouldn't even allow her to be that in the moment. You're talking some shit after the fact of you done already did what you wanted to do. So tell me, how did that add value? It added value after the fact when you say like, damn, I kind of fucked that up and she tried to help me. But what I'm saying is a woman can try to be all of these things,
Amber,
but it's only valuable if you allow her to be that.
Right, but
you can't say, Amber, I want this.
We had situations after that. I had situations after that, Amber. You get what I'm saying? Where I learned from that. And I did listen. You get what I'm saying?
I hear you. I hear you.
Can I give my 2 cents now? My 2 cents is this. If she don't work, I expect to come home to a clean house. If she don't work, I don't expect to come home and there is no dinner. I don't want to hear that. If she don't work. If she work, we can work out those both things where we can share those things together. Right? But if my job is a more labor intensive job in the house, if we have a yard, right? The thing about it here is that, so those simple things, I expect some sex. Sex not supposed to be a bargaining tool. If you're with a woman and she's not having sex with you, you need to leave her. No question asked. Just leave her. She come home one day, she don't see you. You need to leave her. I expect to have some peace. If we're having a conversation, we're having a conversation. We're not having a cycle of repetitiveness where the same question is asked 10 times. I expect to have some say-so in my own house. Things must pass by me. It's simple things. We're not asking for much. A clean house, right? If she's not working, a clean house, clean clothes. What you doing with 8 hours a day? What you doing with the 9 hours? Some food on the table. And some sex. And then conversation that involves both of us. Not an argumentative situation. I mustn't dread coming home because of her insecurities.
Soupies, Amber ain't heard nothing yet that she would qualify as
I really haven't. Nothing yet. Like, because y'all
So give us some examples then, Amber, of what would qualify as a woman adding value to a man.
Well, I mean, so you're saying if she works, then not you per se, but if she doesn't work, clean house, food on the table. But if she does, then it's just sex then, right?
No, if she does, we share the duties and responsibility. Because I'm not going to ask her to work all day and come home and carry all the load. That would be unfair. But I'm not washing. That's not my job. I'm not washing. I'll share in the cooking, but they're not doing the laundry. I'm not washing her hand.
Yeah, that's a Jamaican thing. Like, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not washing a woman's underwear.
Yeah, I'm not washing. Not even to put it in the machine. I'm not washing.
Yeah, I won't do that either.
I'll do the
I mean,
cooking.
as far as
Right?
I'm concerned, I guess different people have different things that they expect, right? For me personally, and this is in my friendships, you know, family, more than anything, I value people who can be honest with me about things that I need to work on and correct. When I'm wrong, people that can encourage me, motivate me, you know, because although that comes from internal, occasionally you do need somebody to say, girl, get out your way, get out your own way, get to it, you got this, you know.
So hold on,
So,
Amber. I asked you a question of what should a man expect or what can a woman provide to? So are you saying that the things that you value and from a man is basically the same then that?
I think most people value the same things. Most people want somebody that is going to be consistent, meaning you're not going to throw me away the first time I make a mistake or do something you don't like. I think most people want somebody that really truly believes in them. You know, that if they share something or idea or a thought versus bringing up the negative, they try to find a way to bring that vision to fruition. Okay, well, what can I do to help? How can I make this thing a reality? Like someone that jumps in and supplements. Like, okay, if you fucked up here, then I got that. I think most people want someone to balance them out. But when I hear y'all talk as though y'all gonna do everything and she just gonna kind of be there as your consolation prize. I don't hear anything that she can do to enhance or improve your life other than give you some sex and shut the fuck up. And I think that's unrealistic. Now, maybe y'all just don't want to share that publicly. That's cool. Some men are private, but I'm just saying, like, it sounds like y'all don't require a whole lot. So what y'all do require.
No, but asking.
Asking.
Hold on, let me say. Most of these women are at the finish line. Let me explain what I mean by most of these women. Most of these women today are at the finish line, waiting on winners. Right? They're waiting on, if you listen to Kevin Samuels, they're waiting on guys who are making hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Right? They're waiting on a guy who make $200,000, $300,000, $400,000. Those guys are winners. She can't do shit to help him mentally. He has already won the race. So she's waiting at the finishing line for a winner. So when she come and say she's going to motivate him, how is she's going to motivate somebody who has already won? What motivation can she give him that he does not have already for himself? So if you're waiting on a winner, it is different than when you are starting out with somebody from day one or the 10-meter mark. But these girls are at the finishing line and then telling guys that they can motivate them. Guys at the finish line don't want anything more than peace, a clean house, and some sex and some sensible conversation. If you're waiting at the finishing line for a guy, that's what he wants. What else what are you motivating him? So this guy went to college and has his doctorate. He has a job that is paying $200,000 a year. What are you going to motivate him to do? To go back to school? To find another job? To do 2 jobs? To open a business? He doesn't need you to be that person for him. So if you're waiting on the finishing line for a guy, that he must have this and must have that, what can you offer him?
Well, that's for the person that's waiting at the finish line. But it's plenty of people. I mean, I tend to
How much are your friends? How much are
Yeah,
your friends waiting on
I
the
tend to
starting
talk to
line?
people that aren't at the finish line because
Yeah,
I'm
but
not at the finish line and they not at the finish line.
how much of your
So
friends want to talk to the person at the starting line? How many women want to talk to that guy at the starting line? How many women out there? Let's be honest now. How many women out there want to talk to the guys at the starting line? The operating like guys at the finish line need things that the same thing that guys at the starting line need.
but I think there's a difference though. So like I'm not talking about somebody at the starting line like they fucked up, no job, no car, no nothing. Like, but I do feel like different people have different markers in life. So like where I might be in one career now, I'm at the finish line at this phase of my life, but I'm ready to go into this new venture. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the starting line of something different, something new, something that he's never done before, but it's not the very, very, very starting line. It's the starting line of something new, but it ain't the starting line of this relationship, and it ain't the starting line of, you know,
No, but
their
you're making an
ambition.
assumption. Most guys, I ask you can profess to this. Most guys, when they are in their lane, they tend to stick in the lane. They really want to jump lane. Especially when if the journey starts. So if this guy say, all right, I like trucking and I'm going towards getting a truck and I see the money at 2 years away from getting the truck or 2 years away from getting my chauffeur to start my chauffeur business. Women now will see this guy and he's okay. His business is his business plan is in keeping with his aim and intention. And she will come in and say, oh, you're an ambitious guy, but this truck business or the chauffeur business that you want isn't good enough. Let me direct you in. No, guys don't want that. Most guys want somebody who can shut the fuck up. Honestly, most guys want a woman who knows how to shut the fuck up. But most women don't know how to shut the fuck up. And
But
it's
but the
unfortunate.
thing, but the thing is like, because I actually know someone who is endeavoring to get their own truck. They've been driving for about a year. They're endeavoring to get their own truck, and they want me to become a dispatcher so that the money can stay close. We already work well together. However, and it's not that I'm not interested in doing it. I may do it, I may not do it, but as far as I'm concerned, like I don't want anyone to feel as though if I do this that I can do this and still dispatch, but I want to be able to withdraw from the relationship at whatever point I feel like I need to. It ain't gonna necessarily hinder the business relationship. I know I can deal with that. I feel like they're mature enough to deal with that. But I do know that there are some people that can't.
No,
But as far
the instant relationship and I'd fire you. The
you said
instant
what?
relationship. If you and I are in a business, I am the trucker, you're the dispatcher. The instant the relationship end, if we're in a relationship when we're doing that, the minute the relationship end, I'm firing you. No question asked. I'm firing you. I turned you into my dispatcher to add value to me. That was your purpose in the relationship to add value to me. And if you
Right.
no
But
longer
but see, and the thing for me is if I was to take on the endeavor, I wouldn't have no problem with that because my sole purpose for getting into this ain't to be your personal. I'm here to make money. It's a business for me now. So I would definitely be building. So if that happens, then that's fine. My business still runs and functions. But you see what I'm saying? Like I would not start an endeavor that is solely predicated on the success of this relationship.
That's the difference between men and women. Because honestly, if you are there, if you and I are together, and I bring you into my inner circle, and I said, let's operate as a team. We are going to be a team as a relationship. We are together, and we are going to be together in all things. When we're separate, we are going to be separate in all things. It's either all or nothing. We're not having no cake and eating it here. Right? When women control sex, as a lot of people know, but men control relationship. And when most men say to a woman, so listen, I want everything. I don't want part of things. I don't want half of things. I want everything. But most women don't understand what it is to give everything. They might think
But
they
you
know
know
what
what, Two Peas? Most guys aren't like that though. They're not. And I guarantee you, Amber hasn't experienced that. But what ends up happening more times than not is for the guys who, for the most part, see it like how Amber sees it, they'll engage, and then at some point in the relationship, their natural instincts will take over, right? That misogynistic side, as she would call it, will come out, and that's when the problems come in. Because what a lot of men in Western society don't realize is they try their hardest to suppress their natural instincts, and they're told that their natural instincts is wrong, and they're misogynistic. They shouldn't think that way. They shouldn't feel that way. And you know what? Maybe they shouldn't. But guess what? You can't turn it off.
No, a man natural instinct is to be very territorial.
Right.
The first thing a man says when
turn it off.
You are mine. Mine. So all right. Like a friend of mine in Jamaica had a quarrel with this other girl. One was married and one was married. And the married one said to the one who was unmarried, said, has a man ever claimed you yet? Has a man ever claimed you? Meaning a man claim you, meaning a man profess to the world that this girl is mine. That is like our child would say that toy. You ever have a child with a toy? And the child said, mine. Many women has never experienced a man saying, you are mine. That means it's my responsibility to look after you, to make sure you're all right, to keep you in the box, to make you feel good, to don't make anything happen to you. You are mine. Lots of women never experienced that yet. And because they never experience it yet, they don't know what it is like to be claimed, to be called mine by a man. You ever claim a girl like Oscar? Say, you are mine?
Yeah,
never, right? You are mine. Like our child holding favorite toys and say, mine.
But I guess I'm losing y'all point. Because as far as I'm concerned, we can build together, but I'm never going to be solely dependent on what you build, and I don't expect you to be solely dependent on what I build.
That means you were never mine. You were never mine then. You might think you're mine, but you were never mine.
And that's fine.
Yes, that's it. That's why when somebody go,
and that's fine.
When somebody go to certain cultures, and a man says to a woman, especially in a let's say the culture in Colombia, let's say Taiwan, let's say the Philippines, when a man said to a woman, say, you are mine, her parents know that he is stepping up to certain expectation. When he says, your daughter is now mine, right? There was an episode of The Soprano where Tony Soprano's son was hitting his girlfriend, and our uncle came to him. Tony Soprano's nephew was hitting his girlfriend, and her uncle came to him and said, listen, you need to put a ring on our finger before you can do certain things. Until then, until you fully claim her as yours, you cannot be doing certain shit. It's your family's responsibility. In certain cultures, until somebody fully claims you, you're still in family responsibility. And
yeah, that's old time stuff, really.
Yeah,
if that really
I ain't gonna hold you. It really is, because if someone is going to invest in me starting up my own business, get the education, yeah, I don't gotta be theirs. I can. It's no different than if I was to present a business venture and search for investors to invest in said business. Like, I'm not sleeping on no opportunity.
You cannot seek to be independent in a relationship. You cannot be independent and in a relationship.
I say you could be self-sufficient.
You
But
can
that's the
be
thing. I don't
self-sufficient.
think that's
You can be self-sufficient, but you
I
cannot be
don't think that's
independent.
being
But
independent. I think that's being
even
interdependent.
self-sufficient, even being self-sufficient can raise an issue because you being self-sufficient negates one of the man rule. You being self-sufficient meaning that he is no longer the provider. Right? Look at a girl like what was Nick Cannon's wife's name? Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey now is dating one of her dancers. He's not the alpha in the relationship.
You say he's dating who?
Mariah Carey, she's dating one of her dancers. Somebody who was one of her dancers.
Right.
What is he in that relationship? What is he? Is he the provider? No. Is he the protector? No, because she's surrounded by bodyguards. What is he? What is his role? What is his role?
But if you think about it, Stoopies, what other options does she have at that age?
No, her option is that he's her tomboy. He's her facilitator.
But that's what a woman that age is gonna have to do. Like if she hasn't been with a guy, married or whatever, for 20 plus years, 30 years or whatever, and she get back out on the market at 50 plus, that's who she's gonna get, especially the more accomplished she is, especially. Because think about it, how many 50-year-old millionaire women are gonna be able to get 50-year-old millionaire men?
Zero.
I'm not gonna say it doesn't happen, but it's
Doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen much.
All right,
A 50-year-old millionaire who's in good shape has a lot of options. He's gonna take on, he's not gonna get with a 50-year-old woman like.
Right. So, but how does the man himself see himself in that role? It's like you being Oprah's boyfriend. If Oprah look at you and says she like you, you're her boyfriend. You basically have to take on the role of the toy boy. That's what you is.
Yeah, boy toy.
Or the boy toy. That's what you is. You can't be anything else. That's what you are. No, if both of you came up together from the starting line and you excelled past him, he can still be the man. Because the original role is always what it is. So even although you earn more money than him, his role is his role, and your role is your role. But I'm at the finishing line. You're at the finishing line now, and you meet a girl, and you say, "Listen, I'm at the finishing line. I have enough for both of us." And she's saying to you that, "Listen, I need to be at the finishing line too." Like Sierra and Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is at the finishing line. He is accomplished. He has more than enough resources for both of them. But she's saying that I need to be at the finishing line too. Like Will Smith and Jada Smith. Will is at the finishing line from years ago. Jada was still in the race. Will said to Jada, I like you. I'm at the finishing line. I have enough resources for me and you. And she said, I need to be at the finishing line too. It's the wrong woman. That's the wrong woman.
Yeah,
That's the wrong woman for you.
It's gonna be hard for her because it's similar. It's similar to a guy being married to Oprah, right? He's gonna feel a way, she's gonna feel a way.
Yeah.
So a woman like Jada Pinkett, she thinks like a guy. She wants to have equal footing. So if her career isn't nowhere nearly in the same league as a Will Smith, right? That drives her crazy.
She wants to be at the finishing line.
She knows there's a power disparity. And he's constantly trying to
Appease her.
and make her feel good about the fact that she's not necessarily on his level
Right.
socioeconomically.
And he shouldn't be able, he shouldn't need to do that.
Right.
There's no need for her to that. She needs to know that he needs to provide her and protect her. He's at the finishing line.
Listen,
Why do you need to be at the finishing line too?
Where you at, Amber? The most successful relationships, right?
I'm here.
Somebody
I'm here.
is gonna-
I don't understand why we talking kind of like hypotheticals or we are speculating on Russell Wilson and Sierra and like when it's two men on the phone who have been in relationships, one of which is married. I just don't understand why we speculating and we're not talking directly about our own.
Let me explain it directly. Black women will come into relationship with black men who are already established and try to compete with their partners. Why are you competing with your partner? Let's say you have a house, you have a car, you have a house, you have a car, you have enough money, you can go on vacation each year. He takes care of the family, the bills are paid. What are you competing for? What do you need? Why do you need to be outside of the household? Why do you need it? He has enough money to take care of you that you don't have to work. Why do you need to work? He has enough money that you can have children and you don't have to work. Why do you need to work?
I don't think it's necessarily a need. I think it's some women's preference. Like some women, like I have a cousin who was a stay-at-home mom for several years. But once her kids were all in school, her youngest is transitioning into middle school next year. Like it just was like, okay, wow, like I need something else to do. Her husband works a lot of hours, different shifts. They take their vacations, but she just didn't feel like she was doing enough for herself. Like, so she tried working at a regular company, then she went to work for her brother. So she's helping her brother build his business, working for him, making money. But
does her husband still come home to her cook meal? And does she still have the ability to prepare breakfast for her husband before he goes to work in the morning? And does he come home to her cook meal in the evening?
He typically works overnight, but she'll cook breakfast in the morning. She'll prepare dinner and fix his lunch for him. If not, she'll purchase him something or bring him something. She still definitely caters to him, but I mean, there has been instances because I mean, he had a problem with her just being outside of the house because he perceived that as a threat. Like, and me and her had a discussion about it. Like, at the end of the day, you didn't really discuss that you wanted to transition into having a job. So he's kind of like, well, what's going on? Why she changing? Why she want to be out the house now? Because the norm that you've built up for him is you being a stay-at-home mom. So for him, it's a shock. So, but once she explained it to him and let him know it's nothing about our relationship, it's just a personal thing. I don't feel like I'm adding enough value for myself. And they were able to move past that, huh?
Oscar, wouldn't you leave her?
Not necessarily. It depends on what she's doing for work.
I would leave her.
I do think it's possible for a woman to go out and be productive. It depends on how much she's working, right? And the nature of her work. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily a disqualifier.
I would leave her. Angel, especially if there's enough resources. If it's not a lack of resources.
But you know what? All right, think about it like this way, Stoopies, right?
Mm-hmm.
We all had that grandmother who doesn't need to work. House is paid off, etc. They work to keep busy, right? They say they're a nurse. They like it. They like to engage with new people and all of that sort of stuff at the job and all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to work.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I don't think necessarily I don't think working necessarily precludes a woman from fulfilling her duties at home or being feminine. Right? Because there's some jobs like nursing, in my opinion, is predisposed to women.
Hold on a
Right?
second.
I think women make much better nurses than men. So I know even back when in this society where women didn't really work like that, women have always worked. It's not everybody was a stay-at-home mom. You know, but I get what he's saying. He's saying if you don't have to work, you know, but again, there are instances where people don't have to work, like, you know, older people, and they do it to keep busy or, you know, I'm not so rigid.
I mean, it's not that
on
it's not like she never worked throughout their relationship. She was working when she met him, but once they had their second child, it just made more sense daycare wise for her to stay home. They was paying too much in daycare expenses. She stayed home. That took its toll for about 10 years. She was at home, and then she went back to work. But they also
So wait,
took out
all the children were out the house when she went back to work?
Yeah.
I don't see why he would have an issue with that. Because here's the thing. For the most part, right? You want to stay in wife is for three main purposes: taking care of young children, cooking, cleaning. Right? If the children are out the house, no one's in the house, so cleaning is not really an issue like that. And if she's still cooking and still, like I said, she's still able to handle her duties, why would he necessarily have an issue with it? Right? So what he would rather she be at home watching TV. Because listen, cleaning don't take all that long, especially if it's something that you're doing.
To be fair, he didn't really have an issue. Like when me and her just talked, she didn't understand, like he had an attitude but hadn't really like said anything. But when we talked, I found out that she never really discussed her desire to want to go back to work. She just looked for a job, got a job, and then started working. So it wasn't really a conversation.
Wow. So, that's disrespectful. Yeah,
now,
that's disrespectful.
In her mind, she didn't need permission, but it was just kind of a change to the regimen. So
I mean, listen, even if you don't need permission, how do you not discuss that with your spouse, considering that it's going to be a drastic, well, not necessarily, well, considering the amount of time that it's been a certain dynamic for so long.
Again, you don't have to explain it to me, because for me, I understood it, which is why I said, no, I think the problem is, well, what did you discuss it with him? Because for me, I know I would feel the type of way, not necessarily like you need my permission, but goddamn, like we lay next to each other. You've had this thought in your mind, went through the process of filling out applications. Like this ain't something you just came up with. This is something that's been on your mind, so it should have been a discussion. You don't need my permission, but I just would like to know and be aware. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
right.
So she understood it from that perspective. They had a conversation about it, and then that was that. She ended up not staying on that job, but she ended up going to work with her brother. But my whole point was that, like, I can totally understand that in some dynamics, certain things work for the time being. Sometimes they get old. Sometimes, the other person may not like that changes happen. But as far as I'm concerned, it's not everybody's ideal to be at home. For some women, that's very uncomfortable. I have a sister who's always worked. Her husband has been telling her for years, you don't have to work. I got this. You don't have to work. And he does have it. But for her, she's just that type of person. She's a Virgo. She likes to work. She likes to be, her money goes towards family vacations. If that, she don't pay bills. But it's just in her mind, I want to add value to our situation. We can use this for another property. We can use, like, I'm not just gonna sit at home fully capable and do nothing. That's her thought process.
Can I answer? Can I put in 2 cents? Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me clearly? When Askel go to work, if it is not Askel's business that he owns, Askel is submissive to another man. Another man order Haskell around. It is within the parameters of the duties, yes. But another man has the ability to order Haskell around. Meaning that if Haskell talk too loud, somebody can come to Haskell and say, Haskell, this is not how it is done in the workplace. I would appreciate it if you do not talk. When Haskell needs to keep the job, what Haskell have to do? Shut the fuck up. No. My wife, if I am of that economic situation where I can afford that, the only man my wife is submissive to is me. I am going to take that because her intent to work when it is not necessary, meaning that we're having a vacation, we're doing what we normally do. We're eating, we're sleeping, the house is paid for, everything is okay. I have good life insurance. If I drop out tomorrow, you are okay for the rest of your life. You telling me that you need to work, why you need to be submissive to another man? Why? What you going there for? What fulfillment is there that you can't
Yo,
find from somewhere else?
Amber gonna say, what if she works for a woman?
Okay. But you understand where I'm
No,
going with this?
what I'm gonna say is niggas talk all that submissive shit and then they go and be submissive to a man. Like the fuck is we talking about? You
Right,
submissive to a man and you think you
of
gonna
course.
come here boss me around and tell me, oh, I should be the only
Not
man
being
you
bossed
submissive
around.
to?
Of
Like,
course,
man,
of course.
niggas got to tone it down with these egos that's out of control.
Of course. And the first thing I bring is my ego to the table. I tell everybody that I have an ego. I have an ego and it needs to be stroked and it needs to be nurtured. And it's as much a part of me as I am. And a lot of men don't tell women that they have an ego that needs to be stroked. Haskell might be pretending that he don't have an ego, but he has a fucking ego that needs to be stroked too. And
Yeah, the most egotistical people are the ones who are the most egotistical men are the ones who claim they don't have any ego.
But see, here's my thing. I don't even have a problem with that. But y'all fail to realize women have egos too. Women want to feel good about what they do.
Yeah.
Women want to feel good about their day. They don't want to hear a nigga talk about their only value is their pussy and them shutting the fuck up sometimes.
No.
Women don't want to hear that.
Her value was when she became a wife. That was her primary value. Her secondary
became a
value
wife to a man that only sees her for a piece of vagina, a clean house, and some cooked food.
The second value is that when she became a mother to the children, her value, added value, she's a mother. That's an extremely important piece of value. And her third value is when she became that rock that I can lean on. Right? So she has more than enough value.
But y'all don't even be leaning on the rock though.
No value to me. She going to work. If none of the time broke, honestly, I can't tell you, none of the time broke, my wife going to work, it's very appreciative. But when I wasn't broke, that's a super, no. It's broke man want a wife work. No. That terminology, mine. When Haskell go to Colombia, I find him little Colombian wife in where you going? Medellin? I find him little Colombian wife in Medellin. You think he wants her to work?
I like Cali, man. I really like Cali.
When you find a little wife in Cali, you think he's gonna want her to work? Why? No, I don't want her to work.
No, but Stoopies, you have to be fair. For a woman to find value in being a stay-at-home mom, she gotta be raised in that sort of culture. And then all the women around her, they have to also reinforce that. Like that has to be a norm. That's not to try to find that in American society, and especially this day and time.
It has to be around her, and she has to feel like the man that she's with actually values her and doesn't see her as a baby making machine or his personal
No,
maid.
no. She don't
Like,
have to.
No, hold on.
I mean,
Hold on,
Amber,
Scoopy.
no, Amber.
but the thing is that was the culture, and women left out of the house for a reason, because they were perceived as the quiet, demure, baby making machine that cooked and cleaned, and they didn't like that shit. They didn't like
I
how I
know.
felt, and that's why you have women in the workplace now.
But guess what? Women don't like
We've done
being
this, but we've done this already, and we've done it before. So tell
right.
me
But
why women are leaving the
women now
household
complain.
and don't want to
Hold
do
on,
that.
Scoopy.
I 75%
Men had it and they fumbled it.
Right.
No.
They did, well, men decided, well, look, the men who were in the authority position in the society, they decided to allow women to work, right? And to become independent and all of that stuff. Really, they encourage it for other
How old are
for
you?
other reasons.
20.
Huh?
Let's say you got married, right? Would you work? And your husband said don't work. Would you work? Your husband had enough money to look after you.
If she wanted to, but hold on, stupid. That's
You
what
talk
she's
about
gonna
me,
say.
would I not work?
Yeah,
No.
if she wants.
I'm talking to a 20-year-old young lady. I'm asking her the question. Your husband have enough money, look after you, look after the children.
I would
Because I
more
want you to
likely
see
do it
you.
now than 20-year-old me. But see, 20-year-old me probably, well, I ain't gonna lie, 20-year-old me and this me is still the same. If I did not work, I would still be finding a way to make my own money. Not necessarily working. I'm not going to clock in for nobody.
Let's say you
But
had a
I'm
good
running my own
prenup
business or
that
something.
ensure that if you leave, you get good alimony, the children will take care of a nice house. Would you work? Or
Wait,
would you
say that one more time. Say it again.
Yes. I think he cut out, but let me finish saying this statement, right?
What's the casino too? No, I was just asking. I was asking a pretty 20-year-old young lady if she got married and her husband asked her not to work. Would she work? And she was saying that she needs to have a business on the side because she's afraid that he might cut out and leave her.
Yeah, I'm not putting my trust in nobody like that. I gotta have my own.
What's the earliest age would you get married? You're
bag.
not married, right? You're 20.
You said what?
20. If you're 20, if your boyfriend came to you and said, would you marry me tomorrow?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm
Nah,
asking
you're
that
talking to
20-year-old young lady.
somebody in the
Yeah.
background.
Huh? You feel like you're too young? Oh, she's 20.
Yeah.
She said if he asked, could you say no?
What she said? She said she said no.
So she said if he asked, she wouldn't say no. And she's 20. Different culture. Different cultures.
Yeah, it's
Right?
a different time, Stoopies. Like, oh, listen, your average 20-year-old in
No.
America,
No.
20-year-old woman, the idea of being married to.
No, she's Spanish. She's Spanish. So she said yes. She said if he asked, she wouldn't say no. Ask if your boyfriend wants to get married tomorrow. And she said yes. Different culture. 20-year-old, good-looking Spanish girl.
Where's she? Where's
But
she was
I'm not
born?
gonna hold. Yeah, it is a different culture. It's a
No,
different
she
culture
wasn't
of men
born
too. It's a different
She
culture of
wasn't
men
born
as well.
Right? When Askel got to meeting our university in Colombia, and then find that little Colombian 25-year-old girl, half an age plus 7, 27-year-old girl, as the Muslim said, the honorable prophet said, half your age plus 7. So Askel found a 27-year-old young lady to be his wife. He's not going to want her to work. She's going to stay at home, cook his food. When him come home from work, rub him shoulder, ask him, hey, papi, how was your day? And him have a
Hey,
conversation.
Stoopies, hold on, Stoopies. Stoopies, stop talking. Hold on, Stoopies. Because you don't realize all of that shit it just sounds like servitude to Amber. All that shit sound like is slavery.
How it sound to you? How it sound to you? It don't matter how it sound to Amber. How it sound to you?
To me,
Yes.
it sounds lovely to me.
Good.
Yeah, it's all love, but guess what? But hold on, stupid. I'm sensible enough
It's
to
a
know.
fantasy.
Hold on. Listen,
No, it's
I'm
not a fantasy.
sensible enough to know
March
that.
to Thailand.
Hold
March
on,
to Thailand. Yeah.
Soupies, you can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, hold on. Mute out, because I think you're talking in the background. I think I'm sensible enough to understand that. And by the way, Amber, that's not a fantasy. Like, if you go out the country, it's not a fantasy, right?
Yes, but
But
if you go out the country,
right,
if you go out the country,
right. But I've been, and I will be going again. But here's the thing. In America, I'm sensible enough to know, and I'm understanding enough to understand that for a woman, steeped in this culture, she's not gonna get the type of satiation. She's not gonna be satiated by being a man's wife. Like, it's not enough. And going back to what you were saying earlier, Amber, about how women were, and in previous times in America, they were caregivers and such, and decided that they weren't happy or whatever the case may be. Well, now women are independent and they're still complaining. They're still not happy. They're still talking about the patriarchy, right? So women aren't designed to be happy. Like, women are gonna complain. It's what you guys do. So whether or not
I
you're
think the same
working,
can be said for men.
no, because men are
Yes.
simple. Men are very simple. Listen, Amber.
I think the same can be said for men.
No, listen, Amber. When women were in the home and being those caregivers, men weren't complaining. I said, man, why these women don't go out and work? The thing was set a certain way.
My
and
grandfather would tell you he had 11 kids and a sick wife that he had to take care of. So he worked all day, every day.
But we're talking about in aggregate. You always want to go to outliers, and that is an outlier.
But it's a lot of men that complained about what they had.
Hold on. We're not talking about one individual complaining. I'm talking about women.
Or were quiet groups and they just stewed about it.
Hold on. In aggregate, women were complaining about them not feeling fulfilled, them wanting to go out into the workplace, etc. Fast forward 70 years, they're still complaining. They've gotten what they wanted, they're still complaining, right? And you said it's the same for men. And I clearly pointed out no, it's not, because when women were in the home, men weren't complaining and saying, oh, women need to get out there and work and this isn't good enough. No, men were fine with the status quo, right? So if it were to go, and again, that's on aggregate, right?
No, they weren't. But no, they weren't.
Men weren't content with that setup?
No, they weren't.
Okay. Illustrate for me, please. Like, what were men saying in the 30s about women being housewives and caregivers?
We don't have to go all the way back to the 30s. More recent than that. A lot of families were talking about being poor with 2 incomes and not being able to provide for their children.
Give me a time. Okay, listen. If you're gonna be, no one's ever gonna be happy struggling. But we're saying in a situation where the bills are paid, because remember, we have to compare apples to apples.
But that's the thing. The time period you're talking about, they definitely were struggling. Hold
on. We have to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges, right? If we're going back in the time when women were caregivers primarily and took care of the home, right? This is the scenario that we're working with. And you said women weren't satisfied with that, right? And they weren't. Back then, things cost a lot less. There were no such things as 30-year mortgages. Didn't exist. A man could take care of a family of 4 or 5 on a factory salary, right? So what I'm saying is, all things considered equal, right? The bills and everything are able to be taken care of. Men are perfectly content with women being in the caregiver role. Would you agree with that? All
No.
right, I don't need you to. You would.
The baby boomers, the baby
No.
boomers.
I just want to know.
Hold on.
I just want to know
Hold on.
how many.
No,
well,
for
I
women,
can't even say I want to know
when
because
women were,
y'all both were born in
when
Jamaica.
women,
Y'all
when-
were both born in Jamaica. Y'all weren't
Mm.
born here to families of 10 and 11, 2-parent households, and one parent worked. Now,
yeah, but
personally, my
again,
grandma had
Amber,
my grandma
I
did do.
asked you. I just asked you a while ago. All things considered equal, meaning that the financial situation is set. Because look,
But that's the thing.
women
I don't
who
know
are
what that dynamic
complaining.
looks like because that wasn't the
Hold
dynamic
on.
here.
The women
The
who were
financial
complaining
situation wasn't
about
set, and
the
people
women
very
who were
much
complaining
struggled.
about not
And
being
even
able to
today,
work,
you'd be
right?
hard pressed to
They
survive
weren't
off of
just
one income.
complaining because the bills, the ends weren't able to be met, right? Even in situations where their husbands could cover everything, these women were saying they were still feeling unfulfilled and they wanted to work, right? So taking out scenarios where the husband money isn't enough to take care of the family, taking those out of the equation, right? Men, if the financial situation is comfortable, are perfectly content with women being caregivers and primarily in the home. Men were content and happy with that situation. So to say that they're comparable to women in that case, that's disingenuous.
Yep. No, I'm not gonna say it's disingenuous. I'm gonna say that I don't have the experience that you have where all things being equal, they had everything that they needed. They did not have everything that they needed. And one parent households very much struggled. So yes, men
No,
complained because
Amber,
they
you
didn't have
brought
the
up a
means to
one-parent
support their
household
families.
with
And my
11
grandfather
kids
had
and
a
all
quote
that stuff.
unquote good job. But
No, in
most of the
times when
people in
women
our
were
community,
primarily
there were
caregivers,
2-parent households and they
for the
struggled.
most part,
So you can try to make all things be
one
equal
income
to
could take
suit
care
your
of things.
narrative, but the reality is all things weren't equal, and they had large families, minimal income, and they struggle very much. That is a fact.
You see,
You talking
can I
about- you
can
talking
I
about-
say something? Can I say
Hold on,
something, please?
Supies. Hold on, Supies. Right. So let me ask you this, Amber. Do you believe that men in those times, in the event that their one income could take care of everything comfortably for the family, would you say
you
the
want me to
majority-
hypothesize on whether or
Hold
not they
on.
would have been
Hold
content had
on.
they
Hold
had the
on.
means to carry
Hold
the
on.
household on their own? I can't speculate on that. We'll never know. Because they didn't have the means.
Hold on. Well, let me ask you then, for the men, because there are certainly men who existed back then who were able to do that a lot more than they are today, right? Because the cost of living was a lot less, inflation was a lot less. So for the men who were in the position, who could do that on their one salary, right? They were content with their women being caregivers. So that's not comparable to women, because even in situations where a man could comfortably take care of everything in the house, women still, they weren't satisfied with being caregivers. So it's not the same thing. Yeah, you go ahead, Stoopies.
I just don't know where women were just in American society. I don't know where Black women were just at home, not doing nothing, just being caregivers. I don't know where that was happening.
No, but that wasn't a question, Amber. And it wasn't limited to just Black women. Remember, I said that women, whether or not they're independent, working in the home or not, they're always discontented. They're always complaining. And I said, well, men are the same
Well, I
too.
mean, if
Men are the same too. And
Yeah,
I'm
I say
saying,
men are the same because this whole
no,
live,
I'm
for the most
saying
part, you've been on the panel, has been men complaining about what they think the
there,
downfall of women is.
no,
So
the
as far
point
as
that I was
I'm
making,
concerned,
Amber, is
as far as
no
I'm
matter how
concerned,
ideal,
as far as I'm concerned, men
Mhm.
complain just as much as women do, if not more. You have your Kevin Samuels, you have him being who he is as a personality because of so many men having complaints. They
Right, but
congregated
that's
to complain about women in the dating scene. You
right,
and
but then
Stu have been
again,
having a whole conversation complaining about what is wrong in relationships that you all aren't involved in. So yes, I said what I said. Men
right, but that's
complain too.
all right, but that's fine, but that's in the context of today's society. That's not the conversation that we were having. I'm simply saying that a woman isn't going to be happy in any situation.
And I'm saying you have no way of knowing that. It's speculation. You're saying that because it
Regardless of
suits
that,
your
the
narrative.
dynamic.
You feel like a woman doesn't deserve to be happy. Only you deserve to be happy. Only your ego deserves to be stroked. And her happiness should come from making you happy. That is your belief. Her job and her sole purpose is to submit to you and be there as your feel-good pill. That is your perspective. So I don't expect you to find any point in history where women are happy, because women don't deserve happiness.
Amber, can I add this to something you just said? Because only in the West, and what we call the West, United States, Canada, and Europe, only in the West, the greatest crown a woman wears in the rest of the world is to be called a wife. The rest of the world, apart from United States, Canada, and Europe, a woman's goal, end goal, is to be a wife, a mother, and a homemaker. You go to the rest of the world, you ask the woman, say, if you have the opportunity to be a wife, with having a man to take the financial responsibility and the security responsibility, and you stay home and be the
You went out, Stu. Hello.
in the West, a woman wants a PhD and she wants the big job and she wants to compete with the man. And she says she wants to be equal to the man. And you are equal to the man enough, but not in the ways that most women think that they're equal to a man.
But here's the thing, and I'm just gonna end this and finish up what I got to do, because I'm not going to go back and forth all night about this. The bottom line is, if what you say is true and it's only in the Western world, then that means you can go anywhere in the world and have it your way, and you can be content in having it your way, where a woman believes that the greatest thing that ever happened to her in life is becoming a man's wife. So right. I don't understand for the life of me why you're bothered by this little piece of earth where shit don't go the man's way, and women actually have some sense of agency over their life and what they want and what makes them happy.
But the woman, are you disrespecting the choice
at the end of the day?
Are you disrespecting the choice for the woman in the rest of the world?
No, I'm not disrespecting the choice. That is their choice in the rest of the world. And I will go so far as to say, I don't believe that that's their choice. I believe that that's their condition. In the same way slavery was a condition for Black people. That is where they are now.
So if given the
opportunity to value other things outside of being a wife, because there's people here that value being a wife as well. It does not mean that you don't value being a wife. It means that you don't limit yourself to that being the only way you can value yourself. But what I would say is,
that's kind of you're looking down on those women.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
That's what I'm doing, or is that what y'all want me to do? Because y'all feel like women being equal, and I feel like y'all looking down on women because y'all don't believe that women are your equals, or that they should be your equals. You're saying that women are competing. Women are competing with men in the Western world. Women are competing with men as if men have this superior position in life and in society that should not be challenged. But it sounds like you're saying that men have a position, and every other woman in the world is content with their subservient position It's
It
only
is not.
you bitches in the
But
West
be,
that feel
but
like
being
y'all
a
can
wife is
compete
not a
with men.
subservient
That's what
position.
it
Being a
sounds
wife,
like.
being
That
a
is what
wife
it
is
sounds
not a
like.
subservient.
It's
Being a wife,
subservient.
no, being a
Subservient.
wife is not subservient. Being
Subservient
a wife,
position.
that's a Western point of view.
Everything that you all have said tonight has lended credence to subservience.
But Amber,
No,
you said that there's a
You
pay gap.
literally said that women are not the equals of men. So what are they? Are they superior to men or
I
are
did
they
not say
inferior
that.
to men?
I am
Are they
saying that.
superior or inferior? What are they?
I am saying
Because
that
if they're
women
not their
and men.
equals,
No.
that means
Let me
they're
say,
either A,
Amber,
inferior, or B, superior. So
allow me
if
to
they're
say
not
this. In
equal
the
to men,
future,
then what are
in the
women?
future,
I just answered that for me. If women are not equal to men, are they
I said,
superior to men or are they inferior to men? Just answer that simple question. They're not equals. So are they superior or inferior?
different rules,
You said
right?
different roles. But they're
Yeah.
not equal though. They're not different equal roles. They're not equivalent roles. They're different. So are men superior or are they inferior? I rest my case. Good night.
All right, ask him. Let me say this. Please allow me to say this. So that for prosperity, that is on the record. At no time did two pieces that men are superior to women. I'm saying that everybody have a role, right? And women in the West are competing in men role. A man traditional role is for security. Women are competing with men for that, right? We can look at it. If we look at the superstars, Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback ever, and he wanted to play a couple more years, and his wife has a problem with it. She wants him to stay home and look after the children so she can now go out in her career. She has never been the greatest of anything. She's a great supermodel, yes, but she has never been the greatest supermodel in the world. You're asking the greatest to take a seat so now you can go out and model. You understand that bullshit? Do you understand that level of bullshit? Ask her. That is what
Yeah,
that
but
is
I
it.
mean, yeah, I mean, listen, man. That's why I made the point to Amber that I don't believe women are designed to be happy. You know, for a man, happiness is a simple thing.
Of
You know,
course.
I don't think that. Yeah, a woman is designed for that. Because this woman is a half a billionaire. Her husband is a half a billionaire. She don't need him to be home. All that's gonna happen is if he go home, she's gonna get sick of him, right? And that's why you can't follow women because their moods change from minute to minute.
He is
Because
the greatest, and you are denying the greatest the opportunity to show and express his greatness. And nobody must have a problem with that. Because happy wife, happy life. Happy
right,
life,
you know,
happy
like
wife.
yeah, I don't know why Amber got so upset. I think
What's the great Filipino boxer's name? The great Filipino boxer. The one who fought
Pacquiao.
Pacquiao. Pacquiao wife have 5 children for it. Have you ever seen her in the news? Have you ever
No,
seen her in the news without Pacquiao?
no,
Have you
no.
heard she doing any other job apart from catering to Pacquiao and his kids? That's why when these men from America get a passport and go anywhere else in the world, they're not coming back.
Yeah, they don't want to come back. Like I lost a friend like that. Like, listen, you know, and it just goes to show you that American feminists, they don't care about women, right? They just like the idea of being able to do what they want here in this environment. Because look how quickly Amber, who's for the most part a reasonable person who should communicate and very civil, but look how quickly she patronized these other women because they don't see the world as she sees it. She
I'm glad you brought
equated it to.
I'm glad you brought that. I'm glad you brought that because There's
Right.
this young lady on there's this show, Just Pearly Things. This white girl, Just Pearly Things. She's taking over Kevin Samuel's talking point. A white girl, Just Pearly Things. She has a friend who was in the army, who is now married, and said, "Listen, I'm a housewife. I'm not working. I'm a housewife. My husband takes care of me. I don't want to work. I don't need to work. My husband pays all the bills. He look after me. My job now is to have some children for my husband. That is what I want to do." And other women look on her with disdain in the West because being a wife, they look down on it. They see it as being subservient to a man. Right? But no, you are a team. And he has his job and you have your job. And your job is to make sure that he's a trailer, he's a truck, and you are the trailer. The trailer is the one that is have the goods and all that. The truck don't mean nothing without the trailer. It is an 18-wheeler. But he's the one who is leading the team. No, all of a sudden, all of these trucks want to go in front of the trailer. All of these trucks want to go in front of the trailer and tell the trailer what to do. All of them want, you understand what I'm saying to you, Askell? A relationship or marriage is like an 18-wheeler with a 40-foot container. These women want to be they don't want to be the 40-foot container. Without the 40-foot container, what the purpose of the truck? What is it pulling? What is it carrying? Right? But they seem as subservient because they want to be directing the truck on where the truck should be going. And guess what happened? The truck not going anywhere. Because there's a lot of empty trucks all over the states where these women are not married, having kids, and then congratulating themselves and giving themselves a pat on the back and saying that I'm doing a good job. While the rest of the world, when you go to Colombia, if you look at a girl and say, I like you, you look like wife material. You make her day. Because that's what you want to be.
Yeah, listen, because I say to women here all the time, like the way how I look at it these days, I really can't blame the women because if you come up in a certain if you come up in a certain culture, right, and that's the norm, I can't really blame you, right? But what I do take exception to, because even the idea of let's say a woman want to stay home and be a stay-at-home wife in her 20s, right?
Yeah.
You got to understand the amount of pressure she's going to come under from everyone. Everybody's going to say, girl, what's wrong with you? From her parents to school to the media, if she work, everybody's going to say to her, you're a fool. Even other men will say that in this society. Right?
But that's it. Isn't that the ultimate trust? Isn't that the ultimate trust a woman can have?
But listen, that's a lot for a woman to bear. Right? Because it is really
trust anybody that way. Not she. She can trust her.
No, they don't. They don't have that kind of trust in men. But listen, again, that's a lot for a woman to bear because most of the time, if you see somebody going against the grain of society, almost every time it's going to be a man, right? For a woman to go against everything in society, that's a lot. So I don't blame women necessarily for that, right? And I've said that to Amber. I don't know why she took. If I have a worldview, you disagree with it, right? I disagree with your worldview. We should be able to be civil without anybody feeling necessarily offended about the other person's worldview, right? And I don't think it's right. I think it's patronizing to think that the only reason why women in other places are content or get so much satisfaction out of being caregivers
for wife and a mother
because they're under some sort of slavery or subservience.
It's disrespectful to those women.
Yeah, I think that's very disrespectful to those women. you know, and I don't see how another woman can say she's, you know, she cares about women or she's a feminist or whatever and feel that way towards other women. It's very arrogant because almost like she's saying to those women, you don't know what's best for you. You should see it this way.
Those women are in relationships that going to last 60 years. They get married early. They get married from the 22, 23. Right? The abuela and the grand and the little Nino in the same household. And everybody happy. And the man come home and he's inspired to work hard because he's a provider. He gets inspiration from looking after his family. When in the West, I don't have a problem with a woman who chooses to work, you know. It's her thing that. But if you have somebody who's capable and he says to you, I want you to be my wife, you are mine, you are my responsibility. You're no longer your father's and mother's responsibility. We cleave together, as the Bible would say. We are now one. Do you have trust in me that I will look after your well-being? And you say, no, because that happened to Cheryl and that happened to Sandra and the man leave her and this and that and Ray and Trey and all of this. I have to go and get mine. I have to go and get mine to secure myself. Then what is my role? What is my role?
Yeah, that's my only thing, man. I'm like, just live and let live. You know, for me, I don't look at women who feel like, you know, they want to be independent and work. I don't do the whole, you should, I don't do the Kevin Samuels thing. Oh, you shouldn't think that way. You should see it this way. And no,
if you want to work,
but
at the same time,
live your life. So listen, if a guy wants a woman to stay in the home and whatever, and that woman is okay with that, and they're on the same page, why would anybody outside of that feel as if that's some kind of slavery dynamic or like
subservient?
You should be able to look at that and say, you know what, that's not for me, but hey, if they like it, I love it.
Some women get joy from being caregivers. Some women get joy from being wives.
Yeah, they can't wrap their mind around that, stupid. They can't wrap their mind around that.
No, because guess what? They never get owned yet. Meaning own, when I use the word own, you know, a lot of Western women can't understand the concept of being owned. Not owned like a slave, but somebody show ownership to say, you are mine. The possessive nature. It is my responsibility to look after you. It is my responsibility. That gives me purpose as a man in my life. That I have a family to look after, to go out there, to take the risk for, to work hard for. That is my purpose as a man. What is your purpose as a woman? To go out there to do the same thing that I am doing? I might as well look somebody else. And that's one of the problems why relationship fails in the West. Because nobody wants to stick to their role. Gender roles are no longer.
They don't believe there's such a thing as roles. They believe it's fluid.
Yeah, they believe it's fluid. That today I'll be on top and tomorrow you'll be on top. It's like if you read the Bible, Adam had a first wife. What's her name? Lynette or something, Adam's first wife. And the Jewish fairy tale said that Lynette had a problem with Adam because Adam always wanted to be the one to go on top and she wanted to go on top sometime. Adam said, no, don't work like that. It's not you fucking me, it's me fucking you. That's
right.
She wanted to fuck Adam. She wanted Adam to put his legs up in the air and she eat his ass and finger him. You realize how much women know today that they don't have a problem eating ass? You know why they don't have a problem eating ass? Because when a man subjects himself to a woman eating him ass, he's in the most compromising position. That's the most effeminate position a man can put himself in. When they want to be on him back or on his knees, that's the most effeminate position. So now she is in a position of power where he's vulnerable. She can cut him dick off and him don't know. She can plunge in them ass and them don't know. She is in the position of power. So it's a power dynamic. Eating ass is not about pleasure. It's about a power dynamic.
Right, it's a power dynamic. Absolutely.
And these dudes are saying, oh, my girl at my ass. I said, no, dude. Your girl turned you into her bitch. That's what she did. And you're not man enough to see it. You're not man enough to see that your girl turned into her bitch. She flipped you upside down. And you're okay with it. It's like she's the one who lifted you up and kissed you. No. That's not the power dynamics. Everybody have them role. But these in this society, roles don't mean shit.
Yo.
I had friends who I talked to them, I said, and then will come to me and say, boy, my wife stopped having sex with me. I said, how long? I said, when the last time? 6 months. I said, leave her. Leave her. You need to leave her. And she needs to understand that you ask her, is there anything wrong with her? That's the first question. She have a health problem? She have fibroids? Or uterine distance? What, she have a problem? She don't have any problem. You need to leave her because she don't see as a man anymore.
Yo, Amber wilding out in the chat. We want modern slavery as a family structure. You don't think that's a little bit hyperbolic, Amber? Slavery?
So a wife is a slave now. A wife is a slave. So all the grandmothers are slaves. 50 years ago.
Slavery?
Just for
Amber,
honest,
come on now.
ask them, 50 years ago, 80% of black women were married. They were wives 50 years ago. In 80% of black women, baby boomers, were married. And most of them didn't work. Go look at the
And check
statistics.
this out. Stoopies, when I said that women are gonna complain regardless. Listen, these women nowadays who are working, the average woman, they are